The Rajah's Diamond, by Robert Louis Stevenson. At this point, contrary to all the canons of his art, our Arabian author breaks off the story of the young man in holy orders. I regret and condemn such practices, but I must follow my original, and refer the reader for the conclusion of Mr. Rolls's adventures to the next number of the cycle. The Story of the House with the Green Blinds. Story of the House with the Green Blinds. Francis Scrimgeour, a clerk in the Bank of Scotland at Edinburgh, had attained the age of 25 in a sphere of quiet, creditable, and domestic life. His mother died while he was young, but his father, a man of sense and probity, had given him an excellent education at school, and brought him up at home to orderly and frugal habits. Francis, who was of a docile and affectionate disposition, profited by these advantages with zeal, and devoted himself heart and soul to his employment. A walk upon Saturday afternoon, an occasional dinner with members of his family, and a yearly tour of a fortnight in the Highlands or even on the continent of Europe, were his principal distractions, and he grew rapidly in favor with his superiors, and enjoyed already a salary of nearly £200 a year, with the prospect of an ultimate advance to almost double that amount. Few young men were more contented, few more willing and laborious than Francis Scrimgeour. Sometimes at night, when he had read the daily paper, he would play upon the flute to amuse his father, for whose qualities he entertained a great respect. One day he received a note from a well-known firm of writers to the Signet, requesting the favor of an immediate interview with him. The letter was marked private and confidential, and had been addressed to him at the bank instead of at home, two unusual circumstances which made him obey the summons with the more alacrity. The senior member of the firm, a man of much austerity of manner, made him gravely welcome, requested him to take a seat, and proceeded to explain the matter in hand in the picked expressions of a veteran man of business. A person who must remain nameless, but of whom the lawyer had every reason to think well, a man, in short, of some station in the country, desired to make Francis an annual allowance of £500. The capital was to be placed under the control of the lawyer's firm and two trustees, who must also remain anonymous. There were conditions annexed to this liberality, but he was of opinion that his new client would find nothing either excessive or dishonorable in the terms, and he repeated these two words with emphasis, as though he desired to commit himself to nothing more. Francis asked their nature. The conditions, said the writer to the Signet, are, as I have twice remarked, neither dishonorable nor excessive. At the same time I cannot conceal from you that they are most unusual. Indeed, the whole case is very much out of our way, and I should certainly have refused it had it not been for the reputation of the gentleman who entrusted it to my care. And let me add, Mr. Scrimgeour, the interest I have been led to take in yourself by many complimentary, and, I have no doubt, well-deserved reports. Francis entreated him to be more specific. You cannot picture my uneasiness as to these conditions, he said. They are two, replied the lawyer, only two, and the sum, as you will remember, is £500 a year, and unburdened, I forgot to add, unburdened. And the lawyer raised his eyebrows at him with solemn gusto. The first, he resumed, is of remarkable simplicity. You must be in Paris by the afternoon of Sunday, the 15th. There you will find, at the box office of the Comédie Française, a ticket for admission taken in your name and waiting you. You are requested to sit out the whole performance in the seat provided, and that is all. I should certainly have preferred a weekday, replied Francis, but after all, once in a way, and in Paris, my dear sir, added the lawyer soothingly. I believe I am something of a precisian myself, but upon such a consideration, and in Paris, I should not hesitate an instant. And the pair laughed pleasantly together. The other is of more importance, continued the writer to the Signet. It regards your marriage. My client, taking a deep interest in your welfare, desires to advise you absolutely in the choice of a wife. Absolutely, you understand. He repeated. Let us be more explicit, if you please, returned Francis. Am I to marry anyone, maid or widow, black or white, whom this invisible person chooses to propose? I was to assure you that suitability of age and position should be a principle with your benefactor," replied the lawyer. "As to race, I confess the difficulty had not occurred to me, and I failed to inquire. But if you like, I will make a note of it at once, and advise you on the earliest opportunity." "Sir," said Francis, "it remains to be seen whether this whole affair is not a most unworthy fraud. The circumstances are inexplicable, I had almost said incredible, and until I see a little more daylight, and some plausible motive, I confess I should be very sorry to put a hand to the transaction. I appeal to you in this difficulty for information. I must learn what is at the bottom of it all. If you do not know, cannot guess, or are not at liberty to tell me, I shall take my hat and go back to my bank as I came." "I do not know," answered the lawyer, "but I have an excellent guess. Your father, and no one else, is at the root of this apparently unnatural business." "My father!" cried Francis in extreme disdain. "Worthy man, I know every thought of his mind, every penny of his fortune." "You misinterpret my words," said the lawyer. "I do not refer to Mr. Scrimgeour, senior, for he is not your father. When he and his wife came to Edinburgh, you were already nearly 1 year old, and you had not yet been 3 months in their care. The secret has been well kept, but such is the fact. Your father is unknown, and I say again that I believe him to be the original of the offers I am charged at present to transmit to you." It would be impossible to exaggerate the astonishment of Francis Scrimgeour at this unexpected information. He pleaded this confusion to the lawyer. "Sir," said he, "after a piece of news so startling, you must grant me some hours for thought. You shall know this evening what conclusion I have reached." The lawyer commended his prudence, and Francis, excusing himself upon some pretext at the bank, took a long walk into the country, and fully considered the different steps and aspects of the case. A pleasant sense of his own importance rendered him the more deliberate, but the issue was from the first not doubtful. His whole carnal man leaned irresistibly toward the 500 a year, and the strange conditions with which it was burdened. He discovered in his heart an invincible repugnance to the name of Scrimgeour, which he had never hitherto disliked. He began to despise the narrow and unromantic interests of his former life, and when once his mind was fairly made up, he walked with a new feeling of strength and freedom, and nourished himself with the gayest anticipations. He said but a word to the lawyer, and immediately received a check for 2 quarters arrears, for the allowance was antedated from the 1st of January. With this in his pocket, he walked home. The flat in Scotland Street looked mean in his eyes. His nostrils, for the first time, rebelled against the odor of broth, and he observed little defects of manner in his adoptive father which filled him with surprise and almost with disgust. The next day, he determined, should see him on his way to Paris. In that city, where he arrived long before the appointed date, he put up at a modest hotel frequented by English and Italians, and devoted himself to improvement in the French tongue. For this purpose he had a master twice a week, entered into conversation with loiterers in the Champs-Élysées, and nightly frequented the theatre. He had his whole toilet fashionably renewed, and was shaved and had his hair dressed every morning by a barber in a neighboring street. This gave him something of a foreign air, and seemed to wipe off the reproach of his past years. At length, on the Saturday afternoon, he betook himself to the box office of the theatre in the Rue Richelieu. No sooner had he mentioned his name than the clerk produced the order in an envelope of which the address was scarcely dry. "It has been taken this moment," said the clerk. "Indeed," said Francis. "May I ask what the gentleman was like?" "Your friend is easy to describe," replied the official. "He is old and strong and beautiful, with white hair and a sabre cut across his face. You cannot fail to recognize so marked a person." "No, indeed," returned Francis, "and I thank you for your politeness. He can not yet be far distant," added the clerk. "If you make haste you might still overtake him." Francis did not wait to be twice told. He ran precipitately from the theatre into the middle of the street, and looked in all directions. More than one white-haired man was within sight, but though he overtook each of them in succession, All wanted the saber cut. For nearly half an hour he tried one street after another in the neighborhood, until at length, recognizing the folly of continued search, he started on a walk to compose his agitated feelings, for this proximity of an encounter with him to whom he could not doubt he owed the day had profoundly moved the young man. It chanced that his way lay up the Rue Drouot, and thence up the Rue des Martyrs, and chance, in this case, served him better than all the forethought in the world, for on the outer boulevard he saw two men in earnest colloquy upon a seat. One was dark, young, and handsome, secularly dressed, but with an indelible clerical stamp. The other answered in every particular to the description given him by the clerk. Francis felt his heart beat high in his bosom. He knew he was now about to hear the voice of his father, and making a wide circuit, he noiselessly took his place behind the couple in question, who were too much interested in their talk to observe much else. As Francis had expected, the conversation was conducted in the English language. "Your suspicions begin to annoy me, Rolls," said the older man. "I tell you I am doing my utmost. A man cannot lay his hand on millions in a moment. Have I not taken you up, a mere stranger, out of pure goodwill? Are you not living largely on my bounty?" "On your advances, Mr. Vandeleur," corrected the other. "Advances if you choose, and interest instead of goodwill if you prefer it," returned Vandeleur angrily. "I am not here to pick expressions. Business is business, and your business, let me remind you, is too muddy for such airs. Trust me, or leave me alone and find someone else, but let us have an end, for God's sake, of your jeremiads." "I am beginning to learn the world," replied the other, "and I see that you have every reason to play me false, and not one to deal honestly. I am not here to pick expressions, either. You wish the diamond for yourself. You know you do. You dare not deny it. Have you not already forged my name and searched my lodging in my absence? I understand the cause of your delays. You are lying in wait. You are the diamond hunter, forsooth, and sooner or later, by fair means or foul, you'll lay your hands upon it. I tell you it must stop. Push me much further, and I promise you a surprise." "It does not become you to use threats," returned Vandeleur. "Two can play at that. My brother is here in Paris. The police are on the alert, and if you persist in wearying me with your caterwauling, I will arrange a little astonishment for you, Mr. Rolls. But mine shall be once and for all. Do you understand, or would you prefer me to tell it you in Hebrew? There is an end to all things, and you have come to the end of my patience. Tuesday at 7, not a day, not an hour sooner, not the least part of a second, if it were to save your life. And if you do not choose to wait, you may go to the bottomless pit for me, and welcome." And so saying, the dictator arose from the bench, and marched off in the direction of Montmartre, shaking his head and swinging his cane with a most furious air, while his companion remained where he was, in an attitude of great dejection. Francis was at the pitch of surprise and horror. His sentiments had been shocked to the last degree. The hopeful tenderness with which he had taken his place upon the bench was transformed into repulsion and despair. Old Mr. Scrimgeour, he reflected, was a far more kindly and creditable parent than this dangerous and violent intriguer. But he retained his presence of mind, and suffered not a moment to elapse before he was on the trail of the dictator. That gentleman's fury carried him forward at a brisk pace, and he was so completely occupied in his angry thoughts that he never so much as cast a look behind him till he reached his own door. His house stood high up in the Rue Lepic, commanding a view of all Paris and enjoying the pure air of the heights. It was 2 stories high, with green blinds and shutters, and all the windows looking on the street were hermetically closed. Tops of trees showed over the high garden wall, and the wall was protected by chevaux de frise. The dictator paused a moment while he searched his pocket for a key, and then, opening a gate, disappeared within the enclosure. Francis looked about him. The neighborhood was very lonely, the house isolated in its garden. It seemed as if his observation must here come to an abrupt end. A second glance, however, showed him a tall house next door presenting a gable to the garden, and in this gable a single window. He passed to the front and saw a ticket offering unfurnished lodgings by the month, and, on inquiry, The room which commanded the dictator's garden proved to be one of those to let. Francis did not hesitate a moment. He took the room, paid in advance upon the rent, and returned to his hotel to seek his baggage. The old man with the saber cut might or might not be his father. He might or he might not be upon the true scent, but he was certainly on the edge of an exciting mystery, and he promised himself that he would not relax his observation until he had got to the bottom of the secret. From the window of his new apartment, Francis Scrimgeour commanded a complete view into the garden of the house with the green blinds. Immediately below him a very comely chestnut with wide boughs sheltered a pair of rustic tables where people might dine in the height of summer. On all sides save one a dense vegetation concealed the soil, but there, between the tables and the house, he saw a patch of gravel walk leading from the veranda to the garden gate. Studying the place from between the boards of the Venetian shutters, which he durst not open for fear of attracting attention, Francis observed but little to indicate the manners of the inhabitants, and that little argued no more than a close reserve and a taste for solitude. The garden was conventual, the house had the air of a prison. The green blinds were all drawn down upon the outside, the door into the veranda was closed, the garden, as far as he could see it, was left entirely to itself in the evening sunshine. A modest curl of smoke from a single chimney alone testified to the presence of living people. In order that he might not be entirely idle, and to give a certain color to his way of life, Francis had purchased Euclid's Geometry in French, which he set himself to copy and translate on the top of his portmanteau, and seated on the floor against the wall, for he was equally without chair or table. From time to time he would rise and cast a glance into the enclosure of the house with the green blinds, but the windows remained obstinately closed, and the garden empty. Only late in the evening did anything occur to reward his continued attention. Between 9 and 10 the sharp tinkle of a bell aroused him from a fit of dozing, and he sprang to his observatory in time to hear an important noise of locks being opened and bars removed, and to see Mr. Vandeleur, carrying a lantern and clothed in a flowing robe of black velvet with a skull-cap to match, issue from under the veranda and proceed leisurely toward the garden gate. The sound of bolts and bars was then repeated, and a moment after Francis perceived the dictator escorting into the house, in the mobile light of the lantern, an individual of the lowest and most despicable appearance. Half an hour afterward the visitor was reconducted to the street, and Mr. Vandeleur, setting his light upon one of the rustic tables, finished a cigar with great deliberation under the foliage of the chestnut. Francis, peering through a clear space among the leaves, was able to follow his gestures as he threw away the ash or enjoyed a copious inhalation, and beheld a cloud upon the old man's brow and a forcible action of the lips which testified to some deep and probably painful train of thought. The cigar was already almost at an end, when the voice of a young girl was heard suddenly crying the hour from the interior of the house. "In a moment," replied John Vandeleur, and with that he threw away the stump and, taking up the lantern, sailed away under the veranda for the night. As soon as the door was closed, absolute darkness fell upon the house. Francis might try his eyesight as much as he pleased. He could not detect so much as a single chink of light below a blind, and he concluded, with great good sense, that the bedchambers were all upon the other side. Early the next morning, for he was early awake after an uncomfortable night upon the floor, he saw cause to adopt a different explanation. The blinds rose, one after another, by means of a spring in the interior, and disclosed steel shutters such as we see on the front of shops. These in their turn were rolled up by a similar contrivance, and, for the space of about an hour, the chambers were left open to the morning air. At the end of that time Mr. Vandeleur, with his own hand, once more closed the shutters and replaced the blinds from within. While Francis was still marveling at these precautions, the door opened, and a young girl came forth to look about her in the garden. It was not 2 minutes before she re-entered the house, but even in that short time he saw enough to convince him that she possessed the most unusual attractions. His curiosity was not only highly excited by this incident, but his spirits were improved to a still more notable degree. The alarming manners and more than equivocal life of his father ceased from that moment to prey upon his mind. From that moment he embraced his new family with ardor, and whether the young lady should prove his sister or his wife, he felt convinced she was an angel in disguise. So much was this the case that he was seized with a sudden horror when he reflected how little he really knew, and how possible it was that he had followed the wrong person when he followed Mr. Vandeleur. The porter whom he consulted could afford him little information, but, such as it was, it had a mysterious and questionable sound. The person next door was an English gentleman of extraordinary wealth, and proportionately eccentric in his tastes and habits. He possessed great collections, which he kept in the house beside him, and it was to protect these that he had fitted the place with steel shutters, elaborate fastenings, and chevaux de frise along the garden wall. He lived much alone, in spite of some strange visitors with whom, it seemed, he had business to transact, and there was no one else in the house, except Mademoiselle and an old woman servant. "Is Mademoiselle his daughter?" inquired Francis. "Certainly," replied the porter. "Mademoiselle is the daughter of the house, and strange it is to see how she is made to work. For all his riches, it is she who goes to market, and every day in the week you may see her going by with a basket on her arm." "And the collections?" asked the other. "Sir," said the man, "they are immensely valuable. More I cannot tell you. Since M. de Vandeleur's arrival, no one in the quarter has so much as passed the door." "Suppose not," returned Francis. "You must surely have some notion what these famous galleries contain. Is it pictures, silks, statues, jewels, or what?" "My faith, sir," said the fellow with a shrug, "it might be carrots, and still I could not tell you. How should I know? The house is kept like a garrison, as you perceive." And then, as Francis was returning disappointed to his room, the porter called him back. "I have just remembered, sir," said he. "M. de Vandeleur has been in all parts of the world, and I once heard the old woman declare that he had brought many diamonds back with him. If that be the truth, there must be a fine show behind those shutters." By an early hour on Sunday Francis was in his place at the theatre. The seat which had been taken for him was only 2 or 3 numbers from the left-hand side, and directly opposite one of the lower boxes. As the seat had been specially chosen, there was doubtless something to be learned from its position, and he judged by an instinct that the box upon his right was, in some way or other, to be connected with the drama in which he ignorantly played a part. Indeed, it was so situated that its occupants could safely observe him from beginning to end of the piece, if they were so minded, while, profiting by the depth, they could screen themselves sufficiently well from any counter-examination on his side. He promised himself not to leave it for a moment out of sight, and while he scanned the rest of the theatre, or made a show of attending to the business of the stage, he always kept a corner of an eye upon the empty box. The second act had been some time in progress, and was even drawing toward a close, when the door opened, and 2 persons entered and ensconced themselves in the darkest of the shade. Francis could hardly control his emotion. It was Mr. Vandeleur and his daughter. The blood came and went in his arteries and veins with stunning activity. His ears sang, his head turned. He dared not look lest he should awake suspicion. His playbill, which he kept reading from end to end and over again, turned from white to red before his eyes, and when he cast a glance upon the stage, it seemed incalculably far away, and he found the voices and gestures of the actors to the last degree impertinent and absurd. From time to time he risked a momentary look in the direction which principally interested him, and once at least he felt certain that his eyes encountered those of the young girl. A shock passed over his body, and he saw all the colors of the rainbow. What would he not have given to overhear what passed between the Vandeleurs? What would he not have given for the courage to take up his opera-glass and steadily inspect their attitude and expression? There, for aught he knew, his whole life was being decided, and he not able to interfere, not able even to follow the debate, but condemned to sit and suffer where he was, in impotent anxiety. At last the act came to an end. The curtain fell, and the people around him began to leave their places for the interval. It was only natural that he should follow their example, and if he did so, It was not only natural but necessary that he should pass immediately in front of the box in question. Summoning all his courage, but keeping his eyes lowered, Francis drew near the spot. His progress was slow, for the old gentleman before him moved with incredible deliberation, wheezing as he went. What was he to do? Should he address the Vandeleurs by name as he went by? Should he take the flower from his buttonhole and throw it into the box? Should he raise his face and direct one long and affectionate look upon the lady who was either his sister or his betrothed? As he found himself thus struggling among so many alternatives, he had a vision of his old equable existence in the bank, and was assailed by a thought of regret for the past. By this time he had arrived directly opposite the box, and although he was still undetermined what to do or whether to do anything, he turned his head and lifted his eyes. No sooner had he done so than he uttered a cry of disappointment and remained rooted to the spot. The box was empty. During his slow advance Mr. Vandeleur and his daughter had quietly slipped away. A polite person in his rear reminded him that he was stopping the path, and he moved on again with mechanical footsteps, and suffered the crowd to carry him unresisting out of the theater. Once in the street, the pressure ceasing, he came to a halt, and the cool night air speedily restored him to the possession of his faculties. He was surprised to find that his head ached violently, and that he remembered not one word of the 2 acts which he had witnessed. As the excitement wore away, it was succeeded by an overweening appetite for sleep, and he hailed a cab and drove to his lodging in a state of extreme exhaustion and some disgust of life. Next morning he lay in wait for Miss Vandeleur on her road to market, and by 8 o'clock beheld her stepping down a lane. She was simply, and even poorly, attired, but in the carriage of her head and body there was something flexible and noble that would have lent distinction to the meanest toilet. Even her basket, so aptly did she carry it, became her like an ornament. It seemed to Francis, as he slipped into a doorway, that the sunshine followed and the shadows fled before her as she walked, and he was conscious, for the first time, of a bird singing in a cage above the lane. He suffered her to pass the doorway, and then, coming forth once more, addressed her by name from behind. "Miss Vandeleur," said he. She turned, and when she saw who he was, became deadly pale. "Pardon me." He continued, "Heaven knows I had no will to startle you, and indeed there should be nothing startling in the presence of one who wishes you so well as I do. And, believe me, I am acting rather from necessity than choice. We have many things in common, and I am sadly in the dark. There is much that I should be doing, and my hands are tied. I do not know even what to feel, nor who are my friends and enemies." She found her voice with an effort. "I do not know who you are," she said. "Ah, yes, Miss Vandeleur, you do," returned Francis, "better than I do myself. Indeed it is on that, above all, that I seek light. Tell me what you know," he pleaded. "Tell me who I am, who you are, and how our destinies are intermixed. Give me a little help with my life, Miss Vandeleur, only a word or two to guide me, only the name of my father, if you will, and I shall be grateful and content." "I will not attempt to deceive you," she replied. "I know who you are, but I am not at liberty to say. Tell me, at least, that you have forgiven my presumption, and I shall wait with all the patience I have," he said. "If I am not to know, I must do without. It is cruel, but I can bear more upon a push. Only do not add to my troubles the thought that I have made an enemy of you. You did only what was natural," she said, "and I have nothing to forgive you. Farewell." "Is it to be farewell?" he asked. "Nay, that I do not know myself," she answered. "Farewell for the present, if you like." And with these words she was gone. Francis returned to his lodging in a state of considerable commotion of mind. He made the most trifling progress with his Euclid for that forenoon, and was more often at the window than at his improvised writing-table. But beyond seeing the return of Miss Vandeleur, and the meeting between her and her father, who was smoking a Trichinopoly cigar in the veranda, there was nothing notable in the neighborhood of the house with the green blinds before the time of the midday meal. The young man hastily allayed his appetite in a neighboring restaurant, and returned with the speed of unallayed curiosity to the house in the Rue Lepic. a mounted servant was leading a saddle horse to and fro before the garden wall, and the porter of Francis's lodging was smoking a pipe against the door-post, absorbed in contemplation of the livery and the steeds. "Look," he cried to the young man, "what fine cattle! What an elegant costume! They belong to the brother of M. de Vandeleur, who is now within upon a visit. He is a great man, a general, in your country, and you doubtless know him well by reputation." "I confess," returned Francis, "that I have never heard of General Vandeleur before. We have many officers of that grade, and my pursuits have been exclusively civil." "It is he," replied the porter, "who lost the great diamond of the Indies. Of that, at least, you must have read often in the papers." As soon as Francis could disengage himself from the porter, he ran upstairs and hurried to the window. Immediately below the clear space in the chestnut leaves, the two gentlemen were seated in conversation over a cigar. The general, a red, military-looking man, offered some traces of a family resemblance to his brother. He had something of the same features, something, although very little, of the same free and powerful carriage. But he was older, smaller, and more common in air. His likeness was that of a caricature, and he seemed altogether a poor and debile being by the side of the dictator. They spoke in tones so low, leaning over the table with every appearance of interest, that Francis could catch no more than a word or two on an occasion. For as little as he heard, he was convinced that the conversation turned upon himself and his own career. Several times the name of Scrimgeour reached his ear, for it was easy to distinguish, and still more frequently he fancied he could distinguish the name Francis. At length the general, as if in a hot anger, broke forth into several violent exclamations. "Francis Vandeleur!" he cried, accentuating the last word. "Francis Vandeleur, I tell you." The dictator made a movement of his whole body, half affirmative, half contemptuous, but his answer was inaudible to the young man. Was he the Francis Vandeleur in question? He wondered. Were they discussing the name under which he was to be married? Or was the whole affair a dream and a delusion of his own conceit and self-absorption? After another interval of inaudible talk, dissension seemed again to arise between the couple underneath the chestnut, and again the general raised his voice angrily so as to be audible to Francis. "My wife," he cried. "I have done with my wife for good. I will not hear her name. I am sick of her very name." And he swore aloud and beat the table with his fist. The dictator appeared, by his gestures, to pacify him after a paternal fashion, and a little after he conducted him to the garden gate. The pair shook hands affectionately enough, but as soon as the door had closed behind his visitor, John Vandeleur fell into a fit of laughter which sounded unkindly and even devilish in the ears of Francis Scrimgeour. So another day had passed, and little more learned. But the young man remembered that the morrow was Tuesday, and promised himself some curious discoveries. All might be well, or all might be ill. He was sure, at least, to glean some curious information, and perhaps, by good luck, get at the heart of the mystery which surrounded his father and his family. As the hour of the dinner drew near, many preparations were made in the garden of the house with the green blinds. That table which was partly visible to Francis through the chestnut leaves was destined to serve as a sideboard, and carried relays of plates and the materials for salad. The other, which was almost entirely concealed, had been set apart for the diners, and Francis could catch glimpses of white cloth and silver plate. Mr. Rolls arrived, punctual to the minute. He looked like a man upon his guard, and spoke low and sparingly. The dictator, on the other hand, appeared to enjoy an unusual flow of spirits. His laugh, which was youthful and pleasant to hear, sounded frequently from the garden. By the modulation and the changes of his voice, it was obvious that he told many droll stories, and imitated the accents of a variety of different nations. And before he and the young clergyman had finished their vermouth, all feeling of distrust was at an end, and they were talking together like a pair of school companions. At length Miss Vandeleur made her appearance, carrying the soup tureen. Mr. Rolls ran to offer her assistance, which she laughingly refused, and there was an interchange of pleasantries among the trio which seemed to have reference to this primitive manner of waiting by one of the company. one is more at one's ease," Mr. Vandeleur was heard to declare. Next moment they were all three in their places, and Francis could see as little as he could hear of what passed. But the dinner seemed to go merrily. There was a perpetual babble of voices and sound of knives and forks below the chestnut, and Francis, who had no more than a roll to gnaw, was affected with envy by the comfort and deliberation of the meal. The party lingered over one dish after another, and then over a delicate dessert, with a bottle of old wine carefully uncorked by the hand of the dictator himself. As it began to grow dark, a lamp was set upon the table and a couple of candles on the sideboard, for the night was perfectly pure, starry, and windless. Light overflowed besides from the door and window in the veranda, so that the garden was fairly illuminated, and the leaves twinkled in the darkness. For perhaps the 10th time Miss Vandeleur entered the house, and on this occasion she returned with the coffee tray, which she placed upon the sideboard. At the same moment her father rose from his seat. "The coffee is my province," Francis heard him say, and next moment he saw his supposed father standing by the sideboard in the light of the candles. Talking over his shoulder all the while, Mr. Vandeleur poured out 2 cups of the brown stimulant, and then, by a rapid act of prestidigitation, emptied the contents of a tiny phial into the smaller of the 2. The thing was so swiftly done that even Francis, who looked straight into his face, had hardly time to perceive the movement before it was completed. And next instant, and still laughing, Mr. Vandeleur had turned again toward the table with a cup in either hand. "Ere we have done with this," said he, "we may expect our famous Hebrew." It would be impossible to depict the confusion and distress of Francis Scrimgeour. He saw foul play going forward before his eyes, and he felt bound to interfere, but knew not how. It might be a mere pleasantry, and then how should he look if he were to offer an unnecessary warning? Or again, if it were serious, the criminal might be his own father, and then how should he not lament if he were to bring ruin on the author of his days? For the first time he became conscious of his own position as a spy. To wait inactive at such a juncture, and with such a conflict of sentiments in his bosom, was to suffer the most acute torture. He clung to the bars of the shutters, his heart beat fast and with irregularity, and he felt a strong sweat break forth upon his body. Several minutes passed. He seemed to perceive the conversation die away and grow less and less in vivacity and volume, but still no sign of any alarming or even notable event. Suddenly the ring of a glass breaking was followed by a faint and dull sound, as of a person who should have fallen forward with his head upon the table. At the same moment a piercing scream rose from the garden. "What have you done?" cried Miss Vandeleur. "He is dead." The dictator replied in a violent whisper, so strong and sibilant that every word was audible to the watcher at the window. "Silence," said Mr. Vandeleur. "The man is as well as I am. Take him by the heels while I carry him by the shoulders." Francis heard Miss Vandeleur break forth into a passion of tears. "Do you hear what I say?" resumed the dictator in the same tones. "Or do you wish to quarrel with me? I give you your choice, Miss Vandeleur." There was another pause, and the dictator spoke again. "Take that man by the heels," he said. "I must have him brought into the house. If I were a little younger, I could help myself against the world. But now that years and dangers are upon me, and my hands are weakened, I must turn to you for aid." "It is a crime," replied the girl. "I am your father," said Mr. Vandeleur. This appeal seemed to produce its effect. A scuffling noise followed upon the gravel. A chair was overset, and then Francis saw the father and daughter stagger across the walk and disappear under the veranda, bearing the inanimate body of Mr. Rolls embraced about the knees and shoulders. The young clergyman was limp and pallid, and his head rolled upon his shoulders at every step. Was he alive or dead? Francis, in spite of the dictator's declaration, inclined to the latter view. A great crime had been committed. A great calamity had fallen upon the inhabitants of the house with the green blinds. To his surprise, Francis found all horror for the deed swallowed up in sorrow for a girl and an old man whom he judged to be in the height of peril. A tide of generous feeling swept into his heart. He, too, would help his father against man and mankind, against fate and justice. And casting open the shutters, he closed his eyes and threw himself with outstretched arms into the foliage of the chestnut. Branch after branch slipped from his grasp or broke under his weight. Then he caught a stalwart bough under his armpit, and hung suspended for a second, and then he let himself drop and fell heavily against the table. A cry of alarm from the house warned him that his entrance had not been effected unobserved. He recovered himself with a stagger, and in 3 bounds crossed the intervening space and stood before the door in the veranda. In a small apartment, carpeted with matting and surrounded by glazed cabinets full of rare and costly curios, Mr. Vandeleur was stooping over the body of Mr. Rolls. He raised himself as Francis entered, and there was an instantaneous passage of hands. It was the business of a second. As fast as an eye can wink the thing was done. The young man had not the time to be sure, but it seemed to him as if the dictator had taken something from the curate's breast, looked at it for the least fraction of time as it lay in his hand, and then suddenly and swiftly passed it to his daughter. All this was over while Francis had still 1 foot upon the threshold, and the other raised in air. The next instant he was on his knees to Mr. Vandeleur. "Father," he cried, "let me too help you. I will do what you wish and ask no questions. I will obey you with my life. Treat me as a son, and you will find I have a son's demotion." A deplorable explosion of oaths was the dictator's first reply. "Son and father," he cried. "Father and son. What unnatural comedy is all this? How do you come in my garden? What do you want? And who, in God's name, are you?" Francis, with a stunned and shamefaced aspect, got upon his feet again and stood in silence. Then a light seemed to break upon Mr. Vandeleur, and he laughed aloud. "I see," cried he. "It is the Scrimgeour. Very well, Mr. Scrimgeour. Let me tell you in a few words how you stand. You have entered my private residence by force, or perhaps by fraud, but certainly with no encouragement from me, and you come at a moment of some annoyance, a guest having fainted at my table, to besiege me with your protestations. You are no son of mine. You are my brother's bastard by a fishwife, if you want to know. I regard you with an indifference closely bordering on aversion, and from what I now see of your conduct, I judge your mind to be exactly suitable to your exterior. I recommend you these mortifying reflections for your leisure, and in the meantime let me beseech you to rid us of your presence. If I were not occupied," added the dictator with a terrifying oath, "I should give you the unholiest drubbing ere you went." Francis listened in profound humiliation. He would have fled had it been possible, but as he had no means of leaving the residence into which he had so unfortunately penetrated, he could do no more than stand foolishly where he was. It was Miss Vandeleur who broke the silence. "Father," she said, "you speak in anger. Mr. Scrimgeour may have been mistaken, but he meant well and kindly." "Thank you for speaking," returned the dictator. "You remind me of some other observations which I hold it a point of honor to make to Mr. Scrimgeour. My brother," he continued, addressing the young man, "has been foolish enough to give you an allowance. He was foolish enough and presumptuous enough to propose a match between you and this young lady. You were exhibited to her 2 nights ago, and I rejoice to tell you that she rejected the idea with disgust. Let me add that I have considerable influence with your father, and it shall not be my fault if you are not beggared of your allowance and sent back to your scrivening ere the week be out." The tones of the old man's voice were, if possible, more wounding than his language. Francis felt himself exposed to the most cruel, blighting, and unbearable contempt. His head turned, and he covered his face with his hands, uttering at the same time a tearless sob of agony. But Miss Vandeleur once again interfered in his behalf. "Mr. Scrimgeour," she said, speaking in clear and even tones, "you must not be concerned at my father's harsh expressions. I felt no disgust for you. On the contrary, I asked an opportunity to make your better acquaintance. As for what has passed tonight, believe me, it has filled my mind with both pity and esteem." Just then Mr. Rolls made a convulsive movement with his arm, which convinced Francis that he was only drugged, and was beginning to throw off the influence of the opiate. Mr. Vandeleur stooped over him and examined his face for an instant. "Come, come," cried he, raising his head. "Let there be an end of this. And since you are so pleased with his conduct, Miss Vandeleur, take a candle and show the bastard out." The young lady hastened to obey. "Thank you," said Francis, as soon as he was alone with her in the garden. "I thank you from my soul. This has been the bitterest evening of my life, but it will have always one pleasant recollection." "I spoke as I felt," she replied, "and in justice to you. It made my heart sorry that you should be so unkindly used." By this time they had reached the garden gate, and Miss Vandeleur, having set the candle on the ground, was already unfastening the bolts. "One word more," said Francis. "This is not for the last time. I shall see you again, shall I not?" "Alas," she answered, "you have heard my father. What can I do but obey?" "Tell me at least that it is not with your consent," returned Francis. "Tell me that you have no wish to see the last of me." "Indeed," replied she, "I have none. You seem to me both brave and honest." "Then," said Francis, "give me a keepsake." She paused for a moment with her hand upon the key, for the various bars and bolts were all undone, and there was nothing left but to open the lock. "If I agree," she said, "will you promise to do as I tell you from point to point?" "Can you ask?" replied Francis. "I would do so willingly on your bare word." She turned the key and threw open the door. "Be it so," said she. "You do not know what you ask, but be it so. Whatever you hear," she continued, "whatever happens, do not return to this house. Hurry fast until you reach the lighted and populous quarters of the city. Even there be upon your guard. You are in a greater danger than you fancy. Promise me you will not so much as look at my keepsake until you are in a place of safety." "I promise," replied Francis. She put something loosely wrapped in a handkerchief into the young man's hand, and at the same time, with more strength than he could have anticipated, she pushed him into the street. "Now run," she cried. He heard the door close behind him and the noise of the bolts being replaced. "My faith," said he, "since I have promised." And he took to his heels down the lane that leads into the Rue Ravignan. He was not 50 paces from the house with the green blinds when the most diabolical outcry suddenly arose out of the stillness of the night. Mechanically he stood still. Another passenger followed his example. In the neighboring floors he saw people crowding to the windows. A conflagration could not have produced more disturbance in this empty quarter. And yet it seemed to be all the work of a single man, roaring between grief and rage, like a lioness robbed of her whelps. And Francis was surprised and alarmed to hear his own name shouted with English imprecations to the wind. His first movement was to return to the house. His second, as he remembered Miss Vandeleur's advice, to continue his flight with greater expedition than before. And he was in the act of turning to put his thought in action, when the dictator, bare-headed, bawling aloud, his white hair blowing about his head, shot past him like a ball out of the cannon's mouth, and went careering down the street. "That was a close shave," thought Francis to himself. "What he wants with me, and why he should be so disturbed, I cannot think, but he is plainly not good company for the moment, and I cannot do better than follow Miss Vandeleur's advice." So saying, he turned to retrace his steps, thinking to double and descend by the Rue Lepic itself, while his pursuer should continue to follow after him on the other line of street. The plan was ill-devised. As a matter of fact, he should have taken his seat in the nearest café, and waited there until the first heat of the pursuit was over. But besides that Francis had no experience and little natural aptitude for the small war of private life, he was so unconscious of any evil on his part, that he saw nothing to fear beyond a disagreeable interview. And to disagreeable interviews he felt he had already served his apprenticeship that evening. Nor could he suppose that Miss Vandeleur had left anything unsaid. Indeed, the young man was sore both in body and mind. The one was all bruised, the other was full of smarting arrows, and he owned to himself that Mr. Vandeleur was master of a very deadly tongue. The thought of his bruises reminded him that he had not only come without a hat, but that his clothes had considerably suffered in his descent through the chestnut. At the first magazine he purchased a cheap wide-awake, and had the disorder of his toilet summarily repaired. The keepsake, still rolled in the handkerchief, he thrust in the meanwhile into his trousers pocket. Not many steps beyond the shop he was conscious of a sudden a hand upon his throat, an infuriated face close to his own, and an open mouth bawling curses in his ear. The dictator, having found no trace of his quarry, was returning by the other way. Francis was a stalwart young fellow, but he was no match for his adversary whether in strength or skill, and after a few ineffectual struggles he resigned himself entirely to his captor. "What do you want with me?" said he. "We will talk of that at home," returned the dictator grimly, and he continued to march the young man uphill in the direction of the house with the green blinds. But Francis, although he no longer struggled, was only waiting an opportunity to make a bold push for freedom. With a sudden jerk he left the collar of his coat in the hands of Mr. Vandeleur, and once more made off at his best speed in the direction of the boulevards. The tables were now turned. If the dictator was the stronger, Francis, in the top of his youth, was the more fleet of foot, and he had soon effected his escape among the crowds. Relieved for a moment, but with a growing sentiment of alarm and wonder in his mind, he walked briskly until he debouched upon the Place de l'Opéra, lit up like day with electric lamps. This, at least, thought he, should satisfy Miss Vandeleur. And turning to his right along the boulevards, he entered the Café Américain and ordered some beer. It was both late and early for the majority of the frequenters of the establishment. Only 2 or 3 persons, all men, were dotted here and there at separate tables in the hall, and Francis was too much occupied by his own thoughts to observe their presence. He drew the handkerchief from his pocket. The object wrapped in it proved to be a morocco case, clasped and ornamented in gilt, which opened by means of a spring, and disclosed to the horrified young man a diamond of monstrous bigness and extraordinary brilliancy. The circumstance was so inexplicable, the value of the stone was plainly so enormous, that Francis sat staring into the open casket without movement, without conscious thought, like a man stricken suddenly with idiocy. A hand was laid upon his shoulder, lightly but firmly, and a quiet voice, which yet had in it the ring of command, uttered these words in his ear: "Close the casket, and compose your face." Looking up, he beheld a man, still young, of an urbane and tranquil presence, and dressed with rich simplicity. This personage had risen from a neighboring table, and, bringing his glass with him, had taken a seat beside Francis. "Close the casket," repeated the stranger, "and put it quietly back into your pocket, where I feel persuaded it should never have been. Try, if you please, to throw off your bewildered air, and act as thought I were one of your acquaintances whom you had met by chance. So, touch glasses with me, that is better. I fear, sir, you must be an amateur." And the stranger pronounced these last words with a smile of peculiar meaning, leaned back in his seat, and enjoyed a deep inhalation of tobacco. "For God's sake," said Francis, "tell me who you are and what this means. Why I should obey your most unusual suggestions I am sure I know not. But the truth is, I have fallen this evening into so many perplexing adventures, and all I meet conduct themselves so strangely, that I think I must either have gone mad or wandered into another planet. Your face inspires me with confidence. You seem wise, good, and experienced. Tell me, for heaven's sake, why you accost me in so odd a fashion." "All in due time," replied the stranger, "but I have the first hand, and you must begin by telling me how the Rajah's diamond is in your possession." "The Rajah's diamond," echoed Francis. "I would not speak so loud if I were you," returned the other. "But most certainly you have the Rajah's diamond in your pocket. I have seen and handled it a score of times in Sir Thomas Vandeleur's collection." "Sir Thomas Vandeleur, the general, my father," cried Francis. "Your father," repeated the stranger. "I was not aware the general had any family." "I am illegitimate, sir," replied Francis with a flush. The other bowed with gravity. It was a respectful bow, as of a man silently apologizing to his equal, and Francis felt relieved and comforted, he scarce knew why. The society of this person did him good. He seemed to touch firm ground. A strong feeling of respect grew up in his bosom, and mechanically he removed his wide-awake as though in the presence of a superior. "I perceive," said the stranger, "that your adventures have not all been peaceful. Your collar is torn, your face is scratched, you have a cut upon your temple. You will, perhaps, pardon my curiosity when I ask you to explain how you came by these injuries, and how you happen to have stolen property to an enormous value in your pocket." "I must differ from you," returned Francis hotly. "I possess no stolen property, and if you refer to the diamond, it was given to me not an hour ago by Miss Vandeleur in the Rue Lepic." "By Miss Vandeleur of the Rue Lepic," repeated the other. "You interest me more than you suppose. Pray continue." "Heavens!" cried Francis. His memory had made a sudden bound. He had seen Mr. Vandeleur take an article from the breast of his drugged visitor, and that article, he was now persuaded, was a morocco case. "You have a light?" inquired the stranger. "Listen," replied Francis. "I know not who you are, but I believe you to be worthy of confidence and helpful. I find myself in strange waters. I must have counsel and support, and since you invite me I shall tell you all." And he briefly recounted his experiences since the day when he was summoned from the bank by his lawyer. "Yours is indeed a remarkable history," said the stranger, after the young man had made an end of his narrative, "and your position is full of difficulty and peril. Many would counsel you to seek out your father and give the diamond to him, but I have other views. Waiter," he cried. The waiter drew near. "Will you ask the manager to speak with me a moment?" said he, and Francis observed once more, both in his tone and manner, the evidence of a habit of command. The waiter withdrew, and returned in a moment with the manager, who bowed with obsequious respect. "What," said he, "can I do to serve you?" "Have the goodness," replied the stranger, indicating Francis, "to tell this gentleman my name." "You have the honor, sir," said the functionary, addressing young Scrimgeour, "to occupy the same table with His Highness Prince Florizel of Bohemia." Francis rose with precipitation, and made a grateful reverence to the prince, who bade him resume his seat. "I thank you," said Florizel, once more addressing the functionary. "I am sorry to have deranged you for so small a matter." And he dismissed him with a movement of his hand. "And now," added the prince, turning to Francis, "give me the diamond." Without a word the casket was handed over. "You have done right," said Florizel. "Your sentiments have properly inspired you, and you will live to be grateful for the misfortunes of tonight. A man, Mr. Scrimgeour, may fall into 1,000 perplexities, but if his heart be upright and his intelligence unclouded, he will issue from them all without dishonor. Let your mind be at rest. Your affairs are in my hand, and with the aid of heaven I am strong enough to bring them to a good end. Follow me, if you please, to my carriage." So saying, the prince arose, and, having left a piece of gold for the waiter, conducted the young man from the café and along the boulevard to where an unpretentious brougham and a couple of servants out of livery awaited his arrival. "This carriage," said he, "is at your disposal. Collect your baggage as rapidly as you can make it convenient, and my servants will conduct you to a villa in the neighborhood of Paris, where you can wait in some degree of comfort until I have had time to arrange your situation. You will find there a pleasant garden, a library of good authors, a cook, a cellar, and some good cigars, which I recommend to your attention. Jerome," he added, turning to one of the servants, "you have heard what I say. I leave Mr. Scrimgeour in your charge. You will, I know, be careful of my friend." Francis uttered some broken phrases of gratitude. "It will be time enough to thank me," said the prince, "when you are acknowledged by your father and married to Miss Vandeleur." And with that the prince turned away and strolled leisurely in the direction of Montmartre. He hailed the first passing cab, gave an address, and a quarter of an hour afterward, having discharged the driver some distance lower, he was knocking at Mr. Vandeleur's garden gate. It was opened with singular precautions by the dictator in person. "Who are you?" he demanded. "You must pardon me this late visit, Mr. Vandeleur," replied the prince. "Your Highness is always welcome," returned Mr. Vandeleur, stepping back. The prince profited by the open space, and without waiting for his host, walked right into the house and opened the door of the salon. Two people were seated there, One was Miss Vandeleur, who bore the marks of weeping about her eyes, and was still shaken from time to time by a sob. In the other the prince recognized the young man who had consulted him on literary matters about a month before, in a club. "Good evening, Miss Vandeleur," said Florizel. "You look fatigued. Mr. Rolls, I believe. I hope you have profited by the study of Gaboriau, Mr. Rolls." But the young clergyman's temper was too much embittered for speech, and he contented himself with bowing stiffly, and continued to gnaw his lip. "To what good wind," said Mr. Vandeleur, following his guest, "am I to attribute the honor of your Highness's presence?" "I am come on business," returned the prince, "on business with you. As soon as that is settled, I shall request Mr. Rolls to accompany me for a walk. Mr. Rolls," he added with severity, "let me remind you that I have not yet sat down." The clergyman sprang to his feet with an apology, whereupon the prince took an armchair beside the table, handed his hat to Mr. Vandeleur, his cane to Mr. Rolls, and, leaving them standing and thus menially employed upon his service, spoke as follows: "I have come here, as I said, upon business. But, had I come looking for pleasure, I could not have been more displeased with my reception nor more dissatisfied with my company. You, sir," addressing Mr. Rolls, "you have treated your superior in station with discourtesy. You, Vandeleur, receive me with a smile, but you know right well that your hands are not yet cleansed from misconduct. I do not desire to be interrupted, sir," he added imperiously. "I am here to speak, and not to listen, and I have to ask you to hear me with respect, and to obey punctiliously. At the earliest possible date your daughter shall be married at the embassy to my friend, Francis Scrimgeour, your brother's acknowledged son. You will oblige me by offering not less than 10,000 pounds dowry. For yourself, I will indicate to you in writing a mission of some importance in Siam which I destine to your care. And now, sir, you will answer me in 2 words whether or not you agree to these conditions." "Your Highness will pardon me," said Mr. Vandeleur, "and permit me, with all respect, to submit to him 2 queries." "The permission is granted," replied the prince. "Your Highness," resumed the dictator, "has called Mr. Scrimgeour, his friend. Believe me, had I known he was thus honored, I should have treated him with proportional respect." "You interrogate adroitly," said the prince, "but it will not serve your turn. You have my commands. If I had never seen that gentleman before tonight, it would not render them less absolute." "Your Highness interprets my meaning with his usual subtlety," returned Vandeleur. "Once more, I have, unfortunately, put the police upon the track of Mr. Scrimgeour on a charge of theft. Am I to withdraw or to uphold the accusation?" "You will please yourself," replied Florizel. "The question is one between your conscience and the laws of this land. Give me my hat, and you, Mr. Rolls, give me my cane and follow me. Miss Vandeleur, I wish you good evening. I judge," he added to Vandeleur, "that your silence means unqualified assent." "If I can do no better," replied the old man, "I shall submit, but I warn you openly it shall not be without a struggle." "You are old," said the prince, "but years are disgraceful to the wicked. Your age is more unwise than the youth of others. Do not provoke me, or you may find me harder than you dream. This is the first time that I have fallen across your path in anger. Take care that it be the last." With these words, motioning the clergyman to follow, Florizel left the apartment and directed his steps toward the garden gate. And the dictator, following with a candle, gave them light, and once more undid the elaborate fastenings with which he sought to protect himself from intrusion. "Your daughter is no longer present," said the prince, turning on the threshold. "Let me tell you that I understand your threats, and you have only to lift your hand to bring upon yourself sudden and irremediable ruin." The dictator made no reply, but as the prince turned his back upon him in the lamplight, he made a gesture full of menace and insane fury, and the next moment, slipping round a corner, he was running at full speed for the nearest cab-stand. End of story of The House with the Green Blinds by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Creeping Siamese by Dashiell Hammett. First published Black Mask, March 1926. This story features the Continental Op. Standing beside the cashier's desk in the front office of the Continental Detective Agency's San Francisco branch, I was watching Porter check up my expense account when the man came in. He was a tall man, raw-boned, hard-faced. Gray clothes bagged loosely from his wide shoulders. In the late afternoon sunlight that came through partially drawn blinds, his skin showed the color of new tan shoes. He opened the door briskly and then hesitated, standing in the doorway, holding the door open, turning the knob back and forth with one bony hand. There was no indecision in his face. It was ugly and grim, and its expression was the expression of a man who is remembering something disagreeable. Tommy Howd, our freckled and snub-nosed office boy, got up from his desk and went to the rail that divided the office. "Do you?" Tommy began and jumped back. The man had let go the doorknob. He crossed his long arms over his chest, each hand gripping a shoulder. His mouth stretched wide in a yawn that had nothing to do with relaxation. His mouth clicked shut. His lips snarled back from clenched yellow teeth. "Hell," he grunted, full of disgust, and pitched down on the floor. I heaved myself over the rail, stepped across his body, and went out into the corridor. 4 doors away, Agnes Braden, a plump woman of 30-something who runs a public stenographic establishment, was going into her office. "Miss Braden," I called, and she turned, waiting for me to come up. "Did you see the man who just came in our office?" "Yes." Curiosity put lights in her green eyes. "A tall man who came up in the elevator with me. Why?" "Was he alone?" "Yes. That is, he and I were the only ones who got off at this floor. Why?" "Did you see anybody close to him?" "No, though I didn't notice him in the elevator." "Why?" "Did he act funny?" "Not that I noticed. Why?" "Thanks. I'll drop in and tell you about it later." I made a circuit of the corridors on our floor, finding nothing. The raw-boned man was still on the floor when I returned to the office, but he had been turned over on his back. He was as dead as I had thought. The old man who had been examining him straightened up as I came in. Porter was at the telephone, trying to get the police. Tommy Howd's eyes were blue $50 in a white face. "Nothing in the corridors," I told the old man. "He came up in the elevator with Agnes Braden. She says he was alone, and she saw nobody close to him." "Quite so." The old man's voice and smile were as pleasantly polite as if the corpse at his feet had been a part of the pattern in the carpet. 50 years of sleuthing have left him with no more emotion than a pawnbroker. He seems to have been stabbed in the left breast, a rather large wound that was staunched with this piece of silk. One of his feet poked at a rumpled ball of red cloth on the floor, which seems to be a sarong. Today is never Tuesday to the old man. It seems to be Tuesday. "On his person," he went on, "I have found some $900 in bills of various denominations, and some silver, a gold watch, and a pocket knife of English manufacture, a Japanese silver coin, 50 sen, tobacco, pipe, and matches, a Southern Pacific timetable, 2 handkerchiefs without laundry marks, a pencil and several sheets of blank paper, 4 2-cent stamps, and a key labeled Hotel Montgomery, room 540. His clothes seem to be new. No doubt we shall learn something from them when we make a more thorough examination, which I do not care to make until the police come. Meanwhile, you had better go to the Montgomery and see what you can learn there." In the Hotel Montgomery's lobby, the first man I ran into was the one I wanted. Peterson, the house copper, a blonde-mustached ex-bartender who doesn't know any more about gumshoeing than I do about saxophones, but who does know people and how to handle them, which is what his job calls for. "Hello," he greeted me. "What's the score?" 6-1, Seattle, end of the 4th. "Who's in 540, Pete?" "They're not playing in Seattle, you chump." "Portland. A man that hasn't got enough civic spirit to know where his team." "Stop it, Pete. I've got no time to be fooling with your childish pastimes. A man just dropped dead in our joint with one of your room keys in his pocket, 540. Civic spirit went bluey in Pedersen's face. 540? He stared at the ceiling. "That would be that fellow Rounds. Dropped dead, you say?" "Dead. Tumbled down in the middle of the floor with a knife cut in him." "Who is this Rounds?" I couldn't tell you much offhand. A big bony man with leathery skin. I wouldn't have noticed him excepting he was such a sour-looking body. That's the bird. Let's look him up. At the desk we learned that the man had arrived the day before, registering as H.R. Rounds, New York, and telling the clerk he expects to leave within 3 days. There was no record of mail or telephone calls for him. Nobody knew when he had gone out since he had not left his key at the desk. Neither elevator boys nor bellhops could tell us anything. His room didn't add much to our knowledge. His baggage consisted of one pigskin bag, battered and scarred, and covered with the marks of labels that had been scraped off. It was locked, but traveling bags' locks don't amount to much. This one held us up about 5 minutes. Rounds' clothes, some in the bag, some in the closet, were neither many nor expensive, but they were all new. The washable stuff was without laundry marks. Everything was of popular makes, widely advertised brands that could be bought in any city in the country. There wasn't a piece of paper with anything written on it. There wasn't an identifying tag. There wasn't anything in the room to tell where Rounds had come from or why. Peterson was peevish about it. I guess if he hadn't got killed, he'd have beat us out of a week's bill. These guys that don't carry anything to identify him, and that don't leave their keys at the desk when they go out, ain't to be trusted too much. We had just finished our search when a bellhop brought Detective Sergeant Ogar of the Police Department Homicide Detail into the room. "Been down to the agency?" I asked him. "Yeah, just came from there." "What's new?" Ogar pushed back his wide-brimmed black village constable's hat and scratched his bullet head. "Not a heap. The doc says he was opened with a blade at least 6 inches long by a couple wide, and that he couldn't have lived 2 hours after he got the blade, most likely not more'n one. We didn't find any news on him." "What do you got here?" "His name is Rounds. He registered here yesterday from New York. His stuff is new, and there's nothing on any of it to tell us anything except that he didn't want to leave a trail. No letters, no memoranda, nothing. No blood, no signs of a row in the room." Ogar turned to Peterson. "Any brown men been around the hotel, Hindus or the like?" "Not that I saw," the house copper said. "I'll find out for you." "Then the red silk was a sarong?" I asked. "And an expensive one," the detective sergeant said. "I saw a lot of 'em the 4 years I was soldiering on the islands, but I never saw as good a one as that." "Who wears them?" "Men and women in the Philippines, Borneo, Java, Sumatra, Malay Peninsula, parts of India. Is it your idea that whoever did the carving advertised himself by running around in the streets in a red petticoat?" "Don't try to be funny," he growled at me. "They're often enough twisted or folded up into sashes or girdles." "And how do I know he was knifed in the street? For that matter, how do I know he wasn't cut down in your joint? We always bury our victims without saying anything about 'em. Let's go down and give Pete a hand in the search for your brown men." That angle was empty. Any brown men who had snooped around the hotel had been too good at it to be caught. I telephoned the old man, telling him what I had learned, which didn't cost me much breath, and Ogar and I spent the rest of the evening sharpshooting around without ever getting on the target once. We questioned taxicab drivers, questioned the 3 Roundses listed in the telephone book, and our ignorance was as complete when we were through as when we started. The morning papers, on the streets at a little after 8 o'clock that evening, had the story as we knew it. At 11 o'clock, Ogar and I called it a night, separating in the direction of our respective beds. We didn't stay apart long. Chapter 2. I opened my eyes sitting on the side of my bed in the dim light of a moon that was just coming up, with the ringing telephone in my hand. Ogar's voice, 1856 Broadway, on the hump. 1856 Broadway, I repeated, and he hung up. I finished waking up while I phoned for a taxicab and then wrestled my clothes on. My watch told me it was 12:55 a.m. as I went downstairs. I hadn't been 15 minutes in bed. 1856 Broadway was a 3-story house set behind a pocket-sized lawn in a row of like houses behind like lawns. The others were dark. 1856 shed light from every window and from the open front door. A policeman stood in the vestibule. "Hello, "Mac, Ogar here?" just went in. I walked into a brown and buff reception hall and saw the detective sergeant going up the wide stairs. "What's up?" I asked as I joined him. "Don't know." On the second floor, we turned to the left, going into a library or sitting room that stretched across the front of the house. A man in pajamas and bathrobe sat on a davenport there, with one bared leg stretched out on a chair in front of him. I recognized him when he nodded to me. Austin Richter, owner of a Market Street moving picture theater. He was a round-faced man of 45 or so, partly bald, for whom the agency had done some work a year or so before in connection with a ticket seller who had departed without turning in the day's receipts. In front of Richter, a thin, white-haired man with "Doctor" written all over him stood looking at Richter's leg, which was wrapped in a bandage just below the knee. Beside the doctor, a tall woman in a fur-trimmed dressing gown stood, a roll of gauze and a pair of scissors in her hands. A husky police corporal was writing in a notebook at a long, narrow table, a thick hickory walking stick laying on the bright blue table cover at his elbow. All of them looked around at us as we came into the room. The corporal got up and came over to us. "I knew you were handling the rounds job, Sergeant, so I thought I'd best get word to you as soon as I heard they was brown men mixed up in this." "Good work, Flynn," Ogar said. "What happened here?" "Burglary, or maybe only attempted burglary. They was 4 of them, crashed the kitchen door." Richter was sitting up very straight, and his blue eyes were suddenly excited, as were the brown eyes of the woman. "I beg your pardon," he said. "But you mentioned brown men in connection with another affair. Is there another?" Ogar looked at me. "You haven't seen the morning papers?" I asked the theater owner. "No." "Well, a man came into the Continental office late this afternoon with a stab in his chest and died there. Pressed against the wound as if to stop the bleeding was a sarong, which is where we got the brown men idea. His name? Rounds, H.R. Rounds." The name brought no recognition into Richter's eyes. "A tall man, thin, with dark skin?" he asked. "In a gray suit?" "All of that?" Richter twisted around to look at the woman. "Malloy!" he exclaimed. "Malloy!" she exclaimed. "So you know him?" Their faces came back toward me. "Yes, he was here this afternoon. He left." Richter stopped to turn to the woman again, questioningly. "Yes, Austin," she said, putting gauze and scissors on the table and sitting down beside him on the davenport. "Tell them." He patted her hand and looked up at me again with the expression of a man who has seen a nice spot on which to lay down a heavy load. "Sit down. It isn't a long story, but sit down." We found ourselves chairs. "Malloy, Sam Malloy, that is his name, or the name I have always known him by. He came here this afternoon. He'd either called up the theater or gone there, and they had told him I was home. I hadn't seen him for 3 years. We could see, both my wife and I, that there was something the matter with him when he came in. When I asked him, he said he'd been stabbed by a Siamese on his way here. He didn't seem to think the wound amounted to much, or pretended he didn't. He wouldn't let us fix it for him, or look at it. He said he'd go to a doctor after he left, after he'd got rid of the thing. That was what he had come to me for. He wanted me to hide it, to take care of it until he came for it again. He didn't talk much. He was in a hurry and suffering. I didn't ask him any questions. I couldn't refuse him anything. I couldn't question him even though he as good as told us that it was illegal as well as dangerous. He saved our lives once, more than my wife's life, down in Mexico, where we first knew him. That was in 1916. We were caught down there during the Villa troubles. Malloy was running guns over the border, and he had enough influence with the bandits to have us released when it looked as if we were done for. So this time, when he wanted me to do something for him, I couldn't ask him about it. I said yes, and he gave me the package. It wasn't a large package, about the size of, well, a loaf of bread perhaps, but quite heavy for its size. Was wrapped in brown paper. We unwrapped it after he had gone, that is, we took the paper off, but the inner wrapping was of canvas tied with silk cord and sealed, so we didn't open that. We put it upstairs in the pack room, under a pile of old magazines. Then, at about 11:45 tonight, I had only been in bed a few minutes, and hadn't gone to sleep yet. I heard a noise in here. He don't own a gun, and there's nothing you could properly call a weapon in the house, but that walking stick, indicating the hickory stick on the table, was in a closet in our bedroom. So I got that and came in here to see what the noise was. Right outside the bedroom door, I ran into a man. I could see him better than he could see me, because this door was open and he showed against the window. He was between me and it, and the moonlight showed him fairly clear. I hit him with the stick but didn't knock him down. He turned and ran in here. Foolishly, not thinking that he might not be alone, I ran after him. Another man shot me in the leg just as I came through the door. I fell, of course. While I was getting up, 2 of them came in with my wife between them. There were 4 of them. They were medium-sized men, brown-skinned, but not so dark. I took it for granted that they were Siamese because Malloy had spoken of Siamese. They turned on the lights here, and one of them, who seemed to be the leader, asked me, "Where is it?" His accent was pretty bad, but you could understand his words good enough. Of course I knew they were after what Malloy had left. Booty pretended I didn't. They told me, or rather the leader did, that he knew it had been left here, but they called Malloy by another name, Dawson. I said I didn't know any Dawson, and nothing had been left here, and I tried to get them to tell me what they expected to find. They wouldn't, though. They just called it it. They talked among themselves, but of course I couldn't make out a word of what they were saying, and then 3 of them went out, leaving one here to guard us. He had a Luger pistol. We could hear the others moving around the house. The search must have lasted an hour. Then the one I took for the leader came in and said something to our guard. Both of them looked quite elated. "It is not wise if you will leave this room for many minutes," the leader said to me, and they left us, both of them, closing the door behind them. I knew they were going, but I couldn't walk on this leg. From what the doctor says, I'll be lucky if I walk on it inside of a couple of months. I didn't want my wife to go out and perhaps run into one of them before they'd got away, but she insisted on going. She found they'd gone, and she phoned the police, and then ran up to the pack room and found Malloy's package was gone. "And this Malloy didn't give you any hint at all as to what was in the package?" Ogar asked when Richter had finished. "Not a word, except that it was something the Siamese were after." "Did he know the Siamese who stabbed him?" I asked. "I think so," Richter said slowly, "though I am not sure he said he did." "Do you remember his words?" "Not exactly, I'm afraid. I think I remember them." Mrs. Richter said. My husband, Mr. Richter, asked him, "What's the matter, Malloy? Are you hurt or sick?" Malloy gave a little laugh, putting a hand on his chest, and said, "Nothing much. I run into a Siamese who was looking for me on my way here, and got careless and let him scratch me. But I kept my little bundle." And he laughed again and patted the package. "Did he say anything else about the Siamese?" "Not directly," she replied, "though he did tell us to watch out for any Asiatics we saw around the neighborhood. He said he wouldn't leave the package if he thought it would make trouble for us, but that there was always a chance that something would go wrong, and we'd better be careful, and he told my husband, nodding at Richter, that the Siamese had been dogging him for months, but now that he had a safe place for the package, he was going to take them for a walk and forget to bring them back. That was the way he put it. How much do you know about Malloy?" "Not a great deal, I'm afraid," Richter took up the answering again. "He liked to talk about the places he had been and the things he had seen, but you couldn't get a word out of him about his own affairs. We met him first in Mexico, as I have told you, in 1916. After he saved us down there and got us away, we didn't see him again for nearly 4 years. He rang the bell one night and came in for an hour or two. He was on his way to China, he said, and had a lot of business to attend to before he left the next day. Some months later, I had a letter from him, from the Queen's Hotel in Kandy, asking me to send him a list of the importers and exporters in San Francisco. He wrote me a letter thanking me for the list, and I didn't hear from him again until he came to San Francisco for a week, about a year later. That was in 1921, I think. He was here for another week about a year after that, telling us that he had been in Brazil, but as usual not saying what he had been doing there. Some months later I had a letter from him, from Chicago, saying he would be here the following week. However, he didn't come. Instead, sometime later, he wrote from Vladivostok, saying he hadn't been able to make it. Today was the first we'd heard of him since then. Where's his home, his people? He always says he has neither. I've an idea he was born in England, though I don't know that he ever said so or what made me think so. Got any more questions? I asked Ogar. No. Let's give the place the eye and see if the Siamese left any leads behind 'em. The eye we gave the house was thorough. We didn't split the territory between us, but went over everything together. Everything from roof to cellar, every nook, drawer, corner. The cellar did most for us. It was there, in the cold furnace, that we found the handful of black buttons and the fire-darkened garter clasps. But the upper floors hadn't been altogether worthless. In one room we had found the crumpled sales slip of an Oakland store, marked one table cover, and in another room we had found no garters. Of course it's none of my business, I told Richter when Ogar and I joined the others again, but I think maybe if you plead self-defense you might get away with it. He tried to jump up from the Davenport, but his shot leg failed him. The woman got up slowly. And maybe that would leave an out for you, Ogar told her. Why don't you try to persuade him? Or maybe it would be better if you plead the self-defense, I suggested to her. You could say that Richter ran to your help when your husband grabbed you, that your husband shot him and was turning his gun on you when you stabbed him. That would sound smooth enough. My husband? Uh-huh, Mrs. Rounds Malloy Dawson, your late husband anyway. Richter got his mouth far enough closed to get words out of it. What is the meaning of this damned nonsense, he demanded. Them's harsh words to come from a fellow like you, Ogar growled at him. If this is nonsense, what do you make of that yarn you told us about creeping Siamese and mysterious bundles and God knows what all? Don't be too hard on him, I told Ogar. Being around movies all the time has poisoned his idea of what sounds plausible. If it hadn't, he'd have known better than to see a Siamese in the moonlight at 11:45, when the moon was just coming up at somewhere around 12:45 when you phoned me. Richter stood up on his one good leg. The husky police corporal stepped close to him. Hadn't I better frisk him, Sergeant? Ogar shook his bullet head. Waste of time. He's got nothing on him. They cleaned the place of weapons. The chances are the lady dropped them in the bay when she rode over to Oakland to get a table cover to take the place of the sarong her husband carried away with him. That shook the pair of them. Richter pretended he hadn't gulped, and the woman had a fight of it before she could make her eyes stay still on mine. Ogar struck while the iron was hot by bringing the buttons and garters clasps we had salvaged out of his pocket, and letting them trickle from one hand to another. That used up the last bit of the facts we had. I threw a lie at them. Never me to knock the press, but you don't want to put too much confidence in what the papers say. For instance, a fellow might say a few pregnant words before he died, and the papers might say he didn't. A thing like that would confuse things. The woman reared up her head and looked at Ogar. May I speak to Austin alone? She asked. I don't mean out of your sight. The detective sergeant scratched his head and looked at me. This letting your victims go into conferences is always a ticklish business. They may decide to come clean, and then again, they may frame up a new out. On the other hand, if you don't let them, the chances are they get stubborn on you, and you can't get anything out of them. One way was as risky as another. I grinned at Ogar and refused to make a suggestion. He could decide for himself, and if he was wrong, I'd have him to dump the blame on. He scowled at me and then nodded to the woman. You can over into that corner and whisper together for a couple of minutes, he said, but no foolishness. She gave Richter the hickory stick, took his other arm, helped him hobble to a far corner, pulled a chair over there for him. He sat with his back to us. She stood behind him, leaning over his shoulder, so that both their faces were hidden from us. Ogar came closer to me. What do you think? He muttered. I think they'll come through. That shot of yours about being Malloy's wife hit center. I missed that one. How'd you make it? When she was telling us what Malloy had said about the Siamese, she took pains both times she said my husband to show that she meant Richter. So? Well. The whispering in the far corner had been getting louder, so that the S's had become sharp hisses. Now a clear, emphatic sentence came from Ritter's mouth. I'll be damned if I will. Both of them looked furtively over their shoulders, and they lowered their voices again, but not for long. The woman was apparently trying to persuade him to do something. He kept shaking his head. He put a hand on her arm. She pushed it away and kept on whispering. He said aloud deliberately, "Go ahead if you want to be a fool. It's your neck. I didn't put the knife in him." She jumped away from him, her eyes black blazes in a white face. Ogar and I moved softly toward them. "You rat!" She spat at Richter and spun to face us. "I killed him," she cried. "This thing in the chair tried to," and Richter swung the hickory stick. I jumped for it, missed, crashed into the back of his chair. Hickory stick, Richter, chair, and I sprawled together on the floor. The corporal helped me up. He and I picked Richter up and put him on the Davenport again. The woman's story poured out of her angry mouth. His name wasn't Malloy. It was Sam Lange. I married him in Providence in 1913 and went to China with him, to Canton, where he had a position with a steamship line. We didn't stay there long because he got into some trouble through being mixed up in the revolution that year. After that we drifted around, mostly around Asia. We met this thing, she pointed at the now sullenly quiet Richter, in Singapore in 1919, I think, right after the World War was over. His name is Hawley, and Scotland Yard can tell you something about him. He had a proposition. He knew of a gem bed in Upper Burma, one of many that were hidden from the British when they took the country. He knew the natives who were working it, knew where they were hiding their gems. My husband went in with him, with 2 other men that were killed. They looted the natives' cash and got away with a whole sackful of sapphires, topazes, and even a few rubies. The 2 other men were killed by the natives, and my husband was badly wounded. We didn't think he could live. We were hiding in a hut near the Yunnan border. Hawley persuaded me to take the gems and run away with them. It looked as if Sam was done for, and if we stayed there long, we'd be caught. I can't say that I was crazy about Sam anyway. He wasn't the kind you would be after living with him for a while. So Hawley and I took it and lit out. We had to use a lot of the stones to buy our way through Yunnan and Guangxi and Guangdong, but we made it. We got to San Francisco with enough to buy this house and the movie theater, and we've been here since. We've been honest since we came here, but I don't suppose that means anything. We had enough money to keep us comfortable. Today, Sam showed up. We hadn't heard of him since we left him on his back in Burma. He said he'd been caught and jailed for 3 years. Then he'd got away and had spent the other 3 hunting for us. He was that kind. He didn't want me back, but he did want money. He wanted everything we had. Hawley lost his nerve. Instead of bargaining with Sam, he lost his head and tried to shoot him. Sam took his gun away from him and shot him in the leg. In the scuffle, Sam had dropped a knife, a kris, I think. I picked it up, but he grabbed me just as I got it. I don't know how it happened. All I saw was Sam staggering back, holding his chest with both hands, and the kris shining red in my hand. Sam had dropped his gun. Hawley got it and was all for shooting Sam, but I wouldn't let him. It happened in this room. I don't remember whether I gave Sam the sarong we used for a cover on the table or not. Anyway, he tried to stop the blood with it. He went away then, while I kept Hawley from shooting him. I knew Sam wouldn't go to the police, but I didn't know what he'd do, and I knew he was hurt bad. If he dropped dead somewhere, the chances are he'd be traced here. I watched from a window as he went down the street, and nobody seemed to pay any attention to him, but he looked so conspicuously wounded to me that I thought everybody would be sure to remember him if it got into the papers, that he had been found dead somewhere. Hawley was even more scared than I. We couldn't run away because he had a shot leg. So we made up that Siamese story, and I went over to Oakland and bought the table cover to take the place of the sarong. We had some guns and even a few oriental knives and swords here. I wrapped them up in paper, breaking the swords, and dropped them off the ferry when I went to Oakland. When the morning papers came out, we read what had happened, and then we went ahead with what we had planned. We burned the suit Hawley had worn when he was shot, and his garters because the pants had a bullet hole in them, and the bullet had cut one garter. We fixed a hole in his pajama leg, unbandaged his leg. I had fixed it as well as I could, and washed away the clotted blood until it began to bleed again. Then I gave the alarm. She raised both hands in a gesture of finality and made a clucking sound with her tongue. "And there you are," she said. "You got anything to say?" I asked Holly, who was staring at his bandaged leg. "To my lawyer," he said without looking up. Ogar spoke to the corporal. "The wagon, Flynn." 10 minutes later we were in the street, helping Holly and the woman into a police car. Around the corner on the other side of the street came 3 brown-skinned men, apparently Malay sailors. The one in the middle seemed to be drunk, and the other 2 were supporting him. One of them had a package that could have held a bottle under his arm. Ogar looked from them to me and laughed. "We wouldn't be doing a thing to those babies right now if we had fallen for that yarn, would we?" he whispered. "Shut up, you big heap," I growled back, nodding at Holly, who was in the car by now. "If that bird sees them, he'll identify him as his Siamese, and God knows what a jury would make of it." We made the puzzled driver twist the car 6 blocks out of his way to be sure we'd miss the brown men. It was worth it because nothing interfered with the 20 years apiece that Holly and Mrs. Lange drew. End of The Bronze Door by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. The little man was from the Calabar coast, or from Papua or Tongatabu, some such remote place like that. An empire builder frayed at the temples, thin and yellow, and slightly drunk at the club bar. And he was wearing a faded school tie he had probably kept year after year in a tin box, so the centipedes wouldn't eat it. Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't know him, at least not then, but he knew the tie because it was his own school tie. So he spoke to the man timidly, and the man talked to him, being a little drunk and not knowing anybody. They had drinks and talked of the old school in that peculiar remote way the English have, without even exchanging names, but quite friendly underneath. It was a big thrill for Mr. Sutton Cornish because nobody ever talked to him at the club except the servants. He was too defeated, too ingrowing. And you don't have to talk to people in London clubs. That's what they're for. Mr. Sutton Cornish got home to tea a little thick-tongued for the first time in 15 years. He sat there blankly in the upstairs drawing room, holding his cup of tepid tea and going over the man's face in his mind, making it younger and chubbier, a face that would go over an Eton collar or under a school cricket cap. Suddenly he got it and chuckled. That was something he hadn't done in a good few years either. "Llewellyn, my dear," he said, "Llewellyn minor, had an elder brother, killed in the war, in the horse artillery." Mrs. Sutton Cornish stared at him bleakly across the heavily embroidered tea cozy. Her chestnut-colored eyes were dull with disdain, dried-out chestnuts, not fresh ones. The rest of her large face looked gray. The late October afternoon was gray, and the heavy, full-bottomed, monogrammed curtains across the windows. Even the ancestors on the walls were gray, all except the bad one, the general. The chuckle died in Mr. Sutton Cornish's throat. The long gray stare took care of that. Then he shivered a little, and as he wasn't very steady, his hand jerked. He emptied his tea on the rug, almost delicately, cup and all. "Oh, rot," he said thickly. "Sorry, me dear. Missed me trousers, though. Awfully sorry, me dear." For a full minute Mrs. Sutton Cornish made only the sound of a large woman breathing. Then suddenly things began to tinkle on her, to tinkle and rustle and squeak. She was full of quaint noises like a haunted house, but Mr. Sutton Cornish shuddered because he knew she was trembling with rage. "Ah-h-h," she breathed out very, very slowly after a long time in her firing squad manner. "Ah-h-h. Intoxicated, James?" Something stirred suddenly at her feet. Teddy, the Pomeranian, stopped snoring and lifted his head and smelled blood. He let out a short snapping bark, merely a ranging shot, and waddled to his feet. His protuberant brown eyes stared malignantly at Mr. Sutton Cornish. "I'd better ring the bell, my dear," Mr. Sutton Cornish said humbly, and stood up. "Hadn't I?" She didn't answer him. She spoke to Teddy instead, softly, a sort of doughy softness, with something sadistic in it. "Teddy," she said softly, "look at that man. Look at that man, Teddy." Mr. Sutton Cornish said thickly, "Now don't let him snap at me, my dear. Don't let him snap at me, please, my dear." No answer. Teddy braced himself and leered. Mr. Sutton Cornish tore his eyes away and looked up at the bad ancestor, the general. The general wore a scarlet coat with a diagonal blue sash across it, rather like a bar sinister. He had the whiny complexion generals used to have in his day. He had a lot of very fruity-looking decorations and a bold stare, the stare of an unrepentant sinner. The general was no violet. He had broken up more homes than he had fought duels, and he had fought more duels than he had won battles, and he had won plenty of battles. Looking up at the bold-veined face, Mr. Sutton Cornish braced himself, leaned down and took a small triangular sandwich from the tea table. "Here, Teddy," he gulped. "Catch, boy, catch." He threw the sandwich. It fell in front of Teddy's little brown paws. Teddy snuffled it languidly and yawned. He had his meals served to him on china, not thrown at him. He sidled innocently over to the edge of the rug and suddenly pounced on it, snarling. "At table, James," Mrs. Sutton Cornish said slowly and dreadfully. Mr. Sutton Cornish stood on his teacup. It broke into thin, light slivers of fine china. He shuddered again. But now was the time. He started quickly toward the bell. Teddy let him get almost there, still pretending to worry the fringe of the rug. Then he spit out a piece of fringe and charged low and soundlessly, his small feet like feathers in the nap of the rug. Mr. Sutton Cornish was just reaching for the bell. Small bright teeth tore rapidly and expertly at a pearl-gray spat. Mr. Sutton Cornish yelped, pivoted swiftly, and kicked. His neat shoe flashed in the gray light. A silky brown object sailed through the air and landed gobbling. Then there was a quite indescribable stillness in the room, like the silence in the innermost room of a cold storage warehouse at midnight. Teddy whimpered once, artfully, crept along the floor with his body close to it, crept under Mrs. Sutton Cornish's chair. Her purplish-brown skirts moved, and Teddy's face emerged slowly, framed in silk, the face of a nasty old woman with a shawl over her head. "Caught me off balance," Mr. Sutton Cornish mumbled, leaning against the mantelpiece. "Didn't mean, never intended." Mrs. Sutton Cornish rose. She rose with the air of gathering a retinue about her. Her voice was the cold bleat of a foghorn on an icy river. "Chinverley," she said. "I shall leave at once for Chinverley. At once. This hour. Drunk, filthily drunk in the middle of the afternoon, kicking little inoffensive animals. Vile, utterly vile. Open the door." Mr. Sutton Cornish staggered across the room and opened the door. She went out. Teddy trotted beside her, on the side away from Mr. Sutton Cornish, and for once he didn't try to trip her in the doorway. Outside she turned slowly as a liner turns. "James," she said, "have you anything to say to me?" He giggled from pure nervous strain. She looked at him horribly, turned again, said over her shoulder, "This is the end, James, the end of our marriage." Mr. Sutton Cornish said appallingly, "Goodness, my dear, are we married?" She started to turn again, but didn't. A sound like somebody being strangled in a dungeon came from her. Then she went on. The door of the room hung open like a paralyzed mouth. Mr. Sutton Cornish stood just inside it, listening. He didn't move until he heard steps on the floor above, heavy steps, hers. He sighed and looked down at his torn spat. Then he crept downstairs, into his long, narrow study beside the entrance hall, and got at the whiskey. He hardly noticed the sounds of departure. Luggage being descended, voices, the throbbing of the big car out in front, voices, the last bark from Teddy's iron old throat. The house grew utterly silent. The furniture waited with its tongue in its cheek. Outside the lamps were lit in a light fog. Taxis hooted along the wet street. The fire died low in the grate. Mr. Sutton Cornish stood in front of it, swaying a little, looking at his long gray face in the wall mirror. "Take a little stroll," he whispered wryly. "You and me. Never was anyone else, was there?" He sneaked out into the hall without Collins, the butler, hearing him. He got his scarf and overcoat and hat on, grasped his stick and gloves, let himself out silently into the dusk. He stood a little while at the bottom of the steps and looked up at the house. No. 14 Grinling Crescent. His father's house, his grandfather's house, his great-grandfather's house. All he had left. The rest was hers. Even the clothes he wore, the money in his bank account. but the house was still his, at least in name. 4 white steps, as spotless as the souls of virgins, leading up to an apple-green, deep-paneled door, painted as things used to be painted long ago in the age of leisure. It had a brass knocker and a thumb latch above the handle and one of those bells you twisted, instead of pushing or pulling them, and it rang just on the other side of the door rather ridiculously. If you were not used to it. He turned and looked across the street at the little railed-in park always kept locked, where on sunny days the small, prim children of Grinling Crescent walked along the smooth paths, around the little ornamental lake, beside rhododendron bushes, holding the hands of their nursemaids. He looked at all this a little wanly, then he squared his thin shoulders and marched off into the dusk, thinking of Nairobi and Papua and Tongatabu. Thinking of the man in the faded school tie who would go back there presently, wherever it was he came from, and lie awake in the jungle, thinking of London. Chapter 2. "Keb, sir?" Mr. Sutton Cornish stood on the edge of the curb and stared. The voice came from above, one of those wind-husked, beery voices you don't hear very often anymore. It came from the driver's seat of a hansom cab. The hansom cab had come out of the darkness, sliding oilily along the street on high rubber-tired wheels, the horse's hoofs making a slow, even clop-clop that Mr. Sutton Cornish hadn't noticed until the driver called down to him. It looked real enough. The horse had time-worn black blinkers and the characteristic well-fed and yet somehow dilapidated look that cab horses used to have. The half-doors of the hansom were folded back, and Mr. Sutton Cornish could see the quilted gray upholstery inside. The long reins were riddled with cracks, and following them upward, he saw the beefy driver, the wide-brimmed coachman's topper he wore, the huge buttons on the upper part of his greatcoat, and the well-worn blanket that swathed the lower part of him round and round. He held his long whip lightly and delicately, as a hansom driver should hold his whip. The trouble was that there weren't any more hansom cabs. Mr. Sutton Cornish gulped, slipped a glove off and reached out to touch the wheel. It was cold, very solid, wet with the muddy slime of the city streets. "Doubt if I've ever seen one of these since the war," he said out loud very steadily. "What war, governor?" Mr. Sutton Cornish started. He touched the wheel again, then he smiled, slowly and carefully drew his glove on again. "I'm getting in," he said. "Steady there, Prince," the driver wheezed. The horse switched his long tail contemptuously, telling him to be steady. Mr. Sutton Cornish climbed in over the wheel, rather clumsily, because one had lost the knack of that art these many years. He closed the half-doors around in front of him, leaned back against the seat in the pleasant harness-room smell. The trap opened over his head, and the driver's large nose and alcoholic eyes made an improbable picture in the opening, like a deep-sea fish staring you down through the glass wall of an aquarium. "Where to, governor?" "Well, Soho." It was the most foreign place he could think of for a hansom cab to go to. The cabman's eyes stared down at him. "Won't like it there, governor. Too many Dagos." "I don't have to like it," Mr. Sutton Cornish said bitterly. The cabman stared down at him a little longer. "Yus," he said. "Soho. Wardour Street-like, right you are, governor." The trap slammed shut, the whip flicked delicately beside the horse's right ear, and motion came to the hansom cab. Mr. Sutton Cornish sat perfectly still, his scarf tight around his thin neck and his stick between his knees and his gloved hands clasped on the crook of the stick. He stared mutely out into the mist, like an admiral on the bridge. The horse clop-clop out of Grinling Crescent, through Belgrave Square, over to Whitehall, up to Trafalgar Square, across that to St. Martin's Lane. It went neither fast nor slow, and yet it went as fast as anything else went. It moved without sound, except for the clop-clop, across a world that stank of gasoline fumes and charred oil, that shrilled with whistles and hooted with horns, and nobody seemed to notice it, and nothing seemed to get in its way. That was rather amazing, Mr. Sutton Cornish thought. But after all, a hansom cab had nothing to do with that world. It was a ghost, an underlayer of time, the first writing on a palimpsest, brought out by ultraviolet light in a darkened room. "You know," he said, speaking to the horse's rump, because there wasn't anything else there to speak to, "things might happen to a man if a man would just let them happen. the long whip flicked by Prince's ear as lightly as a trout fly flicking at a small dark pool under a rock. "They already have," he added glumly. The cab slowed along a curb, and the trap snapped open again. "Well, 'ere we are, guv'nor. How about one of them little French dinners for 18 pence? You know, guv'nor, 6 courses of nothing at all. You 'ave one on me, and then I have one on you, and we're still 'ungry. How about it?" A very chill hand clutched at Mr. Sutton Cornish's heart. 6-course dinners for 18 pence? A handsome cab driver who said, "What war, guv'nor?" 20 years ago, perhaps. "Let me out here," he said shrilly. He threw the doors open, thrust money up at the face in the trap, hopped over the wheel to the sidewalk. He didn't quite run, but he walked pretty fast and close to a dark wall and a little slinkingly. But nothing followed him, not even the clop-clop of the horse's hoofs. He swung around a corner into a narrow, crowded street. The light came from the open door of a shop. "Curios and Antiques," it said on the facade, in letters once gold, heavily Gothic in style. There was a flare on the sidewalk to attract attention, and by this light he read the sign. The voice came from inside, from a little plump man standing on a box who chanted over the heads of a listless crowd of silent, bored, foreign-looking men. The chanting voice held a note of exhaustion and futility. "Now what am I bid, gents? Now what am I bid on this magnificent example of Oriental art? £1 starts the ball rolling, gents. £1 note coin of the realm. Now who says a pound, gents? Who says a pound?" Nobody said anything. The little plump man on the box shook his head, wiped his face with a dirty handkerchief, and drew a long breath. Then he saw Mr. Sutton Cornish standing on the fringe of the little crowd. "How about you, sir?" he pounced. "You look as if you'd a country house. Now that door's made for a country house. How about you, sir? Just give me a start, like." Mr. Sutton Cornish blinked at him. "Eh? What's that?" he snapped. The listless men smiled faintly and spoke among themselves without moving their thick lips. "No offense, sir," the auctioneer chirped. "If you did 'ave a country house, that there door might be just what you could use." Mr. Sutton Cornish turned his head slowly, following the auctioneer's pointing hand, and looked for the first time at the bronze door. Chapter 3. It stood all by itself over against the left-hand wall of the nearly stripped shop. It stood about 2 feet out from the side wall, on its own base. It was a double door, apparently of cast bronze, although from its size that seemed impossible. It was heavily scrolled over with a welter of Arabic script in relief, an endless story that here found no listener, a procession of curves and dots that might have expressed anything from an anthology of the Koran to the by-laws of a well-organized harem. The 2 leaves of the door were only part of the thing. It had a wide, heavy base below and a superstructure topped by a Moorish arch. From the meeting edge of the 2 leaves a huge key stuck out of a huge keyhole, the sort of key a medieval jailer used to wear in enormous clanking bunches on a leather belt around his waist. A key from the yeoman of the guard, a comic opera key. "Oh, that," Mr. Sutton Cornish said in the stillness. "Well, really, you know. I'm afraid not that, you know." The auctioneer sighed. No hope had ever been smaller, probably, but at least it was worth a sigh. Then he picked up something which might have been carved ivory but wasn't, stared at it pessimistically, and burst out again. "Now here, gents, I 'old in my hand one of the finest examples." Mr. Sutton Cornish smiled faintly and skimmed along the cluster of men until he came close to the bronze door. He stood in front of it, leaning on his stick, which was a section of polished rhinoceros hide over a steel core, dull mahogany in color, and a stick even a heavy man could have leaned on. After a while he reached forward idly and twisted the great key. It turned stubbornly, but it turned. A ring beside it was the doorknob. He twisted that too, and tugged one half of the door open. He straightened, and with a pleasantly idle gesture thrust his stick forward through the opening. And then, for the second time that evening, something incredible happened to him. He wheeled sharply. Nobody was paying any attention. The auction was dead on its feet. The silent men were drifting out into the night. In a pause, hammering sounded at the back of the shop. The plump little auctioneer looked more and more as if he were eating a bad egg. Mr. Sutton Cornish looked down at his gloved right hand. There was no stick in it. There was nothing in it. He stepped to one side and looked behind the door. There was no stick there on the dusty floor. He had felt nothing. Nothing had jerked at him. The stick had merely passed part way through the door, and then it had merely ceased to exist. He leaned down and picked up a piece of torn paper, wadded it swiftly into a ball, glanced behind him again, and tossed the ball through the open part of the door. Then he let out a slow sigh in which some Neolithic rapture struggled with his civilized amazement. The ball of paper didn't fall to the floor behind the door. It fell in midair, clean out of the visible world. Mr. Sutton Cornish reached his empty right hand forward and very slowly and carefully pushed the door shut. Then he just stood there and licked his lips. After a while, "Harem door," he said very softly. "Exit door of a harem. Now that's an idea." A very charming idea, too. The silken lady, her night of pleasure with the Sultan over, would be conducted politely to that door and would casually step. Then nothing. No sobbing in the night, no broken hearts, no blackamoor with cruel eyes and a large scimitar, no knotted silk cord, no blood, no dull splash in the midnight Bosphorus, merely nothing. A cool, clean, perfectly timed, and perfectly irrevocable absence of existence. Someone would close the door and lock it and take the key out, and for the time being that would be that. Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't notice the emptying of the shop. Faintly he heard its street door close, but without giving it any meaning. The hammering at the back stopped for a moment, voices spoke. Then steps came near. They were weary steps in the silence, the steps of a man who had had enough of that day, and of many such days. A voice spoke at Mr. Sutton Cornish's elbow, an end-of-the-day voice. "A very fine piece of work, sir. A bit out of my line, to be frank with you." Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't look at him, not yet. "Quite a bit out of anybody's line," he said gravely. "I see it interests you, sir, after all." Mr. Sutton Cornish turned his head slowly. Down on the floor, off his box, the auctioneer was a mere wisp of a man. A shabby, unpressed, red-eyed little man who had found life no picnic. "Yes, but what would one do with it?" Mr. Sutton Cornish asked throatily. "Well, it's a door like any other, sir. Bit heavy, bit queer-like, but still a door like any other." "I wonder," Mr. Sutton Cornish said, still throatily. The auctioneer gave him a swift appraising glance, shrugged and gave it up. He sat down on an empty box, lit a cigarette, and relaxed sloppily into private life. "What are you asking for it?" Mr. Sutton Cornish inquired, quite suddenly. "What are you asking for it, Mr. Skimp, sir? Josiah Skimp." "Well, a 20-pound note, sir? Bronze alone ought to be worth that for artwork." The little man's eyes were glittering again. Mr. Sutton Cornish nodded absently. "I don't know much about that," he said. "'Ell of a lot of it, sir." Mr. Skimp hopped off his box, padded over and heaved the leaf of the door open, grunting. "Beats me how it ever got here. For 7-footers. No door for shrimps like me. Look, sir." Mr. Sutton Cornish had a rather ghastly presentiment, of course, but he didn't do anything about it. He couldn't. His tongue stuck in his throat and his legs were like ice. The comical contrast between the massiveness of the door and his own wisp of a body seemed to amuse Mr. Skimp. His little round face threw back the shadow of a grin. Then he lifted his foot and hopped. Mr. Sutton Cornish watched him, as long as there was anything to watch. In fact, he watched much longer. The hammering at the back of the shop seemed to get quite thunderous in the silence. Once more, after a long time, Mr. Sutton Cornish bent forward and closed the door. This time he twisted the key and dragged it out and put it in his overcoat pocket. "Got to do something," he mumbled. "Got to do. Can't let this sort of thing." His voice trailed off, and then he jerked violently as though a sharp pain had shot through him. Then he laughed out loud, off-key. Not a natural laugh. Not a very nice laugh. "That was beastly," he said under his breath, "but amazingly funny." He was still standing there rooted when a pale young man with a hammer appeared at his elbow. "Mr. Skimp, step out, sir, or did you notice? We're supposed to be closed up, sir." Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't look up at the pale young man with the hammer. Moving a clammy tongue, he said, "Yes, Mr. Skimp stepped out. The young man started to turn away. Mr. Sutton Cornish made a gesture. "I've bought this door from Mr. Skimp," he said. £20. Will you take the money and my card?" The pale young man beamed, delighted at personal contact with a sale. Mr. Sutton Cornish drew out a note case, extracted 4 5-pound notes from it, also a formal calling card. He wrote on the card with a small gold pencil. His hand seemed surprisingly steady. "No, 14 Grinling Crescent," he said. "Have it sent tomorrow without fail. It's very heavy. I shall pay the drayage, of course. Mr. Skimp will." His voice trailed off again. "Mr. Skimp wouldn't." "Oh, that's all right, sir. Mr. Skimp is my uncle." "Ah, that's too. Well, take this 10-shilling note for yourself, won't you?" Mr. Sutton Cornish left the shop rather rapidly, his right hand clutching the big key down in his pocket. An ordinary taxi took him home to dinner. He dined alone after 3 whiskeys. But he wasn't as much alone as he looked. He never would be any more. Chapter 4. It came the next day, swathed in sacking and bound about with cords, looking like nothing on earth and conducting itself with rather less agility than a concert grand. 4 large men in leather aprons perspired it up the 4 front steps and into the hall, with a good deal of sharp language back and forth. They had a light hoist to help them get it off their dray, but the steps almost beat them. Once inside the hall, they got it on 2 dollies, and after that it was just an average, heavy, grunting job. They set it up at the back of Mr. Sutton Cornish's study, across a sort of alcove he had an idea about. He tipped them liberally, they went away, and Collins, the butler, left the front door open for a while to air the place through. Carpenters came. The sacking was stripped off, and a framework was built around the door so that it became part of a partition wall across the alcove. A small door was set in the partition. When the work was done and the mess cleared up, Mr. Sutton Cornish asked for an oil can and locked himself into his study. Then and only then he got out the big bronze key and fitted it again into the huge lock and opened the bronze door wide, both sides of it. He oiled the hinges from the rear, just in case. Then he shut it again and oiled the lock, removed the key and went for a good long walk in Kensington Gardens and back. Collins and the first parlour-maid had a look at it while he was out. Cook hadn't been upstairs yet. "Beats me what the old fool's after," the butler said stonily. "I give him another week, Bruggs. If she's not back by then, I give him my notice. How about you, Bruggs?" "Let him have his fun," Bruggs said, tossing her head. "That old sow he's married to? Bruggs! Tit-tat to you, Mr. Collins," Bruggs said, and flounced out of the room. Mr. Collins remained long enough to sample the whiskey in the big square decanter on Mr. Sutton Cornish's smoking table. In a shallow, tall cabinet in the alcove behind the bronze door, Mr. Sutton Cornish arranged a few odds and ends of old china, and bric-a-brac and carved ivory, and some idols in shiny black wood, very old and unnecessary. It wasn't much of an excuse for so massive a door. He added 3 statuettes in pink marble. The alcove still had an air of not being quite onto itself. Naturally, the bronze door was never open unless the room door was locked. In the morning, Bruggs, or Mary the housemaid, dusted in the alcove, having entered, of course, by the partition door. That amused Mr. Sutton Cornish slightly, but the amusement began to wear thin. It was about 3 weeks after his wife and Teddy left that something happened to brighten him up. A large, tawny man with a waxed mustache and steady gray eyes called on him and presented a card that indicated he was Detective Sergeant Thomas Lloyd of Scotland Yard. He said that one Josiah Skimp, an auctioneer living in Kennington, was missing from his home to the great concern of his family, and that his nephew, one George William Hawkins, also of Kennington, had happened to mention that Mr. Sutton Cornish was present in a shop in Soho on the very night when Mr. Skimp vanished. In fact, Mr. Sutton Cornish might even have been the last person known to have spoken to Mr. Skimp. Mr. Sutton Cornish laid out the whiskey and cigars, placed his fingertips together and nodded gravely. "I recall him perfectly, Sergeant. In fact, I bought that funny door over there from him. Quaint, isn't it?" The detective glanced at the bronze door, a brief and empty glance. "Out of my line, sir, I'm afraid. I do recall now something was said about the door. They had quite a job moving it." Very smooth whiskey, sir. Very smooth indeed. Help yourself, Sergeant. So Mr. Skimp has run off and lost himself. Sorry I can't help you. I really didn't know him, you know. The detective nodded his large, tawny head. I didn't think you did, sir. The Yard only got the case a couple of days ago. Routine call, you know. Did he seem excited, for instance? He seemed tired, Mr. Sutton Cornish mused. Very fed up with the whole business of auctioneering, perhaps. I only spoke to him a moment. About that door, you know. A nice little man, but tired. The detective didn't bother to look at the door again. He finished his whiskey and allowed himself a little more. No family trouble, he said. Not much money, but who has these days? No scandal. Not a melancholy type, they say. Odd. Some very queer types in Soho, Mr. Sutton Cornish said mildly. The detective thought it over. Harmless, though. A rough district once, but not in our time. Might I ask you what you was doing over there, sir? Wandering, Mr. Sutton Cornish said. Just wandering. A little more of this? Well, now, really, sir. 3 whiskeys in a morning. Well, just this once, and many thanks to you, sir. Detective Sergeant Lloyd left, rather regretfully. After he had been gone 10 minutes or so, Mr. Sutton Cornish got up and locked the study door. He walked softly down the long, narrow room and got the big bronze key out of his inside breast pocket, where he always carried it now. The door opened noiselessly and easily now. It was well balanced for its weight. He opened it wide, both sides of it. Mr. Skimp, he said very gently into the emptiness, you are wanted by the police, Mr. Skimp. The fun of that lasted him well on to lunchtime. Chapter 5. In the afternoon, Mrs. Sutton Cornish came back. She appeared quite suddenly before him in the study, sniffed harshly at the smell of tobacco and scotch, refused a chair, and stood very solid and lowering just inside the closed door. Teddy stood beside her for a moment, then hurled himself at the edge of the rug. "Stop that, you little beast! Stop that at once, darling," Mrs. Sutton Cornish said. She picked Teddy up and stroked him. He lay in her arms and licked her nose and sneered at Mr. Sutton Cornish. "I find," Mrs. Sutton Cornish said, in a voice that had the brittleness of dry suet, "after numerous very boring interviews with my solicitor, that I can do nothing without your help. Naturally, I dislike asking for that." Mr. Sutton Cornish made ineffectual motions towards a chair, and when they were ignored, he leaned resignedly against the mantelpiece. He said he supposed that was so. "Perhaps it has escaped your attention that I am still comparatively a young woman. And these are modern days, James." Mr. Sutton Cornish smiled wanly and glanced at the bronze door. She hadn't noticed it yet. Then he put his head on one side and wrinkled his nose and said mildly, without much interest, "You're thinking of a divorce?" "I'm thinking of very little else," she said brutally. "And you wish me to compromise myself in the usual manner, at Brighton, with a lady who will be described in court as an actress?" She glared at him. Teddy helped her glare. Their combined glare failed even to perturb Mr. Sutton Cornish. He had other resources now. "Not with that dog," he said carelessly when she didn't answer. She made some kind of furious noise, a snort with a touch of snarl in it. She sat down then, very slowly and heavily, a little puzzled. She let Teddy jump to the floor. "Just what are you talking about, James?" she asked witheringly. He strolled over to the bronze door, leaned his back against it, and explored its rich protuberances with a fingertip. Even then she didn't see the door. "You want a divorce, my dear Luella," he said slowly, "so that you may marry another man. There's absolutely no point in it with that dog. I shouldn't be asked to humiliate myself. Too useless. No man would marry that dog." "James, are you attempting to blackmail me?" Her voice was rather dreadful. She almost bugled. Teddy sneaked across to the window curtains and pretended to lie down. "And even if he would," Mr. Sutton Cornish said with a peculiar quiet in his tone, "I oughtn't to make it possible. I ought to have enough human compassion. James, how dare you? You make me physically sick with your insincerity." For the first time in his life, James Sutton Cornish laughed in his wife's face. "Those are 2 or 3 of the silliest speeches I ever had to listen to," he said. "You're an elderly, ponderous, and damned dull woman. Go out and buy yourself a gigolo if you want someone to fawn on you. But don't ask me to make a beast of myself so that he can marry you and throw me out of my father's house. Now run along and take your miserable brown beetle with you." She got up quickly, very quickly for her, and stood a moment almost swaying. Her eyes were as blank as a blind man's eyes. In the silence, Teddy tore fretfully at a curtain, with bitter, preoccupied growls that neither of them noticed. She said very slowly and almost gently, "We'll see how long you stay in your father's house. James Sutton Cornish, pauper." She moved very quickly the short distance to the door, went through and slammed it behind her. The slamming of the door, an unusual event in that household, seemed to awaken a lot of echoes that had not been called upon to perform for a long time, so that Mr. Sutton Cornish was not instantly aware of the small peculiar sound at his own side of the door, a mixture of sniffing and whimpering, with just a dash of growl. Teddy. Teddy hadn't made the door. The sudden, bitter exit had for once caught him napping. Teddy was shut in with Mr. Sutton Cornish. For a little while, Mr. Sutton Cornish watched him rather absently, still shaken by the interview, not fully realizing what had happened. The small, wet, black snout explored the crack at the bottom of the closed door. At moments, while the whimpering and sniffing went on, Teddy turned a reddish-brown outjutting eye, like a fat, wet marble, toward the man he hated. Mr. Sutton Cornish snapped out of it rather suddenly. He straightened and beamed. "Well, well, old man," he purred. "Here we are, and for once without the ladies." Cunning dawned in his beaming eye. Teddy read it and slipped off under a chair. He was silent now, very silent. And Mr. Sutton Cornish was silent as he moved swiftly along the wall and turned the key in the study door. Then he sped back toward the alcove, dug the key of the bronze door out of his pocket, unlocked, and opened that, wide. He sauntered back toward Teddy, beyond Teddy, as far as the window. He grinned at Teddy. "Here we are, old man. Jolly, eh? Have a shot of whiskey, old man?" Teddy made a small sound under the chair, and Mr. Sutton Cornish sidled toward him delicately, bent down suddenly, and lunged. Teddy made another chair farther up the room. He breathed hard, and his eyes stuck out rounder and wetter than ever, but he was silent except for his breathing. And Mr. Sutton Cornish, stalking him patiently from chair to chair, was as silent as the last leaf of autumn falling in slow eddies in a windless copse. At about that time the doorknob turned sharply. Mr. Sutton Cornish paused to smile and click his tongue. A sharp knock followed. He ignored it. The knocking went on sharper and sharper, and an angry voice accompanied it. Mr. Sutton Cornish went on stalking Teddy. Teddy did the best he could, but the room was narrow, and Mr. Sutton Cornish was patient and rather agile when he wanted to be. In the interests of agility he was quite willing to be undignified. The knocking and calling out beyond the door went on, but inside the room things could only end one way. Teddy reached the sill of the bronze door, sniffed at it rapidly, almost lifted a contemptuous hind leg, but didn't because Mr. Sutton Cornish was too close to him. He sent a low snarl back over his shoulder and hopped that disastrous sill. Mr. Sutton Cornish raced back to the room door, turned the key swiftly and silently, crept over to a chair and sprawled in it laughing. He was still laughing when Mrs. Sutton Cornish thought to try the knob again, found the door yielded this time, and stormed into the room. Through the mist of his grisly, solitary laughter he saw her cold stare, then he heard her rustling about the room, heard her calling Teddy then, "What's that thing?" He heard her snap suddenly, "What utter foolishness, Teddy! Come, mother's little lamb! Come, Teddy!" Even in his laughter Mr. Sutton Cornish felt the wing of a regret brush his cheek. Poor little Teddy. He stopped laughing and sat up, stiff and alert. The room was too quiet. "Luella!" he called sharply. No sound answered him. He closed his eyes, gulped, opened them again, crept along the room staring. He stood in front of his little alcove for a long time, peering through that bronze portal at the innocent little collection of trivia beyond. He locked the door with quivering hands, stuffed the key down in his pocket, poured himself a stiff peg of whiskey. A ghostly voice that sounded something like his own, and yet unlike it, said out loud, very close to his ear, "I didn't really intend anything like that. Never, never, oh never, or." After a long pause, "Did I? Braced by the scotch, he sneaked out into the hall and out of the front door without Collins seeing him. No car waited outside. As luck would have it, she had evidently come up from Chinverley by train and taken a taxi. Of course they could trace the taxi later on when they tried. A lot of good that would do them. Collins was next. He thought about Collins for some time, glancing at the bronze door, tempted a good deal but finally shaking his head negatively. "Not that way," he muttered. "Have to draw the line somewhere. Can't have a procession." He drank some more whiskey and rang the bell. Collins made it rather easy for him. "You rang, sir? What did it sound like?" Mr. Sutton Cornish asked, a little thick-tongued. "Canaries?" Collins' chin snapped back a full 2 inches. "The Dowager won't be here to dinner, Collins. I think I'll dine out, that's all." Collins stared at him. A grayness spread over Collins's face, with a little flush at the cheekbones. "You allude to Mrs. Sutton Cornish, sir?" Mr. Sutton Cornish hiccuped. "Who do you suppose? Gone back to Chinverley to stew in her own juice some more. Ought to be plenty of it." With deadly politeness, Collins said, "I had meant to ask you, sir, whether Mrs. Sutton Cornish would return here, permanently. Otherwise—" "Carry on." Another hiccup. "Otherwise I should not care to remain myself, sir."
Mr. Sutton Cornish stood up and went close to Collins and breathed in his face.
Haig and Haig, a good breath of the type. "Get out," he rasped. "Get out now. Upstairs with you and pack your things. Your check will be ready for you. A full month. £32 in all, I believe?" Collins stepped back and moved towards the door. "That will suit me perfectly, sir. £32 is the correct amount." He reached the door, spoke again before he opened it. "A reference from you, sir, will not be desired." He went out, closing the door softly. "Ha!" Mr. Sutton Cornish said. Then he grinned slyly, stopped pretending to be angry or drunk, and sat down to write the check. He dined out that night, and the next night, and the next. Cook left on the 3rd day, taking the kitchen maid with her. That left Bruggs and Mary, the housemaid. On the 5th day, Bruggs wept when she gave her notice. "I'd rather go at once, sir, if you'll let me," she sobbed. "There's something creepy-like about the house since Cook and Mr. Collins and Teddy and Mrs. Sutton Cornish left." Mr. Sutton Cornish patted her arm. "Cook and Mr. Collins and Teddy and Mrs. Sutton Cornish," he repeated. If only she could hear that order of precedence. Bruggs stared at him, red-eyed. He patted her arm again. "Quite all right, Bruggs. I'll give you your month. And tell Mary to go too. Think I'll close the house up and live in the south of France for a while. Now don't cry, Bruggs." "No, sir." She bawled her way out of the room. He didn't get to the south of France, of course. Too much fun being right where he was, alone at last in the home of his fathers. Not quite what they would have approved of, perhaps, except possibly the general. But the best he could do. Almost overnight, the house began to have the murmurs of an empty place. He kept the windows closed and the shades down. That seemed to be a gesture of respect he could hardly afford to omit. Chapter 6. Scotland Yard moves with the deadly dependability of a glacier, and at times almost as slowly. So it was a full month and 9 days before Detective Sergeant Lloyd came back to number 14 Grinling Crescent. By that time, the front steps had long since lost their white serenity. The apple-green door had acquired a sinister shade of gray. The brass saucer around the bell, the knocker, the big latch, all these were tarnished and stained, like the brass work of an old freighter limping around the horn. Those who rang the bell departed slowly, with backward glances, and Mr. Sutton Cornish would be peeping out at them from the side of a drawn window shade. He concocted himself weird meals in the echoing kitchen, creeping in after dark with ragged-looking parcels of food. Later he would slink out again with his hat pulled low and his overcoat collar up, give a quick glance up and down the street, then scramble off around the corner. The police constable on duty saw him occasionally at these maneuvers and rubbed his chin a good deal over the situation. No longer a study even in withered elegance, Mr. Sutton Cornish became a customer in obscure eating houses where draymen blew on their soup on naked tables in compartments like horse stalls. In foreign cafes where men with blue-black hair and pointed shoes dined interminably over minute bottles of wine, in crowded anonymous tea shops where the food looked and tasted as tired as the people who ate it. He was no longer a perfectly sane man. In his dry, solitary, poisoned laughter, there was the sound of crumbling walls. Even the pinched loafers under the arches of the Thames Embankment, who listened to him because he had sixpences, even these were glad when he passed on, stepping carefully in unshined shoes and lightly swinging the stick he no longer carried. Then, late one night, returning softly out of the dull gray darkness, he found the man from Scotland Yard lurking near the dirty front steps with an air of thinking himself hidden behind the lamp-post. "I'd like a few words with you, sir," he said, stepping forth briskly and holding his hands as though he might have to use them suddenly. "Charmed, I'm sure," Mr. Sutton Cornish chuckled. "Trot right in." He opened the door with his latchkey, switched the light on, and stepped with accustomed ease over a pile of dusty letters on the floor. "Got rid of the servants," he explained to the detective. "Always did want to be alone someday." The carpet was covered with burned matches, pipe ash, torn paper, and the corners of the hall had cobwebs in them. Mr. Sutton Cornish opened his study door, switched the light on in there, and stood aside. The detective passed him warily, staring hard at the condition of the house. Mr. Sutton Cornish pushed him into a dusty chair, thrust a cigar at him, reached for the whiskey decanter. "Business or pleasure this time?" he inquired archly. Detective Sergeant Lloyd held his hard hat on one knee and looked the cigar over dubiously. "Smoke it later, thank you, sir." "Business, I take it. I'm instructed to make inquiries as to the whereabouts of Mrs. Sutton Cornish." Mr. Sutton Cornish sipped whiskey amiably and pointed at the decanter. He took his whiskey straight now. "Haven't the least idea," he said. "Why? Down at Chinverley, I suppose. Country place. She owns it." "It so 'appens she ain't," Detective Sergeant Lloyd said, slipping on an H, which he seldom did any more. "Been a separation, I'm told," he added grimly. "That's our business, old man." "Up to a point, yes, sir. Granted. Not after her solicitor can't find her and she ain't anywhere anybody can find her. Not then. It ain't just your business." Mr. Sutton Cornish thought it over. "You might have something there, as the Americans say," he conceded. The detective passed a large pale hand across his forehead and leaned forward. "Let's have it, sir," he said quietly. "Best in the long run, best for all. Nothing to gain by foolishness. The law's the law." "Have some whiskey," Mr. Sutton Cornish said. "Not tonight, I won't," Detective Sergeant Lloyd said grimly. "She left me," Mr. Sutton Cornish shrugged, "and because of that the servants left me. You know what servants are nowadays. Beyond that I haven't an idea." "Oh, use I think you have," the detective said, losing a little more of his West End manner. "No charges have been preferred, but I think you know all right, all right." Mr. Sutton Cornish smiled airily. The detective scowled at him and went on. "We've taken the liberty of watching you, and for a gentleman of your position you've been living a damn queer life, if I may say so." "You may say so, and then you may get to hell out of my house," Mr. Sutton Cornish said suddenly. "Not so fast. Not yet, I won't. Perhaps you would like to search the house. Perhaps I should. Perhaps I shall. No hurry there. Takes time. Sometimes takes shovels." Detective Sergeant Lloyd permitted himself to leer rather nastily. "Seems to me like people does a bit of disappearin' when you 'appen to be around. Take that skimp. Now take Mrs. Sutton Cornish." Mr. Sutton Cornish stared at him with lingering malice. "And in your experience, Sergeant, where do people go when they disappear?" "Sometimes they don't disappear. Sometimes somebody disappears them." The detective licked his strong lips with a slightly cat-like expression. Mr. Sutton Cornish slowly raised his arm and pointed to the bronze door. "You wanted it, Sergeant," he said suavely. "You shall have it. There is where you should look for Mr. Skimp, for Teddy the Pomeranian, and for my wife. There, behind that ancient door of bronze." The detective didn't shift his gaze. For a long moment he didn't change expression. Then, quite amiably, he grinned. There was something else behind his eyes, but it was behind them. "Let's you and me take a nice little walk," he said breezily. "The fresh air would do you a lot of good, sir. Let's—" "There," Mr. Sutton Cornish announced, still pointing with his arm rigid. "Behind that door! Ah. Detective Sergeant Lloyd waggled a large finger roguishly. "Been alone too much, you have, sir. Thinking about things. Do it myself once in a while. Gets a fellow balmy in the crumpet like. Take a nice little walk with me, sir. We could stop somewhere for a nice." The big tawny man planted a forefinger on the end of his nose and pushed his head back and wiggled his little finger in the air at the same time. But his steady gray eyes remained in another mood. "We'll look at my bronze door first." Mr. Sutton Cornish skipped out of his chair. The detective had him by the arm in a flash. "None of that," he said in a frosty voice. "Hold still, you." "Key in here," Mr. Sutton Cornish said, pointing at his breast pocket, but not trying to get his hand into it. The detective got it out for him, stared at it heavily. "All behind the door on meat hooks," Mr. Sutton Cornish said. "All three. Little meat hook for Teddy. Very large meat hook for my wife. Very large meat hook." Holding him with his left hand, Detective Sergeant Lloyd thought it over. His pale brows were drawn tight. His large, weathered face was grim but skeptical. "No harm to look," he said finally. He marched Mr. Sutton Cornish across the floor, pushed the bronze key into the huge antique lock, twisted the ring, and opened the door. He opened both sides of it. He stood looking into that very innocent alcove with its cabinet of knickknacks and absolutely nothing else. He became genial again. "Meat hooks, did you say, sir? Very cute, if I may say so." He laughed, released Mr. Sutton Cornish's arm, and teetered on his heels. "What the hell's it for?" he asked. Mr. Sutton Cornish doubled over very swiftly and launched his thin body with furious speed at the big detective. "Take a little walk yourself, and find out," he screamed. Detective Sergeant Lloyd was a big and solid man and probably used to being butted. Mr. Sutton Cornish could hardly have moved him 6 inches, even with a running start. But the bronze door had a high sill. The detective moved with the deceptive quickness of his trade, swayed his body just enough, and jarred his foot against the bronze sill. If it hadn't been for that, he would have plucked Mr. Sutton Cornish neatly out of the air and held him squirming like a kitten between his large thumb and forefinger. But the sill jarred him off balance. He stumbled a little and swayed his body completely out of Mr. Sutton Cornish's way. Mr. Sutton Cornish butted empty space, the empty space framed by that majestic door of bronze. He sprawled forward, clutching across the sill. Detective Sergeant Lloyd straightened up slowly, twisted his thick neck, and stared. He moved back a little from the sill so that he could be perfectly certain the side of the door hid nothing from him. It didn't. He saw a cabinet of odd pieces of china, odds and ends of carved ivory and shiny black wood, and on top of the cabinet 3 little statuettes of pink marble. He saw nothing else. There was nothing else in there to see. "Gorblimey," he said at last, violently. At least he thought he said it. Somebody said it. He wasn't quite sure. He was never absolutely sure about anything after that night. Chapter 7. The whiskey looked all right. It smelled all right, too. Shaking so that he could hardly hold the decanter, Detective Sergeant Lloyd poured a little into a glass and took a sip in his dry mouth and waited. After a little while, he drank another spoonful. He waited again. Then he drank a stiff drink, a very stiff drink. He sat down in the chair beside the whiskey and took his large folded cotton handkerchief out of his pocket and unfolded it slowly and mopped his face and neck and behind his ears. In a little while, he wasn't shaking quite so much. Warmth began to flow through him. He stood up, drank some more whiskey, then slowly and bitterly moved back down the room. He swung the bronze door shut, locked it, put the key down in his own pocket. He opened the partition door at the side, braced himself, and stepped through into the alcove. He looked at the back of the bronze door. He touched it. It wasn't very light in there, but he could see that the place was empty, except for the silly-looking cabinet. He came out again, shaking his head. "Can't be," he said out loud. "Not a chance. Not 'arf a chance." Then, with the sudden unreasonableness of the reasonable man, he flew into a rage. "If I get ooked for this," he said between his teeth, "I get ooked." He went down to the dark cellar, rummaged around until he found a hand axe and carried it back upstairs. He hacked the woodwork to ribbons. When he was done, the bronze door stood alone on its base, jagged wood all around it, but not holding it any longer. Detective Sergeant Lloyd put the hand axe down, wiped his hands and face on his big handkerchief, and went in behind the door. He put his shoulder to it, and set his strong yellow teeth. Only a brutally determined man of immense strength could have done it. The door fell forward with a heavy rumbling crash that seemed to shake the whole house. The echoes of that crash died away slowly, along infinite corridors of unbelief. Then the house was silent again. The big man went out into the hall and had another look out of the front door. He put his coat on, adjusted his hard hat, folded his damp handkerchief carefully, and put it in his hip pocket, lit the cigar Mr. Sutton Cornish had given him, took a drink of whiskey and swaggered to the door. At the door he turned and deliberately sneered at the bronze door, lying fallen but still huge in the welter of splintered wood. "To 'ell with you, whoever you are," Detective Sergeant Lloyd said. "I ain't no bloody primrose." He shut the house door behind him. A little high fog outside, a few dim stars, a quiet street with lighted windows. 2 or 3 cars of expensive appearance, very likely chauffeurs lounging in them, but no one in sight. He crossed the street at an angle and walked along beside the tall iron railing of the park. Faintly through the rhododendron bushes he could see the dull glimmer of the little ornamental lake. He looked up and down the street and took the big bronze key out of his pocket. "Make it a good 'un," he told himself softly. His arm swept up and over. There was a minute splash in the ornamental lake, then silence. Detective Sergeant Lloyd walked on calmly, puffing at his cigar back at the CI. He gave his report steadily, and for the first and last time in his life, there was something besides truth in it. Couldn't raise anybody at the house. All dark. Waited 3 hours. Must all be away. The inspector nodded and yawned. The Sutton Cornish heirs eventually pried the estate out of Chancery, and opened up number 14 Grinling Crescent, and found the bronze door lying in a welter of dust and splintered wood and matted cobwebs. They stared at it goggle-eyed, and when they found out what it was, sent for dealers, thinking there might be a little money in it. But the dealers sighed and said no money in that sort of thing now. Better ship it off to a foundry and have it melted down for the metal. Gets so much a pound. The dealers departed noiselessly with wry smiles. Sometimes when things are a little dull in the missing persons section of the CID, they take the Sutton Cornish file out and dust it off and look through it sourly and put it away again. Sometimes when Inspector, formerly Detective Sergeant, Thomas Lloyd is walking along an unusually dark and quiet street, he will whirl suddenly for no reason at all, and jump to one side with a swift, anguished agility, but there isn't really anybody there.
Murder in Haste by John Baer. The Black Mask, August 1922. Chapter 1. Of the thousands of dentists in the city, Detective Carr chose to visit Dr. Raymond K. Perry on East 48th Street. A friend had recommended Dr. Perry. That was the only reason for the detective's choice. The doctor was a small, bald, roundish, amiable gentleman with a pleasing personality. Harmless was the word, which immediately occurred to you the first time you saw him. Nevertheless, the detective's eyes contracted rather sharply when he shook hands with the doctor, and a momentary expression of mingled doubt and surprise clouded his face. But he resumed his nonchalance immediately. The detective's teeth were in very bad condition. He had several cavities and a mild case of pyorrhea. The doctor made an examination and took an X-ray photograph. An appointment for 2 days later was made. The intervening day was an extraordinarily busy one for Detective Carr. He spent the time running down the history and official record of the Kirwan murder case, a crime which had been committed some 10 months previously. The details of this case, with which he renewed his acquaintance, may be summed up briefly as follows. At about 10:30 in the morning, Mr. Curven was found dead in his room with his throat cut from ear to ear. A blood-stained razor was lying beside him. The body was discovered by his housekeeper, who had come to his house to do the cleaning. That it was murder was plain, for there were signs of a furious struggle, nor did the identity of the murderer remain long a mystery. William Lesser, the business partner of Mr. Curven, disappeared, and for apparent reasons. The books of the firm of Curven and Lesser, brokers, appeared at first to be in good order. But an investigation revealed that several transactions involving large amounts had not been recorded. Bonds and securities which had been entrusted to Lesser by the firm's clients never reached the bookkeepers for entry. It was estimated that Lesser had absconded with some $200,000. The direct cause of the murder was not known, but it was assumed that Curven had discovered his partner's treachery, had accused, or perhaps threatened him, and had thus brought on a quarrel. The police, in tracing Lesser's history, discovered that 3 years previous to the crime, he had entered Curven's office as a clerk. He made good so quickly that Mr. Curven took him into partnership. No clue to any fact of Lesser's life before he entered the employ of Mr. Curven could be found. The heirs of Mr. Curven, a sister and a nephew, offered a reward of $500 for the capture of Lesser, but months of zealous searching bore no result. The police had only an old photograph, found among Mr. Curven's effects, and the descriptions given by employees and clients to guide them. After several months, official interest in the case smoldered and finally lapsed altogether. Detective Carr was one of the department's famous camera eye men. No disguise had as yet fooled him. He was able to penetrate almost immediately any artificial changes of appearance. He had never met the missing Lesser personally, but he had, of course, seen the pictures which had been published in the papers. His first glance had convinced him that the man who was running a dental office on 48th Street under the name of Dr. Perry was the man who had disappeared under the name of Lesser, and this in spite of the fact that Dr. Perry's appearance differed from Mr. Lesser's in several important respects. Lesser, to judge by his picture and the descriptions of him, was a man about 5'6" in height, normal weight, clean-shaven, light-complected, with a thick crop of blonde hair. This description corresponded with Dr. Perry's in only one respect, the height. Dr. Perry was stout and at least 30 pounds above normal weight. He had a black mustache and goatee and was dark-complected. Further, the hair on his head consisted only of a black fringe, which ran around his temples and the back of his neck. Under the circumstances, it was not strange that Detective Carr's conviction was a bit shaken, and that he decided to keep his suspicions to himself until he had made a thorough investigation on his own account. Neither of Mr. Curven's heirs had ever seen the missing Lesser. However, the detective dug up 2 Curven and Lesser employees and 2 of the firm's clients who had met Lesser personally a number of times. One of these men agreed to go up to Dr. Perry's office and have his teeth cleaned. The other 3 were posted by the detective at different times in the restaurant where the doctor took his lunch. 3 of the men were positive that Mr. Lesser and Dr. Perry were not the same person. The 4th said, "Well, the shape of his head is a little like Lesser's. But you couldn't get me to swear in court that they were the same person." "No, sir, not me." Detective Carr then tried to get at the mystery from a different angle. He looked into Dr. Perry's past history. He discovered that Dr. Raymond K. Perry had graduated from the Horn Dental College in New York in 1914. The doctor, in accordance with the state law, had renewed his license every year, all of which was perfectly regular. But the doctor had rented his office on 48th Street 10 months ago, or at just about the time that Mr. Lesser disappeared, and Detective Carr could find no record of his having practiced his profession any time before that. Further, The records in the City Bureau of Taxes disclosed that Dr. Raymond K. Perry owned real estate to the value of $140,000 on East 157th Street, and that the property had been purchased at about the same time the doctor opened his dental office. Dr. Perry lived on Claremont Avenue. No one at his address could shed the faintest light on his past career. He had rented the apartment 10 months ago and had always been prompt in the payment of his rent. He never had visitors. When he rented the apartment, he had remarked that he was living in Yonkers, but desired to live in the city in order to be closer to his office. The detective consulted the city directories and the telephone books for the last 7 years. He examined the membership lists of all the city and state dental societies. He telegraphed the national organization. He visited all the dental supply houses and manufacturers of dental instruments. The investigation yielded the name of Raymond K. Perry but twice, and these Perrys proved to be senior and junior, with an office in Brooklyn. The Raymond K. Perry on 48th Street was not related to them. All this would not have been unusual if there had been evidence that Dr. Perry had lived in another state before opening his office on 48th Street. But the doctor had said he had moved down from Yonkers. That a man practicing the profession of dentistry and worth upward of $140,000 could leave an absolutely recordless existence did not seem probable. And yet the most painstaking search had revealed but one fact in the career of Dr. Perry previous to his opening the 48th Street office. That fact, as has been stated, was his graduation from the dental college in 1914. Detective Carr's weaknesses did not include the lack of persistence. He had great faith in his camera eye quality, and Dr. Perry's past, or seeming absence of a past, only stimulated his activities. The detective began the tiresome task of canvassing those dental offices of New York City, which were large enough to employ additional dentists. Carr spent 8 hours every day for 7 weeks at this work, but finally his quest bore fruit. The payrolls in Dr. Kickbush's office showed that in January 1918, a Dr. Raymond K. Perry had been discharged for drunkenness. Nobody in the Kickbush office recalled the appearance of Dr. Perry. Detective Carr, however, considered it significant that only 1 month later, February 1918, Mr. William Lesser had entered the employ of Mr. Curven. The chain of evidence, though circumstantial, removed all doubt from the detective's mind. Still, although Detective Carr was perfectly convinced of Dr. Perry's guilt, he knew that his evidence was not conclusive enough to persuade a jury. The fact that he could offer no direct identification was the weakness of his case. He felt that he had 2 lines of attack open to him. There was a chance that he could find some person or persons whose memory for faces was good enough to enable them to identify Dr. Perry as Mr. Lesser. His other hope lay in a direct attack upon the doctor himself. This attack, of course, would have to be subtle. The doctor would have to be squeezed, prodded, and annoyed by a series of seemingly innocuous questions and insinuations into betraying himself by some word or act. The work on the detective's teeth was to be finished in 3 weeks. There were to be 2 appointments, each of an hour's duration, every week. Detective Carr was to have 6 hours more of personal contact with the suspect. Chapter 2. Detective Carr was keeping his last appointment with Dr. Perry. The doctor was putting a root canal filling into the first molar on the upper left-hand side. The nerve, or dental pulp, had been removed, and it remained only to seal the cavity with gutta percha and insert the amalgam filling. The detective was seated comfortably in the dentist's chair. Dr. Perry was standing nearby preparing his instruments. "Not at all, doctor," said Carr in answer to a question by the dentist. "Detective work is not nearly as exciting as it is commonly supposed to be. It's mostly dull, routine labor. Of course, there are exceptions. I was working on a case not so long ago, quite an ordinary affair. A murder had been committed, and the suspect had disappeared. My job was simply to tramp the streets and keep my eyes open. Hard work, Doctor, and not exactly exciting. I met the fellow by accident and arrested him, but when at headquarters the man removed his hat, I received the shock of my life. The prisoner was almost completely bald, and yet it had been definitely proved that 5 days previous, when the crime had been committed, he had a crop of long, thick, brown hair. But this circumstance, which at first seemed to ruin our case, the prisoner of course denied he was the wanted man, eventually proved his undoing. Men don't usually lose a thick crop of hair in 5 days. We were sure of that. We consequently deduced that the prisoner had made himself bald by some artificial method. Rather unique, eh? You frequently hear of men disguising themselves by putting on wigs, but they seldom effect a disguise by pulling out their natural hair. Well, while the entire department was trying to puzzle out a way of proving that the suspect had removed his own hair, nature herself solved the mystery for us. The man was held in jail without bail. After 3 weeks, the entire top of his head blossomed out like grass in the spring. That clinched it, of course. He confessed that he had first cut his hair short and then removed the hairs with an electric needle. This process required a couple of days, but his trick would have worked if he could have applied the needle again on his hair as soon as it grew. The doctor, keeping his back turned to the detective, replied, "A unique case, Mr. Carr. You might call it a bald murder." The detective laughed. Then, after a pause, "We were talking last time of the murder of Mr. Curven. Have you changed your mind and accepted my theory that the missing Mr. Lesser in all probability remained in the city and made the bold stroke of adopting some mode of life which brings him into contact with many persons daily?" The doctor stiffened perceptibly. "An ingenious theory, Mr. Carr. But to judge from the newspaper accounts of Mr. Lesser, he was probably not clever enough to work out so subtle a scheme." There was little conversation after that. Dr. Perry worked in almost complete silence on the tooth until the task was completed. The detective noticed that the dentist's hands were a trifle unsteady. Detective Carr left the office determined to proceed quickly and openly against Dr. Perry. He had reached the conclusion that he had succeeded in tormenting the doctor into such a state of nerves that he would be unable to stand up under a grilling at headquarters. It was Carr's intention to consult the district attorney about the advisability of obtaining a warrant for Dr. Perry's arrest. While Carr was on his way to the district attorney's office, both of his shoelaces became loosened. He bent over to tie them. He held his head down for several minutes. Then, just as Detective Carr entered the district attorney's office, a strange phenomenon occurred. The detective was suddenly seized with a convulsion. He fell to the floor and his body became rigid. A doctor was immediately summoned, but although Carr lived for almost an hour and a half, he could not be brought to consciousness. The symptoms, the rigid muscles, the stiffness at the back of the neck, the asphyxia, the wide-open and fixed eyes, the risus sardonicus, drawn-aside mouth, convinced the doctor that Detective Carr had been poisoned with strychnine. The post-mortem investigation, however, only added another element of mystery to the tragedy. A chemical analysis of the stomach contents showed positively that no strychnine was present. If the doctor's diagnosis proved to be correct, it followed that strychnine must have been injected by a hypodermic syringe. But no needle was found on the dead man. It was also not clear why Carr, assuming it was suicide, had gone about it in this queer fashion. Symptoms of strychnine poisoning usually appear within 20 minutes or less after the poison is taken. Where had Detective Carr been before he came to the attorney's office? Before the mystery could be solved, that question had to be answered. Chapter 3. Dr. Raymond K. Perry experienced a queer feeling even during the first visit of Detective Carr. He had the premonition that the detective had penetrated his disguise. When, a few days later, the dentist was visited by a former client of Lesser and Curven, who came ostensibly to have his teeth cleaned, Perry's fears increased. A short time after, 3 of the former clients of Lesser and Curven were in the restaurant in which the detective took his lunch. Dr. Perry was then certain. Detective Carr had identified him as the missing William Lesser. Dr. Perry knew that his arrest was imminent. Had any doubts remained, the actions of the detective himself would have cleared them away. The detective began referring casually to the Curven case. He somehow managed to bring up this matter during every consultation, and he spoke of artificially induced baldness as an effective means of disguise. The doctor was aware that in the beginning the detective was a trifle uncertain, but with each visit, the uncertainty gradually resolved itself into conviction. Dr. Perry was in a continuous state of suspense. It became obvious finally that the detective would arrest him. The dentist knew that an arrest would be his ruin. He would be unable to account for any of his actions previous to the last 10 months. And if they held him in jail without bail, as is customary in murder indictments, his hair would start growing and that would expose him. The dentist, of course, could have fled, but that would be equivalent to a confession of guilt. He would invite a manhunt. Also, he would have to sacrifice all the money he had gained by the murder of Curven. This money was tied up in real estate. If he attempted to make a sale, he would be merely inviting immediate arrest. There seemed to be but one other alternative. From the fact that he was never shadowed, the dentist reasoned that Detective Carr had not mentioned his suspicions to any other police officials. There was every indication that only Detective Carr was privy to the secret. If, therefore, a way could be found to dispose of Detective Carr, the status quo would be maintained and Dr. Perry could keep living in comfort the rest of his life. As the dentist figured it, nothing could be lost by a second murder. They can't do more than electrocute a man. The murder certainly seemed to be an absolute necessity. During the detective's last visit, the dentist made him an amalgam filling for the first molar on the upper left-hand side. The dental pulp or nerve had been killed with arsenic and removed previously. It remained only to put in the gutta percha point, seal it with liquid gutta percha, and close the top of the cavity with amalgam. But the dentist did not use gutta percha. Instead, he inserted a paste made of strychnine and rammed it into the root canal. Strychnine acts rather rapidly, especially when it may be absorbed easily into the blood. The dentist was consequently in somewhat of a hurry when he put in the amalgam. He was a trifle nervous and anxious. Cold-blooded murderers exist for the most part only in fiction. He managed, however, to get the detective out of the office alive, and when that was accomplished, most of his worries were over. For there seemed to be not the slightest chance that the murder could be proved against him. There would indeed be no way of proving that it was murder, and not even the most careful autopsy would be likely to probe into the cavities of Detective Carr's teeth. The X-ray pictures which Dr. Perry had taken of Detective Carr's showed that the apex of the root of the molar in question extended into the antrum, which is a pocket extending from the nasal cavity into the bone. This is not at all an unusual condition. Dr. Perry knew that the strychnine would be absorbed into the blood by way of the antrum. Death would then be a matter of minutes. Under normal conditions, it would take several hours for the action to start. By then, the detective would no longer be near the dental office, and the chances were that even if he lived long enough to give information, he would not associate the tooth filling with the poison. The next morning's papers, perhaps, would have the news of the detective's death. It looked safe, absolutely safe. Chapter 4. As Dr. Perry expected, the next morning's papers contained the news of Detective Carr's strange death, and according to the accounts, headquarters was at a loss to explain the mystery. It was difficult to reconcile the known facts with either a murder or a suicide theory. The doctor smiled as he read the reports. They were very satisfying to him. He had been in his office about an hour when 3 men, who introduced themselves as Detective Sergeant Elm, Detective Mosher, and Medical Examiner Richards, called on him. "From one of Detective Carr's friends, we learned that you have been treating Carr's teeth," said Detective Sergeant Elm. "Was Carr in here yesterday for an appointment?" Dr. Perry, afraid that a trap was being laid for him and that he would betray himself by lying, was slow to reply. "Why, I'm not sure, that is. He may have been. I'll have to consult my records." "Never mind. The point is you have been treating Detective Carr. And in that case, it is extremely unlikely that Carr was receiving treatment from another dentist also." Then, after a pause, "Do you know that Detective Carr died yesterday from strychnine poisoning?" "No." "Well, I did read something in the papers." "It was very mystifying at first," interrupted Detective Sergeant Elm. "A most careful chemical analysis discovered no strychnine in the stomach. However, we found the strychnine. Does that interest you?" The dentist flushed. "It evidently does," said Elm. "You're a mighty clever man, Dr. Perry. However, you overlook the fact that strychnine poisoning causes convulsions. You made a mighty sloppy job of filling Carr's upper molar. Murder in haste and repent at leisure. That will be a good proverb for you to remember. During Carr's fit of convulsions, the amalgam filling was jarred loose and fell out of his mouth. Detective Mosher found it this morning under the desk in the district attorney's office." Detective Sergeant Elm took a small glass vial out of his pocket and held it out toward Dr. Perry. "Your amalgam filling is in this bottle, Doctor, and there are traces of strychnine on it. Also, the medical examiner here afterwards found traces of the poison in the root canal of the tooth. That makes it pretty conclusive, doesn't it?" Chapter 5. Detective Carr's story of the man who had disguised himself by artificially inducing baldness was a myth. However, the official records now include the case of one Dr. Raymond K. Perry, alias William Lesser, who grew a beautiful crop of hair while awaiting his execution. Furthermore, the doctor's dark complexion paled noticeably under the regular prison baths. As for his stoutness, he had been one of those not altogether uncommon men who can put on or take off an appreciable amount of weight by change of diet. It was thus that Perry, after murdering Mr. Curven, had been able to effect a great change in his appearance within a week. He had then made the bold stroke of opening a dental office and practicing the profession right under the eyes of the police. Perry, it must be explained, was actually a dentist. After graduating from a dental college, he failed to make good with Dr. Keekbush and was discharged. He then applied for a position as clerk in the office of Mr. Curven and assumed the name of Lesser because he intended to re-enter the dental profession again and did not want it to be known that he was an ex-clerk. Detective Carr, it transpired, had not mentioned his suspicions concerning Dr. Perry at headquarters. But after the doctor had been convicted for murdering the detective, he confessed his former crime. End of Murder in Haste by John Bear.
"412B Eros" by Malcolm Jameson. Planet Stories, Spring 1941. 412B Eros. A strange code, but grizzled space trader Carnes used it to break the perilous Mercury-Venus jinx. Mackie chop chop. Quay, quay. The two Venusian coolies squatted down between the shafts and with one quick motion elevated the sedan chair to shoulder height. Then they started off in a lazy run through the torrential downpour, splashing mud right and left as their sturdy yellow legs struck into the watery lane of muck that passes for a road in Veniceburg. Captain Hank Carnes, the lone trader, sank back in his seat and watched idly with mild blue eyes as first one grass hut, and then another appeared momentarily through rifts of rain. There would be time enough to worry about Cappy Wilkerson's plight when he reached the administration building and found out more about the charges against him. No doubt it was just another shakedown, the effort of some minor official to pry loose a little more than the customary cumshaw. Captain Carnes had berthed his own old trading tub not an hour earlier, and as he registered the arrival of his swapper, he noted that under the date of 3 days before there was the entry, Wanderer, Captain Wilkerson, en route Mercury to Luna. After it was the notation in red, detained by order collector of the port, captain in custody. Hank Carnes thoughtfully pawed his long white beard. Cappy Wilkerson was a careful and upright man and a lifelong friend. What manner of charge could they have trumped up against him? That they were trumped up he took for granted, for the local government of autonomous Venus was notoriously corrupt, and always had been. The Venusians themselves were the descendants of coolies brought centuries before from tropical Asia. They took little or no interest in government. Politics had, therefore, fallen into the hands of white adventurers, most of whom lived on Venus for the very good reason they were not wanted elsewhere. The Central Council of the loose Interplanetary Federation seldom interfered with them unless for acts so flagrant as to affect the Federation as a whole. The old space merchant left his chair at the courtroom and squeezed through the crowd at the back just in time to hear the whack, whack, whack of the gavel marking the end of the trial. Standing defiantly in the prisoner's box was Cappy Wilkerson, his eyes flashing and his iron-gray mane thrown back. He looked like an indignant old lion brought to bay by a pack of jackals. The judge, a young man with a monocle and a stiff black pompadour, was dressed in a smart military uniform which made him appear anything but judicial. He was biting out his words as if what he was saying was inspired by personal venom. "I have heard all you have had to say, including your filthy imputations as to the integrity of this court. Your guilt is so apparent that we need not trouble even to preserve the record of your silly and malicious allegations." Here the judge contemptuously tossed a sheaf of papers into a wastebasket. "Therefore, bearing in mind not only your guilt but your contumacious conduct before me, I sentence you to 5 years at hard labor in such a one of our prison camps as the Director of Welfare and Beneficence may select. It is further directed that your ship, together with its illicit contents, be confiscated and sold at public auction in order to defray the cost of these proceedings. Marshal, take him away." Hank Carnes was on his feet at once, elbowing and pushing his way forward through the departing throng of curiosity seekers. His voice was shrill with indignation. "Hey, you can't do that," he yelled. Officials closed in on him at once, and the judge's face grew red with anger. "This is a court of law," he said, "and the decisions of the presiding judge are final. Now get out before I haul you up for contempt." "Tarnation damn," muttered Hank Carnes as he turned and left the building. This was no ordinary shakedown. This called for action, and quick action, for it was unthinkable that his buddy should be carted off to the insect-infested, fever-ridden, infamous great swamp of Venus. White men lived but a few months there. A year, let alone 5 years, was as good as life. A bulletin caught his eye, and as he read it he gasped. The paste that fastened it to the board was still wet, but the paper bore characteristics of printed type. It must have been prepared at least a day ago. It read, "Collector's sale. 1 confiscated tube ship, the Wanderer, complete with fittings. The cargo of the same consisting of miscellaneous trade goods. Saturday. Inquire at collector's office for details." "Phew," gasped Hank Carnes. That was quick work, and planned. He turned and made his way to the collector's office. The man at the front desk gaped at him woodenly. "S already sold," he said indifferently, the 3rd time Carnes put his question, "but it says Saturday." "Okay, it says Saturday. So what? B, but this is only Tuesday. We have a Saturday every week, Dodo. Now trot along and annoy somebody else for a change. I have work to do." Hank Carnes blinked. Why, Saturday was the day the Wanderer docked. These Venusians were getting raw. They must have sold her that very day. Who is that old man? Throw him out. Carnes turned slowly and viewed the new speaker. He was a big man, with piercing black eyes and a hawk nose, and heavily bearded. A strange sight for super-tropical Venus, where men kept clean-shaven for coolness. But the man turned abruptly away and entered an inner office, slamming the door behind him. Hank Carnes' eyes followed him all the way. They were fixed on the back of the fellow's neck. There, oddly enough, just above the shoulder line, peeped a line of color demarcation. Above the line, which was made visible by the fact that its wearer had pulled open his collar for comfort, the skin was the normal pallor usually seen on Venus. Below, it was a mottled chocolate color. "Did you hear what the collector said?" snarled the clerk. Scram. Without a word, Hank Carnes turned and left the office. He passed through the thronged corridors almost in a daze. There was Cappy Wilkerson, gone to the swamp, virtually condemned to death. There was his ship sold, even before the trial which was to condemn it. And everywhere there was high-handed insolence, seemingly inspired by this overbearing man with the duplex complexion. What did it mean, and the fact that he could not yet place those sharp eyes and that predatory nose, though somewhere, sometime, he had encountered them before, puzzled Hank Carnes still more. Something stank in Venus. An hour later he sat morosely in a tiny tavern he had long known, hidden up the blind alley known as Artemis Lane. For half a century it had been familiar to him as the hangout for his kind. So you see how it is. The bartender was concluding. At this rate there won't be any more. With all the old-timers dead or in the swamp, how in hell can I keep running? No, sir, this joint is for sale, for what it'll bring. Drink up and have another. Captain Carnes took the proffered drink from the grizzled tavern keeper, but despite its cheering nature, for it was purest comet dew, he took it glumly. Never in all his long and active life had he heard so much evil news at one sitting. Another of his old pals had come to grief, and all because he had touched at mercury. Mercury, it appeared, was poison to all his tribe. The record was too consistent to be accounted for by coincidence. Coincidents do not occur in strings, and what makes it stink all the worse? Persisted the indignant bartender, bitterly. Not a damn finger is lifted to stop the flow of trilobane. The town is lousy with it. Half these natives stay hopped up all the time. I thought the Federals had cleaned that up 10 years ago, commented Hank Carnes. It's back, was the laconic retort. Hank Carnes said nothing. The fact that 3 of his buddies were languishing in the malarial swamps of Venus, continually subject to the indignities of brutal guards, was uppermost in his mind. And besides that, 2 others, Bill Ellison and Jed Carter, had died on Mercury when their ships mysteriously blew up on the take-off. That, too, had an especial significance, for those 2 were the only members of the trader tribe who had any sort of reputation as fire-eaters. In their youth, of course, all of them had been bolder and more truculent. But as they gained in experience, they learned that there is more to be gained by soft words than bluster. If Hank was to secure the release of his friends, it must be by guile, the use of a cunning superior to that employed by their common enemies. If he was to secure, there was no if about it. He must. For it was Bob Merrill and Ben Wilkerson who had once rescued him, Hank Carnes, from an even more deadly situation. More than 20 years ago that had been, on far-off Io, and Hank Carnes winced at the memory of it. On that occasion he had, through the machinations of the notorious Von Kleber gang, been convicted and sentenced as a pirate. 10 hateful and horror-filled days and nights he had spent in the mines of Sans Esperance, the federal penitentiary, digging radioactive ores. 2 of his friendly competitors heard of it and pled for a new trial wherein it was shown that he had been sent up through perjured testimony to screen the trial of the real culprits. The wave of public opinion they started then did not subside until Von Kleber and his outlaws were put finally behind the bars. No, there was no choice. Cappy Wilkerson and Cappy Merrill must be released and Ellison and Carter avenged. How, that remained to be seen. While, drawled Hank Carnes elaborately, now that his mind was made up, I'll be seeing you. I'm taking a little trip into Mercury and back. The bartender shook his head ominously. No fool like an old fool, he said, and he didn't laugh. In the rain lock, or the vestibule outside the bar, Carnes stopped. He felt inside the lining of his vest, and after much fumbling produced a dog-eared memorandum book. He ran through the yellowed pages until he found one covered with cryptic entries. They appeared as if made long ago, but several interlineations in various colored inks showed that amendments had been made from time to time since the original writing of them. Halfway down was the group P2, and what followed had been twice changed. The line that stood in lieu of them read, VBG, Wickerware, 41/2B, Eros. Hank Carnes read the line through 2 or 3 times, then snapped the book shut and replaced it in its hiding place. He carefully buckled up his slicker and jammed his sou'wester tight upon his head. Then he stepped forth into the steamy drizzle of Artemis Lane. He sloshed his way through mud and water until he came to the main drag. He turned to the right and splashed along until he came to the corner where Roseville Road turned off. He took the turn and plugged along for 4 blocks of its twisting, boggy length. A dozen steps farther on, he lifted his eyes and peered from beneath dripping brows at the signs about. Across the street was what he sought, a sagging awning crudely painted with the legend, and Scherger, dealer in native basketry. On the bedewed window below was another, her Spack Anglass. Hank Carnes stopped under the awning long enough to squish some of the water out of his shoes, then he entered. A swarthy, turbaned Venusian met him, rubbing his hands together obsequiously and bowing jerkily at every step. "Yis, my lord. Welcome to miserable shop. Vat wishes, my lord. Wickerware," said Hank Carnes tartly for him, for export. "Ah," breathed the representative of Scherger. "Shiploads, you pay." Captain Carnes shook his head and pointed to the private door at the back. "Ah, Wickware. No pay. Maybe boss at sea, eh?" "Yep, trot him out," said Hank Carnes, and began fingering the clever basketware of the Venusian hillman. He knew it would be quite a while before the Earthman came, if this was operated like the Calistan branch had been, 20 years before. After a time, without quite knowing how he knew, he was aware that someone else was in the showroom, studying him from a distance. "Howdy," he said, turning around. "I kinda wanted to finance a deal that's too big for me to swing. Is this the place?" "Might be," said the man non-committally. He was a typical terrestrian businessman, not much over 30, baldish, and plainly not given to foolishness. "I don't touch anything as a rule unless I see a profit in it, and no chance of loss. What is your collateral?" Hank Carnes mentioned his ship. The man snorted and started to turn away. "You're wasting time. I got a ring, too. It's a, well, sorta heirloom." The man came back. He was still not interested, but he took the ring Carnes offered him and weighed it in his hand. Then he applied a loupe to his eye and examined it closely. "You've hawked this before?" "Yes," chuckled Hank Carnes, "and got it back, too." "Him," said the man. "It looks genuine. What do you want?" "I, am dropping into Mercury to do a little trading. When I get back I might want to buy a chair or so, meb a houseful of stuff, and just wanted to be sure my credit was good." "You speak in riddles, my friend," said the man with a curious, tight little smile. He was tossing the ring thoughtfully all the while. "I'm only a lone trader," said Hank Carnes wistfully, "and don't know no better. Supposing you keep the ring while I'm gone to appraise it, so to speak. All I want to know is who to call for when I get back. If I get back." The man pocketed the ring. "Where will the call come from?" "I dunno. Space, meb. Jail, meb. My radio call is Care Assistant Dockmaster, Venusberg Sky Yard. Mention berth 23 somehow. As to the jail angle, I do not as a general thing do business with people in jail. In that event, I might send you a lawyer in consideration of this ring. Tell Rashab, the night turnkey, you'll know him by the double scar on his chin, that you want to see Mr. Brown. I can't guarantee he'll go, but if he does, bear in mind he's a very cagey fellow, and that Venusberg jail is studded with dictaphones and scanners. If what you have in mind smacks at all of illegality, it's likely he'll walk out on you." "Yep," snapped Hank Carnes, beginning to shut the clasps on his slicker. "I'll remember. Only I don't think it'll be a lawyer I'll need. If the joint is lousy with spy machines, what I'll want is an old friend, a man of my type." The man, whatever his name was, for he had still not given it, laughed outright for the first time. He slapped the lone trader on the back. "Men of your type, you old humbug, are extinct as the horse. Hank Carnes looked up to laugh back at him, but he was gone. In his place stood the Turb and Venusian, still doing washing motions with his hands. My lord, no, like Vicvair. My lord, go now. My lord, yes, I go now. Carnes jammed on his sou'wester, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. A half-hour later he was making ready for the take-off for Mercury. It was a shot in the dark, but it was a chance he had to take. To hell with that, thought Hank Carnes. Then briskly to the boy he had brought with him this trip as a general utility man. Hey, Billy, look alive. Bear a hand with getting them their rakes stowed. So that's Mercury, exclaimed Billy Hatch 4 days later, as he stared goggle-eyed into the visiplate. This was his first interplanetary trip. Yep, said Carnes, that's her, the doggonetest planet barren none in the whole dad-frazzled system. After you've been here you can tell 'em you've seen wind blow, and I mean blow. That's what them rakes is for. To get around you lie down on your belly and pull yourself along by them. It's a hell of a place. The sun on your back to fry you, 'cepting there's always a ice-cold hurricane cooling you off. How can that be, Cap'n? Convection's the 10-sol word for it. It's 'cause she's sizzling hot on one side and colder'n the underside of a iceberg on other. The wind goes straight up over the desert and comes straight down over the backside glaciers. Then it scoots for the desert again, and how? Nobody could live an hour in any part of the place if it warn't for the temperate strip, and that's cockeyed enough. You got a steady 100-200-mile wind going straight into the sun, for that's right down to the horizon. In the lee of a house you burn up, in the shade of it you'd freeze solid in 5 minutes. And the houses have to be stone and streamlined. Hank Carnes kept a watchful eye on the terrain coming up to meet them. Mooring a ship in that wind required the utmost art. As I told you, it's a hell of a place. Nothing grows there but a sort of grass and some moss. The only animals is varmints, like the cangrella and the troclobec. It's cangrella claws and troclobec hides we trade for. Billy Hatch listened, wide-eyed. This was romance. The troclobec is a critter something on the order of an armadillo, only it's got horns and big claws to hang onto the ground. It grazes, with its head aloose into the wind. The cangrella is built along the lines of a crab and has claws, too. It crawls up behind the troclobec and kills them while they're feeding. Troclobec scales and cangrella claws are both harder'n hell. They use 'em in machinery. Oh, said Billy Hatch, but you better get for'ard there and tend to them grapples, 'cause a getting hold of the ground here is ticklish business. If we miss it's just too bad. We'll roll over and over for miles and miles, like as not. Hank Carnes said no more for a time. As a matter of fact, he was far from ready to land. He had deliberately come up on the wrong side of the planet for making the landing at Sam Atkins' little trading store. He wanted to give it a general bird's-eye view. It was in a valley scooped out by the wind that he saw the first sign of a major alteration. Behind a huge artificial windbreak lay a group of new buildings, and one of them was dome-topped with a squat chimney. A matter of 10 miles farther away was another new house and a small warehouse behind it. Just over the next low ridge lay Atkins' place. Stand by, warned Hank Carnes as he brought the ship's nose into the hurricane and began losing altitude. Don't let go till I tell you, and that'll be when we're practically down. Just as the keel kissed the ground, Carnes gave the signal and the anchors. At the same instant he cut his rockets and the ship began falling away to leeward, dragging her anchors behind. In a moment they grabbed, pulled loose and grabbed again. That time they held. Carnes released a long pent-up sigh. It was a perfect landing. Sam Atkins' house lay but a bare 100 yards on the quarter. There was still the business of shooting a wire over the trading post and making it fast at both ends, Atkins coming out to do his share. Then Captain Carnes slid down the wire to the shack and allowed himself to be hauled in by the trading post keeper. "I'm glad to see you, Captain, and sorry at the same time," was his greeting from Sam Atkins. Atkins was a grumpy sort and a self-made hermit. He seemed to enjoy the solitude of windswept Mercury and the tedious, strenuous work of snaring cangrellas. "How come sorry, Sam?" asked Hank Carnes, as innocently as if he had never visited Venus. Atkins looked mournfully at him and jerked a thumb eastward. I've got neighbors, bad ones. Whatever you do, don't go over there. They'll trick you somehow. They don't want outsiders coming here. They've got a ship of their own that makes a trip every week or so." Hank Carnes raised his eyebrows. "Troglodytes must be breeding faster'n they used to," he observed. "Mercury never produced enough to justify more than 2 trips a year, if that. Troglodytes, stated Atkins, are practically extinct, and the Cangrellas are starving. I doubt if I could scare up 4 cases of prime claws to save my soul. It's Pagras that's doing it. The place is crawling with them. They bite the troglodytes and they curl up and die." Commented Hank Carnes. He remembered those serpents well. They were originally a Venusian beast, a variety of dragon, and extremely venomous. They were really legged snakes, having 36 pairs of taloned legs and crab-like claws near the head, but the body was slender, rarely exceeding a yard in girth, for all their 30-foot lengths. "I'm closing up shop here," said the gloomy Atkins next. "You can take the pick of what I own if you'll set me down at the next stop you make." "Now you just keep your shirt on, Sam Atkins," replied Hank Carnes. "I'm not a-doing anything of the damn kind. I'm going over and have a talk with those gents in the next valley." Sam Atkins glared at him. "No fool like an old fool," he remarked hopelessly. Hank Carnes chuckled. "Seems folks are agreed pretty well about me. But let's eat, so I can get along my way." Unmooring and getting in the anchors was a troublesome job with only a green boy for a helper, but Hank Carnes managed it. At that, it was a much easier maneuver to move the ship that mile over the ridge than to try to crawl it in the teeth of a permanent typhoon. Moreover, if there was cargo to take aboard, and Hank Carnes felt sure there would be, the ship would have to be moved anyhow. So he took off, circumnavigated the planet, and came up again, this time to the little office building and warehouse next to Atkins' shack. He took good care not to go near the other group of buildings. As he descended, casting about for a good spot to fling out his grapnels, he kept a sharp eye out for signs of life about the buildings. All he saw was a couple of bronzed men, both bald as billiard balls, working over some object in the lee of the warehouse. Upon sighting the descending spaceship, one went inside the warehouse, and the other caught hold of the guide wire, and let himself be blown down to what appeared to be the office building. The man had on a heavily quilted suit of gray material, quilted so that if he lost his hold and was blown away, he would not bruise himself to death along the ground. On the 4th try, Hank Carnes managed to ground his ship not far from the office door. This time he landed to leeward and had to make his way upwind by crawling, assisted by a Mercurian staff, or one of the rakes among his trade goods. As he crawled, he observed he was being watched from a loophole beside the door. But as he drew himself erect, the door opened and a man came out to greet him. "Hello, Captain," said the man cordially. "We're very glad to see you. Come in and rest yourself." The man, Carnes observed, was dressed in a heavily quilted suit and was breathing heavily. But he had a full head of hair and a luxuriant mustache. "Howdy, yourself," returned the lone trader. "Phew, it's sure dusty hereabouts. I've heard of the place, but I never seen it. The Far Trojans is my bailiwick and the asteroids in that corner." "Really?" said the man, helping his visitor through the door. The office was a single room, and no one else was in it. There was a bottle of violet-hued liquor on the table and 2 glasses. "Have a drink. This is home brew, our Mercurian version of comet dew, made from flowers that grow under the glacier lips." "Don't care if I do," remarked Carnes, and sat down in the seat indicated. "As I was saying, I thought I'd look in on this place, seeing as how I had to make the perihelion hop home. Have to get home to see my oldest grandchild married." "Wouldn't be interested in a bit of cargo, would you?" asked the man. "Our own ship is overdue, and I have some freight for Venus." "I'm a lose interested in a bit of cargo," said Carnes, "but this trip I can't stop by Venus, time's too short." "Oh, well," said his host indifferently, "it doesn't matter about that. I was thinking of shipping some boxes of claws and hides to our agent at Venusberg for sale there. We are a new company and have no outlets on Terra yet, unless you wanted to speculate on your own account and buy them outright." "Speculation's my business," said Hank Carnes, serene and bland, and added, with just a touch of foxiness, "If the buying price is right." "Oh, we won't quarrel about that," laughed the man. "The hides are a byproduct with us. This is a pharmaceutical outfit. We make a preparation from the hormones of these beasts. You can have the horns at almost any price." They spent the better part of an hour in good-natured haggling, the childlike old man raising first one trivial objection after another to win small advantages, chiefly in the matter of valuation of the various items of trade goods he had to offer. None of the lone traders ever dealt in cash. The swapper was most appropriately named. At last they shook on the bargain, and a bargain it most obviously was from the trader's point of view. Mr. Raoul Dement, or so the company man styled himself, presented the visiting captain 2 flasks of the violet liquor after the old custom of the trade. "Nice stuff," observed Hank Carnes, licking his lip. "The best I ever." "There's 12 cases of it in the warehouse," said Dement with a wink. "Now, if you were the smuggling sort, there would be a nice profit for you. But, of course—" "Hell!" exploded Hank Carnes, running Comet does no sin. "Wished I had a decimo for every gallon I've hauled. Once in a coon's age I get stuck with a little fine, but shucks, the customer'll lose pay that for you." There followed more dickering, but the upshot of it was that Hank Carnes signed up for everything that had been offered him. "Bon voyage," said Mr. Dement. "If you ever pass this way again, drop in and visit." "Sure will," said Hank Carnes, looking his man in the eye. He was interested in his host's forehead. About an inch from the right temple there was a slight depression, the ineradicable scar of an old skull injury. Mercury was still a big disk behind when the swapper straightened out on her earthward trajectory. "Step alive there, Billy, we got lots to do." All the blandness, all the gullibility and childlike faith were gone from Hank Carnes' face now. He looked much more like work-ridden gnome than an emaciated Santa Claus. For they had unpacked every case and strewn its contents on the deck, looking for contraband of a more serious nature than the harmless Comet do. But no case contained anything except what the invoice declared. Hank left the job of repacking to the boy and went about a minute's search of the ship itself. In that he was not a moment too soon. Behind the control board, hidden under the vine-like mass of electric leads, were 2 thermobombs. Their detonating coils were already hot. The control board was divided into 3 panels, each controlling an opposite pair of the 6 tubes, which were arranged hexagonally about the stern. 2 of the panels were about to be ruined by fire. Hank Carnes' first impulse was to snatch the bombs loose and let them burn out harmlessly on the deck, but suddenly he checked it. Instead, he withdrew his hand and stuck his blistered fingers in his mouth. Then he shouted a warning to Billy Hatch. "Hey, stand by for a blast. Bring an extinguisher, quick." The boy ran up, but nothing happened for several minutes. Then the 2 boards flashed fire. They put the fire out, but the damage was done. The swapper was not nearly up to acceleration. She could never get to Earth at that velocity. She would have to limp into Venus on her 2 remaining tubes and have yard electricians renew her wiring. "Pretty neat," said Hank Carnes admiringly, contemplating his ruined controls. "I did the best I could, Cap'n," said Billy modestly, thinking the compliment was meant for him. "You did all right, son," said the skipper. "Supposing you turn in now. I'll do what's left." Hank Carnes did not at once change course for Venus. He was still unsatisfied that he knew all he should know about his ship and its seemingly innocuous cargo. It was too obvious to miss that Dement had ordered the bombs planted to ensure the swappers going into Venus. It was an easy guess that the suggestion to take liquor on board was a device to ensure the ship's arrest and the confiscation that was sure to follow, Venusian courts being what they were. But to Hank Carnes' suspicious mind there was much more to it than that. In the first place, he could have obviated both. He could have snatched the bombs before they exploded, and he could yet jettison the liquor. Moreover, if the mere elimination of all visitors to Mercury was what they were after, those bombs could just as well have been of ferrixite and designed to destroy the ship entirely, as was done in the case of the openly hostile Merrill and Carter. No, The master plot required the swapper to go into Venus and be done away with there. Why, he thought that over. Suddenly he arose and unlocked his little safe. From its lead container he withdrew a small pellet of radium and set up his fluoroscope. Then he dragged out one of the Trockelbeck hides. He searched it systematically from horn to stubby tail, from the scaly back to the claws of the feet. Then he put his fluoroscope away. Grinning into his beard, he went aft and got a pair of pliers, a hammer, and a cold chisel. One of the horns came away as he screwed it off. He knew already from its fluorescence that it was hollowed out and filled with some substance, but he wanted to make sure. He shook the pale green powder inside out into his palm and sniffed it. Yes, that was it. There was the unmistakable odor of crushed cherries and the sickish sweetness of the hashish of the skies, trilobane. Ah, now he was getting somewhere. And as he split a few back scales at random, he found that each had a few grams of the insidious drug within it. One such hide would supply a retail peddler for many months, each scale a separate delivery. He delayed no longer. He shifted his course toward Venus and at the same time sat down to his radio key. He sent, urgent, Venusberg Sky Yard. Attention, Assistant Dockmaster. 4 tubes disabled account switchboard fire. Please reserve for me berth 23. Litigation in prospect. Can you recommend lawyer? Signed Hank Carnes, Captain, T.S. Swapper. Well, he said to himself as he carefully swept up the telltale green dust from the deck, and added it to the bundle of broken scales and neatly bored, and threaded horns preparatory to firing it all through the garbage tube into his wake. I've shot my wad. Now let's see how smart Mr. Brown turns out to be. He learned very soon that the thermobombs were but an added precaution. He had not been waiting more than a couple hours when his loudspeaker began to buzz. He glanced at it in surprise, as he was still a long way from Venus. The message began coming through, harsh and peremptory. Lay to, Swapper, to receive a boarding party. Lay to, or take the consequences. Sky Guard calling. Lay to. Hank Carnes cut his rockets and went to the airlock to await the arrival of the cruiser. It was not long in coming. 2 smartly uniformed young officers sprang in. Let's see your manifest. Ordered one, curtly, while the other headed for the hold. In a moment the second came back with 2 flasks of the pale violet Comet Dew. The old boy is lousy with the stuff. He reported to the other. Cases and cases of it. Yes, said the first, and not a damn word about it in the manifest. This makes the second one of these old coots we've hauled up this month. What do you say? Shall we call this one conspiracy? Why not? Countered the other. Carnes said nothing beyond the usual blustering protests that would be expected of him. Then he lapsed into silence as the 2 took over after ordering their own vessel to proceed. They did not go to the commercial Sky Yard, but to the official one. Other officers met them, and Hank Carnes was led straight away to jail. He protested every step of the way, demanding to be taken before the terrestrial resident commissioner, or to be booked in the usual way. Both those demands were refused, whereupon he asked for a lawyer. Don't kid yourself, old man, said one of his guards. You're in Venus now. Here you are. Ray gun leveled, the guard shoved Hank stumblingly forward. He staggered and nearly fell, striking his head against the barred window. Outside he could see the form of a spaceship, but it was not the swapper. The guard laughed and swaggered out. There he was. There was no question about that. The barred door slammed behind his departing escort with an air of utter finality. Hi-ya, pop, screamed some hoodlum down the corridor. What you in for? After that nothing happened. Hank Carnes looked about him at his cramped cell and settled down to make the best of it. It would be tiresome, locked up alone this way, but in a day or so perhaps the mysterious Mr. Brown would put in his appearance. The next day came, but no Mr. Brown. However, early in the morning another visitor came in his place. Carnes heard footsteps approaching and the jangle of keys. His door was flung open, and a tall stranger stepped in. The man was quite old and clad in the blue uniform, faded and patched, of a space skipper. He was obviously a lone trader, but if he was the only one in the universe that Hank Carnes did not know. For this man, with his beetling gray eyebrows and hard steely eyes beneath, he had never laid eyes on before. 2 minutes, no more, warned the guard, and stood back in the corridor where he could both see and hear. "Howdy, Hank," said the newcomer. "Danged if it ain't getting so that Tom Bagley spends half his time bailing you out or paying fines. Why, I'd hardly landed here but what I heard you'd been slung into the calaboose again, and I says to myself, says I." "Yeah, Tom, I know," said Hank Carnes penitently, trying not to look at the eavesdropping guard. Inwardly he was seething with doubt and curiosity. Could it be that this was some minion of the collector trying to trick him, or was he acting for Mr. Brown? He remembered telling the fellow in the wickerware place that what he really needed was a man of his own type. Maybe they had found one. At any rate, he chose to pretend he knew him. "Anyhow," went on the stranger, "I looked up a feller named Brown that I know here and asked him what to do. He said things looked pretty black, and his advice was to plead guilty and say nothing. Might get off with a fine or something, and that he had a little money of yours. He got me this pass, but said he couldn't work it twice. Now tell me, Hank, what do you want me to do? I gotta get out of here for Mercury in a day or so." Hank Carnes looked at the man steadily for a moment. He was on the spot. The man was evidently from Brown, but he knew neither of them personally. But worse, the guard was listening to every word, and there were doubtless dictaphones as well. But the 2 minutes were running out, and there would not be a second visit. "I'll tell you, Tom, there isn't but one thing you can do. I'll have to take my medicine, I guess, but I hate, like everything, to lose them Troclobec hides and horns. The critters is dying off, poisoned by Pagras. Them danged snakes are all over Mercury. You might not have money enough to buy 'em in, but sort, to keep track of 'em, won't you? They're not worth much now, but they'll be mighty valuable some day. There's a man here from EO that'll pay a good price for 'em, if you can find him." "Time's up," snapped the guard, coming forward. "All right, you old scalawag," said the phony trader captain, jovially, "I'll do my best. But watch your step with that Jedge. He's tough." "I know," said Hank Carnes despondently, and settled his face in his hands. The door slammed and the footsteps withdrew, ringing emptily down the metal passage. Dreary day followed dreary day. Time after time Carnes heard footsteps ringing in the corridor, and as often he heard the rattle of keys as some door was opened, and another unfortunate was ordered out to meet his doom. The sentence that was to change his state from slow dry rot to the swift wet rot of the swamp. But it was never Carnes' door. Then at last came the day when guards took him to the identical court where Wilkerson had been tried. The evidence was brief and to the point. He was apprehended trying to sneak into Venus when his clearance papers called for Terra as his destination. He had on board 8 cases of illicit liquor. He had no acceptable explanation. Guilty. 2 years in the swamp, and the loss of his ship was the sentence. Then they took him back to his cell to await the next caravan to the penal camps. The second stretch of waiting was harder to take than the first, for he had placed the enigmatic collector now in his memory. The man was von Kleber, thought to have died many years ago in the uranium mines of Sans Esperance. Carnes knew him to be a convict from the fact that he had grafted new skin on his face and head so that the burns and baldness caused by radioactivity would not show. But that he was the notorious von Kleber himself had not occurred to him, and with that recognition came the other. Raoul Dement was the man known as Frenchy the Hop, vice president of the von Kleber ring. It was he who had operated the narcotic racket, while the big boss turned his attention to such other lines as piracy, white slaving, and smuggling in general. If such men could flourish unchecked in the well-policed Jovian satellites for more than a decade, it was hopeless to expect to dislodge them from their place on corrupt and autonomous Venus. And so time dragged on, and Hank Carnes sat, awaiting the day when he would be taken away to the swamp. He wondered apathetically whether he would be sent to the same camp where Wilkerson and Hildreth were. But at last there came a day when footsteps rang again in the corridors, and he heard doors being opened and men taken away. Finally men stopped before his own cell and called him forth. Between 2 soldiers they marched him away. To his surprise they took him first to the street, where 3 sedan chairs were waiting. The guards very politely indicated that Carnes was to get in the middle one, and they took the others. Hank clambered in, and they set off. Shortly they drew up before the courthouse. He was met inside by a tall, slender man of nearly his own age, who wore the uniform of Chief Inspector of the Interplanetary FBI. "How are you, Captain?" he said cheerily. "Sorry you had such a long stay in jail, but we'll try to make that up to you. Come in here and let me show you something." Hank Carnes looked at the inspector in amazement. He was Frank Haynes, the man who had broken the Von Kleber case years before. There had been a time when they worked closely together on the information that Carnes furnished when he was released from Sans Esperance. He said nothing in reply, though, as Haynes was leading the way into the courtroom. In the dock were 2 bald-headed prisoners, Von Kleber, erstwhile collector of the port, and Mr. Dement, manager of the Mercurian Drug Works. The judge was a new one, a judge who looked like a judge should look. "There they are, thanks to you," said Haynes, pointing. "2 as clever criminals as ever plagued the system. We've been a long time catching them, but their career is over now. Our local operative, known as Brown to you, has been trying for months to locate the source of the Trilobane flood, but without avail. The Venusian authorities blocked him at every turn, but there was nothing we could do about that unless we could hang a federal offense on them. It was you who did that for us. I am very glad I gave you that identification ring after our cleanup on Callisto, and the list of the secret addresses of our agents. I felt then that you were a man of discretion and would not abuse its privileges, and today I most certainly am more than justified. When I interviewed you in your cell, you—" Inspector Haynes grinned at Hank's surprise. "Pretty effective disguise, eh? Well, as I was about to say, you gave me all the tips that were needed. First of all, your mention of the scourge of Pagras told me it was Trilobane you had aboard, for that is a distillation of Pagra venom. That gave us jurisdiction. I attended the secret auction and tried to bid. Everything in the ship went for a song to Von Kleber's pals, but when I went to bid on the Troclobec hides I ran into stiff opposition. They were not to be had at any price, so I stopped bidding. Our operatives trailed those hides through 5 sets of owners before we came to the collector himself. Early this morning we made our raid and took in all their supplies of drugs and 25 of their peddlers. Previously we had raided Mercury, and those men came in about an hour ago. They had quite a thriving little business, and why we didn't think of their method of smuggling in the Trilobane before this I'll never know. We knew, of course, that it must be coming in the ships that they confiscated. That much we were sure of, but we couldn't prove a damn thing until we knew how. Thanks to you, the ring is busted now, and we can do something for those poor devils who were innocently duped into being carriers of the drug. Runners have already been sent to the swamp to bring back your friends, and there you are. You'll find your old swapper in the yard, completely overhauled and stocked to the gunwales with grade A trade goods." Hank Carnes, trader, tugged at his grizzled beard and looked rather sheepishly at the floor. "Dag it all," he said, "that's fine enough, but gosh, I sure hated to make a damn fool of myself in front of everybody thataway." Inspector Haynes broke into laughter and crossed over and slapped him on the back. "You old liar. You loved it." End of 412b. Eros by Malcolm Jameson.
The Mystery of the One-Legged Man by J.B. Hawley. The Black Mask, December 1921. Newspaper readers will recall the series of brutal and seemingly senseless murders that occurred in England and were attributed to a criminal whom some clever writer dubbed Peg-Leg, because after each of his appearances he left conclusive evidence in the form of footprints that he was minus his right leg and wore in its place an old-fashioned wooden affair ending in a round steel ferrule. I have said that these murders were seemingly senseless affairs, and that must have been the opinion of everyone who considered that they were committed without any apparent motive. From none of his victims was anything stolen, and in the history of their lives, There were no passages to denote the existence of an enemy who might kill in a spirit of revenge for a real or fancied grievance. The first of these horrible crimes occurred in York. The victim was a certain John Elder, manufacturer of buttons, a highly respectable citizen. On the night of his death, Elder had retired to his study to write some letters. As the evening was warm, he had opened the French window, and according to the testimony of his butler, who was the last of his household to see him alive, had dragged forward a small table and placed it just in the window's opening. He had seated himself beside this table and begun to write when the servant left the room. At about 11 o'clock, this same servant had heard a cry coming from the study. He had hurried to see if anything were wrong with his master, and had found him lying beside the table with a knife wound gaping in his chest. Outside the French window, the police had found unmistakable footprints of a one-legged man. These they followed across the lawn until they came to the road, where they became blurred and finally lost in the medley of other prints on this much-traveled thoroughfare. Of course, the detectives rounded up every one-legged man in York and questioned them closely, but all had unquestionable alibis, and as the police were unable to discover or invent a means of tracing the criminal, they eventually dropped the case. Pegleg's second victim was a little higher on the social scale. No lover of English sport will ever forget the name of Sir Roger Bascombe, nor will the many unfortunate souls whom he helped in their need be more backward in cherishing his memory. As in the case of John Elder, Bascombe was killed between the hours of 11 and midnight, and on the grounds of his estate in Sussex were found another series of footprints of a one-legged man. Because of his prominence, the police put forth their best efforts to run down his murderer. But these went as unrewarded as had those of their colleagues in York. These two murders happened within 3 months of each other. Then for over a year, Pegleg was not heard from again. His next appearance was in London, where on Hempstead Heath he stabbed Professor Thomas Belding, the noted authority on Eastern religions. Now I come to the last of Pegleg's activities. His final murder occurred here in Camberwell and robbed me of one of my dearest friends. The Reverend Frank Parkington was a bachelor, and with young Harry Fellows, his curate, lived in the old stone vicarage just behind the Church of St. Anne's. He was in all particulars the finest man I have ever known, a brilliant preacher, a good friend, an ardent worker in his chosen field. His home was a rendezvous for a few of us who, over a convivial pipe, liked to discuss those matters of the day that interested us. On the night of his death, we had gathered at his request to meet Captain Charles Wonderly, the Indian explorer who was his guest. We found this fellow Wonderly a very interesting talker. He had travelled far and seen much, and knew how to picture in words what he had seen. With his descriptions and anecdotes, he held us interested until well toward midnight. I remember that I arrived home at about 12:15. I retired immediately. But I did not go to sleep at once, as my mind was still full of Captain Wonderly's stories. Just as I was dozing off, I heard the church clock strike 2, and at the same instant there came a violent ringing at my doorbell. I found Harry Fellows awaiting me on my doorstep. "Come quickly," he said in a voice hoarse from excitement. "Dr. Parkington is dead, murdered." "Murdered? Good heavens, man, are you mad?" I shouted, staring into his face that showed pale and haggard in the feeble light of my hall lamp. For answer, he reached out and shook me roughly by the shoulder. "Will you come?" he said fiercely, "or shall I have to carry you?" Had I not immediately shown signs of obeying his demand, I really believe the young giant would have picked me up and carried me just as I was in pajamas and slippers. His love for Parkington, who had been more than a father to him, was a strong thing, and at that moment his grief made him less than reasonable. In less than 10 minutes, we were on the road to the vicarage. As we hurried through the still night, Fellows briefly told me what had happened. Chapter 2. After his guests had left, Parkington and Captain Wonderly, who was staying for the night, went to their rooms. Because he had some work to finish, Fellows had remained downstairs. At about 1:15 he was just finishing his writing when he was startled and frightened by the sound of a blood-curdling moan followed by the sound of someone choking. As soon as he had pulled himself together, he ran upstairs, and instinct guided him to Parkington's room. He knocked at the door, and when there was no answer, he pushed it open and entered the bedroom. There, on his knees beside the bed, he found Parkington dead. A knife or some long, sharp instrument had been driven into his back. "What did you do then?" I asked. "Called Rogers, the servant, and sent him off for the police." "You didn't rouse Wonderly?" "No. In the excitement, I forgot all about the fellow." We entered the vicarage and raced up the stairs to Parkington's room. There we found Chief Constable Smithers in charge, and with him a quiet-looking man, whom he introduced as Inspector Grant of Scotland Yard. "Down for a bit of a holiday, sir, and stopping with me." But for the moment, I paid little attention to Smithers and his friend. I was too greatly upset by the sight of the body lying beside the bed. My natural sorrow at Parkington's death was compounded by the awfulness of the way in which he had been taken from us. I went over and stood beside his body, looking down on it, and swearing that I would find his murderer and see that he paid for his crime. Then I turned to Smithers for his report. "Squire," he began gravely, "what I have to tell you will probably surprise you. You have heard of the notorious Pegleg. Well, sir, there is every indication that this is another of his fiendish crimes." Both fellows and I stared in amazement. Smithers continued, "Yes, sir, I know that it sounds impossible, but nevertheless, it seems to be a fact. Inspector Grant here, who worked on both the Bascom case and that of Professor Belding, will bear me out when I say that all the clues we have been able to find point in that direction." Inspector Grant nodded his head. Smithers crossed the room and stood midway between the bed and an open window that looked out on poor Parkington's lawn. He pointed downward at the carpet. "See here, sir. Those little round marks, and here, leading right to the window, sir. And plenty more of them on the ground below, accompanied by the print of one shoe which does not show on this carpet." "And those marks," I began. "They're from a wooden leg," Smithers finished. "But see here," Fellows cried from beside the window. "How did the beggar get in the house? No man with a wooden leg could climb up here." Smithers shook his head. "No good, sir. It's really a very easy job. You have the hooks that hold the drain pipe all the way. Both Grant and I tried it and had no trouble at all." "Have you tried to follow the trail?" I asked. "Lord bless you, yes, sir. We did that at once. But it leads nowhere. The prints are lost on the stone road less than 100 feet down the highway." We were all bending over those horrible indentations in the carpet when a sound at our backs caused us to look up. In the doorway, clad in his pajamas, was Captain Wonderly, rubbing his eyes and yawning. "I say, you chaps," he said, "what's up?" Then he caught sight of Parkington's body and started forward. "Good heavens, Parkington!" he exclaimed. "What's wrong with him? Is he hurt?" "Dead," I answered briefly. In a dazed sort of way, Wonderly turned his eyes from one to another. At last they rested on Smithers, and guided by the constable's uniform, addressed him as the officer of the law. "Have you got the man that did this?" "Not yet," Smithers replied. "And now, sir, I'll trouble you to tell me who you are and what you know of this business." Wonderly indicated Fellows and me. "These gentlemen know me," he said. "My name's Wonderly. I was a friend of Dr. Parkington. As for what I know of this business, unfortunately, I can't help you a bit. You were staying in the house." Wonderly looked down significantly at his nightclothes. "I certainly was," he answered, "in that room across the hall. And you heard nothing? No sound?" An expression of sorrow, almost of shame, passed over Wonderly's face. "If I only had," he replied quietly, "I'll wager Parkington would be alive now. You see, gentlemen, some years ago I lost the hearing in my right ear. This deficiency doesn't bother me ordinarily, but if I happen to go to sleep on my left ear, as I did tonight, I'm as deaf as a post. At my suggestion, we went downstairs and seated ourselves in the library, leaving the murder chamber and its ghastly inhabitant untouched to await the coroner's arrival. But hardly had we taken our chairs when Fellows jumped to his feet, exclaiming, "This sitting around while Dr. Parkington's murderer is making good his escape is too much for me. I'm going to have a look around." I put out my hand to stop him, but at a signal from Smithers, let it fall. "Let him go," he said after Fellows had left the room. "It won't do any good, but it won't do any harm, and it may ease the poor lad to be doing something." "Of course you have sent out a general alarm?" I asked Smithers a minute later. He nodded. "Of course, sir. Any one-legged man seen hereabouts will find his way to the police station." Then we began a careful consideration of the crime, each man suggesting what he thought might help toward clearing it up and bringing the criminal to justice. In this consultation, I conceived a great admiration for Captain Wonderly. The man had an exceedingly keen mind. In competition with Smithers and Inspector Grant, both old hands in the pursuit of criminals, he showed up wonderfully. No point escaped him, and several times he set the others right in the development of a theory or in the statement of facts. There and then, I said to myself that if I could persuade Wonderly to give up his time to seeking the murderer of my friend, I might hope for some results. I was about to put the suggestion to him when we were all startled by the sound of quick footsteps on the stairs and along the hall. An instant later, the library door swung wide and the huge bulk of Fellows filled the aperture. I caught my breath in amazement as I saw the expression on his face. His eyes were wild with excitement, and about his lips were lines of grim determination. Without a word to the detectives or me, he crossed the room to Wonderly, and bending over him, whispered in his right ear. A look of utter amazement came into Wonderly's eyes. This was quickly followed by fear, which in turn changed to a sort of blind rage. He strove to rise, but Fellows's hand was around his throat and held him tightly to his chair. Then very slowly, Fellows brought his other hand from behind his back. In it was a long knife and some queer contrivance whose purpose I could not make out. He threw these things on the table in front of Wonderly. "Smithers," he said in a cold, hard voice, "I want you to arrest this man for the murder of John Elder, Sir Roger Bascom, Professor Belding and Dr. Parkington." Chapter 3. What happened then occurred so quickly that we others had no time to pull ourselves together and go to Fellows's aid. There was a brief struggle between Fellows and Wonderly, a cry from the latter, the tinkle of broken glass on the floor, and then suddenly Wonderly's body went limp in Fellows's hands. "Poison," Fellows muttered, bending over the body of his late antagonist. The beggar had it in the pocket of his dressing gown. He picked up a rug from the floor and threw it over the body in front of him. Now we all crowded around Fellows and burst into a babble of questions. He raised one hand to silence us, and with the other pointed at the queer contrivance which, along with the knife, lay in front of Wonderly's corpse. "There," he said, "is the wooden leg of your peg leg." The thing was a piece of board cut in the shape of the sole of a shoe. From the bottom projected a short, round stick tipped with an iron ferrule. At the front and back were straps by which it might be fastened to a man's foot. Only a brief examination of it was needed to see how, once so fastened, the prints the wearer would leave behind would certainly resemble those of a one-legged man. Smithers was the first to break the silence. "Mr. Fellows," he said, "I must congratulate you. You have laid by the heels a man whom the best detectives in England couldn't catch. But I beg of you, sir, tell us how you did it." Fellows sank into a chair. "All right," he said, "it must be some time, and I suppose it might as well be now." He drew a square leather-bound book from his pocket. "But first," he went on, "I want you to listen to a few extracts from Wonderly's diary. They will throw some light on the man's motives for his dastardly crimes." Then, in a low voice, he read us the following. "Calcutta, November 16, civilization again. After 5 years of freedom to be cooped up in this place of narrow streets and silly houses. But if it is my destiny to carry on the war among men of my own race, I must not begin by complaining. I see none but strange faces on the streets and in the clubs. Thanks to the gods, the men who knew me have gone their ways. The fools, they despised me because my eyes sought the light, and when, having found it, I followed it, they said that I had gone fantee. How I could laugh at them now, the pretentious asses with their weak, anemic gods, thinking they know the secrets of life. I who have stood before the altar of Siva and watched the spilling of the blood, I who have hearkened to the angry voice of Kali, would bid them halt and reconsider their conceit, lest the vengeance that is Asia's descend upon them. London, the message came today, and it is to kill, kill, kill. My birthday, and I have begun the great work. John Elder is dead. Even now the police are searching for the one-legged man who killed him. One-legged. I wonder if the fools will ever see through my little scheme for sending them hunting the wild goose. The good work continues. Bascom and Belding are gone the way of Elder. So may all men go who lift their hands against the holy gods. Fellows closed the book and threw it aside. A madman, I whispered. A religious fanatic of the worst type, Fellows answered. I think I can piece his story together. He became enamored with native life and probably fell into the hands of the priests. Or perhaps a woman led him to the native shrines, and their damnable religion got into his blood and drove him mad. Smithers scratched his head. But what made him kill? Because his victims were the enemies of his religion. All 4 of them knew the evil practices of his cult, knew how his priests were holding back the people of India. With their best efforts and their money, here in England, they were fighting the battles of their dark-skinned brothers thousands of miles away. Now will you tell us how you found this fellow out? The question came from Inspector Grant. Fellows nodded and began. There was one thing that bothered me from the time Wonderly entered the room upstairs, and that was his explanation for not hearing Parkington's cry and the ensuing commotion which I and the rest of us must have made. You remember, he said that he was totally deaf in the right ear. That would have been all right had I not happened to remember that I sat on his right side at dinner tonight and once spoke to him in a voice barely above a whisper in his right ear. And he heard perfectly. My first idea was that the man was a coward and had stayed in his room because he had been afraid to come out and see what all the noise was about. I held to that opinion until we had come downstairs and I left you to wander about the garden. When I went outside, my first impulse was to take a lantern and examine the famous footprints. I did so and traced them as you did down to the stone road. Then I came back to the house and began to wander aimlessly about the other side of it. I ended up a few yards away from Wonderly's window. Happening to glance downward, I saw something that sent the blood racing through my veins. There on the ground before me, in a soft spot on the gravel, were another set of footprints, and these were of a man with 2 legs wearing shoes that seemed to correspond to the single shoe worn by the man with 1 leg. I raced around to the other side of the house and verified my suspicion. Then I went back to my find. I took the direction the prints pointed out and followed it slowly, my lantern close to the ground. A ways farther on, I found another set of prints and so on. Every little while I found them until I had made a wide detour and was out on the stone road where the murderer's prints began and ended. At first I did not realize the significance of what I had discovered. Then it suddenly came to me that a man could easily leave the footprints of a one-legged man if, in walking, he used a stilt or some such device. Also, I recalled that the new prince had begun at Wonderly's window. Then I knew why he hadn't joined us in Parkington's room sooner. It was because he was probably in hiding somewhere at the other side of the house, waiting for a chance to slip back into his room after having murdered my friend and left those bewildering prints. I came back to the house, crept upstairs, and went through his things. You know what I found and what happened after that. End of The Mystery of the One-Legged Man by J.B. Hawley. Head First into Hell by Horace McCoy. Black Mask, May 1931. Captain Jerry Frost and Eddie Giles bust some clouds in Manana Land. This story is a high-stakes pulp adventure set in the golden age of pulp fiction, with crime thriller and aerial combat elements. The story explores themes of courage under fire, loyalty, and survival amidst intense danger. It follows classic pulp heroes, hardened, resourceful individuals facing relentless challenges, moral ambiguity, and personal sacrifice. There's a subtext of camaraderie, as well as a romantic tension between the protagonist and a mysterious female character, contributing to a rugged yet emotional undertone. Almost as soon as the wheels of his little black ship had touched the landing field at Valbuena in Mexico City, it was apparent to Captain Jerry Frost that this revolution was not being regarded with the customary Latin indifference. On every side, there were unmistakable signs that the Tento uprising plainly was not being taken lightly. Armed troops were on patrol. The attitude of the field attendants was crisp, so crisp it bordered on hostility. There was a tension that tightened the throat. Captain Montez hurried into a hangar and conversed with an officer. Presently they returned to the roadway and signaled an automobile. It rolled up quickly. On its windshield was a gum poster, a flag of Mexico and the seal, an eagle holding a serpent entwined in its talons. It was the presidential insignia. Montez nodded, and Frost and Giles stepped in. Montez sat beside the driver, and Frost and Giles were in the back seat. They were guest players, these two, temporarily resigned from the Rangers. They had been borrowed for a little work below the border. Montez said, "We are to meet the president at once." Eddie Giles frowned and took off his helmet. He ran his fingers through his hair. "Say, I don't want to meet anybody until I have a chance to wash," Frost cut in. "You haven't got time to pour perfume on your hair, Jellybean. We are now mixed up in a war." "Yeah?" Giles said. "I guess the last 6 months have been a house party." Captain Montez felt impelled to arbitrate and half-turned to say over his shoulder, "After you see the president, there will be time to bathe." Frost said, "Sure," and nudged Giles. He pointed off in the distance. He said, "Popo." Giles said, "Who?" "Popocatépetl, volcano. The smaller one is Ixtachihuatl." "Oh," Giles said blandly, "volcanoes." "Yeah, volcanoes. Nice little places where they dump wisecrackers." Giles chuckled and sat back. The car rolled along a road that was like glass, fairly eating up the miles to the city, which was now visible through the mauve mists. Occasionally they roared by a surprised Federalista who, recognizing the emblem on the windshield, came smartly to what Mexican soldiers humorously call attention. All of them stared after the car. Montez leveled a finger ahead. "Castillo de Chapultepec," he said. "Home of the president." The castle sat atop a rugged forested peak, and it was a citadel that might have delighted a feudal baron. And too, it bore a strange resemblance to the lonely fortress the Negro Christophe erected a century ago in the Haitian jungles. Nowhere south of Cancer is there similar architecture. Fighting men ever have been surprised and delighted with the strategic possibilities of the Castillo de Chapultepec. Giles sucked in his breath sharply and said, "I could take a machine gun squad and hold that place against the world." He leaned over and stared, fascinated. Frost nodded. "Yeah, I guess you could in the old days. But now somebody would lay an egg on you and whoosh! He pantomimed the dropping of a bomb. 2 sentries with fixed bayonets approached and saluted. They turned to the interior and shouted, "Capitan Montez!" Their shouts attracted the crowd, and they surged around and stared in undisguised curiosity. The gates swung open, and the car moved through. Inside, it stopped again, and the gates went to with a clank. Montez, Frost, and Giles got out. They walked into an outside corridor and climbed a wide, thickly carpeted flight of stairs. 2 officers passed Montez and saluted sharply. They moved to an inner door, and without ceremony, Montez threw it open and preceded Frost and Giles across the threshold. 2 men sat behind a massive hand-carved desk. One of the men behind the desk stood up. He was small and half-bald and wore glasses to which was attached a thin black ribbon. His dress was neat and conservative. He smiled thinly. His name was Manuel Flores, and he was president of Mexico. The other man slowly got up. He was tall and swarthy, and wore a double row of campaign ribbons across his tunic. But even without them, even without his pea-green, snug-fitting uniform, you would have known he was a soldier. His name was Pedro Nolanti, and he was commander of the Army of the Republic. The president said, "Sit down, gentlemen." The Americans hardly had expected to hear their own language spoken by the president, and they looked at each other in mild surprise. The president observed their expressions and laughed. "I studied in your country, as did Montez. Nolanti also knows your language," the president said. Frost didn't know exactly what to say, but he said, "That's fine." The president went on, "Montez's message to us was welcome. Maybe we can help each other see." Frost said, "I hope so. Has General Nolanti made his plans?" Nolanti was a light opera military leader performing for a vast mob. He was perfectly accoutred. A highly polished Sam Brown belt came over a square shoulder and a heroic chest, and his bronzed throat muscles bulged under a collar that was none too loose. His fingers were thin and tapered, and on the little finger of his left hand he wore a heavy garnet ring. His forehead was deep, and his smile was cold and confident. His eyes struck the only false note in the ensemble. Frost noted they were shifty and darting. General Nolanti carefully explained the menace of this revolution. He related the insidious methods Tento had employed and told how the country in the north was in revolt. He has assembled about 2,000 men near about La Salada and Venado. Frost lifted his eyebrows. He said, "A large number of men to get together in a wild country, General." Nolanti admitted it. "But," he said, "they are there. Captain," he went on seriously, "the reason other revolutions have caused Mexico so much trouble was because the officers would sit and wonder how a rebel leader could muster an army. Instead, they should have done something about it." He extracted a long black cigarette from his pocket and lighted it. "I do not sit and wonder. I fight." He inhaled luxuriously. "I am moving troops today. To the north? See, to the north. There will be no trouble in the south." Nolanti laughed and said nothing. He regarded Frost in amusement. "Then, Captain, you should know Mexican rebels will not fight where there are no pulquerias. They must have tequila." "They have airplanes," Frost said. "A few, perhaps. So have we." Frost said, "How many?" "Several." Frost said, "How many are you going to use?" "3," said Nolanti. "Montez, you, and you." He indicated Giles. Frost wrinkled his brow and sat back in the chair. "Only 3?" "That is enough," Nolanti said. "I have good infantry." He said it with the doggedness old-line soldiers, usually evidence when modern methods of warfare are mentioned. Frost bit his lip and Giles looked puzzled. Frost said, "You mean we are going into this revolution with only 3 airplanes?" His tone was incredulous. "Por qué no?" Nolanti blustered. He repeated, "I have good infantry." His sharp eyes darted about Frost. He had that peculiar sense which warned him of antagonism. He seemed to know that Frost knew he was merely playing a part, and, what was infinitely worse, overplaying it. The president felt something of the same tension, for he got up and said, "You gentlemen are here to get 2 prisoners. If you do get them, the revolution, or a big part of it, will be at an end." Abruptly he concluded, "It becomes my privilege, gentlemen, to appoint you coronels in the Army of Mexico." Frost said, "Thank you," and looked up. Something in the eyes of the president registered heavily on the American flyer. It might have been pathos. It might have been fatigue. Manuel Flores was involved in deep intrigue, and he was magnificently unprepared. The look Frost caught prompted the question, "Are the troops loyal?" Later he admitted that was not the proper thing to say. It came impetuously. The suddenness of the query startled Nolanti, and then he became composed and replied, "Quién sabe? One never knows." Frost said, "Yes." He looked at Giles, and Giles nodded. The president said, "You have had a long trip," and extended his hand, which the Americans shook warmly. "As you Americanos say, good luck. Montez will attend you." On his way to the delayed bath and a change of uniform, Giles remarked to Frost, "The general has got a queer eye." Frost said, "So you noticed that too?" "Yeah, and I don't mind saying I think he's a lousy four-flusher. He couldn't command any army of mine." Frost regarded his companion with admiration. "Eddie," he said, "damned if you aren't getting intelligent." The Federalistas found no royal welcome awaiting them in La Salada, which is 20 miles west of Venado, on the Mexican National Railroad in the state of San Luis Potosi. It is absurdly easy to sit here and write 20 miles in a few motions of the fingers, and in some other country it might have been only a little harder to negotiate, but not between La Salada and Venado. That score of miles which separates them lies through as wild and remote a section as Mexico holds, arroyos and canyons, no roads at all in some places. And, crowning it all, a terrific sun that was very nearly unmerciful. Not once during the march, and the march, moving 3,000 troops with their provisions and ammunition trains in a single day, was not a mediocre military achievement. Did the Tento Cargadores, as Nolanti had contemptuously dubbed them, reveal their presence? The official communiqué had said the country would be filled with them, and that sniping probably would be indulged in. Perhaps Tento's men were more clever than the Federalistas thought. Throughout the march, Nolanti's troops expected to be fired on, and mile after mile they trudged, their nerves taut. A brush, a skirmish, might have relieved their pent-up emotions. By the time they reached La Salada, they were in no mood for frolic. They shed their packs and took up their billets, exhausted. Only a hardy few consorted with the dancing girls in the pulquerias, the dancing girls who are, magically, always present on the Latin American battlefronts before the soldados. If the military leaders maintained an espionage system as elaborate as these girls, the results would be different. Unfortunately, La Salada was openly hostile to the men of the Republic. Weisberg and Jacobson, only officials of the Black Ship Gang now at large, unaware that their leader, Paul Parker, had been captured and executed, had carried out his propagandic ideas perfectly. They had convinced the somnolent citizens of La Salada, as they had thousands of others in the north, that Mexico's freedom depended on the Tento rebellion. Glorious liberty, they said, could come only from association with his ideals and by helping his men. It is never difficult to sell the ignorant peon a quantity of patriotism. Therefore, the name of Tento had been hoisted as a savior. The day after the federal invasion of the hostile town, 3 airplanes roared across a molten sky and dropped down on an improvised field almost within the confines of the village itself. One of them was a cabin plane, which was totally unfit for battle service, and bore, among other precious passengers, the person of General Pedro Nolanti. Another bore the trim figure of Captain Jerry Frost, and the third belonged to Eddie Giles. Both Americans were now clad in the green uniform of the Mexican Army staff, and wore the insignia of coronets. They came into a town thick with the heat of the sun. It was the hour of the siesta. Not even the outrage of a federal invasion, not even Nolan's pompous proclamation of martial law could disturb that ritual. There would be plenty of time to worry about the indignities later. The sun hammered down so relentlessly it brought mirages before the eyes. It was a ghostly and unreal land of cavernous colors and glittering highlights. There even was a drowsiness in the slow clanging of the cathedral bell. The marketplace was ridiculously quiet. Old women slept before piles of unpatted tortillas. The keeper of a shop had gone to sleep sitting in his chair, and his head had fallen forward on his chest in grotesque fashion. General Nolanti and his men walked ahead and conversed in rapid tones. Behind him was Montez, and bringing up the rear were Frost and Giles, regarding the tomb-like village with true tourist curiosity. Giles mopped his head in a fashion that can only be described as unmilitary and said, "Am I hot?" Frost said banteringly, "Come back in the summer, then you'll find it really hot." Giles muttered, "It'll have to be a hell of a good show to make up for this." Then a silence fell between them. Conversation required too much effort, but Nolanti still conversed in that humming tone. He had a lot to talk about. Boots clattered noisily on the cobblestones. Then from somewhere came the bark of a pistol, so clear and loud and startling that it sounded like the crack of doom. Frost looked up quickly whence the sound had issued, and got a glimpse, through a barred window, of a woman with a pistol in her hand. The silhouette was perfect, and almost immediately that silhouette vanished. Nolanti and the officer at his side stopped at once. Nolanti said, "Dios, did I not command all civilians to surrender their arms?" A storybook house disgorged 3 soldiers. One of them was buttoning his shirt. They saw the group of officers had stopped and went into a meek salute. "Go in," Nolanti said. "Arrest the person who fired that shot." Before the soldiers could comply, Frost had moved up quickly. He had gotten a glimpse of the woman, and he would have staked his life she was young. He said, "Would the general permit Coronel Giles and me?" Nolanti frowned at the interruption. The soldiers had not moved. "We saw her," Frost said. "We know," Nolanti said, "very well." He waved his hand, and the soldiers did a clumsy about-face and walked swiftly away. But by then Frost and Giles were crossing the street. Giles said, "You're crazy. This ain't our fight." Frost only smiled. His eyes were sympathetic. His heart was pounding lustily. He was tense with excitement. Adventure. Why didn't someone cheer? He wanted to beat his fists against the wall that surrounded the house and shout, "Adventure! This is adventure!" That was the way it got him. Sudden, cyclonic, all over. Chapter 2. The wall which protected the house was tall and thick, and the house sat back in the yard. At a single glance, Frost knew it was occupied by a personage. It was big and formal and aloof in its dignity. The gate was open, and they went through it, up the steps and into the hall. They entered a darkened interior, and for a moment they paused to adjust their eyes to the gloom. A man bumped against Frost, and he turned and grabbed him by the arm. It was a Federalista. His shoulder was blood-stained. Frost said, "What's the trouble, soldado?" "The woman had a pistol, muy coronel," General Nolanti ordered. "I know. Go get treatment. We'll arrest the woman." The soldier lamely saluted. Frost saw the red wave of blood had reached to his hand. Giles said to Frost, "I still think you're crazy." Frost laughed like a boy at play, and they went down the hall and into a room. Despite the brilliance of the mid-afternoon sun, a tiny candle burned before a crucifix in a nicho. Kneeling there was a woman. The smoke hardly had cleared from her pistol. She heard them enter and stood up. A vermilion shaft of light hammered through and outlined her figure. In a single glance, Frost noted she was young, breathtakingly young, and that the curves of her throat and breasts were superb. She slowly raised her hand. A pistol gleamed. Her eyes were fearless. "Pigs," she said. "Have you no respect for prayer?" Frost said, "An odd prayer, señorita, with a pistol in your hand." She said, "You will leave at once." "Gladly, after you give me your revolver. No civilian is permitted to have firearms." Her body trembled with anger. Her eyes flashed. Rage at taking dictation engulfed her. With a visible effort at self-control, she said, "One soldier already has been shot. I hope you will spare me the pleasure of shooting another." Resolution was written in every feature of her face. Pride is a stubborn master in high-caste Mexicans. There was no mistaking her meaning. In a moment she would fire. Frost leaped beside her in a sudden bound and wrested the revolver from her hand. He stepped back and looked at her. Her eyes now were coldly contemptuous. Frost bowed slightly. He said, "My apologies, but this is war. I should arrest you." She said between her teeth, "Swine, fit only to serve Nolanti, the butcher. Get out. Andale." Frost nodded to Giles and they walked out. In the street, Giles said, "Are all these dames like that?" Frost said soberly, "Most of them are." He looked at the revolver almost affectionately and put it in his hip pocket. "Maybe you should have arrested her," Giles said. "Shooting a soldier, even one of these soldiers, is pretty serious." Frost shook his head. "No, she doesn't belong in a military prison." He looked back at the house and thought he saw a form pressed against the window. He could have sworn he saw one. He would have sworn it was the girl. Hours later, when Nolanti received the report that one of his soldiers had been wounded by a civilian, and a woman at that, he went into a rage. He roared at his officers, swore at his men, and cursed the American flyers. He shouted, "Bring her here!" A little later, her identity was established, and the general became a dynamo of hatred. The daughter of the rebel Rubiez. "Dios!" he exclaimed. "Must I go myself?" He stamped the length of his narrow headquarters and recalled that not many years before, the name of José Rubiez had been one to conjure with in Mexico. A direct descendant of a long line of distinguished ancestors, owner of one of the largest and most prosperous ranchos in the country, he ruled in San Luis Potosi with a kindly hand. Guerrilla invasions had gradually cut his property, for there was no federal protection available. His vaqueros were killed, taxation had throttled him, and he had died with a prayer on his lips that God speed the Moses who was to bring liberty to his beloved people. His daughter was not at his deathbed, only a few of the vaqueros, a duenna. The Señorita Rubiez's train, transporting her home from school in the States, raced destiny, and, as so often is the case with those handicaps, lost. "Arrest her!" Nolanti shouted over and over, and arrest her they did. It was not difficult, for she offered no resistance. She made no complaint. It was as if she thought that might cheapen her. She went with the soldiers, but her soul seethed. She walked into Nolanti's headquarters ahead of the soldiers. There was hauteur in the tilt of her head and determination in the ring of her step. Frost and Giles were unaware of the action taken by Nolanti. If they had known, they would not have invaded headquarters so unceremoniously late that afternoon. They blundered, simply blundered, into the room. Frost saw her sitting there, and his heart looped. She regarded him without so much as a flicker of her eyelids. For all the martial atmosphere, she was a regal personage condescending to sit with her inferiors. She felt it. Nolanti felt it. His officers felt it, and they were uncomfortable. As Frost and Giles entered the room, Nolanti frowned. Frost said, "I beg your pardon. I did not know." His voice, strangely hard, chopped off the words. Nolanti hesitated briefly. He cloaked his annoyance behind a mask of inscrutability and said, "Come in." He did it as gracefully as the circumstances would permit. The flyers entered. "The Señorita Rubiez," Nolanti said, "is charged with assault on a federal soldier. I suppose," he added, "you are aware that she did shoot a soldier?" He looked directly at Frost, and the implication was quite patent. Frost's jaws snapped together. Quite, sir. But I saw no reason. Ah, of course not. And since when did you become the commanding officer? He leered a little. The Señorita Rubies is. He broke off his words as he looked at her. For a long time he feasted his eyes, and then he said suddenly, in a more dulcet tone, "Perhaps the crime is not so bad, eh?" He smiled. "Every charming woman should be privileged to shoot at least one soldier." He laughed, pleased with himself. His officers smiled. Nolanti, encouraged, went on, "Perhaps the Señorita would appreciate the courtesy if General Nolanti dismissed her." Everyone in the room but the Señorita knew what he meant. She gave no sign she had heard. She sat immovable. She did dart a swift glance at Frost, as if to make sure he was still present. Frost saw it. His heart looped again. With no more ado, Nolanti decided on his course of action. "Señorita, you may go. I am sorry my men arrested you. They shall be punished. And you would be wise if you could find leniency for General Nolanti." She did not stir until he had finished speaking. Then she rose and nodded. She murmured, "Gracias," in the same tone she employed to thank her servants, and swept from the room. There was silence in her wake. Nolanti's expression as she passed out the door was supercilious. It was purely a defensive smile. The sense of inferiority she forced on him was gone. There was a glint in Frost's eye. He experienced a surge of antipathy. His life heretofore had been free of women. He had been a soldier, and a soldier has no time for them. The following morning Montez entered the quarters of Frost and Giles. He was plainly excited. "The General wants to see you," he said. Frost got up heavily and walked across the narrow room, swimming in heat, to the bunk where Giles lay sleeping in a pool of perspiration. He slapped him on the shoulder and said, "Pile out, soldier." Giles blinked his eyes and sat up. He observed he was soaked. "Hell," he said. "Turn off the heat." Frost said, "Nolanti sent for us. Looks like work in the wind." Giles buttoned his shirt and laced his boots. He grunted and said, "What if Weisberg and Jacobson aren't in on this? What if they aren't?" Frost said, "Well, in that case, they just aren't. Looks like a hell of a chance we're taking to get 'em." Under his breath he said, "Damn." He looked up and went on, "Understand, I'm not shaky about it." He jerked his lace through a brass eye of his boot. "I just think it's a hell of a chance to take." Frost said, "Yeah? Well, you were pretty anxious to get down here." Giles pulled a crooked forefinger across his forehead and flung the sweat beads to the floor. "Sure, and I'm pretty anxious to get back, too." Frost let his eyes drift out the window towards the big house where the girl lived. "Yeah? Well, maybe I ought to agree with you, Eddie. Maybe I ought. But it's different, too different. I hope the next revolution is at the North Pole." "Sure, but," Giles said, "hell," he was disgusted. "Let's go see his nibs." They found his nibs red-hot and ready. He hardly gave them time to get in the room before he fired. "How am I going to fight an enemy I can't locate? I want to know where they are. I want information, and at once." Frost said, "You mean reconnoiter?" "Exactly. Very well." Without another word he turned on his heel and left the room, Giles behind. Giles said, "A swell way to run an army. Nix. Don't let it get your goat." Later, at the field, Giles said again, "A swell way to run an army." Frost said, "Crawl in. It'll be cooler where you're going." Was that meant for a dirty crack? Take it any way you want to, Duke. They spun their propellers, and the motors thundered in the still air. They got off the field in a flutter of wings and headed north. As they left the field and soared over La Salada, they could see beneath them the upturned faces of Nolanti's men, curious at the workings of an airplane in wartime. 15 miles to the north, Frost got his first glimpse of the men with whom Tento hoped to march into Mexico City. Over a rolling finca that was at one time a part of the vast holdings of José Rubies, the flyer caught sight of innumerable forms in the arroyos and canyons, who scurried to cover and resembled headless gnomes. They looked ready for action. Frost said to his instrument board, "This is no joke." He was frankly surprised. He had known the seeds of unrest which the gang had planted in the north had borne fruit, but not in his wildest dreams had he imagined it would be so productive. He looked across at Giles, who was riding abreast with his neat A3. Frost pointed below. Giles nodded. They conveyed their surprise to each other. To avoid pot shooting on the part of the rebels below, they remained high, but those rebels evidently had been given their orders. No shots were fired. Emboldened, Frost swept to within 1,500 feet of the ground to better view the surrounding country. Revolutionists were sprawled all about the entire finca. The focal point of this, the enemy territory, apparently lay in a small village which ostensibly had been one of old José Rubiz's commissaries. As Frost and Giles swept over the scene, there was great confusion below, and they knew they had located the post command. Frost nosed around in a spanking breeze and came back at 1,000 feet. Suddenly, the chatter of a gun stabbed above the roar of the motor. He looked out. A knot of men manipulated a gun which spat rings of smoke. It was a machine gun. Frost said, "Damn!" He slapped his throttle open and zoomed into what was almost a stall. Then he flattened out and had a look through his binoculars. He could make out the forms below. "Headquarters," he said. "Sure as little apples." He looked at Giles, rolled his arm, and flung it forward. He fell away in a glide and headed for La Salada. 30 minutes later, he stood before Nolanti. "Well," said the general. Frost said, "They've got thousands of troops scattered about in the arroyos 15 miles to the north. Their headquarters are in a straight line northwest." He leveled his arm. "They've got the men, and there is considerable activity. I'd say they're ready to go any minute. Planes? None. But we've had brushes with this outfit before," Frost said soberly. "When the time comes, they'll have 'em. That's all." Frost paused a moment and said, "May I be so bold as to suggest our troops be assembled and held in readiness?" Nolanti said, "No, no." Frost and Giles wandered aimlessly along in the gathering dusk of early evening, restless and disgruntled, but not knowing what they could do about it. They had been hired for the show and were burning with anxiety for action, and this opera bouffe general was cramping their style. Finding themselves presently before a gaudy restaurant, the Café Golondrina, they entered by common tacit consent and killed an hour or so over a hotly spiced meal. There was some stringed music, girls sang and made eyes. The place grew crowded with soldiers and noisier and rougher, but it wasn't particularly amusing to the present mood of the two soldiers of fortune. Afterwards, they walked slowly along the narrow street back towards their billet. The moon had come up full, and the world was bathed in ghostliness. A few soldiers loitered along. The only sounds were from the Café Golondrina behind them. Suddenly Giles said, "Jerry, what about Weisberg and Jacobson?" "Don't get in a hurry, my boy. I've got a plan all worked out. Tomorrow." He cut his speech off short as Giles laid a hand on his arm. They saw a slender form march briskly into the courtyard of the Rubies' home. It vanished in the shadows as if it had been suddenly swept off the face of the earth. Giles asked, "Get a slant at him?" "Yeah, and I don't like the looks of it a damned bit. He made a play to her this afternoon, and now he's come to see about it." They stopped at the gate and looked inside. In the window of the room where Frost had first seen the girl, there was a dim light. "Come on," Frost said grimly. They went inside and cautiously made their way to the side of the house. Frost whispered, "Get set for anything." Giles murmured, "Righto," and they stopped beneath the grated window. Presently they heard the voice of the general. He was employing his best voice this night. The girl dismissed her duenna tremulously. There was a pause, and Nolanti said, "Señorita, pardon the intrusion. I come to warn you, La Salada is no longer safe. The enemy," she cut in swiftly, "I do not fear the enemy without. It is the enemy within, The men of Nolanti, the butcher. Frost breathed. Atta girl, Nolanti said severely. That is no tone to take with me, but for me you might have faced the firing squad. The girl laughed. I am not afraid. I come only to warn you. Still, I am not so hideous. There are women in Mexico. I am not one of those women, she said acidly. And now will you go? Not yet, said Nolanti. Not yet. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall show you how Nolanti. In a moment, there was a resounding slap as an open palm struck a cheek. Nolanti muttered an imprecation, and there were sounds of a struggle. The girl's short cries were laden with fear. Frost said to Giles, I'm going in. Give me a boost. Giles locked his fingers together to form a step, and Frost slid up and reached for the iron grating above with his fingers. He pulled himself up and went through the window. Before either the girl or Nolanti was aware of his presence, he was within the room. Nolanti snarled and his hand dropped to his hip. What are you doing here? Before he could unbutton the flap of his holster to get his gun, Frost was beside him. He said, It means, muy general, that your attentions are unwelcome. Nolanti pulled himself erect. He snapped, You forget your place, soldado. I am General Nolanti. Andale pronto. The girl stifled a sob and fell back a step or two. She lifted her eyes to Frost, and he saw, in the dim light of the candles, that the defiance she had earlier evinced, the contempt, was gone from her face. He was no longer to be regarded as an enemy. He saw it, and it fired him. He said, Beat it, Nolanti. Get out. He was plainly trying to avert an open break with his superior officer, but his attitude was determined. Nolanti's eyes glittered. You are insulting. I shall show you how, Nolanti. His hand went to his hip again. This time the flap was opened, the butt of the gun exposed. This time the general meant business. Frost recognized it was one or the other. He also went for his gun. Nolanti had the start of a fraction of a second. Just a fraction. Frost's life hung by that thread. And then there was a soft plump, and Nolanti's eyes popped open. He groaned and folded up on the floor like a Japanese lantern. As his body went down, it revealed, directly behind, another form. It was Eddie Giles. He was holding his pistol in the flat of his hand. He put it back in his holster. I smashed him pretty hard, he observed dryly. Frost knelt beside the stricken man. It was a wallop at that. Where'd you come from? Giles said, Hell, you need a nurse. Nolanti groaned and turned over on his side. He'd been hit hard. Giles had clubbed him over the temple, and blood streamed from a deep gash. Frost said to the señorita, Get some water and a towel. She whisked out of the room, her nostrils dilated, and her hands trembling. This is liable to be bad business, Giles said. He looked at Frost and dropped the general's hand. Women, he said pointedly, are a damned nuisance. My God, you ought to know that by now. Frost said, Cut it. I'm not a bit sorry, not even a little bit. The girl returned with a basin of water and a towel. Giles propped Nolanti's head in his arms, and Frost bathed the cut and tried to bring him back to consciousness. The girl had dropped on one knee beside Frost. He said, I'm not sorry I came. She didn't say anything. She bestowed a reverent glance on the crucifix in the niche, as if it had been responsible for the intervention of the Americanos. Nolanti sat up and blinked his eyes. Giles was holding him. The girl said, I should have gone to my brother in Mexico City, but the soldiers. The soft candlelight cast exquisite shadows over her face. Frost said, Don't worry. Nolanti placed his hand against his head and looked about the room curiously, desperately seeking to penetrate the fog in his brain. He felt someone holding him and turned around and saw Giles. You, eh? From behind. He got to his feet and swayed as if he would fall again. Frost caught him. Nolanti said, Gracias. I am glad to know how Americanos fight. He bowed curtly to the Señorita Rubies and wiped away the flow of blood from his eye. 1,000 pardons, señorita. I. Frost thought he had never seen so odd a sight. In the flickering shadows, Nolanti shifted unsteadily but vigorously tried to maintain his unctuous manner. Then suddenly, there was a blast of rifles in the street. Shouts and screams of surprise arose. The clarion notes of a bugle rang through the night. Nolanti stood erect as a tent pole. Madre de Dios, the rebels! He turned and dashed from the room, insensible to his wound. At every crack of the rifles, the girl flinched. Her face was being slowly drained of its color. Outside, a pandemonium reigned. La Salada was chaos. Frost said shortly, "Tento," and he damn well knew when to come. "Señorita, I will remain," she said resolutely, getting a grip on her emotions. "I am not afraid." "Then we remain," Frost said. "They will sack the town." "Viva Tento, viva Tento!" The shouts were in the hall of the house. Frost dashed to the door and slammed it. He dragged a table, which he shoved against it. Giles grabbed 2 chairs, and together they pulled out a cabinet. Frost said to the girl, "Go, hide." She looked at him for an instant, 72 inches of sinew, flushed in the candlelight, an automatic in his hand and the steel of battle in his eyes. She looked at him and left the room, unaware of the pounding at the door, the rifle fire in the street. Everything, Frost watched her disappear through a door. "Jerry!" Frost turned. "Give me a hand!" Giles was tugging at a huge Renaissance cabinet. They squared it around and crouched behind it. "Let 'em have it, Eddie." "Damn right!" The door creaked and burst in. 6 swarthy faces appeared above the improvised barricade. Their rifles glinted in the yellow light. Crack! Crack! Twin jets of flame leaped across the space from the Americano's pistols. A voice boomed curses in the hall. The soldiers fell away. The doorway became mysteriously bare. The same voice surprised, "2 men!" and then loudly, "I call upon you to surrender in the name of Tento." Frost looked at Giles. Giles looked at Frost. "The big cheese himself," Giles said. "Well?" Frost said, "It's the wall any way we go." He raised his voice. "Come and get us." It is characteristic of adventurers to discount danger. Even the most extreme moments of peril do not so register. Frost, Giles, too for that matter, had been in some tight spots. None had ever been tighter than this. Disaster was close. And yet there was little concern. They should have known their predicament was desperate. There was a pause, broken only by the scurrying of footsteps in the hall. An order was barked in Spanish. A moment later, Frost crawled to the window. 12 soldiers were moving in from the street, their purpose all too plain. He and Giles were trapped. He backed slowly to the cabinet and dropped down on his haunches. He said softly, "Looks bad. They're surrounding the house. Keep an eye on the window." Giles said, "Righto. If this is the finish, we'll go in a blaze." He laughed shortly. "I was just thinking about that picture show we saw a couple of weeks ago, where that ranger got in a closet and shot it out with the rustlers. Things like that do happen, I guess." A head appeared over the barricade. Frost nudged Giles. Giles stopped speaking. Frost snapped his automatic up and squeezed the trigger. The body pitched forward and hung across the top of a chair. "3," Frost said. There was a fervid oath from the corridor in that same heavy voice they had identified as Tento's. "Madre de Dios." It checked itself there, and presently another voice was heard. It came from a safe retreat. "Machine guns are here, muy coronel. Will you come out?" Frost said, "Nolanti." Eddie, the louse sold out. The damn traitor. He marched these men into a trap. No wonder he didn't want to fight until tomorrow. "Yeah, Nolanti." Giles raised his head and shouted, "Go!" Frost clapped his hand over his mouth and said, "Wait a minute." Then, "We're gone ducks this way. Want to take a chance the other way? We're Americans, you know." "Yeah, but a hell of a lot of good that'll do you now." "We got in with 'em. And," Frost cut him short with a shout, "we'll come out. Throw your pistols out the door. 2 automatics went sailing through the air and through the door. A moment later, the soldiers cleared a path for Nolanti. He was no longer the immaculate actor. His uniform was blood-stained and bedraggled, and his head was swathed in a bandage. He resembled a desert chieftain. Behind him came Tento, a hulking figure with fierce mustachios, and 6 soldiers. Nolanti made no effort to suppress his pleasure. Frost looked at him and said, "You damned louse." "Ah, yes, but as you Americanos say, all's fair in love and war," he said proudly. "Ah," there was a trace of fanaticism in his eyes now. He said, "Tomorrow we amuse you with a court-martial." Rifle fire punctuated his speech. The bell in the cathedral kept up its frenzied ringing. It set a mad tempo for the scene in the streets. Tento's followers had the advantage of preparation and a night move. They knew exactly when and where to strike. The faithful Federalistas, routed in a surprise attack, went into action with little will and no sort of direction. The firing was vigorous. Whenever rebels and Federals met, the streets became narrow battlefields. Neither side gave way until the other had been exterminated. Some combatants, too close for rifles and pistols, closed in with knives. And above the rifle fire, the confusion, the shots, the ringing of the bell, came the shouts, "Viva Tento!" It was a quick and complete rout. By the light of torches, Nolanti and Tento rode among the men until the first trace of dawn, the one pompous and confident, the other wounded but clinging to his purpose with a tenacity almost superb, both haranguing the men of the government. Latin American warfare is largely a matter of oratory anyway. By morning, the Federalistas who had survived became rebels, and Mexico City loomed close at hand. It was a wave that gathered speed and size as it went on, the red fires of rebellion. But the little Flores, unused to governing a republic of such deep intrigue, had placed implicit faith in a more powerful guidance. That very night, he got some sort of divine inspiration. He flashed orders from his bedroom in the Castillo de Chapultepec for 5,000 additional men to be mustered into service. Queer? Not at all. History is filled with such premonitions. Chapter 3. Accustomed as he was to military pomp, any court-martial in which Nolanti had a hand would be, of necessity, impressive. The next morning, he gathered a small but select tribunal in the wide drawing-room of the Rubia's home, which now was headquarters. There was Tento himself, his barrel chest bulging, his mustachios running wild like villas, who was, incidentally, Tento's military hero. Next sat Nolanti, his appearance slightly more at ease, his head still bandaged, and there were 3 other officers nondescript in appearance, who were there to furnish atmosphere for the little drama and background for Nolanti. Tento, big and gruff and brutal, had roundly complained of the stage setting. He had insisted the formality of a trial was unnecessary. Tento's policy was to shoot them where they stood. He had protested, he still did. "General, this is the whim of an old man," he said bluntly. "No," said Nolanti. "Perhaps they can be influenced, mon jefe. They could help us. They will see we mean business." Still, Tento was not satisfied. "Perhaps. Perhaps. Do you think they will join us?" "Quien sabe?" Nolanti lifted his shoulders. "Maybe." Tento bestowed a tolerant glance upon him. "You do not know fighting men well, amigo. The Americanos will laugh." 2 other men entered the room. One was of medium height, who walked jerkily, a man past middle age. The other was constructed along sturdy lines and was red-haired. Tento and Nolanti both rose as they entered the room. The middle-aged man said, "Where are the prisoners?" Tento said, "They will be here shortly." "Damned nonsense. Why all this play?" He snorted. "They should have been killed last night." The red-haired man put in, "I'm telling you again, I don't like this. Bumping off a couple of Americans is no cinch. We are getting into a mess." Tento said, "Poof," as the middle-aged man nodded approvingly. Tento held up 2 fingers. It was the most insulting gesture known below the border. Tento said again, "Poof!" There was a sound of boots on the floor, and 4 soldiers escorted Frost and Giles into the room. The flyers abruptly came to a halt as they looked upon the men grouped around the table. Frost was surprised to see the 2 men in civilian clothes. He knew them, Weisberg and Jacobson, the 2 remaining members of the Black Ship gang still at large. Weisberg smiled. Perhaps smile is not the word. It was more of a smirk. He noted Frost's expression and said, "I see you remember me." Frost said nothing. Weisberg went on, "This time there will be no monkey business." His face was bland, but there was steel in his words. Frost looked upon the men with a certain grimness. This was to be no court-martial. This merely was a prelude to murder. Tento said to the soldiers, "Vamos, andale," just as a bit of bravado, and they went gladly. There was more fun in the pulquerias anyway. Without moving his head, Tento said, "You Americanos are charged with murder. Have you anything to say?" Frost grinned. "I'd like to have the rope if you don't mind. I know Mexican marksmanship too well." Nolanti bristled and a smile played around the corners of Tento's mouth. He shook his leonine head in mock sadness. "What a pity," he said. "Your sense of humor." He shook his head again and turned to Nolanti. "You, General, will pronounce sentence." Frost's heart dropped like a plummet. He said, "You know what this will mean? Uncle Sam." "Poof," said Tento. Weisberg snapped, "We have waited a long time for you, Frost, a long time." Nolanti laced his fingers and leaned forward. Before he could open his mouth, a crisp whisper filled the room. "Hands up, senors." 2 forms stood in a side doorway. One was the Señorita Rubies. The other was Captain Montez. "A single move, and you are dead men." The girl and Montez both had leveled their pistols. Montez commanded, "Stand up, senors," in an excessively polite tone. The officers got to their feet. Montez said to Frost, "Take their guns." Now fully alive, Frost and Giles moved among them and took their revolvers swiftly. When they were disarmed, the flyers stepped back. Tento blustered, "I could raise my voice." "And stop a slug with your head," Giles finished. He covered Tento with Tento's own gun. Montez said, "And the next time, senors, your men should search the cellar." Nolanti, almost apoplectic with impotent rage, twisted his heavy garnet ring nervously around his finger. He was an actor and a traitor, and he was frightened. But he was not stupid. He did not wonder how Montez and the girl had hid in the cellar all night, nor why the beautiful señorita seemed so interested in the cause. Nolanti didn't wonder because he didn't care. It had happened. Threats would be absurd. So he said, "Capitan, you should know how helpless you are. The old regime is doomed. Now if you would care to—" "I don't," Montez said. By now Frost had come closer to the Señorita Rubies. It was no time to indulge in greetings. Yet he said, "How did this happen?" For an instant a trace of a smile lighted her face. A Japanese carver of ivory might have caught the exquisiteness of her profile and the curve of her lips. She said, "I am a soldadera. I owed you a debt. I have tried to repay," Frost mumbled. "Yes, yes." He turned away. There were many things to say. He had never wanted to say such things before, but he forced himself to turn away. He was a soldier, a fighting man. What had Giles said? Women are a damned nuisance. They weren't really. Not to everybody, but to a fighting man. Frost shut the picture of the beautiful señorita from his mind and remembered his job ahead. Tento had spread his hulk in a high-backed Spanish chair. He was uneasy. He was restless as an animal, and Nolanti was far from being at ease. The slender traitor recognized the approach of something like his fate. The actor playing the dual role he loved and in which he excelled, and playing it with finesse right down to the finish, sat in this great broad room awaiting whatever was to come. He was like a rabbit in a trap. A life that so long had been conducted for his benefit alone had slipped upside down. Weisberg and Jacobson looked on through narrowed eyes. They had faced the guns of Jerry Frost before, and they knew the man. Once they had escaped, but they knew they could not again. The next time Frost would say it with lead. The three other Mexicans were mere puppets, and they knew it. They said nothing and sat immovable while the drama played itself swiftly before them. Montez and the Señorita Rubiz had burst into the room in a moment of sheer impetuosity. He had waited until the soldiers had left the room and gone elsewhere. There were no other sentries. It is doubtful if the gallant officer had thought ahead of that move. What was to happen inside, how he would extricate himself and his friends, evidently had been of no immediate concern. Companionships are welded by dangers. Montez's two companions were in danger. That was all that mattered. Somehow Frost sensed Montez had exhausted his resources. The brave Mexican could think no further. He seemed to have no conception of what to do next. And Frost knew that delay was dangerous, terribly dangerous. Their lives depended on speed. He said to the Señorita, "Get some rope, cord, anything, and some rags. Have you some rope?" She nodded. "Hurry!" Frost gestured with his pistol at one of the Mexican officers. "Stand up and undress." He turned to Giles. "Eddie, block the door." He looked back at the Mexican and snapped, "Go on, pull off your pants and blouse." The Mexican slipped out of his blouse and pulled off his pants. He presented rather an incongruous picture there in the room. His comrades looked on, puzzled. "Montez, put on that uniform. Give him yours." Montez caught the idea and hurriedly changed clothes. Two stood guard while the other exchanged uniforms. The fit of the khaki left something to be desired, but no attention was paid to that. When the Señorita Rubiz returned to the room, she found Montez, Frost, and Giles in the brown of the rebel army. She saw the rebel officers wearing the pea green of the federal forces, and in a moment she knew what had happened. She made no comment. Frost said to them, "Signors, our position is quite like yours, desperate. It is your life or ours, and we have no scruples against blowing off the top of your heads. The first slip and hell gets turned loose." The Señorita handed him a quantity of rope and a skirt. She handed them to him with the air of a soldier who completes a mysterious mission successfully and asks no questions. Frost handed it over to Giles without taking his eyes off the group. "Tie 'em up, Eddie, and gag 'em. Watch the door, Montez. Eddie, all but Weisberg and Jacobson. We'll take them with us." Giles went immediately to work. He hummed a bar or two as he tied up the officers. He gagged them effectively. Nobody offered any resistance. The leveled guns cowed them. Giles stretched them on the floor and admired his handiwork. Weisberg and Jacobson fidgeted nervously. Weisberg said, "You can't get away with it, Frost. You can't get away with it." Frost said, "No. Get this and get it in a hurry. We're going back to the flying field, see? You'll go, and like it. No more chances with you. The next time I bump you off myself, see?" Frost's eyes were blazing, and his voice was hard. He had not forgotten the escape of the Black Ship gang from an express train months before, at the cost of 2 Rangers' lives. "Now get up and shove off. We'll send an army back after the others." It was a strange procession that emerged a little later from the house of Rubiz, and yet it was not so strange at that. Jacobson and Weisberg came out first, and in the rear were Frost and Giles and Montez and the girl. Coming through the iron gate, Frost said, "Right through the skull if it comes to a showdown." Giles said, "Righto." They walked briskly into the street, into a sun that was brutal in its intensity, and headed for the improvised flying field. Soldiers stepped aside and saluted mechanically. Not a one of them so much as looked twice. Weisberg and Jacobson occasionally lifted their eyes to the skies. Frost said to Giles, "Black ships are due." Giles didn't say anything. Frost increased the cadence. He was nervous. His heart was not normal. He was in a tough spot. The girl complicated the situation. Giles had been right about women. As they reached the field, the guards moved away from the planes. Frost stopped Weisberg and Jacobson beside the cabin plane in which Nolanti and his staff had been transported to La Salada. Frost said quietly, "Get in the plane. Eddie, you ride with them and take Miss Ruby's. And let the lead go at the first sign of monkey business." "Sure," said Giles. "But I hate to leave my little ship." "I hate." "Nix," Frost interrupted. "We're in a hurry, and if anything happens, see that these prisoners get through." Montez got in and sat down at the controls. The starter whirred, and then the motor skyrocketed into explosions. Giles and the girl got in and sat in the rear of the cabin. Frost motioned for Weisberg and Jacobson to get in. They did. As the cabin plane pulled off, Frost stood just clear of the slipstream and raised his hand. Montez got away in a rush, and Frost went over to his ship and took his helmet off the accelerator knob. He pulled it down over his forehead insouciantly and tucked in his ears. He looked behind him at the village of La Salada, sprawled in the sun like an ugly wound. Soldiers, tasting a triumph, eager to move, waiting for orders. But these orders would be late. Frost walked to his plane, wound the starter, and got in. 1,500 feet up, he saw that Montez was holding his throttle open. The nose of the cabin plane was up, and the ship had gone into a long climb, pointing roughly south by east. Its motor was blowing black rings through the exhausts. The swaying of the craft itself in the bumpy channels indicated excessive speed. Within that plane sat two members of a gang that had given the state of Texas more trouble than any other combine in the turbulent history of the Lone Star State. They had been guilty of murder, robbery, counterfeiting, smuggling, violation of the Neutrality Act between the United States and Mexico. They had run the length and breadth of the criminal statutes. As he roared through the air, Frost found it difficult to grasp the full significance of his capture. It had gone on so long he could hardly realize it was ended. It was a dream. The two surviving members captured, the others dead or in prison. It had been a long fight, a long, long fight. Weisberg and Jacobson, the last two. Montez's cabin plane took a gap in the clouds at 6,000 feet, and Frost sat on its tail and pulled through directly behind. Above, the sun was shining brightly, so brightly it nearly blinded him. The ground was visible only in smudges of dark brown. At intervals, Frost swept the sky on a level with his eye. Then he began systematically to search in layers. He had an uneasy feeling. For the life of him, he could force it into no definite fear. It was just a sort of blend of caution and intuition. Frost didn't stop to analyze it. He merely accepted it and let it go at that. It is possible that the onrush of victory, after so long a fight, might have been predominant in the wave of uneasiness. He flew on and on. He looked at his airspeed indicator, 110. Montez was setting a fast pace. San Luis Potosi unrolled beneath. The white-tiled buildings flashed in the sun. The plaza was crowded. Beyond, there were tiny settlements that resembled mere dots. Long ago, they had been burned into insensibility, and there was no place on the map for them. Halfway to Mexico City, near Celaya in the state of Guanajuato. Frost's subconscious fears welled into a crystallized mass that chilled him to his ankles. It was like coming out of a nightmare and sitting up stark in a shadowed room. There is nothing so completely unnerving. The enemy. It is possible that before he kicked his rudder around, he looked back and saw them. Later, he said he wasn't sure whether he acted when the hunch hit him or when he saw the planes. At any rate, he perceived two dots hanging on the lower edge of the sun. They hadn't been there a moment ago. It was as if the sun had spawned them. He did not attempt to surmise how they were so soon in pursuit. He remembered seeing Weisberg and Jacobson glancing upward. He didn't think those two planes were in the northern sky when they took off, but with his attention on Montez's ship, he could not be certain. Anyway, that was past now. Other matters of the moment were more pressing. Frost slid off on a wing and picked up the bright flash of his pursuers. He loaded his guns methodically. The coldness he had felt a moment ago was gone. In its place had come a comfortable glow. He opened his throttle and went into a climb, straight into the sun. He put up the ball of his thumb to shut out the blazing inferno. His heart was beating faster, but he was not conscious of it. His temples felt tight. He pushed his goggles up. No goggles while firing. He looked up and around, but saw only those two planes. One of them was 2,000 feet higher than the other, and half a mile away. He had the sun and the altitude. He knew it. He nosed over and came down like a comet. Frost pulled up sharply, did a quick climbing turn, and faced the black ship head-on. An old trick. Let him know immediately you've got guts. A big help sometimes. Air fighting deals a lot with the other fellow's psychology. Frost opened his sight cover and pressed the trigger. Both guns vomited a stream of lead. The black ship's pilot held his fire a trifle too long, and in a split second, Frost had driven out of range. The black ship swept by, and Frost half-rolled to get on top and went high in the climb. Montez had observed Frost's predicament. He knew the two black ships were trying to pocket him, catch him on the intersecting line, and let go. It was first-grade air stuff, and Montez thought Frost was certain to be trapped. He lost speed, and his big ship was loafing along at 8,000 or 9,000 feet, half a mile away. Frost saw it and swore at his instrument board. He said, "The fool! Why doesn't he run for it?" From high above, he saw that the second black ship had spotted the cabin plane and had darted for it like a falcon. Frost waggled his wings in a desperate signal to get away, but it was not seen. "The fool! Oh, the damned fool!" he swore. He kicked his bus over in a dive. 115, 120, 125, 130, 140, 145, 150, vengefully 160. The wires screamed in the wind. He could not hear his guns chatter. He knew they were working only because he could see the crank arms moving. He was hammering at the black ship in short bursts of 10. The enemy was visible in his ring sight. The next moment, it had disappeared. The pilot had turned in a wild split air to miss the lead. Frost stalled and whipped out in a spin. He ruddered out of the spin and ran his stick through a slow ellipse. He leveled off and streaked away, threw himself up and over in an Immelman turn, and came out with his guns barking. Eddie Giles, peering through the narrow slot of a window in the cabin plane, his face grim and his upper lip in his teeth, muttered, "God, what a pilot! I never saw anything like that before." Frost was thinking clearly. He was perfectly coordinated. There was, nevertheless, blood in his eye. They say the ideal ace is a high-strung, impetuous chap who goes wild, a hellion ripping and smashing in brilliant maneuvers. Perhaps. Certainly in this fight, Jerry Frost was anything but that. He was cold, calm, and deliberate, and he knew he had never engaged in a scrap so technically perfect. He had the wind in his hair and a taste of the clouds on his lip. He closed in on the black ship, and as he rolled over, he had a glimpse of the ground, a great grey scarf that stretched as far as he could see. The other machine split-aired for a frantic second and let go its guns. A storm of bullets clawed at Frost's plane, and white-hot needles stung him in the shoulder. Something warm trickled down his arm. He was hit. "Damn," he said, "damn." There came that tightening of the throat, that ghastly wound that never quite heals, the fear of men who fly. This was the way it got them, in a flash. For a moment, it jumped in every fibre of his body. For just a moment, it was too devastating a force, and Frost knew it. He had to beat it as quickly as it had come. His hand reached for the trigger control as he pulled up into a half-loop, his fabric flaying in the breeze. The black ship flew squarely through his smoky line of fire. That was all. It flopped once, and a puff of amberish smoke ripped away from it. It stalled madly and side-slipped to whip the flames away from the cockpit. The pilot was up now, with a leg over the side, groping blindly for a foothold on the edge of the lower wing. Then the burning machine slid out of the slip, and the flames swept down the fuselage. The pilot hesitated and then flung himself off into 10,000 feet of space. Frost thought, tough to go like that. Tough, damned tough. Mustn't look at him, might do things to my throat. Won't look. Funny, how he twists and turns. Frost blinked his eyes. For the first time he was conscious they stung fearfully. He wiped away the tears on the coat sleeve of the khaki uniform. Then he saw it and remembered it was a rebel soldier's garb. He laughed aloud. Funny, damned funny. He looked out and saw the other black ship streaking for the cabin plane. Montez was flying like mad. Frost opened his throttle, and his machine leaped ahead. The fabric ribboned back in the breeze as he eased the stick back and went into a gradual climb. The pilot of the black ship was unaware of the fate of his companion. He was close beside the cabin plane now, trying to get across some sort of a signal. He knew his superiors rode in that ship. Inside the cabin plane, there was some confusion. They had seen Frost's fight, Weisberg and Jacobson with ominous, brooding eyes, and Señorita Rubiez slumped in her seat from the excitement. Giles darted swift glances from the prisoners to the ships outside. Weisberg was sitting ahead of the girl. In the excitement, she had laid her pistol in her lap. Weisberg had seen it. He slowly shifted his position, and in a flash he had pivoted quickly. His hand darted for the weapon. But Giles had seen. Crack! The cabin was lighted by a momentary flash, and a puff of smoke rolled by the girl's face. She screamed and jumped. Weisberg groaned, and the reflex jerked his arm back in a convulsive movement. It dangled helplessly beside him. The bullet had smashed his elbow. "Sit still," Giles shouted. Jacobson swore roundly, and the black ship pulled closer. Giles leaned over the señorita and said, "Steady." He leveled his arm across her and broke the glass with the barrel of his gun. The air rushed in and tore at her hair. The black ship's pilot saw the movement and reached for his own pistol. Crack! It wasn't a difficult shot, with the two planes side by side and at the same rate of speed. Giles fired again, and the pilot threw up both hands and slid forward like a sack of meal. The black ship dived from sight. Outside, there was another roar, a threnody of victory. The nose of Frost's ship appeared. He looked across and nodded in wide, slow movements. He opened his mouth and slowly formed the words, "Okay." He threw one arm forward, holding the stick between his knees, and Giles waved his hand. Giles shouted ahead to Montez, "Step on it!" Giles did not notice Frost sunk low in his cockpit. He screened his shoulder from the eyes in the other plane. His shoulder was badly hit. Blood was streaming from it. It seemed to Frost they flew on forever before the snow-capped peak of Popocatépetl emerged from the eternal mists which surrounded it. He was tired. He had not slept the night before. He had stayed awake in that narrow jail, devising an escape, and his shoulder pinched like the first faint gnawing of cancer. He was seized with a mad desire to close his eyes. The lids were like lead. He laughed to himself. Joke on him. Eyes heavy. Ha, ha, ha. Funniest thing in the world. There was the field. Right below. Montez down. And Giles was with the prisoners. Good. Old Eddie. Eddie said women were a damned nuisance. No woman ever looked at Eddie the way the señorita looked at him. Going down. Got to hurry. Couldn't keep eyes open. Couldn't fly like this with a shoulder knocked all to hell and back. He chuckled a bit to think of that. Silly to think of flying when a shoulder was knocked all to hell and back. He yanked his eyes open. He saw a streak of ground flicker through his struts. Faces, white faces upturned. He yanked back his stick. God, the damned thing was heavy. Must have an elephant on the elevators. Like turning a truck. Never been that heavy before. Something was wrong. Somebody was sitting on the elevators. Get the hell off there. got to look and see. He felt a crash, and his head shot forward, and he remembered throwing up his arm to keep his teeth from being bashed out against the cowl. It was dark, very dark, except for a single spot of light way off in the distance. He moved. Something cool touched his forehead. He muttered, "Everything is okay?" There was a whisper. He saw something. He couldn't make out what it was. "Everything is okay?" A voice said, "Sure, okay." He tried to move. His left side was stiff. Muscles had stuck together. What the hell? He stirred again. No luck. He opened his eyes. He closed them and then opened them again. "Where am I?" he said. "What's the matter?" Then, never mind. He sat up suddenly and winced from the pain. "Lay down." A voice said, "Be still." He laughed. "Still? What the hell still? I'm okay." He laughed again. "I'm all right." He twisted his head to get a squint at his shoulder. It was taped in bandages. He grinned. "I'm all right." Then he saw faces. Giles, Montez. A man in a white coat with a stethoscope draped from his neck. Another face. A little round face. He had seen that face before. Now with the devil. Sure, the Presidente. The face was coming towards him. Montez stepped forward and whispered, "El Presidente." Frost said, Sure. The little man was ridden with emotion. He tried to speak, but the words clogged in his throat. His hands trembled. He finally managed, "Gracias, muy amigo. Gracias." That was all he could say. Frost grinned. "Nix, I want to get up. Hell, I'm okay." He looked at Giles. "Hello, Limey. Everything set?" Giles smiled and came closer. "Yeah. Weisberg and Jacobson are on their way to the border with a special guard the president appointed. And say, the troops captured Tento and Nolanti. I've got you an invitation to a little shooting party." "Huh? How long have I been in here?" Giles said, "Long enough." Senorita Rubies emerged from the background, and Frost again saw the exquisite shadows on her face. His shoulder was throbbing, but not too much for him to think, "I could fall for this dame like nobody's business if I had time. It's too bad I'm a soldier." Senorita Rubies indicated a young man in his late 20s, a young man of proud demeanor. She said, "My brother," and he stepped forward and bowed cordially. "My thanks, sir." The Valley Where Dead Men Live, by Harold Ward. Chapter 1. I have passed through the valley where dead men live. My eyes have looked upon sights which God did not intend that man should see. My life must pay the forfeit. As a man of science, you may be interested in hearing what I have to say, and I must unburden myself to someone before I pass out into the great unknown. But 5 days have passed since I said goodbye to old Sourdough Jameson. It seems as many centuries. Professor Parmalee gave the speaker a quick glance. "Did I understand you to say that you left Jameson's 5 days ago? Are you sure about that?" The man on the cot nodded. "On the 20th of June, to be exact. There is no possibility of your being mistaken. None whatever. My diary will prove it. I made my last entry the night before I left Sourdough's place, on the 19th. The professor sat silent for a second. "There is something wrong with your story, Blake. The nearest route over the mountains from here is by way of Chattahoochee Pass, which would make the distance from this point to Sourdough Jameson's cabin a matter of over 150 miles. This is the 25th of June. A well man couldn't do it. It is an impossibility for you to have made it in 5 days in your weakened condition. Not that I wish to dispute your word, but—" The sick man smiled wanly. "Don't you see, Professor, that your own statement helps to support my story? I tell you that I wandered into an undiscovered route through the mountains. You say that you picked me up half an hour ago, lying exhausted and unconscious a few rods from your camp. That being the case, the entrance to the valley where dead men live, on this side of the range, must be near at hand. You'll say I'm crazy when I tell you that I have seen living dead men who do not know that they are dead. Can you imagine it? No, neither could I if I had not seen it myself. I've been through the valley of the living dead and came out alive. I've seen them, living dead men, by the millions and millions, fighting, stabbing, shooting, tearing at each other's throats like maddened beasts. And beasts they are, maddened by blood. Blood flows in rivers in the valley where the dead men live. It's the rage they were in when they died. They carried it on with them beyond the grave, and they're fighting it out in there. Can't you hear the rumble of cannon? Listen. You think that it's thunder, but it's not. And those flashes that you notice just over the brow of the mountain, the flashes of the big guns, man, spirit guns. No. It's not lightning. I'm telling you the truth. I know that you think I'm insane. I don't blame you. He stopped suddenly, his nostrils dilating. Take a whiff of that breeze, Professor. Don't you smell anything? Parmalee sniffed. The air from the mountains does have a peculiar acrid odor. It's reminiscent of something. Gunpowder. By George, that's what it is. Somebody must have fired a weapon close at hand. And yet, why didn't we hear the report? The scientist gazed out of the tent door. It was none of my party. They are all accounted for. Yet I could have sworn that there was not another human being within 50 miles. Blake smiled again. I merely called it to your attention, Professor, so that you would give more credence to my story. It is so strange, this story of the living dead, that it will stretch your imagination to the utmost. I am a sick man. I doubt if I survive the day. You, as a scientific man, may be able to discover the solution of the puzzle. Perhaps you may even be able to do something to help release those poor devils in there from the tie of hatred that is binding them to this earth. At any rate, I would like to tell you my yarn if you care to listen. Just give me another sip of that moose broth, will you? Raising the sick man's head, Professor Parmalee fed him a small quantity of the warm soup. Then he sat down again beside the cot in an attitude of attention. Chapter 2. You are going to put me down as the greatest liar since the world began, Blake said wearily. Yet every word that I tell you is the absolute truth. My mind was never clearer than at the present time, so don't think that what I say to you is the raving of a disordered brain either. You have heard the theory advanced by believers in spiritualism that some people who die suddenly persist in keeping in touch with the earth, while others go directly on to their reward. I have seen enough to prove, but I digress. My time is short. Let me start at the beginning. When the war broke out, I attempted to enlist, but was rejected on account of my physical condition. Nerves. But I finally succeeded in hooking up with the Red Cross and got over. I was gassed and later got a dose of shell shock. You know what that means? Nerves, pure and simple. It is needless to tell you that I suffered all of the torments of hell. So we'll pass that up and go on. I landed in the states of physical wreck. The doctors sent me to the mountains. I am a wealthy man, but it suited my mood to travel light and alone. I wandered here and there until I finally reached this North Country. I studied geology once, and while I don't need the money, I decided to do a little prospecting. A week or so ago, I reached the cabin of Sourdough Jameson, having canoed up the river nearly 200 miles. I remained with the old man 3 days, resting up, then announced my intention of striking out directly into the mountains. Jameson tried his best to dissuade me. He claimed that the Indians had a legend that there was a valley located somewhere in the middle of the range which was the abiding place of spirits. The valley where dead men live, they called it, and that nobody who entered it ever came back alive. I've been through it and I'm out of it. But I'm no better than a dead man, so the old legend holds good. But I hope when I do pass out that my soul can rest in peace. God, I don't want to spend an eternity in that hellhole back yonder. I will not bore you with the details of my trip up the mountains, for I started early next morning in spite of Jameson's objections. That night I camped halfway up the side of the range. Next morning, that would be 4 days ago, I chanced upon a little canyon that wound in and out among the rocks. There were signs of gold, and I determined to explore it thoroughly before going further. As I continued, the air grew colder. From somewhere ahead came a dull, indescribable roar. I put it down to a waterfall somewhere in the distance. Suddenly, after a 2 hours' tramp, I reached the end of the narrow pathway and found myself on the edge of a steep decline, ice-covered, slippery, a veritable man-trap, which seemed to surround a huge, deep basin. The entire place was buried under a pall of smoke which hid everything from view. On all sides rose the mountains, rugged, their peaks covered with snow, offering an impassable barrier. The path by which I had entered seemed to be the only means of getting in or out. Out of the basin, there came to my ears a steady, rumbling booming. The air was filled with it. The earth seemed to tremble under my feet at frequent intervals. Sometimes the noise would die out for a second, only to start again with renewed violence. There was nothing to be frightened at, yet I confess that the goose pimples came to the surface, and I felt the icy chills run up and down my spine. My hair stood up like the quills of a porcupine. The very atmosphere seemed filled with despair, with a vague something the human mind could not grasp. Suddenly the wind brought to my ears a shout. Then came the shrill, piercing, agonized scream of a woman, a shriek that was filled with terror and helplessness. Again and again it assailed my ears. Shouting in answer, I ran along the edge of the precipice, looking for a pathway that would lead me to the rescue of her who called. As I ran along the narrow shelf of ice, I threw off my heavy pack and carried only my rifle. Then I slipped and lost my footing. My gun flew from my grasp. I struggled to save myself, but without avail. Over the slippery edge I slid, down, down, down. It seemed to me that I rolled for miles. There was absolutely nothing which I could grasp to stop my wild plunge. Nothing but ice, 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 cold and smooth as glass. Faster and faster I went, until my speed was that of an express train. I almost lost consciousness. I could not think. Suddenly I struck the bottom with a force that knocked me senseless. Chapter 3. I was awakened from my stupor by a peculiar rat-tat-tat that sounded like the rattle of a drum. I opened my eyes. The air was filled with acrid smoke. It hung over me like a great grey blanket. Was I dead? I raised myself on my elbows and looked about me. For an instant I imagined that I was back in Flanders. Then I remembered my fall. But where was I? The ground was covered with bodies, heaped up in grotesque attitudes, lying in odd-shaped piles. It was a veritable charnel house, a page torn from Dante's Inferno. And such bodies, peculiar, transparent, crystalline. I could see through them as one looks through heavy plate glass. Heavens! It was horrible, hideous. And blood. Blood everywhere. The air rang with shrieks and groans and laughter, wild, haunting laughter that froze the marrow in my bones. Close beside me, a machine gun was rattling, served by a sergeant and 2 privates wearing olive drab. All 3 were of the same peculiar greyish cast of pellucidness as were the bodies lying around. On all sides guns were booming. The ground rocked beneath them. Was I dreaming? Was I the victim of a horrible nightmare in which my subconscious mind was again living the scenes I had gone through across the seas? I pinched myself to make sure. I was at a loss for an explanation. I shook like an aspen leaf. I was filled with supernatural terror. Then something happened that gave me a better light on the matter. Just at my right was a small knoll, scarred and pitted with machine gun nests. Through the drab, smoky haze, I could see the ill-fitting German uniforms on the men who manned them. Across the gap that separated them from me, a man was crawling, dragging himself along on hands and knees. He turned his head toward me for an instant. I recognized Howard Preston, an old friend, a captain of infantry, who had been killed in the Argonne after silencing a number of German guns that had stopped the American advance. Did he still live? But no. I had seen his body the day it was buried. Was I crazy? My head whirled. I was unable to move, so transfixed was I by what was going on around me. Suddenly I saw Preston leap forward. A dozen guns opened on him. Yet they failed to stop him. I saw him fire from the hip. Then he leaped among the Germans with the butt end of his rifle. A second later, he hurled the weapon aside and, drawing his automatic from its holster, sprang into a second nest. The man seemed to bear a charmed life. The Germans swarmed over him time after time, but after each effort, he emerged triumphant. His clothes hung on him in tatters. He was bleeding from a dozen wounds. His face was a red smear through which his eyes gleamed like burning coals. A German officer, a great hulking blond man, fired a pistol point blank at him. It failed to stop his rush. Both reached for their trench knives. They came together, locked in a death struggle, their weapons plying like mad. Slowly, the German dropped to the ground, a peculiar dazed look on his flat, round face. Preston turned wearily away and beckoned, as if waving for his men to move forward. Then he crumpled up and fell forward across his victim's body. Then I knew the truth, the horrible truth. The legend of the Indians was not fiction. This was the valley where dead men lived. Here men, who could not break their earthly ties, came back to fight on and on until their berserker rage had expended itself. Here they were enacting over and over again the final tragedy of their lives. God. It was the most diabolical thing that the human mind could imagine. Think of it. All over that vast plain, in the midst of that ice-bound valley, similar tragedies were being enacted by men, dead men. Wraiths were grappling here, there, and everywhere. The peculiar feature of it all was that I seemed to be able to see each individual feat of valor at the same time, although they were transpiring over miles of territory. It was like looking at an immense moving picture that unreeled itself before me. I can liken it to nothing better than one of the huge, old-fashioned panoramas that were in vogue a few years after the Civil War, some few of which still remain in southern cities. I seemed to be floating over the entire basin. The guns seemed to be real guns, shooting real bullets. The cannon were the monsters of steel that I had seen in France. Yet I swear several times I passed directly through barrages unscathed. The weapons, like the men who served them, were only phantoms. God in heaven! It was the most horrible scene of carnage I have ever witnessed, more awful than the hell of France and Belgium, for every detail was the result of the terrible ire under which the combatants labored when they met their death. As fast as they had played their parts, they started in at the beginning and went through it again and again, over and over, like automatons, held to their posts by a divine decree of some kind. Words fail me. It was so unspeakably ghastly, weird, a futurist nightmare, a bedlam of noise and confusion, a kaleidoscopic phantasmagoria of light and color. Death walked everywhere. Remember, Professor, on a battlefield, the men do not die in great numbers and lie around in heaps. Hours, days, sometimes weeks, pass without carnage. Even in the heat of conflict, only a small percentage of those engaged meet death. Here it was different. For miles in every direction there was death, death, death. Nothing but cold, stark death, death and blood. Explain? I can't. My idea is, as I stated before, that man must work out his own salvation, that those who died in the heat of anger must work that hatred off before their spirits can quit this earth. God, in his infinity wisdom, did not care to inflict the horror upon the entire world, so he set aside this barren hole as a place where dead men might sever the ties that bind them here, and with their passion cooled, pass on to a better life. No, the man never lived who could describe it, that cold, ice-bound hell. The air tingled with madness, and the look of awful malignancy on the faces of those poor souls as they went on and on through the same monotonous performance of killing and being killed. It was butchery. The place was a slaughterhouse. Ah, the deeds of valor that I saw performed. Wonderful. Magnificent. History will never be able to record the actual happenings, the cold-blooded bravery. Through the hazy heavens, phantom aeroplanes manned by ghostly pilots dipped and maneuvered, dodging, falling to the earth in tangled masses, often burning. Gigantic balloons in flames tossed amidst the clouds. Among a heap of stones, the remains of what had once been a tiny church located in the center of an ancient graveyard. A sniper carried on his nefarious trade, his hiding place a tomb from which the bodies had been hurled aside. I saw a group approach the place, grim determination written on their faces. Their beloved colonel had been a victim of the sniper's bullets. They found him after a long search. A youngster, he had been the colonel's orderly, leaped upon him. A knife plunged up, down, slowly, monotonously, while the screams of him into whose body it was sinking made the night hideous. And when he had completed his work on that dead thing with the glassy eyes that gazed upward unseeingly, the youngster calmly wiped his weapon upon the tunic of the vanquished foe. Oh, the look of vengeance that was upon the countenances of that little group! A shell came screaming through the heavens. They attempted to dodge to cover, but too late. And so the awful drama went on and on. There is no rest for those who dwell in the valley where dead men live. Men fought with the ferocity of wild beasts. They were blood-mad, frenzied. A little detachment of Englishmen was laboring with automatic rifles just at the edge of a wood. In front of them was a tiny vale through which wound a sunken road. On the opposite side of the valley was another thicket in which was a seemingly equal number of Germans. It was a duel to the death between the two groups. Both seemed to exhaust their ammunition at the same time. By what appeared to be mutual consent, they left their guns and charged at each other, meeting in the middle of that once peaceful little dell. There were not over 20 men on either side. Grappling, they fought hand to hand, using knives, clubs, stones, their revolvers, their bare hands. They were like cave dwellers, giving no quarter and asking none. At the end, there was no one left on either side, only a heap of dead and dying. When it was all over, the dead arose and again went through the monotonous performance. Chapter 4. I was hypnotized, held by a spell I could not break. Try as I would, I seemed unable to drag myself away from the ghastly sights. I don't know how long I remained in the Valley of Horrors. You say it was 4 days. Look at my hair, Snow White. When I left Sourdough's cabin, my locks were dark. I am just past 30 years of age. Yet, from my appearance, one would swear that I had passed the 70 years and 10 allotted to man. I have not slept, for the hellish panorama continued on and on and on. Only at night, a different group of actors filled the stage. The darkness was hideous with the roar of the big guns and the screech of shells. Signal rockets filled the air. As if by magic, trenches appeared here and there, little sectors, each with its own melancholy drama of life and death. Here was a stretch of no man's land with its grisly tenants. Men hung on barbed wire entanglements, their clothes in tatters, swaying to and fro in the breeze like scarecrows in a farmer's field. Often I lost consciousness. I fainted, I suppose. Much of the time, I wandered about in a daze. I knew not which way to turn. Dead men, living dead men, everywhere. I dragged myself into a tiny house that seemed to stand in the center of the valley. It was empty. I threw myself on the floor, thinking to gain a minute's respite from the horrors around me. I dropped into a deep sleep. I was awakened by the sound of voices. I crouched farther back in the darkness of the corner, frightened, not daring to make a move. What was I afraid of? I do not know. One need not fear spectres, need he? There was a sound of a match being struck, and then a candle flared up. By its uncertain light, I made out the figures of two men wearing German uniforms. They groped about until they found a trap door cut in the floor. Raising it, they lowered themselves through the opening. Seized by some impulse which, even now, I am unable to explain, I determined to follow them. The events that transpired are inexplicable to me. The only solution that I have for the puzzle is that, for the time being, I was someone else, some poor devil who lost his life in the attempt to avert a German surprise on Verdun. For I swear that I was propelled by some force stronger than my own will. Cautiously, I waited until I heard their voices trailing off in the distance. Then I sprang to the trap, and a second later dropped through into the darkness of the cellar. I stumbled about until I found the wall. Following it with my hands, I came to an opening. Far ahead in the darkness I saw a tiny speck of light bobbing up and down. It was the candle carried by the men I was following. Without thought of the future, I followed in their wake. On they went. Then, suddenly, the passageway widened out into a huge cavern. Relying on the darkness, I crept closer until I was only a few yards away from them. Hiding behind a huge pile of boxes and barrels heaped up at one side, I listened to their conversation. At first, I was unable to understand what they were about to do. Then, with a muttered, "Shh," one of them cautiously drew aside a small block of what appeared to be solid rock, and peeping out over my hiding place, I gazed through the little opening into a brilliantly lit passageway. I caught a glimpse of uniforms. Through the opening came scraps of conversation in French. The truth flashed over me. I was looking into the underground defenses of Verdun. The Germans had tunneled up to them and were waiting only for the minute that the defenders were the fewest, to break down the thin barrier which held them back and throw their hordes into the very vitals of the French defense. Even as the thought came to me, the watcher closed the opening softly and, with a muttered word to his companion, lighted a lantern and waved it across his body like a signal torch. And a signal it was, for instantly a distant whistle sounded. Then lights leaped up as far as the eye could see, and from the distance came the tramp, tramp, tramp of marching feet. I forgot that I was dealing with phantoms. The thing was too horribly real. I searched about me for a weapon, for some way to warn the unsuspecting men on the other side of that frail partition. In the semi-darkness to which I was rapidly growing accustomed, my eyes fell upon an open box. It was heaped up with hand grenades. I made out the markings of other boxes. I almost shouted for joy, for the pile was a huge ammunition dump, placed there by the invaders in readiness for the crucial moment. Seizing a grenade in either hand, I pulled the pins with my teeth and held them in readiness. Closer and closer came the German hordes. The whole cavern and passageway was filled with them. There were thousands, it seemed. The air was thick and heavy with the odor of their sweat. Then, just as the head of the column reached me, I hurled the bombs, not at the advancing enemy, but straight into the big pile of ammunition. The leaders heard me, saw me. They came at me with a rush. The ground trembled, a concussion. I felt myself being hurled through the air. Around me rang screams and cries of mortal agony. Then came oblivion. There is nothing more that I can tell you. How I came here, I have no recollection. Evidently, my mind blank, I found some exit on this side of the valley. I only know that you found me here, outside, My secret is yours. As a man of science, you will probably try to find the way into the place from which I have come. Take my advice and stay away. Now I am tired, Professor. I must rest. Chapter 5. Excerpt from the report of Professor Phineas Parmalee, Bachelor of Arts, Doctor of Laws and other qualifications. Mr. Blake passed away shortly after completing his strange narrative. The members of the Parmalee scientific expedition spent nearly a week searching the vicinity in the hope of discovering the opening through which he came, from the valley. But our efforts were fruitless. I would be tempted to put his story of the valley where dead men live down as a hallucination resulting from his terrible experiences during the war. But for one thing, I sent a courier by way of Chattahoochee Pass to interview Jameson. The letter says that the date given by Blake was correct. He crossed the mountains, as he stated, in 5 days. I confess myself puzzled. We buried poor Blake where we found him. Requiescat in pace. End of the valley. This story is a tense mystery thriller with some espionage following Mrs. Burdick, a woman caught in the aftermath of a strange death and a web of deceit. As she uncovers the truth behind her late husband's involvement with a dangerous spy ring, she becomes entangled with a network of shady characters and government agents. Themes of trust, betrayal, and the blurred lines between right and wrong echo throughout the plot, with threats of violence and secrecy at every turn. The story explores the cost of loyalty and the sacrifices made in the pursuit of justice, all while questioning the motives of those who appear to be allies. Smoke in Your Eyes, by Hugh B. Cave. Black Mask, December 1938. The girl in a red cape pursues trouble and stumbles onto a plot where life means little. John Smith gazed with exaggerated tolerance at his fair companion. Of course, it was not difficult to exercise patience with a young lady so scandalously lovely. He was, in fact, used to it. Ever so many men, Angel, he declared, smoke long black cigarettes. Even I do at times. The heat, Mr. Edgerson, has made you lazy. Otherwise you'd jump at a thing like this. Smith's other name was Philip Edgerson. He hated it because it brought to mind too many memories of birthdays, Christmases, and people sick in bed. He was head of a greeting card company. Now he put down his cocktail and leaned back. They were dining in Polinoff's, and it had not been a good idea. Polinoff's on an August afternoon was far too hot, too stuffy, for the enjoyment of pig knuckles and spiced red cabbage. I'm thinking of abandoning Trouble Incorporated, Angel, said he, lying. She retorted, No, I mean it. Look, I've paid rent on that 9th floor cell for 11 months now, and not a customer, not a single client. A man's hobby, as I see it, should be more productive than that. It has been, Angelina said simply. Not financially. Mr. Philip Edgerson, she said, makes quite enough money to support the hobby of John Smith. It's the heat, that's all. I suppose it is. He reached out then and picked up the letter she had read to him. It was a neat little thing, written delicately in green ink on 10-cent store paper which bore the gilt initials. Mab, it read, Dear Miss K, this is the 3rd time I have tried to write to you, but on each previous occasion my courage has left me before I could finish. This time, however, I am determined to go through with it. You see, I am really desperate. Please do not be angry with me if this is a long letter. I know that you urge those who write to you to be brief, but I have so much to tell. I am 19 years old, Miss K, and was married just a little over a year ago to the dearest boy in all the world. Teddy was so loving then, and so considerate. We saved money and planned for the future, and were just as happy as 2 birds in a nest, and now all that is changed. I am not really sure when the trouble began. Now that I look back on it, I realize that Teddy acted queerly for days, even weeks, before he actually began staying out nights and leaving me alone. During that period he was awfully quiet and seemed always to be wrapped up in his thoughts. I thought he was worried about his job, and I tried to be tender with him, but he refused to confide in me. He even told me once that it was none of my business. Then, Miss Kay, he began staying out late at night, sometimes until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was sick with worry. When I spoke to him about it, he told me to leave him alone and stop nagging him. But I wasn't nagging him. I was just frantic that our love would die and he would drift away from me. It went on this way for almost a month, Miss Kay. And then he began bringing these men to the house. 3 or 4 times a week they came, and they were nice enough, I suppose. At least they always said hello to me. But instead of sitting in the parlor like ordinary friends, they and Teddy would go upstairs to Teddy's den and close the door and stay up there until all hours. Sometimes there would be 3 of them, sometimes more. Well, Miss Kay, I do not pretend to be any judge of character, but I am positive in my own heart that these men are not good for Teddy. They are not his kind. They are older, for one thing, and they seem very wise in the ways of the world. One of them, whom the others seem to look upon as a sort of leader, is a foreigner, at least 20 years older than my husband, and he smokes long black cigarettes continually, and the house reeks from it. And furthermore, if these men were proper companions for Teddy, he would introduce me to them, wouldn't he? But he hasn't. He just said, "Boys, meet the wife," which hurt me terribly. Please, Miss Kay, tell me what to do to win my husband away from these men. I am worried to desperation for fear I will lose him, and for fear he is getting mixed up in something that will bring trouble to us both. Anxiously yours, Margaret Arnold Burdick. P.S. If you print this letter in your column, please sign it Worried Wife, because if you used my real name, Teddy would be angry, I'm sure. Signed, Mab John Smith, President of Trouble Inc., carefully folded the letter and passed it back. Do you get many like that, Miss Kay? She frowned at him. Her name was not Catherine Kay any more than his was John Smith. Her name, when she was not opening letters from lovesick wives at her desk in the Star office, was Angelina Copeland, Angel to her friends. You think it's a rib, Philip? As phony, Angel, as some of the sentiments I'm guilty of perpetrating. I don't. I think it's on the level. I'm going out there. After all, Philip, you've bored me to death for months about that fool professor who smoked black cigarettes. You know, here we have a guy who... She took from her purse an envelope which matched the letter. Spencer Street, 154. You could drive me out there, she said. Otherwise I'll have to go by trolley. Edgerson heaved an elaborate sigh. It was a hot, sticky afternoon. From 9 to 12 he had faithfully perspired through his duties as president of the Edgerson Greeting Card Company, watching the clock and looking forward to a long, cool drive into the country with Angel, a dip in some shady lake, dinner and dancing at some quiet roadhouse far from the city's heat. Now he was to be John Smith again. It was inevitable. He disliked this silly Margaret Arnold Burdick intensely. He resented the fact that she had found it necessary to mention a large foreign person who incessantly smoked long black cigarettes. Because after all, the thing was ridiculous. Dubitsky was dead. Dubitsky had been dead for at least 4 months. The Dubitsky whose strange death had intrigued him was gone forever. Margaret Burdick's foreigner would turn out to be a wrestler, or a man selling carpets, or a myth. "I'll drive you," he said sourly, "but you'll regret it. Mark my words, Angel, you'll regret it." At least half a dozen times since the birth of Trouble Inc., Edgerson had been on the verge of closing the tiny office in the Mason building and chucking the whole thing to the dogs. On each and every one of those occasions, Angelina had popped up with something hot. It was she, not he, who kept his hobby, Trouble Inc., going. He half suspected that the trouble idea had been hers in the first place anyway. When they reached Spencer Street on the outskirts of town and found the house, he was relentlessly gleeful. He pointed to the sign in the window and said, "You see, I told you so." The sign said, "For rent," Angel frowned at it. The frown was most becoming to her beauty. Edgerson gently patted her shoulders. "We still have time for the ride into the country, the swim, the—" "Apply at 27 Brook Street," Angel said. "What?" "That's what it says. For rent, apply 27 Brook." "That's the next street over, Philip." He said nothing, merely groaned and put the car in gear. Angel was silent too, until he stopped the machine in front of a small brown cottage on Brook Street. "The trouble with you, Mr. Smith," she said then sweetly, "is that you give up too easily." He followed her up the walk, between beds of marigolds. She rang the bell. In a moment the door was opened by a plump female in a flowered apron. "How do you do?" Angel said in her nicest Sunday voice. "I'm Mrs. Smith. This is my husband." The woman said, "How do you do?" wonderingly, and glanced at Edgerson, then stared at Angel. Women usually stared at Angel, and envied her slimness, her remarkable blonde hair, and her more than pretty face. "We noticed a house over on Spencer Street for rent," Angel said. "Oh, yes. Is it occupied at present?" "No," the woman shook her head. "We had a nice young couple living there, but they've moved out." Edgerson, recovering from his shock at so casually being called "my husband," smiled slyly. He was John Smith now, and John Smith was at times a pretty fair detective. Angel, fishing for information about the nice young couple on Spencer Street, was going to encounter difficulties. The plump lady in the flowered apron was obviously not a talker. "We've looked so long for a house," Angel said, "that I really don't know what I want. You know how it is, I'm sure. You go from one place to another and simply get all worn out." The woman nodded sympathetically. There were chairs on the porch and she moved toward them. "Won't you sit down, Mrs. Smith?" "Thank you," Angel breathed. "Thank you so much." "It's really a very nice house," the woman said. "My husband and I built it ourselves and lived in it for 4 years. Then last year, Mr. and Mrs. Burdick, the nice young couple I mentioned to you, moved in." Angel looked thoughtfully at the tips of her fingers. "They didn't stay very long, did they?" "No, they didn't. It wasn't because of the house, though. Mr. Burdick worked for the Glickman Company and lost his job. He had to go to another city to find work." "Oh," Angel said, "that's too bad. And they'd only been married a year?" "Only a year." Angel widened her large brown eyes and looked soulfully at Edgerson. "You know, dear," she said, sadly shaking her head, "when you hear of the misfortunes that beset other married people, it makes you realize how terribly fortunate we've been." She turned the soulful eyes on the woman again. "Married only a year and so in love with each other. I just know they were." "Well," the woman said dubiously, "well, yes, I guess they were. And are they coming back someday? To visit you?" "Well, I don't know. Theodore, that's Mr. Burdick, said they were moving to some place near Boston. Margaret went last Wednesday to put things in order, and he went Saturday with the furniture truck. They may come back, but of course, I couldn't hold the house for them. Now, if you'd like to look at it, Mrs. Smith," but Angel was looking at her husband again. "You know, darling, perhaps Mrs. She glanced helplessly at the woman who said, "My name is Crandall. Perhaps Mrs. Crandall could recommend someone to move our furniture. Those last people we had were simply unbearable. I'll just never forgive them for ruining our twin beds." Edgerson gulped. "Could you recommend someone, Mrs. Crandall?" Angel cooed. "Well, we like the Hartley people ourselves. If you're just moving a short distance, that is. The Burdicks use the McCullen warehouse people. You saved her a lot of trouble," Edgerson thought. She was going to ask you that in a minute. Twin beds. Of all things, twin beds. Angel stood up. "Would you like to look at the house now, dear, or come back tomorrow? It's quite late, and we did promise to meet the Burrs." "Tomorrow," Edgerson said. "Will that be all right with you, Mrs. Crandall?" "Well, yes," Mrs. Crandall agreed. "Then we'll see you tomorrow. Come, darling. I really think we've accomplished something." In the car, Edgerson drew a slow, deep breath and said, "You little hellion." She grinned. "It worked, didn't it?" "It worked. but I've a mind to put you across those mythical twin beds and spank you." Gnomes and pixies would have danced to her laughter, but then she was suddenly sober. "This thing sounds ugly to me, Philip. Why?" "First, that letter. I received it Wednesday, the day she left. She must have written and mailed it Tuesday. Then, more important, why the sudden departure? If she'd known that they were leaving the city, she wouldn't have written the letter at all. I never answer letters personally. When people write to my lovelorn column, they expect to see the replies in print." Edgerson, silent for a moment, said, "Would it be all right with you, Angel, if I did a little detecting myself for a change? After all, I'm president of Trouble, Inc. You're not a very ambitious president. I might surprise you." He turned the car onto a main street. "The McCullen warehouse is on Canal Street, isn't it?" "Yes. Why?" "We're going there. Between your nutty curiosity and my interest in any guy who smokes black cigs like Dubitsky did. I'll never believe that guy's really dead." It was a huge red brick building growing out of the damp, sticky smells of the waterfront. Smith went in alone and was gone for a half hour. Returning, he had a triumphant smirk on his angular face. "They didn't move out of town," he said. "Their furniture is in storage, most of it. A studio couch, 2 easy chairs, a table, and a large double bed, not twin beds, Angel, were trucked over to this address as soon as the van reached the warehouse." He passed her a slip of paper. She peered at it. "Gayland Avenue. That's an apartment house district. Very snooty. You know," Smith said, putting the car in gear, "this is beginning to show signs of promise. Maybe your lovelorn wife was in trouble." Gayland Street was in a district of fancy dress shops, delicatessens, and Pomeranians, and the figure on the slip of paper was the number of an imposing structure housing a nest of apartments. This time, Angel refused to sit in the car while he investigated. She went with him up the gleaming steps into the hallway with its glittering brass mailboxes, and she looked with him at the long list of names beside the long row of bells. Bill number 17 had no name beside it, but Smith pushed it anyway. The studio couch, chairs, table and bed had been delivered to Suite 17. He pushed again and frowned. "They don't answer." "I've been wondering something," Angel said. "Yes? What?" "If you were a young man fresh out of a job, Philip, would you feel able to afford an apartment in this neighborhood?" Smith shrugged. "If we wondered at all the queer things people do, we'd wind up in a chuckle college." "I'm serious, Philip. So am I. They don't answer." Angel looked annoyed. She walked up 2 white steps and tried the door. It was locked. She said, "Damn," and stood there glaring at it. All at once her eyes widened. She turned quickly, beckoned with an outstretched hand and said, "Come here, quick." At her side, Smith peered through the thick, clear glass of the door and saw a man backing out of an apartment at the end of the hall. A suitcase lay beside the open door, and the man was lugging out another. He closed the door, picked up both pieces of luggage, and plodded down the corridor with them, staggering a little because they were heavy. And he was a small, thin-legged, bald little lad without much strength. Pluff, by gosh! Pluff of all private dicks! The little dick kept his head down until he reached the door, and by that time Smith had faded back on one side, Angel on the other. Pluff put down his burdens, opened the door, held it open with a foot, and picked up the suitcases. He squirmed out, and the door clicked shut behind him. Then he saw Smith. He dropped the suitcases again and said, "Well, my, look who is here." Smith looked at the luggage. It was expensive but old. It was initialed. "So you're demoted to bellhop," Smith said. "Huh?" "You make a very handsome bellhop, don't you, Mr. Pluff?" said Angel sweetly. Nick Pluff pulled a large, moist handkerchief from his pocket and mopped his brow. He frowned, using his whole face, and said sourly, "At least I don't have to give myself no fancy name like Trouble, Incorporated, to get business." "Of course you don't," Angel said. "And I ain't a bellhop, see?" Of course you're not. You live here. Me? Live here? Say, are you nuts? We're looking, Angel declared solemnly, for my Aunt Agatha. Apartment 18. We have a key to Aunt Agatha's apartment. She's in Bermuda, you know, but no key to the door you're leaning against. Could you let us in, maybe? Nick Pluff blinked, registering suspicion. It was hard for him to register suspicion, or anything else, because his moist little face was small and V-shaped and not very elastic. He did his best, though, and then grumbled, "Well, all right." He fumbled for a key and unlocked the door. "Thank you so much," Angel cooed. "Come, John." She and John Smith paced down the hall without a backward glance at the suspicious Pluff, and Smith said dryly, "There, my dear, is a scraping from the lowest stratum of the private detecting profession. Dumb but dangerous. A mouse but a mean mouse. I met up with him on another case and caught him pretending to be a G-man. He asked me to promise not to tell on him. Did you note the initials on the 2 suitcases? I did. Mab and TLB, the Burdicks. Or a monstrous coincidence, because Pluff came out of this apartment," Angel declared, stopping beside a door, "and it happens to be Suite 17. Smith glanced back then to make certain Pluff had departed. Satisfied, he knocked. After a moment's wait, he knocked again. They don't answer. "Perhaps we should tail Mr. Pluff," Angel suggested. "Or is it too late?" Smith leaned against the door of apartment 17 and scowled at her. Scowled fiercely, because he knew from past experience that Miss Angelina Copeland, she had once been his secretary, and had since become both the bane and the beacon of his existence, would talk him out of it unless he were stubborn. "It's too late," he said firmly, "for absolutely everything except that drive into the country, that swim, but tomorrow we start in again. Promise?" "No." She rolled her eyes at the ceiling and tapped a toe on the tile floor. "No promise, no ride. It's for your own good, darling. If I didn't keep jabbing you, you'd turn into a Christmas card, and that would be such a waste of talent." She took his arm. Smith sighed and went with her, muttering under his breath. Miss Migsby, who wore large, rimless glasses, placed a sheaf of papers on Edgerson's desk and said, beaming, "We think, Mr. Edgerson, that these are simply delightful." Miss Migsby had been Edgerson's private secretary since the departure of Angel. She possessed some of Angel's brains, none of Angel's disturbing physical attraction, and was very, very easy on the nerves. Edgerson gravely accepted the papers, glanced at them. The door of his private sanctum opened at that moment, and he looked up. He groaned. He could tell by the grim little smile on Angelina's lips that something had happened. Miss Migsby fled. Angel, radiant in something ultra-modern and startlingly yellow, came around the desk and looked over Edgerson's shoulder. "Christmas?" she asked innocently. "Or just happy birthday to my ex-wife?" He made sure that the door between Miss Migsby's office and his own was closed before he answered. Then he said firmly, "Whatever you've found out, it's no go. I'm busy. I got in this morning with a prize hangover, thanks to your mania for daiquiris last night, and found enough work piled on my desk to keep 3 men busy for a week." "Oh. Don't you ever work?" "Uh-huh. I just finished my column. Look, Philip, I've discovered the whereabouts of Margaret Burdick. I'm not interested. You've got to be. It's terribly important." She cleared a space for herself on his desk and sat down, swinging a most attractive leg. "First, I went over to the Glickman Company, where Mr. Burdick, Teddy that is, used to work. I smiled my prettiest and found out that Teddy wasn't fired, he quit. He told them he had a better job offered to him in Boston. I deserve credit for that. The Glickman outfit is a big concern. They make chemicals and do a lot of work for the government. It took talent to go in there stone cold and come out with information. I'm still very busy," Edgerson muttered. "So then," she continued, "I went over to that little dumpy hotel where your little Pluff lives. The clerk told me he was in, so I slipped into a phone booth, called him, and talked the way you'd expect Margaret Arnold Burdick to talk, after reading that letter she wrote me, and I told Pluff to come right over because I needed him, and he fell for it. Edgerson was not sufficiently surprised to show it. He fell for it, Angel declared, and when he left the hotel I followed him. He didn't go far. He went to another grimy little hotel, the Leicester, and that, Philip, is where Mrs. Burdick is hiding out. You saw her? No, but what about her husband? Is he living there too? After all, she said, I'm not the president of Trouble, Inc. I'm just an underpaid hireling. Don't expect too much. I can't see that you've done too much. But I haven't confessed all. Not yet. I've been to the morgue, she said. That got him. His mouth sagged and he gaped at her. The newspaper morgue, she explained softly, to check on Dubitsky. Do you know why I did that? He said nothing. Because, she went on, I discovered over at the chemical company that young Mr. Burdick is a graduate of our nice big university here where Dubitsky taught. And when I found that out, I got to thinking about the foreigner who smoked the long black cigarettes. And so I went over to the university and did some snooping. Guess what I found? If you don't stop beating around the mulberry bush, Edgerson said, I'll fire you. Young Mr. Burdick was a student in some of Dubitsky's classes. You mean it? It's the truth. He was an honor student, one of Dubitsky's pets. I'm not, Edgerson said, as busy as I thought. Go ahead. You mean it? Go right ahead. I've always been intrigued with Dubitsky. The Christmas ditties can wait. Well, she said, I've brought you some of the newspaper accounts of Dubitsky's death. I don't need them. I know the details by heart. Do you? Lead on, Macduff. The great Dubitsky, Edgerson said, left his bachelor apartment about 6:30 that night, intending to drive to a little camp he owned on Loon Cry Lake, 60 miles north of here. It was a miserable night, and he was alone. He stopped in Midville for gas, and the attendant warned him not to try the Loon Lake Road because it was inundated and dangerous. And an electrical storm was coming up over the mountains. He went and was caught in the storm. His car went over a cliff and caught fire, probably struck by lightning before it went over. The charred remains of Dubitsky were identified by a watch and a couple of rings. And I'll wager my next year's salary as non-paid vice president of Trouble, Inc., said Angel calmly, that you believe Professor Dubitsky is still very much alive. Now don't you, Mr. Smith? Edgerson scowled at a tiny image of Santa Claus which sat on his desk. It was a birthday gift from Miss Migsby. Now why, he insisted, should a self-respecting professor of foreign languages, including the Malaysian, wish to plunge himself into oblivion? What nationality is Dubitsky? Darned if I know. German, Czech, Russian, Polish, he might be most anything. The point is, she said, he's not American. He came to this country 6 or 7 years ago to take up his duties at the university. No one knows much about him except that he's a mental giant. Put 2 and 2 together, Philip Dubitsky. A mysterious accident. The Glickman Chemical Company. Young Burdick. It's positively sinister, that's what it is. What, Edgerson said, do you propose to do about it? Have a talk with Burdick's wife? And you're coming with me. This, Mr. Smith, is the biggest thing that ever fell into the lap of our little organization, or I'm a monkey's uncle. I think a better move, Smith declared thoughtfully, would be to call on Plouf. Pluff? The girl might be a bit difficult. Plouf, on the other hand, would hardly dare to be. I know too much about him. I might still talk about him impersonating himself as a G-man. He smiled, pushing himself out of his chair. Trouble, Incorporated, is at work again, he said. Nick Plouf, when not at his hotel, could generally be found between bottles of beer in his office or between martinis at the Andolph tap. He was in his office this time, suffering from the heat. A cheap fan sent the hot air surging about the room, and Plouf's handkerchief was sodden from face mopping. He peered suspiciously at his visitors and said, Well, my, look who is here. "You're surprised," Smith said. "I am pop-eyed." Smith shut off the fan and eyed the half-empty bottle of beer on the detective's desk. He sat down without awaiting an invitation. Angel followed suit. Nick Pluff stood beside the desk, mopped his pleasant little face again, and registered uneasiness. "So, what can I do for you?" "You're not going to like this, Nick. I feel it in my bones. What we'd like to know, Nick," Smith said, "is how you got mixed up in this Burdick business." Pluff sat down. His tie was askew and his striped shirt was open down to the third button, revealing a moist undershirt and a few chest hairs. He said plaintively, "On a hot day like this, you should come here to ask questions. What did I ever do to you? Give, Nick, give. Do I ask you to hand out professional secrets? Do I come barging into trouble, incorporated, and act like I was a partner?" "You wouldn't want to be a partner," Angel said sweetly. "There's no money in it." "Give," Smith said. "So why should I? Must we go through all that again, about how unhealthy our local jails are and how bad the food is? Nick, you surprise me." Nick Pluff slumped lower in his chair. The desk hid most of him, but his eyes were little grey bugs just visible over the rim. "The Burdick girl is a client of mine," he mumbled. "How come?" "You would not be interested. So help me, it would bore you, I swear it. I'll risk it. Go right ahead." "Well, it's like this. It's very ordinary. The Burdick girl comes up here and says she sees the name of my agency in the phone book. Then she spills a sob story into my ears. And so help me, Mr. Smith. It is nothing that would interest you. It's like every other sob story you've ever heard." "I'll hear it again," Smith said, "but it will bore you stiff." "The food," Angel chimed in gently, "is really atrocious, Mr. Pluff. They feed you bread and mush 3 times a day, and sometimes the mush is maggoty. If it isn't, I'm sure Mr. Smith can arrange to have them inject a few maggots, just for your benefit." Pluff mopped his face. "She has a husband, see, and he stays out late at night and sometimes he doesn't come home at all. She says to me, 'He is keeping bad company and will I look into it?' So help me, that's the whole story." "The bellhopping was just your own idea, eh?" Smith said. "Huh? If that's all there is to it, Pluff, why'd you move her from a swank apartment house to a frowsy dump of a hotel?" She couldn't pay the rent them vultures were asking. Maggots, Pluff, are apt to make you hellishly sick." "Well," Pluff muttered, avoiding Smith's steady gaze, "I had to get some dough out of this business somehow, didn't I?" "Meaning what?" "She pays me to tail her husband. There wouldn't be no dough in that, even if I could locate the husband, which I can't. So I have to tell the dame something, don't I? Would you want me to let her down and have her get a wrong idea about the private detective business?" "The light begins to dawn," Angel murmured. Pluff looked at her gratefully and forced a grin. "Sure. She wanted service, so I gave it to her. There wasn't no harm in that, was there? All I told her was I checked up on her husband and found out he was mixed up with some tough mobsters, and things looked pretty bad, and her own life could easily be in danger, unless she put herself in my care for a few days, until I got things straightened out." "And she believed you?" Smith asked. "Sure, she believed me. And to make it more realistic, you moved her out of the apartment and obtained a room for her at the Leicester." "Yeah. Hell, if these dumb dames want adventure, Nick Pluff sells it to 'em. Why not?" Smith stood up. "I'm hiring you, Ploof." The grey little eyes grew to twice their normal size. "Huh? You say you tried to locate Burdick and failed, is that right?" "Sure, I tried. Hard. I done all I could," Pluff insisted. "I checked every lead the dame gave me, and you couldn't find him. Very well, Ploof. He's missing. Something has happened to him. And if we're not careful, something may happen to the girl. Therefore, I'm hiring you to keep an eye on her." "Listen," Pluff said, "this don't make sense." "It might later. You're to watch the girl and keep in touch with me. Report to me every move she makes. I'd do it myself, Pluff, but I'm going to be busy. Very busy. So is Miss Copeland. and our staff at Trouble Inc. is limited. Say, what's back of all this? A certain crack someone once made, Angel replied quickly, flashing a smile, about twin beds. Huh? You wouldn't understand, Plouffe. Don't worry about it. Someday Mr. Smith is going to write a treatise on it. Then you'll know. Smith turned to open the door. You can get in touch with me, Plouffe, at Trouble Inc. If I'm not there, Miss Copeland will be, and I'll expect your first report about an hour from now. Outside, Angel said sweetly, What I like about you, Mr. Smith, is your uncanny faculty for persuading people to work for you for nothing, including, she added, taking his arm, me. Smith was busy the next day. Visiting the university, he spent 2 hours investigating the history of Professor Benedetto Dubitsky and another hour on the records of Mrs. Burdick's Teddy. He applied the same tenacity to his work as president of Trouble Inc. that had made him the president of a prosperous greeting card concern. He then visited the Glickman Company's huge chemical plant and learned that Mr. Theodore Burdick, formerly employed there, had been hired in the first place because of flattering recommendations tendered by the university. It dovetailed nicely. Just what it meant, Smith wasn't sure. With Angel in the tiny office of Trouble Inc., he had dinner, which consisted of cold lobster and ginger ale, purchased at a delicatessen. Angel was dressed, Smith thought, more like a devil. She had on a handsome evening dress that gleamed under a brilliant red opera cape. Its tiny hood was made to be drawn over her sleek hair. "Why the fancy setup?" he asked. "I thought you were going to buy me dinner and a dance. Instead, I get this and a ride, I guess." About that time, Nick Plouffe, who had been calling every hour to make his report, phoned in again. Nick Plouffe was excited. "Only 2 minutes ago," he wailed. "She gave me the slip. I was watching the Leicester, see? Like I've been doing right along. I'm standing there earning the salary you don't promise me, and all of a sudden, she comes out with a couple of guys, and they get into a car. This car's been parked in front of the Leicester ever since around 8 o'clock, and there's a ticket on it. I saw the cop put the ticket on it. So they get into it, Mrs. Burdick and these 2 guys, and I pile into a taxi and tail them, and I lose them. On account of the taxi drivers dumb as all get out, I lose them. Up around Mitchell Street and the avenue is where I last saw them. You get the number of that car?" Smith snapped. "Yeah, sure. C3145. Where are you now?" "In a drugstore on Mitchell." "Get into your cab," Smith ordered, "and come over here as fast as you can. You may be needed." He cradled the phone and gazed solemnly at Angel. C3145. Angel. "Think you can find out to whom that car is registered?" "I can try." She called her newspaper and 4 minutes later reported, "The car belongs to Alvin McKenna, 92 Follett Street, vice president of the Glickman Company. Something?" Smith, at his desk, wrote the name and address on a pad and stared at them, clicking the pencil along his teeth like a small boy would rattle a stick along a picket fence. McKenna, the Glickman Company, a ticket for parking, he mused. And 2 men. Not 1 man, Angel, but 2. Damn it, what's keeping Plouffe? There was a knock at the door. Angel opened it, and Plouffe entered, out of breath. "I got here quick like you told me, Mr. Smith." "Now let's have it all, Plouffe. Slowly. Begin with the car. Did you see it pull up?" "Sure I saw it. 2 men in it." "Now that's funny," Plouffe said. "When the car drove up, there was only 1 guy in it. I was standing right there, and I couldn't have made no mistake. The guy parks the car in a 1-hour space and goes into the Leicester." "What kind of car?" "A Packard coupe." "A man as wealthy as McKenna," Angel declared, "would have more than 1 car, Mr. Smith. I realize that. Now, Plouffe, how long was that car there?" "More than 2 hours. And when the 2 men came out with Mrs. Burdick, there was a ticket on it." "That's right. One of those men was the driver." "Yep. One was the guy who parked it there." "Did you get a good look at Mrs. Burdick? Did she look scared?" "Without being no authority on women's looks, I would say she did. Definitely I'd say she was at least uneasy." Smith stared into space and drew meaningless circles and triangles on a desk calendar. The Smith brain was hard at work. You could tell by the road map of wrinkles that spread away from his eye corners. He suddenly reached for the phone book, ran a finger down the long line of McKenna's, and impulsively snatched up the phone. Then, slowly, he replaced it, shaking his head. "If you want my opinion," Pluff ventured timidly, "I'd say, 'Quiet,'" snapped Angel. "He's thinking." "Oh." Smith seized the phone, dialed a number. Angel relaxed. "McKenna?" she asked softly. He nodded, waiting for the connection. "I still think," Pluff insisted. "That. Quiet." Smith registered impatience while waiting. He looked worried. Finally, he slapped the phone down and stood up. "They don't answer," he said curtly. "Let's go." "Out there?" Angel asked. "Yes. Don't you see through it? McKenna's car, first one man, then two, and a deliberate ticket. It's plain as day." "Not to me it isn't," Pluff complained. Smith favored him with a scornful glance and went past him, grabbing Angel's hand as he jerked open the door. Pluff followed, not knowing what else to do. "If you're thinking what I'm thinking you're thinking," Angel said on the way down the corridor, "I'll bet my year's pay that you're wrong. It's just your evil mind at work." "You mean it's yours?" Smith retorted. "Mine's way ahead of you. Come on, you two." McKenna's house was a 20-room affair with an acre of manicured lawn cut by a driveway and a colored fountain out front. Alvin McKenna, 49, was a widower worth plenty. The house was in darkness. The car crunched up the drive and stopped, and Smith jumped out. Before ringing the bell, he tried the front door. It was locked. After ringing the bell, he waited only a moment, then broad-jumped a flower bed and hurried around the side. Every window he tried was locked. He paused, baffled, and Angel caught up with him. "Sometimes," she said pleasantly. "You surprise me, Philip. So athletic." He ignored her. To Pluff he snapped, "How do we get in here?" "You want to get arrested?" Pluff gasped. "I want to get in." "Well, it could be done easy enough, but do it." Pluff looked around, shaking his head, and then sidled to a window. It wasn't easy, but in a few minutes, with a penknife, he managed it. With a boost, he was over the sill. "I still don't like this," he complained. Ignoring him, Smith leaned out and gave a hand to Angel. She climbed. Halfway over the sill, she said, "Oh," and when inside, she looked down at her legs and said, "I'll send you a bill for that. My best stockings." Then she said soberly, "What do you expect to find here, Mr. Smith?" "I don't know. I'm just full of premonitions." He produced a flashlight, drilling the darkness with a thin sliver of illumination. "I hope," he said grimly, pacing forward, "I'm at least half wrong." It was a bedroom. With Pluff and Angel trailing, he went down a long hall to the front of the house, through two huge living rooms, along another hall to a library. The house was a tomb. Its owner was in the library. Smith's light missed him at first. It played over the walls, yellowing rows of books, a small wall safe, and a few large portraits. There was no need to illuminate the floor until he began to pace forward. Then he almost stepped on the thing because it lay just a few feet from the threshold. He looked down, holding the light on McKenna's face, and behind him, Pluff said explosively, "Hey!" Angel put a trembling hand on Smith's arm and was silent. McKenna gazed at the ceiling. He was a big man, wearing an expensive blue dressing gown over white flannel trousers and a white sports shirt. The white sports shirt was now a Jap flag, with its red moon of blood. Smith stared a moment, then bent over him. "Shot," he said softly. Then he straightened and focused the light on the wall to his left. The tiny beam came to rest on the wall safe. Smith strode forward, looked at the safe, then looked down at McKenna again. "Have you a fingerprint outfit at your office, Pluff?" Plough nodded solemnly. "Take the car and go get it," Smith directed. "Come back as fast as you can and don't say a word about this to anyone. But the cops ought to know about it. We'll get in trouble." "They'll know in due time. You do as I say." Smith glared at him, and he went out, wagging his head and mumbling protests. Smith and Angel heard him fumbling along the hall in the dark. "Who did it, Philip?" "I don't know. But you know something, or you wouldn't have come here." "I think I know who'll be blamed for doing it. That's all." "Who?" "Burdick." She stood there in the dark, scowling at him. "But why?" "It wasn't McKenna who visited the Leicester Hotel tonight," Smith declared softly. "It could have been, of course, but it probably wasn't. That's where you had me wrong when you tried to read my mind, Angel. This isn't any 10-cent clandestine love affair. Can't be. Too many angles. You think someone borrowed McKenna's car and deliberately got a ticket? Why? Look, Burdick is missing. His wife goes to Plough for assistance. Guided by Plough, she takes a room at the Leicester. Meanwhile, this other thing, whatever it is moving on relentlessly to some kind of climax. Part of that climax is the planned murder of McKenna here. And McKenna's murderers are clever enough to plan the alibi before the crime. They swipe McKenna's car, take it to the Leicester, and leave it parked where it's bound to catch a ticket. No one can deny now that McKenna's car was parked in front of Mrs. Burdick's hotel. The proof is down in black and white. You see, McKenna visits Mrs. Burdick at the hotel with a bad reputation. McKenna is found dead. Angry young husband is arrested for murder. You're guessing. It's the best I can do. We'll know more when Plough gets back. She was silent a moment, and the silence of the big house crept in to take possession. Then she said, "Why the fingerprint outfit, Philip? Why is McKenna dead?" He countered. "You mean the safe? It's possible. A man as brainy as McKenna wouldn't keep any big amount of money in a house like this." "Maybe not, Angel. But money isn't the only thing worth stealing. You're forgetting that McKenna was vice president of a chemical company." Angel voiced a little snort. "You'll be telling me next that you're a G-man, tracking down scurrilous agents of a mysterious foreign power." "I'm not, really. I'm waiting for a streetcar." Very shortly, Plough returned, with a small black case wedged under his arm and a flashlight gripped in his left hand. "You have any trouble?" Smith asked. "Me? Oh, no." "Get to work, then. What I want to know is this: has anyone recently opened that safe, and if so, who?" Plough opened his fingerprint case and timidly stepped up to the safe. While he worked, Smith held the light for him, cupping it carefully to keep the glow from striking the room's only window. Plough was good at this sort of thing. In a few moments he said definitely, "It's been opened all right. There's fresh oil from the hinges smeared down the side. Not long ago either." "I thought so." "You see, Plough," Angel said sweetly, "Mr. Smith is really very smart. He sees all, knows all, tells nothing. This here," Plough declared, ignoring her and handing Smith a thin sheet of celluloid, "is a pretty fair thumbprint." "Good. Can you get a print of McKenna's thumb?" "I guess so." "Be careful," Smith warned, "where you leave your own prints around here." "You're damn right I'll be careful." Finished with the safe, Plough knelt beside the dead man. In a moment he rose, handing over a slip of paper. As an afterthought, he stooped again, and with a handkerchief carefully wiped a smudge of ink from the dead man's thumb. "Looks the same to me," he said, "though I ain't no expert." So it was McKenna who opened the safe, probably forced to, and then killed so he could never identify the thief. "We can go now, Angel. We've a job to do, a most important job, and one that may take a long time. We've got to find Mrs. Burdick and her husband." Angel twisted her lovely mouth into a scowl. "All we have to go on," she said, "is that car, the one Plough trailed." Smith shook his head. "No go. It's probably right here in McKenna's garage by now." "It is," Plough said. "I seen it when I come back." I was meaning to tell you." "Then," said Angel, "we're stymied. Unless," she added, glancing suspiciously at Smith, "that brain of yours is working overtime again. Sometimes that brain amazes me." Edgerson did some serious thinking as he drove away from the elaborate home of the slain McKenna. It was high time, he realized, to do some thinking. Up until now, this affair had been little more than a pleasant diversion, a relief from the monotony of being president of a greeting card concern, a hobby, like amateur theatrics or peephole photography. Now, it was murder. He scowled at the windshield and mentally fitted together the pieces of the puzzle as he saw them. The pattern was a bit startling. "You know, Angel," he said, "the safest thing we could do right now would be to go straight to the police, tell them all we know, and then go for a nice long ride into the country." "Nonsense," she said scornfully. He sighed. "We'll do the next best thing. Pluff, we'll leave it to you to phone the police and report McKenna's death. You can do it from a booth somewhere without leaving a trail." "And what'll you two be doing?" Pluff demanded. "Pushing our noses deeper into affairs that don't concern us." "Well," Pluff said, "I don't like it. Neither do I." Smith stopped the car at a restaurant. "There should be a phone inside," he said. "Use it, then go home. If we need you again, I'll call you." "I still don't like it," Pluff muttered, but he got out. "And now," said Angel when the car was underway again, "just what do we do? What time is it?" She looked at her watch. 4:10. Fine time of night to keep your best girl out. "We drive to Warren Avenue now," Smith declared calmly, "and get out of bed a young man named Timothy Kenson. I don't believe you know Timmy." "Who is he?" "He works at the office, but for the past several hours he's been working at the Krishna tobacco store downtown." "Why?" "You'll see," Smith said, "in due time." She didn't like that. She glared at him. He knows all, sees all, tells nothing. Smith ignored her, and she adjusted her red cape about her angrily. He drove in silence. The streets were deserted, and it was difficult to realize that on so calm and peaceful a night, murder had been done. But Smith's mind, agile now, was ahead of the murder and groping for the motive. He knew, or thought he knew, the elaborate steps leading up to McKenna's death and the probable aftermath, but the motive still evaded him, unless, of course, the answer lay at the Glickman Company. He turned the car into Warren Avenue and stopped. "You wait here," he told Angel. Climbing the steps of a brown cottage, he put his thumb against the doorbell. In a moment, a light winked on and the door opened. A young red-haired man in wrinkled pajamas blinked at Smith and said, "Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgerson. Any luck, Timmy?" "Sure thing. He came in late this afternoon. I've been trying to get you ever since. A tall, dark man, Timmy, with a beard?" "Nope. He was a little runt, crummy-looking." "Oh, you followed him?" "Sure thing. He walked down the street a ways and got into a taxicab. So I did like you said. I jumped into another taxicab and told the driver to keep him in sight. He went into a house on Canal Street, down near the river. Wait a minute, and I'll get you the number." I wrote it down. He was back in a minute or two with a slip of paper which he thrust into Smith's hand. "Here it is, Mr. Edgerson. Number 23 Canal. Just a couple of doors down from the McCullen warehouse, if you know where that is." "Timmy," John Smith said, "you're a genius." "It was easy," Timmy said. "It was masterful. Tomorrow you get a raise in pay." Smith hurried back to the car, stuffing the slip of paper into his pocket. He said nothing to Angel, but the triumphant smirk on his face gave him away. "You look," she said, "as if you just ate the goldfish. What's up? Where are we going now?" "To the hideout of the dark foreigner who smokes long black cigarettes." "What?" "It was really quite simple. While you were holding down the fort, I visited the only 2 tobacco stores in the city where a man can buy long black cigarettes. They're Cuban, you know." I discreetly asked questions. The man in the place on Fernald Street told me he used to carry them because he had a customer who came regularly twice a week for a large supply. The customer was Professor Dubitsky, and the fellow had sold no Cuban cigarettes since Dubitsky's death. But in the second store, I had better luck, Angel. The man there informed me that he did carry them. He hadn't used to, he said, but about 3 months ago, a customer placed a standing order with him, and the customer called twice a week to pick up his supply. The original Sherlock Holmes, Angel gasped. And all this time I thought you were just plain Philip Edgerson. I got quite chummy with the man, Smith informed her, and enlisted his aid. He agreed to let Timmy work for him. Timmy did so, and when the buyer of the Cuban cigarettes came in, Timmy followed him. That's all there was to it. Quite simple, you see. You mean Timmy followed Professor Dubitsky? No, Dubitsky himself wouldn't come out in the open like that. But if we fail to find him at the address to which we're going, I'll be a most crestfallen sleuth. She gave him a sidelong glance from beneath the red hood, and then looked out the car window, noting the sinister section of town into which he was taking her. Are you armed, Philip? I don't own a gun, you know that. Philip, she said in a manner of confession, I have one. I borrowed it from my office. He frowned. Keep it, he said bluntly. The car had entered the waterfront warehouse district, and at this time of night the streets were black, deserted, and ominous. A short-lived downpour had beaten to life the sour smells of fish and fruit, and the dampness held those unsavory odors in suspension. You smelled trouble, danger. Smith pulled the machine to the curb. For you, Angel, he said firmly, this is as far as the car goes. I may be a willing slave to my hobby, but I drag no hapless woman with me. It's not your hobby, it's ours. Nevertheless, you wait here, you and your silly pop gun. That, she said, is what you think. It's what I know, he said. Then, suddenly serious, look here, darling. We've not even the vaguest idea of what we're getting into. It may be as mean and dirty as the district it's in. I'd be scared stiff if you came along. So I'm to sit here and be scared stiff until you get back. Or else, he threatened, we go straight to the police, although any self-respecting cop would arrest you in that devil's cape. She was angry. He looked at her and saw that she was staring straight ahead, her lips tight-pressed, her chin rigid. He patted her knee and got out, walked away. Just once, as he went past the warehouse 100 yards or so distant, he turned his head to look back. The car's headlights owlishly stared at him. Uneasy about leaving Angel alone too long on a street so dark and unsavory, he quickened his step. Number 23 was one of a row of tenements, all of which looked alike in the dark. A battered ashcan filled with refuse stood on the concrete stoop beside the door. The door opened when Smith pressed it. He stepped over the threshold into a black, smelly hall. He stopped there, scowling, and realized that the house had 3 floors, and he had no idea on which level to concentrate. His flashlight winked, threading a narrow beam through the gloom of the lower hall. A baby carriage stood there. He went past it, past the door of the first-floor tenement, to the stairs. The building was a tomb, cold, damp, and dark. With the light cupped in his hand, he climbed slowly, testing each ancient step before trusting it with his weight. The second-floor landing came level with his eyes, and he stopped again. The light showed him a small black cigarette stub lying by a door. He smiled a tight, twisted little smile, and knew that the door was his destination. He stepped beside it, scowled, and snapped out the light. There was no sound anywhere. The fact that he was unarmed did not greatly worry him. It never had before. The day he began to carry a gun, he told himself, Trouble Incorporated would cease to be a hobby. Besides, he had no permit. He tipped his hat back on his head and loosened his tie. He opened his coat, rubbed a hand over the floor, and transferred the dirt thus collected to the front of his shirt, blackening it. For good measure, he pulled off 2 buttons to make the shirt sag. He dirtied his face and rumpled his hair, then put on a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles, the lenses of which were clear glass. Then he seized the doorknob and rattled it. He banged on the door, cursed it, and began talking to himself. Results were not long in coming. A couch squeaked inside and a voice said sharply, "Who's there? Who's out there?" "It's Percy," Smith mumbled. "Let me in." "Who? Who is it?" "It's Percy. You let me in, or show help me I'll bush the door down." A key turned in the lock and the door opened. It didn't open far, just far enough to frame a short, thick-set man whose rough face was all scowl. "Listen, buddy," the rough man said. "You're in the wrong place. Beat it." "Who are you?" "Never mind who I am. It's the middle of the night, see? And you're in the wrong alley. Scram." "This ish where I live," Smith snorted. "Don't you tell me I don't belong here." "I know different." The dark fellow was in no mood to argue with a drunk. He came a step closer, put his right hand flat against Smith's chest, and pushed. He slammed the door as Smith staggered away from it. Smith smiled that tight little smile again and resumed his assault. If he made enough noise, the occupants of the tenement would do one of two things, either slug him or try to reason with him. He didn't think they would slug him. This was a hideout. They would want to avoid trouble, and they most certainly would open the door if he hammered on it long enough. It opened. The rough man said savagely, "Listen, buddy, will you for Gord's sake go away and leave us get some sleep? Or do I have to get rough with you?" Smith's eyes glowered at him out of a slack, stupid face. "You listen to me," he said. "My name's Percy Smith and I live here, and nobody's going to keep me out." Behind the rough man, an impatient voice said, "Let him in, Max." "Oak, buddy," Max sighed. "Come on in." "That's better," Smith said. "That's much better." He walked in, weaving a little. Max closed the door. "Now take a good look around, Percy," Max said, "and you'll see this ain't the place you thought it was. You're drunk, and you're in the wrong house." "Who says I am?" "Look around. See for yourself." Smith looked around. The room in which he stood was a living room, furnished with a table, chairs, and a couch. The rough man, Max, had evidently been sleeping on the couch, in his clothes. His clothes were wrinkled, and he wore no shoes. The other man was bigger. He wore grey pajamas which hung loosely from his lank frame, revealing a generous expanse of hairy chest. His hair was in his eyes, and he stood with his hands on his hips, feet spread wide, just back of the table. A door behind him led to what appeared to be a bedroom. I guess I was mistaken," Smith mumbled apologetically. "Convinced, are you?" "I must have got mixed up somehow." "Well, if you're convinced," Max said, "just scram like a nice guy and don't make any more noise than you have to." Smith stood where he was. I don't feel so good," he said. Okay, the other man said tartly. "Beat it. Be sick outside. I want to stay here. I want to lie down somewheres." The two men exchanged glances. The man named Max took his right hand out of his pocket, where it had rested since Smith's entrance. They stepped forward. "Sure," Max said. "We'll help you lay down, buddy. We wouldn't think of putting a nice guy like you out in the street at this time of night. No-o. Would we, Vic?" "Of course not," Vic said. They took hold of Smith's arms. That was their mistake. He had been waiting for it. Waiting to get them both together, both in reach at the same time. Any other way would have been fatal because undoubtedly both men were armed. Smith's heel came down hard, piston fast, on a shoeless foot that belonged to Max. At the same time, he twisted, stabbed an arm out, and caught the other man's wrist. He was suddenly not drunk anymore, and before his adversaries were over their amazement, Smith had the situation in hand. You didn't need a gun. All you needed was a slight knowledge of the fine art of Oriental wrestling, plus a fair to middling physique and a nickel's worth of nerve. Max yelped, bent double at the waist as pain streaked up from his tortured foot. He bent into an up-thrust knee that smacked his chin and snapped his teeth together. He staggered against the table, dazed, and had sense enough left to reach gropingly for the pocket where his gun lay, but he was too slow. Smith had hold of Vic's wrist. He yanked Vic off balance, stooped, caught the arm above the wrist, and pulled it. Not hard. Really not hard at all. But fast. Vic's feet left the floor. He lost his breath in an explosive grunt as his big frame looped through space. His 180 pounds crashed into Max, and Max was finished. Vic sprawled to the floor, stunned, and Max fell over him. Smith waded in. What little fight remained in Vic was dissipated quickly by a hard, clean punch to the button. For his trouble, Smith had nothing to show except a few minor beads of moisture on his face and forehead. He stepped back and surveyed the wreckage, highly elated. Luck, he realized, had been with him. He turned then and strode into the bedroom. It was empty. Scowling, he walked through the bedroom into a kitchen. That was empty too. He went back to Vic and Max, sorry now that he had knocked them so thoroughly out. There were questions he wanted to ask. Questions concerning the whereabouts of Mr. and Mrs. Teddy Burdick. He stared at them for a moment, undecided what to do, then stooped and went through their pockets. Both men were armed. He removed the weapons and placed them on the table, careful not to blur any fingerprints that might be on them. One of those guns, Smith was reasonably certain, had murdered McKenna. In Vic's pocket, he found a slip of paper. Penciled words, written in a stiff, marching hand, said, "Fix up the girl tomorrow night, provided the papers are in our possession by that time. The following night, take care of the husband. Carefully now, suicide." Smith read it twice, then pocketed it. An ugly fear took hold of him, fear that he might have come too late, that the thing had already been done. He went into the kitchen, found an empty tin can, and filled it with cold water. Returning, he knelt beside Vic and poured the water over his face. Behind him, a voice said quietly, "We will omit that, please. We will stand up, put our hands high, and turn around very slowly." It was a familiar voice, quite a famous voice, in fact. Smith had heard it several times on the radio, had heard it also at university lectures. He knew, therefore, even before he obeyed the command, that at long last he had come face to face with the supposedly dead Dubitsky. It was not a pleasant sensation. He turned, raised his hands, and stared glumly at Dubitsky's face. The hall door was open, and the professor stood just inside it, tall, stoop-shouldered, and grim. The automatic in his hand was small but deadly. "Your name, please," Dubitsky said curtly. "It's Percy Smith, mister." It was worth a try anyway, Smith figured. "These two men said I didn't live here and I had a discussion. We will omit that also." Dubitsky snapped. "You were not drunk when you came from the kitchen." Smith sighed. "I'm not drunk now either," he said, hunching his shoulders. "Why are you here?" "Vic's an old friend of mine. Explain, please." "Sure. Back in the old days, Vic and I used to work together. So when I met him on the street a while ago, he invited me up here just to talk over old times. Me, him, and this other guy here, we got into an argument, that's all." "You are lying," Dubitsky said. "So help me, it's the truth." "Is it? Suppose then you tell me Vic's full name." "Huh? I thought so," Dubitsky said. "You are an agent of the government." He came a step closer, his eyes flashing. "Well, my meddling friend, you are too late. Most of the papers are already on their way to an agent of my government. Except for minor details, my work is finished. And you, my friend, will not interfere with those minor details, I assure you." Smith did not answer. His gaze was on the door, and he was frightened. His upraised hands trembled, and perspiration gleamed on his face. Dubitsky misunderstood. He smiled. "You have good reason to be afraid of me, my friend," he said. Out in the hall, Miss Angelina Copeland placed on the floor the shoes she was carrying. They were her own shoes. She had removed them before ascending the stairs. She looked like Little Red Riding Hood, except Red didn't pack a gun. She measured the distance now between her out-thrust hands and Dubitsky's broad back, and, still in a crouch, she set herself. Then she lunged. The threshold creaked as she went over it, and Dubitsky whirled. He whirled too late. Angel threw herself at his knees and bucked him off balance. Smith closed in and caught him. Smith's hands closed over Dubitsky's wrist and twisted. He hadn't used that particular twist before. It was dangerous. In the gymnasium where he worked out, it was outlawed. You could break a man's arm with it. Smith put all he had into it, and the arm snapped. He stopped then and threw Dubitsky over his head, and when the professor crashed into the doorframe, something else snapped. Dubitsky shuddered to the floor and lay in a sprawled, unlovely heap. Smith straightened, gasping for breath. "Lord," he said, "that was close. Angel, you were marvelous. Why didn't you shoot, though?" "I was scared to," she declared, picking herself up and still clinging to the gun. "I told you to keep out of here." "I know you did. So I drove the car up and parked it just across the street. You didn't expect me to stay in the bleachers when the ringside was vacant, did you? Then I saw Dubitsky walk in here, and my woman's intuition told me I'd be needed." Dubitsky had not moved. Scowling a little, Smith knelt beside him. "Is it bad?" Angel asked. "Bad enough," he said, holding a hand over the professor's heart. "I suppose he'll live, though. They usually do." Then he turned to her. "Put that silly gun away. You'll be answering a flock of awfully embarrassing questions, darling, if he doesn't live," Angel said, letting the gun swing loose in her hand. He stood up, glancing at Vic and Max. "Speaking of questions, I still want to ask a few." Vic, he saw, was coming to. The cold water had begun to take effect. He put a hand on Vic's neck, groped for a moment with one finger, and then pressed. "Hey," Vic choked. "Nice, isn't it?" Smith said quietly. "Hurts a little." He pressed harder. Vic jerked clear of the floor and fell flat again with a spongy thud. There was a nerve back there that was really sensitive. "You're killing me." "I will too," Smith promised solemnly, "unless you cooperate. Tell me now, what have you done with the Burdicks?" "I never heard of no Burdicks." Smith tickled the nerve. Not gently this time, but strenuously. "They're upstairs," Vic gasped. "For Gord's sake, cut it out." "See if you can find some rope around here, Angel," Smith said. "If not, rip up a bedsheet. Now, Vic, it's my turn. I'll tell you what I know, or guess, and you can supply the rest." "The place for that," Angel said, "is not here. Too much might happen. Let's take him with us. First thing you know, someone will walk in here with a machine gun. And then where will you be with your Chinese wrestling?" "It worked, didn't it?" "Yes, but even Steve Brody didn't try it twice, darling. I'm going upstairs and collect the Burdicks." She walked out. Smith glared at Vic and said grimly, "One thing I do want to know. What's so all-fired important about those papers?" "You go to hell," Vic snarled. Smith found the nerve again. Vic shuddered to the tips of his fingers. It's a formula," he gasped. "It's some screwy formula for a new high explosive. That's all I know. I swear it." "I think," Smith said slowly, "I get it. At least, I begin to. Our friend Dubitsky was sent here by a foreign government. He took his time. He planned things carefully. Through him, Burdick and one or two other students obtained jobs at the Glickman Company. Through Burdick, the learned professor obtained information on the whereabouts of the formula. But things were hot. He decided to vanish. As Professor Dubitsky, he did vanish. How right am I, Vic?" "I wouldn't know," Vic mumbled. "Lay off of me, will you?" "He found out," Smith said, "that the custodian of the secret was McKenna. With that to work on, he planned to rob McKenna's safe, and also, very cleverly, figured out an alibi because he knew he'd have to kill McKenna after he got him to open his safe. To cover up the murder, Dubitsky planned that the police would discover after a while that McKenna was paying attention to Burdick's wife, and that Burdick himself, soon after McKenna's murder, had committed suicide. It would appear to be the usual sordid triangle, leaving Dubitsky and the real motive thoroughly obscured. I like to reason these things out, Vic. It's half the fun. Angel, appearing in the doorway, said impatiently, "Mr. and Mrs. Burdick are now in your car, Mr. Smith. Could you cut it short, perhaps? One more thing, Vic." "Huh? Who murdered McKenna?" "You go to hell." Smith caressed the nerve again. "He did," Vic groaned. "So help me, I ain't lying. Dubitsky did it. After getting McKenna to open the safe with them papers in it, Dubitsky had to kill him to keep him from ever identifying him." Smith sighed. "It really doesn't matter who shot him because I'm going to tie the three of you up, Vic, and as soon as I'm out of here, I'm going to phone the police. You won't escape before they get here, Vic. Doing tricks with ropes is another of my little accomplishments, and you won't even wiggle when I'm through with you. So the police will come and find you, Vic, and find those two guns on the table. And if either of those guns fired the bullet that killed McKenna, the police will know it. Ballistics, you know." "Here," Angel said, "are your ropes. Mr. and Mrs. Burdick were wrapped up in them upstairs." Smith went to work tying them up, while Angel stood by with her gun trained on them. Finished, he stepped back and surveyed the results of his efforts and grinned. He took Angel's arm. "Let's go, darling," he said. "That's right," Mrs. Burdick's Teddy said timidly. "I got the job through Dubitsky, and then a couple of months later, he died. And then he came to life again and came to see me." "And told you he was a federal agent?" "That's right, Mr. Smith. He told me he was a federal agent, working to break down a spy ring. And I believed him. I guess I'd been reading too many stories." They sat, the four of them, in the tiny office of Trouble Inc., Teddy Burdick, Mrs. Burdick, Angel and Smith. Burdick was limp with gratitude. Mrs. Burdick was exactly like her letter, small, scared, not too gifted with brains. "Dubitsky asked you then to help him. He told you the officials of the Glickman Company were under suspicion and asked you to find out which of them had been entrusted with the safekeeping of the formula." "That it?" Smith asked. "That's right. And when I did find out that Mr. McKenna kept it at home, he advised me to quit my job. He gave me $1,000 and told me to move to a small apartment somewhere and keep very quiet until the thing came to a head." "What happened then?" Smith asked. "Well, at the last minute, just when we were all set to move, he sent for me. He called me on the phone and told me to come to that address on Canal Street. When I got there, those two men, Vic and Max, jumped on me." Smith leaned back in his chair, smiling. "You see it now, Angel?" he asked gently. "There's one thing," Angel declared, "that still bothers me." "Yes?" "Look now, Dubitsky planned this business very nicely, but right smack in the middle of it he died. There must have been, at that time, a fear in his mind that he was being watched. In other words, government agents were closing in on him." She drew a deep breath and stared at the floor, marshalling her thoughts. "Well," she continued, "he came to life again and went through with his plans. He got the formula. If Trouble, Incorporated, hadn't landed right kersmack on the back of his neck, he and his buddies would have disposed of Mrs. Burdick to keep her quiet, and then murdered Teddy, making it look like a suicide to give the police an answer to the McKenna kill and steer the investigation away from Dubitsky and his pals. You follow me?" There was a knock on the door. Smith got up to answer it. "So far, yes," he said. "Go ahead." He opened the door and Pluff stood there. "Well," Angel said, scowling, "what I want to know is why the G-men, after getting close enough to scare Dubitsky into temporary oblivion, didn't see through his phony death and ultimately get their hands on him." Pluff, blinking his grey eyes at her, said, "So help me, Miss Copeland, you're clairvoyant. Meet my friend here, Mr. Toomey." He stepped aside, and a man walked past him. "Mr. Toomey," Pluff said, "is a G-man. It seems he's been keeping an eye on me ever since Mrs. Burdick came to me for advice." "On all of you," Toomey said quietly. He was a tall, grey-haired man with a pleasant smile. "You see, Mr. Smith, we were just warming up to this case when you stepped into it." Smith stood up, his face sheepish. "What Dubitsky was after," Toomey said, "was the formula for a new explosive being manufactured for the government by the Glickman Company. And thanks to us," Smith admitted, "he got it." No, he never would have gotten it. What he took from McKenna was the original formula, long ago proved to be worthless. I doubt if Dubitsky even knew that the original has twice been revised, and that the only existing copy of the approved final formula has never been out of government hands. What you did do, Mr. Smith, was save the lives of Mr. and Mrs. Burdick, and save us a lot of work." "Oh," said Smith, "he's really very smart," Angel cooed. "Thanks to you, Mr. Smith," Toomey said. "The dangerous Dubitsky and his 2 associates are in custody. I'm here simply to offer congratulations." He thrust out his hand. Smith took it. Angel beamed. "You know," Pluff said, "he's really a pretty good guy. Maybe we should ought to tell him the truth, Toomey." "Truth?" Smith said. "You owe me some money," Pluff declared, pacing forward to the desk behind which Smith stood. "I'll match you to see whether I get it or not." He took a coin from his pocket and flipped it. Slightly bewildered, Smith did likewise. "Heads," Smith said. Pluff thrust out his hand with the coin on the back of it. It wasn't a coin. Not exactly. It was a gold identification disc of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Smith gaped at it. "A lot of things," Pluff said softly with a smile, "are not what they seem. Believe it or not, when I let you hire me, I thought you were after that formula too. I deliberately let you believe I was impersonating an FBI man so you'd feel you had something on me. That way I might get onto a lot of things. Sorry, pal." He turned to Toomey. "Well, Toomey," he said, "let's go. And you and your wife, Mr. Burdick, if you'll come along too and answer a few questions, you can go home afterward." They went out. Smith looked solemnly at Angel. "I," he declared slowly, "will be damned." She said, "Nothing surprises me anymore. I've another surprise for you," Smith told her, smiling. "Really?" "I'm going to pay you for all the work you've done." "No, you don't mean it." "But I do." He put his arms around her. "Like this," he said, and kissed her. End of Smoke in Your Eyes by Hugh B. Cave. Mr. Fortune's Trials by H. C. Bailey. Trial 3. The Only Son. First published London Magazine, November 1924. Reggie Fortune had spent a tong day in Mr. Justice Sparrow's court. You remember the case of the wrong false teeth. Counsel and judge had been inexhaustibly facetious. Reggie Fortune was weary of the sound of the human voice. He sought tea at that one of his clubs where everybody is learned or important. The muffins there are good. In that cushioned mausoleum you see him recovering his respect for human nature. But even there brave men talk. Behold a venerable reflow of the Royal Society, who is believed to know more than anyone else of the way in which your breakfast becomes your brain power, lecturing him on the first principles of the art of the movies. This distressed Mr. Fortune. He objects to other people going outside their subjects. Reggie Fortune ordered another muffin, and in the diversion got hold of an evening paper. Professor Jubal continued to explain how to compose a film which would give Miss Mary Pickford a real chance. It was necessary to do something violent. Mr. Fortune began to read the paper aloud. "Gallant Channel Rescue. I say, this is a good story. On the late arrival of the Calais boat at Dover this morning, it transpired that the delay had been caused by an exciting adventure. Soon after leaving Calais harbour, when the boat met rough water, one of the passengers, Mr. Wilfred Harford, fell overboard. His companion, Mr. Ingram Langton, the well-known scientist, immediately plunged in fully dressed to rescue him. The steamer was going at full speed, and a heavy sea was running, But Mr. Langton swam to his friend's side and supported him till a boat could reach them. Mr. Harford was brought on board in an exhausted condition but is now recovering. Good work, what? Reggie smiled. Ingram Langton. That's the biochemist, I suppose. Let me see. Professor Jubal frowned and sniffed. Yes, Langton's always been good at getting his name in the papers, but if he ever risked his life for anybody, I'll eat my hat. He proceeded to give a character of Ingram Langton. A clever fellow, of course. Rather remarkable he should have done so well working alone in that private laboratory of his, but a poor creature, quite without the scientific spirit, mixed up with business, kept his work secret till he could make a splash, used other men's results and gave them no credit. Mr. Fortune listened, smiling. Professor Jubal had been diverted to a subject about which he knew something, if not everything, for Reggie did not suppose that he was quite accurate about Ingram Langton. It was Reggie's experience that men of science do not always love one another, but the contrasts between the mean fellow described by the professor and the noble hero of the newspaper had a certain interest. That was how Mr. Fortune came into the case, but he did not know it then. Unconscious of his doom, the little victim played. He spent a happy fortnight admiring his daffodils and pruning his roses, and thought of anything but Ingram Langton and Wilfrid Harford. They remained in one of the pigeonholes of his mind. It is the opinion of Superintendent Bell that Mr. Fortune sometimes forgives but never forgets. Then family affection called him back to town. He had to dine with his livelier sister, the one who married the bishop, and this was the next incident in the case of the only son. The dinner was edible, the conversation mildly improving, and the port sound. Mr. Fortune found comfort in the last, and the old clergyman next him, when the ladies were gone, also approved of it. They smiled at each other. The bishop was gently laying down the law upon confession. A theological argument developed. Reggie sighed and filled his neighbour's glass. The old clergyman listened to the bishop for a little while, then sipped his wine and turned to Reggie. An odd thing happened in my church last week. It's quite out of the world, you know. I found a young man in it, a stranger to me. He seemed very uncomfortable, sat down, wandered about, sat down again, and I fancied he was watching me. I asked him if there was anything I could do for him. I thought perhaps he wanted to learn something about the church. It's a very beautiful old building, Mr. Fortune. He looked at me in a curious, bewildered way, and didn't answer. I talked a little about the church. He didn't seem to listen. Then he interrupted me to ask if I was the clergyman there. I said yes, of course. Did he want to speak to me as a clergyman? Then he said, "Did people confess to me?" I told him I didn't hear confessions, but he seemed so distressed, I asked him if I could help him in any way. Was there something he wanted to say to a priest? He stared at me very strangely and cried out, "I don't know. I don't know what I want to confess," and he rushed out of the church. The old man sipped his port. That seemed to me very odd, Mr. Fortune. A man who wants to confess and doesn't know what he wants to confess must be quite uncommon. "I wonder," Reggie Fortune murmured. "What did he look like?" I really didn't notice. He was quite a lad, very thin. I thought him nervous. He flushed and trembled as he spoke to me. "Yes. Did you see his eyes?" "I don't think I did. Now you mention it, I remember he was continually closing his eyes. The lids kept on dropping, as it were. Yet he didn't seem at all sleepy." Reggie put down his cigar. "No, I don't think he was sleepy," he said slowly. "You've never seen him again?" "I wish you'd let me know if you do." That was the second incident in the case. It did not then occur to Mr. Fortune to connect it with the first, but it worried him, and when a week had gone by without any message from the old clergyman, Mr. Fortune went down to his parish. A church and 3 old houses lurked together in forest, a scrap of the forest which once covered all the country between the chalk of the North Downs and the South Downs. Some of the nobler trees are gone, and the tangles of birch scrub and bracken grow thicker, but it has changed little in 1,000 years. though motor cars roar through it on a tarred road now. 100 yards from the road you can forget that men have ever meddled with it, and hear nothing uglier than a jay. Mr. Fortune saw the little shingled spire among the budding trees and found a lane that led to it. He went into the church. No lean young man with dropping eyelids was inside, but he lingered. It was a strange little church, dark in that spring noon, for the Saxon builders had pierced the massive walls with only a few tiny windows. The tower was built of wood, huge oak beams fretted by the centuries. Mr. Fortune, who loves all manner of craftsmanship, was deeply interested. "Yes, noble old place," he murmured. "But I fancy our young friend didn't come to look at woodwork. Why did he come?" In a corner lay an ancient chest, the trunk of an oak hollowed out and fitted with a lid. "You're a dream," said Mr. Fortune, and opened it in a pensive ecstasy. It contained cleaning rags. "My mistake." He wandered up the nave, examining the changes which later men had made in the Saxon masonry. Fascinating. But I don't think he was fascinated. He didn't come to study church architecture. I suppose he really did want a parson. Oh, my aunt. He had come into the chancel. A brass in the floor bore a quaint picture of a man, and on it was inscribed something about Robertus Harford, armiger. Robert Harford, gentleman, had died piously in the 17th century. Harford. Reggie frowned at it. Now, what do I know about some fellow called Harford? Yes, he fell off the Dover packet, and Langton, the biochemist, fished him out, and Jubal said it was very improbable of Langton, but this is not relevant. He walked across to the rectory. The rector had gone to Chichester. Reggie sighed and got into his car and sought an inn. He found one all by itself at a crossroads in the forest. The landlord was harsh with him, but mellowed under the influence of his own ale. Few are the men, or women, who will not talk to Reggie Fortune. No, they didn't get many strangers coming there, not stopping. Running through on their motors, of course. Why would they stop? He hadn't heard of any new folks coming to live thereabouts. Nowhere for 'em to live. No houses in the forest. He had heard Mr. Langton over at Newlands had folks staying with him, a young gentleman and his mother, Harford by name. But they wouldn't be like strangers. Old Sussex folk, the Harfords. There was Mr. Geoffrey Harford over at Toldwyn's. Reggie changed the subject. That landlord remembers him as a pleasant gentleman, asking a lot about butterflies and knowing about beer. A kind of artist. Reggie left his car at the inn and went walking, an exercise he does not love. The house of Ingram Langston was marked on the ordnance map. 2 miles as the crow flies, Reggie groaned. And I don't fly. Jam for Reginald. He plodded on by wet tracks, and the sandstone was knobbly, and brambles and sprouting bracken caught at his ankles. It is borne in on me that I am a silly ass. That's the worst of having a conscience, he mourned. But he went on. The red chimneys of Langton's house were in sight when he heard someone coughing. It was a long paroxysm, and at the end of it came the murmur of a woman's voice, anxious and tender. Then a man spoke rather shrill. "Oh, don't fuss, Mother. I'm all right. I'm perfectly all right. I haven't been coughing for weeks." Reggie checked and waited for them. They were on a path which led down from the house beside a stream golden with kingcups. The man hurried on with quick, short steps, though he was tall. The woman caught him up and put her hand in his arm. He let it fall and drew aside. "Go on. There isn't room to walk together," he said sharply. He was a tall youth. A heavy coat did not conceal that he was very lean. The face which rose above his muffler was lean too and flushed. He panted a little. Reggie strode on. "I beg your pardon." He lifted his hat. "Could you tell me the way to the Wick Arms? I seem to have lost myself." The woman smiled. "It is confusing in the forest, isn't it?" She was a pretty creature, young to be the mother of a man, and her smile was merry, but her eyes did not smile. "Wick Arms, Will." She turned to her son. "Which is the best way?" He looked at Reggie and looked away again quickly, like a naughty child. "Coming away from it, aren't you?" he muttered, and pointed with his stick. Reggie made a little conversation about the paths, and the woman answered him amiably. But her son stood apart, slashing his stick at the bushes, and it was he whom Reggie watched. He could not keep still. At his best pace, Reggie Fortune trudged back to the inn, and as he went heard the lad coughing again. The round cherubic face of Mr. Fortune was troubled. His car took him to London at an unholy speed. Before he dined, he wrote a letter to Scotland Yard, read it over with a frown and stared at it, and muttered a quotation, "Subjoineth the Abbot Deodate. God help all poor souls lost in the dark." Some days later he sat gazing dreamily at the people and the tulips in the park. The chief of the Criminal Investigation Department tripped along, very youthful and sprightly, his hat on one side, his coat an epigram. In the midst of a dazzling smile for the debutante of the season, he saw Mr. Fortune. He extricated himself from his admirers and pointed his stick at that solemn, rosy countenance. "You're one of the world's workers, aren't you?" Mr. Fortune's eyebrows asked him an unspoken question. He nodded. Mr. Fortune rose and walked away with him. The rooms of the Honourable Sidney Lomas are hung with French prints of the 18th century. He goes with them well. They make Reggie Fortune look a little solid, a little respectable. Lomas perched on the cushioned fender. "Yes, I think we have it all, Reginald," he said. "But what the deuce do you want with it?" "I don't know," Reggie mumbled. "That's why I want it." "My dear fellow, there's quite enough crime in the world without inventing it. You needn't make work for us." "Yes, begin with the facts, do you mind? We'll deal with the jokes afterwards." Lomas shook his head. "Not your usual cheery self, Reginald. A little brusque with me, a little morose. Well, the Harford family, that was your first question. The Harfords are old Sussex people. Big place near Lewes let to Isaacson, the tanner. The present head of the house is a young fellow of 20. His father and elder brother were both killed in the war. The boy's health is not good. Lung trouble. His mother took him to Switzerland after the war, and they lived there some time. They came back this spring. It is said he isn't much better." "Why did they come back?" "In Switzerland they met an English doctor, Ingram Langton. Not so much a physician as a man of science, I understand. He isn't in practice. He does research work. Quite a good reputation." "Yes, he has a bit of a name. Biochemistry is his line." Langton and Mrs. Harford became friendly. She tells her friends that he was very kind and helpful with Wilfred. She was anxious about the boy and asked Langton to look at him. Langton said the Swiss doctors were doing no good, but he thought he could. He offered to take the boy in his house in Sussex and treat him. So the Harfords came back to England with Langton, and they've been living with him. "Yes." "Why does a biochemist undertake to treat a boy with lung trouble? Isn't it done?" Lomas shrugged. "The man is a doctor. I don't understand the divisions of the profession. It's not usual. Like finding a cook doing parlour-maid." Lomas smiled. "I should suspect the cook of being devoted to her master, Reginald. It had crossed my innocent mind that Langton liked Mrs. Harford. Not a criminal offence." "No, she's a comely woman. What do you know about Mrs. Harford?" "She was a beauty in her time and an heiress. Brought a lot of money with her. Blameless wife and mother. Rather shattered when her husband and the elder boy were killed. Devoted herself to the boy Wilfred. Nobody has a word to say against her. And what happens to the Harford property if Wilfred dies? If Wilfred died without making a will, it would go to his mother, I suppose. She's next of kin, and there's no entail." Lomas frowned. "You're taking it rather far, Fortune." Yes, I think someone is looking rather far ahead." "Good heavens, do you mean she is planning her son's death? Why should she? The Harford property's respectable, but she's a wealthy woman, with her own money settled on her. You're too ingenious, Reginald." "Not me," said Mr. Fortune sadly. "There's plenty of brainwork in this case, but not by the police force. Lomas, old thing. Are there any more Harfords in the world?" The war wiped them out. Only an old bachelor, Geoffrey Harford, some sort of cousin. He was out in India for years. Lives in Sussex now, Tunbridge Wells way. I know where he lives. Next door to Langton. And he's next of kin, is he? And it's all very odd and disturbing. What have you got in your head? You don't imagine this old fellow has arranged with Langton to get the Harfords down there and murder them? No, I don't imagine things. I have no imagination, Lomas. But I'm uncomfortable. Well, what's worrying you? Reggie sighed and lay back and blew smoke rings. Langton saved this boy's life. That worries me. He told the story of the Channel boat and gazed at Lomas with large, melancholy eyes. What's the matter with that? Lomas cried. If Langton jumped into a rough sea to fish him out, Langton isn't exactly trying to murder him. Don't you believe the story? I verified it. It's quite true. That's what bothers me. Langton didn't want Wilfred to die then, but a few weeks later, Wilfred was found in a church near Langton's house. Nerves all wrong, striking symptoms of drugs, trying to confess to a parson. And he didn't know what he wanted to confess. Good heavens! Yes. What's happening to Wilfred in Langton's house? I went down the other day. I saw Wilfred and Mamma. Wilfred wasn't loving her. Wilfred's on edge. Also, Wilfred's in poor health, asthmatic cough. But the drug symptoms were not marked. He could keep his eyes open. Lomas stared. What drug makes a fellow shut his eyes? For the first time, Reggie smiled. Lomas, dear, you don't need it. Gelsomine would do the trick. He might have been given Gelsomine for his cough, but he oughtn't to have enough to make him lose control of his eyelids. And if he did, it would break him all up, and he is broken. But what does it all come to? Lomas protested. You say the stuff would be good for his cough. Well, Langton prescribes it, finds the dose too big and cuts it off. You say yourself the symptoms had stopped, all quite reasonable. Yes. And what did Wilfred want to confess that he couldn't get out? The boy was dazed with drugs. Yes. Mr. Ingram Langton, who is a bit of a blood as a chemist, takes a boy with lung trouble into his house and pours into him drugs that affect the nerve centers till he don't know where he is. Oh, quite reasonable, Lomas. But Langton saved his life. He can't mean the boy any harm. He saved Wilfred's life a month ago. He may want to murder him today. I don't see my way, Lomas protested. The rational explanation of your facts is that Langton took up the boy's case out of affection for the mother and hasn't handled it. I suppose he's more of a chemist than a doctor. Very likely he has too good an opinion of himself. These experts always think they know everything. He cocked a sarcastic eye at Mr. Fortune. Very deplorable, Reginald, but not criminal. My innocent boy, said Reggie, never believe anybody's murdering till you have the corpse. Never see anything till it's over. Then you'll be the perfect policeman. And what the deuce do you see? Possibility number 1, Mrs. Harford wants Wilfred killed, and Langton's doing it. Then she'll have the estate. Possibility number 2, Langton wants Wilfred killed so he can marry Mrs. Harford and the estate. Possibility number 3, Geoffrey Harford wants Wilfred and Mrs. Harford killed so he can take the lot. And Langton's arranging it. And you say you've no imagination? Lomas laughed. Good heaven, Fortune, you don't believe any of that, do you? No. No. I've an open mind. Lots of other possibilities, Lomas, old thing. But one thing's certain. That boy's going to the devil. He started up. Can't you feel it? The whole business is wicked. There's something malign behind all we know. Lomas was impressed at last. We have nothing to take hold of, he complained. What can you do? I can save that boy if I have time. He bit his lip. I want Bell, Lomas. We'll go down and reconnoitre Mr. Langton. I want to deal with this little murder before it's done. Quite a new experiment for the department. For some days afterwards, an artist was sketching in the forest near the house of Ingram Langton. The trees were in a delectable variety of colour. Birch and beech lucent green, oaks breaking into yellow and crimson and orange, ash sombre still as the dark firs. and the ground beneath was flooded with the blue of hyacinths. The artist made many sketches in many places, till there came an evening when he was joined by a sturdy man who carried the vasculum of the botanist. "I've got onto it now, Mr. Fortune," said the botanist. "Been making love to the maids, Bell?" "It was the gardener," said Superintendent Bell. "I like men better than women in business." "The old fellow we saw was Geoffrey Harford, sir. He often comes over to Langton's place." "Langton don't go to him much. Langton's looking after his patient, of course. Very proper." "Geoffrey Harford's coming to dine again tonight. They're cutting the first asparagus for him." Reggie gasped. Reggie packed up his paint-box. "The blighter," he said pensively. "And what does the gardener think of things?" "He's not the kind of man that thinks much, sir. He says it's a lonely place and Mr. Langton's a funny gentleman." "Yes, I thought that too," Reggie murmured. "Langton's been here some years. Geoffrey Harford got the house for him. He had a laboratory built on. Very seldom had anybody to stay with him till Mrs. Harford and her son came. By the way, she's gone, sir." "I know, and that leaves Wilfred here alone. But he's still alive. I saw him. Seemed quite happy in his mind. Even affable. He talked to the wandering artist, said he liked the place, liked being here when he wasn't bothered. Now when I saw him with his mother, he wasn't liking the place. He wasn't liking anything. That means when his mother is here, he is bothered. When she was with him, he wasn't drugged. Today he was. His eyelids were flapping like wings. What do you make of that, Bell?" "They only drug him when she isn't here," Bell said. "Why, sir? I suppose they're afraid she'll notice it." "I wonder," Mr. Fortune murmured. They strode on through the forest on a track between impenetrable walls of green, till on the crest of a rise they came to a clearing and saw, far away beyond bright meadows and tilth and copse, the long mass of the downs. In another moment they were shut in again by trees. "Not a good country," Mr. Fortune shuddered. "Not a kind country. It don't let you see." They came to their inn, and Superintendent Bell, amazed and gratified, heard Mr. Fortune order a high tea. "I enjoy this sort of meal, sir," said he at his third egg. "I thought you didn't care for it." "I don't," said Reggie gloomily. "This isn't a meal. It's nourishment. And fellows like G. Harford go out to dinner and have the first asparagus. A wicked world, Bell. Come on, let's hear him eat." They mounted a little two-seater and through the gloaming made for Langton's house again. The car was run into the forest some way off and stopped. They stole up to the house. Little shafts of light between the curtains showed the dining-room window. For some time they heard nothing but a murmur of voices and service. An owl was screeching in the forest. They strained their ears in vain. Then Wilfred Harford grew louder. He was talking of what he would do when he had his own way. The others seemed to be laughing at him. He protested that he was not tied to his mother's apron strings. He became louder and wilder. He lost his head and seemed to know that he had lost it. Then one of the quieter voices was raised, and with authority the noisy lad was being removed. Lights came in another room. The men outside felt their way along the wall. Wilfred was still noisy. He seemed to be quarrelling with his companions, but the quieter voice was dominating him. Reggie could only make out a word here and there, but it was repeating something again and again. The boy fell silent, but the quiet voice went on. It talked of your mother. It talked of friends and free. Reggie slid along to the front door, tapped on it, and stood listening intently in the silence that followed. For it was utter silence. The quiet voice had stopped. After a moment there came to the door a man in a dinner jacket, a large and hurried man. "What the devil do you want?" he said. Reggie, in a strong Cockney accent and rather intoxicated, was devilishly sorry to bother him, but he had lost the jolly old Brighton Road. Which was the perishing way to the Brighton Road? The large man snapped out directions and slammed the door. Reggie took Bell's arm and lurched away till they turned the hedge out of sight of the house. Then he strode on fast. "That was Langton," Bell said. "Yes. So the voice before wasn't Langton's voice, therefore it was Geoffrey Harford's. That little quiet voice? Funny sound. Seemed to be saying the same thing over and over again. I know, Reggie said irritably. Come on, man. Finish with it, sir. What the devil can we do? Reggie growled. Come on. Where's that damned car? Superintendent Bell was surprised and pained. It is not Mr. Fortune's habit to swear. The lamps were lit. The engine started. The car backed out to the road. But Mr. Fortune did not drive away. He sat bent over the wheel, looking ahead. The lamplight dove through the dark to where the forest overhung the road in a sandstone cliff, and above the little caves of gloom-gnarled beech roots twisted up into the night. Superintendent Bell stirred. Looks pretty ghastly, that, he said. Kind of wicked. Ghastly? Reggie Fortune laughed. Ghastly it is, Bell, and I'm leaving him to it. God help me. Just above them, in a sudden rush of music, a nightingale began to sing. Reggie let the car go, and Superintendent Bell held fast and prepared to die. Even in daylight, Reggie Fortune's driving terrifies. It was another car, Mr. Fortune's own sedate saloon, which brought him and Bell next day to the London hotel where Mrs. Harford was staying. It was not a vagabond artist, but a man punctiliously correct, and in spite of his round face, grave and melancholy, whom Mrs. Harford received with visible alarm. I have to apologize for what seems an intrusion, madame. I believe that it may be of service to you. I am sure it is necessary, said Mr. Fortune, slowly picking his words. You have my name. I am a medical man and the advisor in medical matters of the Criminal Investigation Department. He paused and studied her. She was much agitated. Circumstances have drawn my attention to the condition of your son, Mr. Wilfrid Harford. But I remember you. Don't I remember you? You spoke to us in the wood. I did. I saw your son then. I have seen him since. I am certain that it is your duty to remove him from Mr. Langton's house. She wrung her hands. Oh, I was afraid, she gasped. What are you afraid of? Said Reggie sharply. Her eyes opened very wide. Why, I was afraid you'd say that. But he seemed so much better at first. Mr. Langton was so kind, and he really understood Wilfrid. And Wilfrid really was better. Mr. Langton made him better at first. Yes. What has Mr. Langton made of him now? But I don't know. Her hands still worked together. Wilfrid says he's perfectly well when I'm not there. He says it's only that I worry him. She cried. That's why I came away. It is really. And when you are there, Reggie insisted coldly. Oh, he seems so ill. And he's not like himself. Mr. Langton says it's just the treatment, and I mustn't worry. He says Wilfrid can come to see me sometimes in town. But I've asked him and B won't come. Mr. Langton says he hopes to persuade him soon. And you do everything Mr. Langton tells you? Reggie frowned. What can I do? She sobbed. Wilfrid won't listen to me now. It's terrible. He doesn't want me to be with him. He doesn't like me anymore. I have a car here, Mrs. Harford. I will drive you down to Mr. Langton's house. You must see Wilfrid alone and tell him that you want him to come away with you. If there is any difficulty, I will speak to Mr. Langton. You? Do you know him? Yes, I think I know him, said Reggie Fortune. She wrung her hands. Oh, I should be so glad if I could get him away. But last time I saw him, his cough was so bad again, and Mr. Langton says that to interrupt the treatment would be dangerous. It is much more dangerous to go on with it, said Reggie. That treatment of Mr. Langton's is destroying your son. Destroying? She gasped. That is the word, said Reggie gravely. Come. She looked at him a moment and ran out. Reggie's chauffeur drove that car. Superintendent Bell sat by him, and Reggie was behind with Mrs. Harford. She did not talk. She lay back watching the houses go by, wide-eyed and pale. It seemed to Reggie Fortune that she was not thinking, but in the grip of fear. Sedate and smooth the car ran on, and not for the first time. Reggie fretted at the majestic caution of his chauffeur. When they turned from the noisy racing of the Brighton road into winding lanes, it became still more impressive. The shade of the forest received them. The heavy sense of it came into the car. They were climbing the hill to Langton's house when a shot rang out. Mrs. Harford gave a little cry and clasped her restless hands. Bell turned in his seat. Reggie made a furious gesture. Bell spoke to the chauffeur, and the big car surged over the hill. Another shot was fired. They came to Langton's gate, and with a symphony on the horn, the car swung in. Reggie Fortune saw Langton's face peer from a window in his laboratory and made ready to jump out, then sank back again with a sigh of relief. Across the garden came Wilfrid Harford. Mrs. Harford was out of the car and running to him. "Oh, Wilfrid," she cried, "are you really all right?" He jerked himself away from her. "Oh, don't fuss so." His eyelids twitched and he shook. "Whatever have you come for?" Reggie Fortune slid to the ground in one silent movement and stood watchful. "Wilfrid." "Oh, don't look at me like that, dear. It frightens me. I had to come. I can't bear your being alone here. I want to be alone." The boy snapped. "Good heavens, don't you know that yet? You'd better leave me alone." The door of the house opened. The large form of Ingram Langton appeared. He looked keenly at the car and the solemn chauffeur and the stolid superintendent. Reggie Fortune was hidden from him by the body. "But I can't leave you alone, my dear," Mrs. Harford was pleading. "Oh, Wilfrid, it isn't good for you to be here." "I'm sure it isn't. I want you to come away with me." "With you?" the boy snarled. "Oh, go away, for heaven's sake, go away." He could hardly speak plainly. "Wilfrid, I do so want to have you with me. I came to take you away. You know this place is bad for you. I want you to come right away with me." "That's it, is it?" he mumbled. His hand was in his pocket. "Yes, I've seen a doctor this morning. He says I must take you away at once. Come with me, dear, and we'll go right away. Just you and me. I can't do without you, Wilfrid." She smiled piteously. "I must get you away from these people." She put her hands on him, yearned towards him. The boy flung himself back, plucking at his pocket. He had a revolver out as Reggie reached him and struck his arm aside. But a shot was fired, and his mother reeled and fell. Langton rushed out and grappled with the boy, who should have been helpless in the big man's grip. But they swayed together, and there was another shot as Reggie caught the thin wrist, and Bell tore the revolver away. "Stand off, you." Bell's other hand took Langton by the throat. Wilfrid Harford staggered away from them towards his mother. His face was red with his own blood. Reggie held him up. "Look what you've done, sir," Reggie said quietly. Mrs. Harford, one hand on her breast, raised herself. "Oh, he didn't, Mr. Fortune," she said faintly. "It was me. I was holding him when he was playing with it. I made it go off. It's all my fault." "Yes, that's your mother, sir," Reggie smiled at the boy. Wilfrid cried out and tried to break from his arm, stumbled and fell. Reggie swung on his heel. "Take charge of Langton, Bell. He's not to leave the house. He can send for anyone he likes." "Who the devil are you, sir?" Langton cried. "I'm Reginald Fortune." "And I'm Superintendent Bell of the CID. Come on," said Bell. "Here, Sam," Reggie called to his chauffeur. "Get some water and clean linen out of that house." He bent over the woman. "Oh, not me," she panted. "Wilfrid's hurt." But the quick light lingers were busy at her breast. "I'm thinking of him," said Reggie gently. And in a little while mother and son were laid in the big car and driven away. It was evening when the car hooted at the gate again, and a frightened servant opened the door to Mr. Fortune. Bell sat in the hall by a window. "Langton telephoned for Geoffrey Harford," he said in a low voice. "He came quick. They're in there. Lot of talking." Reggie flung open the door of the library. Langton sat in a heap. Over him stood a little sallow man, whose face was loose skin in a multitude of wrinkles, the darker for his white hair. "Yes, I thought I should find you together," said Reggie sharply. He looked about him. "Yes, this is the room where you worked on the boy when you had him drugged. pleasant memories about it, Mr. Harford. I have not the pleasure of your acquaintance, Geoffrey Harford said primly, but his brown eyes glowed. Remember that voice, Belle? Said Reggie over his shoulder. Mr. Langton can introduce me. Langton pulled himself together and stood up. It's Reginald Fortune, the Scotland Yard surgeon, he said. I told you. He brought Mrs. Harford down. That was so unwise, Mr. Fortune, Geoffrey Harford said gently. You've made yourself responsible for a very unfortunate affair. Yes, I was sure you'd regret it. Reggie smiled. It hasn't gone according to plan. No, indeed. Geoffrey Harford's voice was softer still. How is my poor cousin? Which of them? Said Reggie. I think first of Muriel, but indeed. You always have, haven't you? Said Reggie Fortune, and paused a moment, looking from one man to the other. Langton wiped his lips. The sunken eyes of Geoffrey Harford burnt. Mrs. Harford's wound is not serious. I have no doubt she will live. Geoffrey Harford turned his back on Mr. Fortune. Langton leaned on a chair. What about the boy? He said hoarsely. After he reached the hospital, Wilfrid was still able to speak. He did speak. As you say, a very unfortunate affair, Mr. Harford. Geoffrey Harford swung round. His placidity was shaken, his wrinkled face twisted and twitched, his voice rose high. What do you mean by that tone? It's insolent, sir, and brutal. It's intolerable. You've meddled with a very sad case which Dr. Langton was treating, and caused a terrible tragedy. Now you have the impudence to threaten us. With what? Reggie said sharply. I have no idea. Think it out. Some time ago, Mr. Langton brought here a lad suffering from bronchitis and asthma. He treated the boy with Gelsomine. He used such large doses that the boy's nerves and mind were affected. From time to time he stopped the drug, brought on the cough again, and produced the irritation which comes of craving for a drug. This was done when the mother was here, so that the boy should believe her presence made him worse. While he was under the influence of the drug, it was Mr. Geoffrey Harford's habit to practice hypnotic suggestion on him and introduce into his mind the idea that his mother was his enemy and that he could only obtain freedom by killing her. This is a wild invention, sir, Geoffrey Harford cried. You've been heard, Reggie said quietly. We heard you at night. Perhaps Mr. Langton remembers a man who knocked him up to ask the way to the Brighton Road. You've been spying here? Yes. You interested me some time ago, Mr. Harford, and now we have the poor boy's evidence. I told you he was able to speak for a little while. Some days ago, Mr. Langton suggested to the boy that it would be amusing for him to practice revolver shooting. Mr. Langton kindly provided the revolver. You've got it, Belle. Good. And today, when his mother tried to persuade the boy to go away with her, he shot her and shot himself, which Mr. Langton, who was holding him and could break him in half, very cleverly allowed him to do. Yes, all very ingenious, but we've saved Mrs. Harford's life. He stopped, and in the silence heard Langton's breathing. What do you mean to do? Langton growled. I shall charge you with conspiracy to murder. Preposterous, Geoffrey Harford panted. Langton saved the boy's life. He jumped overboard in mid-channel and... I know. It was in all the papers. Very convenient to get that in the papers. Langton saved the boy at the risk of his own life. I'm sorry. For a moment Reggie Fortune looked with some sympathy at the broken man. Langton turned away with an oath. But it wouldn't have done for Wilfrid to die before his mother. Then the family estate would have gone to her. You thought of everything, didn't you, Mr. Harford? She had to die first so that her money came to him. And that's just what didn't happen. If only he'd killed her before he killed himself, you'd have got everything. Yes, a near thing. It's a lie, Geoffrey Harford screamed. The devil take you, it's a lie. I didn't want her foul money. I wanted her brat to kill her. Oh, heaven, don't talk, Langton groaned. We've had enough talk. What are you going to do with us, Fortune? Belle will telephone for the local police. They'll take you away. and Superintendent Bell went out to the telephone in the hall. But Geoffrey Harford, his wrinkled face still twitching, cried, "Cut. It wasn't her money, you fool. I didn't want her money." Langton laughed. "Well, you won't get it, will you? I suppose we'd better get ready, Fortune." "Yes. I don't know what they'll let you take." Langton opened an inner door. "I shan't want much," he said as they went out. Mr. Fortune walked to the window and opened it. He was standing there when Superintendent Bell came back. "Why, sir, where are they?" Reggie did not turn. "They've gone to get ready," he said. "But you oughtn't to let him go alone." "Oughtn't I?" Reggie murmured. "Where did they go, sir?" "This way." Bell opened the inner door. It gave upon a passage which led him to Ingram Langton's laboratory. "This won't do, you know," he began. Then his voice went up. "Mr. Fortune!" Reggie followed him. It was very light in the laboratory, amid the shining white tiles and the shining glass. Geoffrey Harford sat at a table where a microscope stood by some porcelain dishes. Langton lay on the ground. Bell was kneeling beside him. "My heavens, he's cold already," he gasped. "Cold and damp." Reggie looked into Geoffrey Warlord's face. The thin lips were blue. Reggie sniffed. In the faint mingled odours of the laboratory, there was a scent of bitter almonds. He took up a beaker from the bench above Langton's body. One of the cyanides, or hydrocyanic acid itself. He smelt it gingerly and wandered about looking at the bottles of reagents and drugs. "Yes. Tidy fellow." He put the bottle back. "But you see, it's just been moved. Very neat he was." Bell looked at Langton's livid face and shuddered. "Oh, Mr. Fortune, you shouldn't have let him go." Reggie shook his head. "The best way, Bell, the best way." "Best?" "Best for them, maybe." Bell rose heavily. "It was our job to bring 'em to trial." "They've gone to trial," Reggie said. Bell gulped. "Yes, sir, but we've got a trial on hand here. What are we going to say at the inquest?" "I'm going to say that I came here to ask Langton to explain his suspicious treatment of a private patient of his. I found him with Harford. He didn't explain. When I spoke of calling the police, he took Harford out of the room to confer together, and they didn't come back. Verdict, suicide." "The verdict's all right," Bell agreed, "but it's a bad business." "No, I don't think so. We shouldn't have been able to hang them." "Why not?" Bell stared. "Why not, Mr. Fortune? They hadn't killed anybody." "Good heavens, sir. Do you mean the boy's not dead?" "No, he's not dead. I hope he's not going to die. But you made him think he was." "Yes, I made them think so," Reggie said gravely. "They tortured that boy and his mother. They planned to murder mother and son. They did their best to murder the boy's soul. And the law would only have given them a few years in prison. I want justice." Bell looked at him with dread. "It's an awful responsibility to take." "Yes, I take it," Reggie Fortune said. He turned away and walked back to the library, sank into a chair, and lit a cigar and drew long draughts of smoke. Bell still watched him nervously. "Mr. Fortune, did you notice the old fellow said he didn't do it for money?" "Yes. Yes. I wasn't surprised. I asked her in hospital if Geoffrey had any grudge against her. She didn't know. He'd never done anything. But he wanted to marry her when she was a girl and she wouldn't have him, and took his cousin instead. While the late Colonel Harford was alive, I don't think people had much chance of hurting his wife. When she was left with only this boy, Geoffrey thought he could make her suffer, poison her son body and soul, let her see her son kill her, something rather rich in revenges, Bell. The man was a fiend. Yes, he liked hurting, and he had ideas about it. Not a nice fellow to have loose in the world. I suppose Langton went into it for the money? Yes, they must have worked it out together. But it was Geoffrey's scheme. I suppose he put it to Langton there was a fortune going, and Langton fell for it. I've rather wondered about Langton. He did decent things in his time. I fancy Geoffrey was a bad influence long ago. Poisoned his mind. He never got anywhere. He wouldn't do the grind. He grabbed at other men's work, a mean strain in Langton. He was greedy, just the sort of clever fellow to sell himself to the devil. A weird case, sir. Yes, we've hanged the murderers without a murder. That's quite unusual. Very distressing for the department. End of The Only Son by H.C. Bailey.
Flypaper by Dashiell Hammett. First published Black Mask, August 1929. The Continental Detective Tackles a Killer. Chapter 1. It was a wandering daughter job. The Hambletons had been for several generations a wealthy and decently prominent New York family. There was nothing in the Hambleton history to account for Sue, the youngest member of the clan. She grew out of childhood with a kink that made her dislike the polished side of life, like the rough. By the time she was 21 in 1926, she definitely preferred 10th Avenue to 5th, grifters to bankers, and Jaime the Riveter to the Honorable Cecil Windown, who had asked her to marry him. The Hambletons tried to make Sue behave, but it was too late for that. She was legally of age. When she finally told them to go to hell and walked out on them, there wasn't much they could do about it. Her father, Major Waldo Hambleton, had given up all the hopes he ever had of salvaging her, but he didn't want her to run into any grief that could be avoided. So he came into the Continental Detective Agency's New York office and asked to have an eye kept on her. Jaime the Riveter was a Philadelphia racketeer who had moved north to the big city, carrying a Thompson submachine gun wrapped in blue-checkered oilcloth after a disagreement with his partners. New York wasn't so good a field as Philadelphia for machine gun work. The Thompson lay idle for a year or so while Jaime made expenses with an automatic, preying on small-time crap games in Harlem. 3 or 4 months after Sue went to live with Jaime, he made what looked like a promising connection with the first of the crew that came into New York from Chicago to organize the city on the Western scale. But the boys from Chi didn't want Jaime. They wanted the Thompson. When he showed it to them, as the big item in his application for employment, they shot holes in the top of Jaime's head and went away with the gun. Sue Hambleton buried Jaime, had a couple of lonely weeks in which she hawked a ring to eat, and then got a job as hostess in a speakeasy run by a Greek named Vassos. One of Vassos's customers was Babe McClure, 250 pounds of hard Scotch-Irish Indian bone and muscle, a black-haired, blue-eyed, swarthy giant who was resting up after doing a 15-year hitch in Leavenworth for ruining most of the smaller post offices between New Orleans and Omaha. Babe was keeping himself and drinking money while he rested by playing with pedestrians in dark streets. Babe liked Sue. Vassos liked Sue. Sue liked Babe. Vassos didn't like that. Jealousy spoiled the Greek's judgment. He kept the speakeasy door locked one night when Babe wanted to come in. Babe came in, bringing pieces of the door with him. Vassos got his gun out, but couldn't shake Sue off his arm. He stopped trying when Babe hit him with the part of the door that had the brass knob on it. Babe and Sue went away from Vassos's together. Up to that time, the New York office had managed to keep in touch with Sue. She hadn't been kept under constant surveillance. Her father hadn't wanted that. It was simply a matter of sending a man around every week or so to see that she was still alive, to pick up whatever information he could from her friends and neighbors, without, of course, letting her know she was being tabbed. All that had been easy enough, but when she and Babe went away after wrecking the gin mill, they dropped completely out of sight. After turning the city upside down, the New York office sent a journal on the job to the other continental branches throughout the country, giving the information above and enclosing photographs and descriptions of Sue and her new playmate. That was late in 1927. We had enough copies of the photographs to go around, and for the next month or so, whoever had a little idle time on his hands spent it looking through San Francisco and Oakland for the missing pair. We didn't find them. Operatives in other cities, doing the same thing, had the same luck. Then, nearly a year later, a telegram came to us from the New York office. Decoded, it read, Major Hambleton today received telegram from daughter in San Francisco. Quote, please wire me $1,000 care apartment 206, number 601, Edis Street stop. I will come home if you will let me stop. Please tell me if I can come, but please wire money anyway. Quote, Hambleton authorizes payment of money to her immediately. Stop detail competent operative to call on her with money and to arrange for her. Return home. Stop if possible. Have man and woman operative accompany her. Harris stop. Hambleton wiring her. Stop. Report immediately by wire. Chapter 2. The old man gave me the telegram and a check saying, you know the situation. You'll know how to handle it. I pretended I agreed with him, went down to the bank, swapped the check for a bundle of bills of several sizes, caught a streetcar, and went up to 601 Edis Street, a fairly large apartment building on the corner of Larkin. The name on apartment 26's vestibule mailbox was J.M. Wales. I pushed 206 feet's button. When the locked door buzzed off, he went into the building, past the elevator to the stairs and up a flight. 206 was just around the corner from the stairs. The apartment door was opened by a tall, slim man of 30-something in neat dark clothes. He had narrow dark eyes set in a long, pale face. There was some gray in the dark hair brushed flat to his scalp. Miss Hambleton, I said. What about her? His voice was smooth, but not too smooth to be agreeable. I'd like to see her. His upper eyelids came down a little, and the brows over them came a little closer together. He asked, is it? And stopped, watching me steadily. I didn't say anything. Presently he finished his question. Something to do with a telegram? Yeah. His long face brightened immediately. He asked, you're from her father? Yeah. He stepped back and swung the door wide open, saying, come in. Major Hambleton's wire came to her only a few minutes ago. He said someone would call. We went through a small passageway into a sunny living room that was cheaply furnished, but neat and clean enough. Sit down, the man said, pointing at a brown rocking chair. I sat down. He sat on the burlap-covered sofa facing me. I looked around the room. I didn't see anything to show that a woman was living there. He rubbed the long bridge of his nose with a longer forefinger and asked slowly, you brought the money? I said I'd feel more like talking with her there. He looked at the finger with which he had been rubbing his nose and then up at me, saying softly, but I'm her friend. I said, yeah, to that? Yes, he repeated. He frowned slightly, drawing back the corners of his thin-lipped mouth. I've only asked whether you've brought the money. I didn't say anything. The point is, he said quite reasonably, that if you brought the money, she doesn't expect you to hand it over to anybody except her. If you didn't bring it, she doesn't want to see you. I don't think her mind can be changed about that. That's why I asked if you had brought it. I brought it. He looked doubtfully at me. I showed him the money I got from the bank. He jumped up briskly from the sofa. I'll have her here in a minute or two, he said over his shoulder, as his long legs moved him toward the door. At the door he stopped to ask, do you know her? Or shall I have her bring means of identifying herself? That would be best, I told him. He went out, leaving the corridor door open. Chapter 3. In 5 minutes he was back with a slender blonde girl of 23 in pale green silk. The looseness of her small mouth and the puffiness around her blue eyes weren't yet pronounced enough to spoil her prettiness. I stood up. This is Miss Hambleton, he said. She gave me a swift glance and then lowered her eyes again, nervously playing with the strap of a handbag she held. You can identify yourself? I asked. Sure, the man said. Show them to him, Sue. She opened the bag, brought out some papers and things, and held them up for me to take. Sit down, the man said as I took them. They sat on the sofa. I sat in the rocking chair again and examined the things she had given me. There were 2 letters addressed to Sue Hambleton here, her father's telegram welcoming her home, a couple of receipted department store bills, an automobile driver's license, and a savings account passbook that showed a balance of less than $10. By the time I had finished my examination, the girl's embarrassment was gone. She looked levelly at me, as did the man beside her. I felt in my pocket, found my copy of the photograph New York had sent us at the beginning of the hunt, and looked from it to her. "Your mouth could have shrunk maybe," I said, "but how could your nose have got that much longer?" "If you don't like my nose," she said, "how'd you like to go to hell?" Her face had turned red. "That's not the point. It's a swell nose, but it's not Sue's." I held the photograph out to her. "See for yourself." She glared at the photograph and then at the man. "What a smart guy you are," she told him. He was watching me with dark eyes that had a brittle shine to them between narrow-drawn eyelids. He kept on watching me while he spoke to her out the side of his mouth, crisply. "Pipe down." She piped down. He sat and watched me. I sat and watched him. A clock ticked seconds away behind me. His eyes began shifting their focus from one of my eyes to the other. The girl sighed. He said in a low voice, "Well," I said, "you're in a hole." "What can you make out of it?" he asked casually. "Conspiracy to defraud." The girl jumped up and hit one of his shoulders angrily with the back of a hand, crying, "What a smart guy you are, to get me in a jam like this. It was going to be duck soup, yay. Eggs in the coffee, yeah. Now look at you. You haven't even got guts enough to tell this guy to go chase himself." She spun around to face me, pushing her red face down at me. I was still sitting in the rocker, snarling, "Well, what are you waiting for? Waiting to be kissed goodbye? We don't owe you anything, do we? We didn't get any of your lousy money, did we? Outside then, take the air, dangle." "Stop it, sister," I growled. "You'll bust something." The man said, "For God's sake, stop that bawling, Peggy, and give somebody else a chance." He addressed me, "Well, what do you want?" "How'd you get into this?" I asked. He spoke quickly, eagerly. "A fellow named Kenny gave me that stuff and told me about this Sue Hambleton and her old man having plenty. I thought I'd give it a whirl. I figured the old man would either wire the dough right off the reel or wouldn't send it at all. I didn't figure on this send-a-man stuff. Then when his wire came saying he was sending a man to see her, I ought to have dropped it. But hell, here was a man coming with a grand in cash. That was too good to let go of without a try. It looked like there still might be a chance of copping, so I got Peggy to do Sue for me. If the man was coming today, it was a cinch he belonged out here on the coast, and it was an even bet he wouldn't know Sue, would only have a description of her. From what Kenny had told me about her, I knew Peggy would come pretty close to fitting her description. I still don't see how you got that photograph. Television? I only wired the old man yesterday. I mailed a couple of letters to Sue here yesterday, so we'd have them with the other identification stuff to get the money from the telegraph company on. Kenny gave you the old man's address? Sure he did. Did he give you Sue's? No. How'd Kenny get hold of the stuff? He didn't say. Where's Kenny now? I don't know. He was on his way east with something else on the fire and couldn't fool with this. That's why he passed it on to me. Big-hearted Kenny, I said. You know Sue Hambleton? No, emphatically. I'd never even heard of her till Kenny told me. I don't like this Kenny, I said. Though without him, your story's got some good points. Could you tell it leaving him out? He shook his head slowly from side to side, saying, It wouldn't be the way it happened. That's too bad. Conspiracies to defraud don't mean as much to me as finding Sue. I might have made a deal with you. He shook his head again, but his eyes were thoughtful, and his lower lip moved up to overlap the upper a little. The girl had stepped back so she could see both of us as we talked, turning her face, which showed she didn't like us, from one to the other as we spoke our pieces. Now she fastened her gaze on the man, and her eyes were growing angry again. I got up on my feet, telling him, Suit yourself. But if you want to play it that way, I'll have to take you both in. He smiled with indrawn lips and stood up. The girl thrust herself in between us, facing him. This is a swell time to be dummying up, she spit at him. Pop off, you lightweight, or I will. You're crazy if you think I'm going to take the fall with you. Shut up, he said in his throat. Shut me up, she cried. He tried to with both hands. I reached over her shoulders and caught one of his wrists, knocked the other hand up. She slid out from between us and ran around behind me, screaming, Joe does know her. He got the things from her. She's at the St. Martin on O'Farrell Street, her and Babe McClure. While I listened to this, I had to pull my head aside to let Joe's right hook miss me, had got his left arm twisted behind him, had turned my hip to catch his knee, and had got the palm of my left hand under his chin. I was ready to give his chin the Japanese tilt when he stopped wrestling and grunted. "Let me tell it. Hop to it," I consented, taking my hands away from him and stepping back. He rubbed the wrist I had wrenched, scowling past me at the girl. He called her 4 unlovely names, the mildest of which was a dumb twist, and told her he was bluffing about throwing us in the can. "You don't think old man Hambleton's hunting for newspaper space, do you?" That wasn't a bad guess. He sat on the sofa again, still rubbing his wrist. The girl stayed on the other side of the room, laughing at him through her teeth. I said, "All right, roll it out, one of you." "You've got it all," he muttered. "I glommed that stuff last week when I was visiting Babe, knowing the story and hating to see a promising layout like that go to waste." "What's Babe doing now?" I asked. "I don't know." "Is he still puffing them?" "I don't know." "Like hell you don't." "I don't," he insisted. "If you know Babe, you know you can't get anything out of him about what he's doing. How long have he and Sue been here?" "About 6 months that I know of." "Who's he mobbed up with?" "I don't know. Any time Babe works with a mob, he picks them up on the road and leaves them on the road." "How's he fixed?" "I don't know. There's always enough grub and liquor in the joint." Half an hour of this convinced me that I wasn't going to get much information about my people here. I went to the phone in the passageway and called the agency. The boy on the switchboard told me McMahon was in the operative's room. I asked to have him sent up to me, and went back to the living room. Joe and Peggy took their heads apart when I came in. McMahon arrived in less than 10 minutes. I let him in and told him, "This fellow says his name's Joe Wales, and the girl's supposed to be Peggy Carroll, who lives upstairs in 421. We've got them cold for conspiracy to defraud, but I've made a deal with them. I'm going out to look at it now. Stay here with them, in this room. Nobody goes in or out, and nobody but you gets to the phone. There's a fire escape in front of the window. The window's locked now. I'd keep it that way. If the deal turns out okay, we'll let them go, but if they cut up on you while I'm gone, there's no reason why you can't knock them around as much as you want." McMahon nodded his hard round head and pulled a chair out between them and the door. I picked up my hat. Joe Wales called, "Hey, you're not going to uncover me to Babe, are you? That's got to be part of the deal. Not unless I have to." "I'd just as leave stand the rap," he said. "I'd be safer in jail." "I'll give you the best break I can," I promised, "but you'll have to take what's dealt you." Chapter 4. Walking over to the St. Martin, only half a dozen blocks from Wales's place, I decided to go up against McClure and the girl as a continental op who suspected Babe of being in on a branch bank stick-up in Alameda the previous week. He hadn't been in on it, if the bank people had described half correctly the men who had robbed them, so it wasn't likely my supposed suspicions would frighten him much. Clearing himself, he might give me some information I could use. The chief thing I wanted, of course, was a look at the girl, so I could report to her father that I had seen her. There was no reason for supposing that she and Babe knew her father was trying to keep an eye on her. Babe had a record. It was natural enough for sleuths to drop in now and then and try to hang something on him. The St. Martin was a small 3-story apartment house of red brick between 2 taller hotels. The vestibule register showed R.K. McClure, 313, as Wales and Peggy had told me. I pushed the bell button. Nothing happened. Nothing happened any of the 4 times I pushed it. I pushed the button labeled manager. The door clicked open. I went indoors. A beefy woman in a pink-striped cotton dress that needed pressing stood in an apartment doorway just inside the street door. "Some people named McClure live here?" I asked. 313, she said. "Been living here long?" She pursed her fat mouth, looked intently at me, hesitated, but finally said, "Since last June." "What do you know about them?" She balked at that, raising her chin and her eyebrows. I gave her my card. That was safe enough. It fit in with the pretext I intended using upstairs. Her face, when she raised it from reading the card, was oily with curiosity. "Come in here," she said in a husky whisper, backing through the doorway. I followed her into her apartment. We sat on a Chesterfield and she whispered, "What is it?" "Maybe nothing." I kept my voice low, playing up to her theatricals. "He's done time for safe burglary. I'm trying to get a line on him now, on the off chance that he might have been tied up in a recent job. I don't know that he was. He may be going straight for all I know." I took his photograph, front and profile, taken at Leavenworth, out of my pocket. "This him?" She seized it eagerly, nodded, said, "Yes, that's him all right," turned it over to read the description on the back, and repeated, "Yes, that's him all right." "His wife is here with him?" I asked. She nodded vigorously. "I don't know her," I said. "What sort of looking girl is she?" She described a girl who could have been Sue Hambleton. I couldn't show Sue's picture. That would have uncovered me if she and Babe heard about it. I asked the woman what she knew about the McClures. What she knew wasn't a great deal: paid their rent on time, kept irregular hours, had occasional drinking parties, quarreled a lot. "Think they're in now?" I asked. I got no answer on the bell. "I don't know," she whispered. "I haven't seen either of them since night before last, when they had a fight." "Much of a fight?" "Not much worse than usual." "Could you find out if they're in?" I asked. She looked at me out of the ends of her eyes. "I'm not going to make any trouble for you," I assured her. "But if they've blown, I'd like to know it, and I reckon you would too." "All right, I'll find out." She got up, patting a pocket in which keys jingled. "You wait here." "I'll go as far as the 3rd floor with you," I said, "and wait out of sight there." "All right," she said reluctantly. On the 3rd floor I remained by the elevator. She disappeared around a corner of the dim corridor, and presently a muffled electric bell rang. It rang 3 times. I heard her keys jingle and one of them grate in a lock. The lock clicked. I heard the doorknob rattle as she turned it. Then a long moment of silence was ended by a scream that filled the corridor from wall to wall. I jumped for the corner, swung around it, saw an open door ahead, went through it, and slammed the door shut behind me. The scream had stopped. I was in a small, dark vestibule with 3 doors besides the one I had come through. One door was shut, one opened into a bathroom. I went to the other. The fat manager stood just inside it, her round back to me. I pushed past her and saw what she was looking at. Sue Hambleton, in pale yellow pajamas trimmed with black lace, was lying across a bed. She lays on her back. Her arms were stretched out over her head. One leg was bent under her, one stretched out so that its bare foot rested on the floor. That bare foot was whiter than a live foot could be. Her face was white as her foot, except for a mottled, swollen area from the right eyebrow to the right cheekbone and dark bruises on her throat. "Phone the police," I told the woman, and began poking into corners, closets, and drawers. It was late afternoon when I returned to the agency. I asked the file clerk to see if we had anything on Joe Wales and Peggy Carroll, and then went into the old man's office. He put down some reports he had been reading, gave me a nodded invitation to sit down, and asked, "You've seen her?" "Yeah, she's dead." The old man said indeed, as if I had said it was raining, and smiled with polite attentiveness while I told him about it. From the time I had rung Wales's bell until I had joined the fat manager in the dead girl's apartment, she had been knocked around some, was bruised on the face and neck, I wound up. "But that didn't kill her." "You think she was murdered?" he asked, still smiling gently. "I don't know. Doc Jordan says he thinks it could have been arsenic. He's hunting for it in her now. We found a funny thing in the joint. Some thick sheets of dark gray paper were stuck in a book, The Count of Monte Cristo, wrapped in a month-old newspaper and wedged into a dark corner between the stove and the kitchen wall." "Ah, arsenical flypaper," the old man murmured. "The Maybrick-Seddons trick. Mashed in water, 4 to 6 grains of arsenic can be soaked out of a sheet, enough to kill 2 people. I nodded, saying, "I worked on one in Louisville in 1916. The mulatto janitor saw McClure leaving at 9:30 yesterday morning. She was probably dead before that. Nobody's seen him since." Earlier in the morning, the people in the next apartment had heard them talking, heard groaning. But they had too many fights for the neighbors to pay much attention to that. The landlady told me they had a fight the night before that. The police are hunting for him. "Did you tell the police who she was?" "No. What do we do on that angle? We can't tell them about Wales without telling them all." "I dare say the whole thing will have to come out," he said thoughtfully. "I'll wire New York." I went out of his office. The file clerk gave me a couple of newspaper clippings. The first told me that 15 months ago, Joseph Wales, alias Holy Joe, had been arrested on the complaint of a farmer named Toomey that he had been taken for $2,500 on a phony business opportunity by Wales and 3 other men. The second clipping said the case had been dropped when Toomey failed to appear against Wales in court, bought off in the customary manner by the return of part or all of his money. That was all our files held on Wales, and they had nothing on Peggy Carroll. Chapter 5. McMahon opened the door for me when I returned to Wales's apartment. "Anything doing?" I asked him. "Nothing, except they've been belly-aching a lot." Wales came forward asking eagerly, "Satisfied now?" The girl stood by the window, looking at me with anxious eyes. I didn't say anything. "Did you find her?" Wales asked, frowning. "She was where I told you?" "Yeah," I said. "Well then." Part of his frown went away. "That lets Peggy and me out, doesn't?" He broke off, ran his tongue over his lower lip, put a hand to his chin, asked sharply, "You didn't give them the tip-off on me, did you?" I shook my head, no. He took his hand from his chin and asked irritably, "What's the matter with you, then? What are you looking like that for?" Behind him, the girl spoke bitterly. "I knew damned well it would be like this," she said. "I knew damned well we weren't going to get out of it." "Oh, what a smart guy you are. Take Peggy into the kitchen and shut both doors," I told McMahon. "Holy Joe and I are going to have a real heart-to-heart talk." The girl went out willingly, but when McMahon was closing the door, she put her head in again to tell Wales, "I hope he busts you in the nose if you try to hold out on him." McMahon shut the door. "Your playmate seems to think you know something," I said. Wales scowled at the door and grumbled, "She's more help to me than a broken leg." He turned his face to me, trying to make it look frank and friendly. "What do you want? I came clean with you before. What's the matter now? What do you guess?" He pulled his lips in between his teeth. "What do you want to make me guess for?" he demanded. "I'm willing to play ball with you. But what can I do if you won't tell me what you want? I can't see inside your head. You'd get a kick out of it if you could." He shook his head wearily and walked back to the sofa, sitting down bent forward, his hands together between his knees. "All right," he sighed. "Take your time about asking me. I'll wait for you." I went over and stood in front of him. I took his chin between my left thumb and fingers, raising his head and bending my own down until our noses were almost touching. I said, "Where you stumbled, Joe, was in sending the telegram right after the murder." "He's dead?" It popped out before his eyes had even had time to grow round and wide. The question threw me off balance. I had to wrestle with my forehead to keep it from wrinkling, and I put too much calmness in my voice when I asked, "Is who dead?" "Who? How do I know?" "Who do you mean?" "Who did you think I meant?" I insisted. "How do I know?" "Oh, all right. Old man Hambleton, Sue's father." "That's right," I said, and took my hand away from his chin. "And he was murdered, you say?" He hadn't moved his face an inch from the position into which I had lifted it. "How?" "Arsenic flypaper. Arsenic flypaper." He looked thoughtful. "That's a funny one." "Yeah, very funny. Where'd you go about buying some if you wanted it?" "Buying it? I don't know. I haven't seen any since I was a kid. Nobody uses flypaper here in San Francisco anyway. There aren't enough flies." "Somebody used some here," I said, "on Sue." "Sue?" He jumped so that the sofa squeaked under him. "Yeah, murdered yesterday morning, arsenical flypaper." "Both of them?" he asked incredulously. "Both of who?" "Her and her father." "Yeah." He put his chin far down on his chest and rubbed the back of one hand with the palm of the other. "Then I am in a hole," he said slowly. "That's what," I cheerfully agreed. "Want to try talking yourself out of it? Let me think." I let him think, listening to the tick of the clock while he thought. Thinking brought drops of sweat out on his gray-white face. Presently he sat up straight, wiping his face with a fancily colored handkerchief. "I'll talk," he said. "I've got to talk now. Sue was getting ready to ditch Babe. She and I were going away. Here, I'll show you." He put his hand in his pocket and held out a folded sheet of thick notepaper to me. I took it and read, "Dear Joe, I can't stand this much longer. We've simply got to go soon. Babe beat me again tonight. Please, if you really love me, let's make it soon. Sue, the handwriting was a nervous woman's, tall, angular, and piled up. That's why I made the play for Hambleton's Grand, he said. I've been shatting on my uppers for a couple of months, and when that letter came yesterday, I just had to raise dough somehow to get her away. She wouldn't have stood for tapping her father, though, so I tried to swing it without her knowing. When did you see her last? Day before yesterday, the day she mailed that letter. Only I saw her in the afternoon. She was here, and he wrote it that night. Babe suspect what you were up to? We didn't think he did. I don't know. He was jealous as hell all the time, whether he had any reason to be or not. How much reason did he have? Wales looked me straight in the eye and said Sue was a good kid. I said, well, she's been murdered. He didn't say anything. Day was darkening into evening. I went to the door and pressed the light button. I didn't lose sight of Holy Joe Wales while I was doing it. As I took my finger away from the button, something clicked at the window. The click was loud and sharp. I looked at the window. A man crouched there on the fire escape, looking in through glass and lace curtain. He was a thick-featured dark man whose size identified him as Babe McClure. The muzzle of a big black automatic was touching the glass in front of him. He had tapped the glass with it to catch our attention. He had our attention. There wasn't anything for me to do just then. I stood there and looked at him. I couldn't tell whether he was looking at me or at Wales. I could see him clearly enough, but the lace curtain spoiled my view of details like that. I imagined he wasn't neglecting either of us, and I didn't imagine the lace curtain hid much from him. He was closer to the curtain than we, and I had turned on the room's lights. Wales, sitting dead still on the sofa, was looking at McClure. Wales's face wore a peculiar, stiffly sullen expression. His eyes were sullen. He wasn't breathing. McClure flicked the nose of his pistol against the pane, and a triangular piece of glass fell out, tinkling apart on the floor. It didn't, I was afraid, make enough noise to alarm McMahon in the kitchen. There were 2 closed doors between here and there. Wales looked at the broken pane and closed his eyes. He closed them slowly, little by little, exactly as if he were falling asleep. He kept his stiffly sullen blank face turned straight to the window. McClure shot him 3 times. The bullets knocked Wales down on the sofa, back against the wall. Wales's eyes popped open, bulging. His lips crawled back over his teeth, leaving them naked to the gums. His tongue came out. Then his head fell down and he didn't move anymore. When McClure jumped away from the window, I jumped to it. While I was pushing the curtain aside, unlocking the window and raising it, I heard his feet land on the cement paving below. McMahon flung the door open and came in, the girl at his heels. Take care of this, I ordered, as I scrambled over the sill. McClure shot him. Chapter 6. Wales's apartment was on the 2nd floor. The fire escape ended there with a counterweighted iron ladder that a man's weight would swing down into a cement-paved court. I went down as Babe McClure had gone, swinging down on the ladder till within dropping distance of the court, and then letting go. There was only one street exit to the court. I took it. A startled-looking, smallish man was standing in the middle of the sidewalk close to the court, gaping at me as I dashed out. I caught his arm, shook it. A big guy running. Maybe I yelled, "Where?" He tried to say something, couldn't, and waved his arm at billboard standing across the front of a vacant lot on the other side of the street. I forgot to say thank you in my hurry to get over there. I got behind the billboards by crawling under them instead of going to either end where there were openings. The lot was large enough and weedy enough to give cover to anybody who wanted to lie down and bushwhack a pursuer, even anybody as large as Babe McClure. While I considered that, I heard a dog barking at one corner of the lot. He could have been barking at a man who had run by. I ran to that corner of the lot. The dog was in a board-fenced backyard at the corner of a narrow alley that ran from the lot to a street. I chinned myself on the board fence, saw a wire-haired terrier alone in the yard, and ran down the alley while he was charging my part of the fence. I put my gun back into my pocket before I left the alley for the street. A small touring car was parked at the curb in front of a cigar store some 15 feet from the alley. A policeman was talking to a slim, dark-faced man in the cigar store doorway. "The big fellow that come out of the alley a minute ago," I said. "Which way did he go?" The policeman looked dumb. The slim man nodded his head down the street, said, "Down that way," and went on with his conversation. I said, "Thanks," and went on down to the corner. There was a taxi phone there and 2 idle taxis. A block and a half below, a streetcar was going away. "Did the big fellow who came down here a minute ago take a taxi or the streetcar?" I asked the 2 taxi chauffeurs who were leaning against one of the taxis. The rattier-looking one said, "He didn't take a taxi." I said, "I'll take one. Catch that streetcar for me." The streetcar was 3 blocks away before we got going. The street wasn't clear enough for me to see who got on and off it. We caught it when it stopped at Market Street. "Follow along," I told the driver as I jumped out. On the rear platform of the streetcar, I looked through the glass. There were only 8 or 10 people aboard. "There was a great big fellow got on at Hyde Street," I said to the conductor. "Where'd he get off?" The conductor looked at the silver dollar I was turning over in my fingers and remembered that the big man got off at Taylor Street. That won the silver dollar. I dropped off as the streetcar turned into Market Street. The taxi close behind slowed down and its door swung open. "6th and Mission," I said as I hopped in. McClure could have gone in any direction from Taylor Street. I had to guess. The best guess seemed to be that he would make for the other side of Market Street. It was fairly dark by now. We had to go down to 5th Street to get off Market, then over to Mission and back up to 6th. We got to 6th Street without seeing McClure. I couldn't see him on 6th Street either way from the crossing. "On up to 9th, I ordered, and while we rode told the driver what kind of man I was looking for. We arrived at 9th Street. No McClure. I cursed and pushed my brains around. The big man was a yegg. San Francisco was on fire for him. The yegg instinct would be to use a rattler to get away from trouble. The freight yards were in this end of town. Maybe he would be shifty enough to lie low instead of trying to powder. In that case, he probably hadn't crossed Market Street at all. If he stuck, there would still be a chance of picking him up tomorrow. If he was hightailing, it was catch him now or not at all. "Down to Harrison," I told the driver. We went down to Harrison Street and down Harrison to 3rd, up Bryant to 8th, down Brannan to 3rd again, and over to Townsend, and we didn't see Babe McClure. "That's tough, that is." The driver sympathized as we stopped across the street from the Southern Pacific passenger station. "I'm going over and look around in the station," I said. "Keep your eyes open while I'm gone." When I told the copper in the station my trouble, he introduced me to a couple of plainclothes men who had been planted there to watch for McClure. That had been done after Sue Hambleton's body was found. The shooting of Holy Joe Wales was news to them. I went outside again and found my taxi in front of the door, its horn working over time, but too asthmatically to be heard indoors. The ratty driver was excited. "A guy like you said come up out of King Street just now and swung on a number 16 car as it pulled away," he said. "Going which way?" "That-a-way," pointing southeast. "Catch him," I said, jumping in. The streetcar was out of sight around a bend in 3rd Street 2 blocks below. When we rounded the bend, the streetcar was slowing up 4 blocks ahead. It hadn't slowed up very much when a man leaned far out and stepped off. He was a tall man, but didn't look tall on account of his shoulders spread. He didn't check his momentum, but used it to carry him across the sidewalk and out of sight. We stopped where the man had left the car. I gave the driver too much money and told him, "Go back to Townsend Street and tell the copper in the station that I've chased Babe McClure into the SP yards." Chapter 7. I thought I was moving silently down between 2 strings of boxcars, but I had gone less than 20 feet when a light flashed in my face and a sharp voice ordered, "Stand still, you." I stood still. Men came from between cars. One of them spoke my name, adding, "What are you doing here? Lost?" It was Harry Pebble, a police detective. I stopped holding my breath and said, "Hello, Harry. Looking for Babe?" "Yes, we've been going over the rattlers." "He's here. I just tailed him in from the street." Pebble swore and snapped the light off. "Watch, Harry," I advised. "Don't play with him. He's packing plenty of gun and he's cut down one boy tonight." "I'll play with him," Pebble promised, and told one of the men with him to go over and warn those on the other side of the yard that McClure was in, and then to ring for reinforcements. "We'll just sit on the edge and hold him in till they come," he said. That seemed a sensible way to play it. We spread out and waited. Once Pebble and I turned back a lanky bum who tried to slip into the yard between us, and one of the men below us picked up a shivering kid who was trying to slip out. Otherwise, nothing happened until Lieutenant Duff arrived with a couple of carloads of coppers. Most of our force went into a cordon around the yard. The rest of us went through the yard in small groups, working it over car by car. Picked up a few hobos that Pebble and his men had missed earlier, but we didn't find McClure. We didn't find any trace of him until somebody stumbled over a railroad bull huddled in the shadow of a gondola. It took a couple of minutes to bring him to, and he couldn't talk then. His jaw was broken. But when we asked if McClure had slugged him, he nodded. And when we asked in which direction McClure had been headed, he moved a feeble hand to the east. We went over and searched the Santa Fe yards. We didn't find McClure. Chapter 8. I rode up to the Hall of Justice with Duff. McMahon was in the captain of detective's office with 3 or 4 police sleuths. "Wales die?" I asked. "Yep." "Say anything before he went?" "He was gone before you were through the window." "You held on to the girl?" "She's here. She say anything?" "We were waiting for you before we tapped her," Detective Sergeant Ogar said, not knowing the angle on her. "Let's have her in. I haven't had any dinner yet." "How about the autopsy on Sue Hambleton?" "Chronic arsenic poisoning." "Chronic? That means it was fed to her little by little and not in a lump?" "Uh-huh. From what he found in her kidney, intestines, liver, stomach, and blood, Jordan figures there was less than a grain of it in her. That wouldn't be enough to knock her off. But he says he found arsenic in the tips of her hair, and she'd have to be given some at least a month ago for it to have worked out that far. Any chance that it wasn't arsenic that killed her?" "Not unless Jordan's a bum doctor." A policewoman came in with Peggy Carroll. The blonde girl was tired. Her eyelids, mouth corners, and body drooped, and when I pushed a chair out toward her, she sagged down in it. Ogar ducked his grizzled bullet head at me. "Now, Peggy," I said, "tell us where you fit into this mess." "I don't fit into it." She didn't look up. Her voice was tired. "Joe dragged me into it, he told you. You his girl?" "If you want to call it that," she admitted. "You jealous?" "What?" she asked, looking up at me, her face puzzled. "Has that got to do with it?" "Sue Hambleton was getting ready to go away with him when she was murdered." The girl sat up straight in the chair and said deliberately, "I swear to God I didn't know she was murdered." "But you did know she was dead," I said positively. "I didn't," she replied just as positively. I nudged Ogar with my elbow. He pushed his undershot jaw at her and barked, "What are you trying to give us? You knew she was dead. How could you kill her without knowing it?" While she looked at him, I waved the others in. They crowded close around her and took up the chorus of the sergeant's song. She was barked, roared, and snarled at plenty in the next few minutes. The instant she stopped trying to talk back to them, I cut in again. "Wait," I said very earnestly. "Maybe she didn't kill her." "The hell she didn't," Ogar stormed, holding the center of the stage so the others could move away from the girl without their retreat seeming too artificial. "Do you mean to tell me this baby?" "I didn't say she didn't," I remonstrated. "I said maybe she didn't." "Then who did?" I passed the question to the girl. "Who did?" "Babe," she said immediately. Ogar snorted to make her think he didn't believe her. I asked, as if I were honestly perplexed, "How do you know that if you didn't know she was dead?" "It stands to reason he did," she said. "Anybody can see that. He found out she was going away with Joe, so he killed her and then came to Joe's and killed him. That's just exactly what Babe would do when he found it out." "Yeah? How long have you known they were going away together?" "Since they decided to. Joe told me a month or 2 ago." "And you didn't mind?" "You've got this all wrong," she said. "Of course I didn't mind. I was being cut in on it. You know her father had the bees. That's what Joe was after. She didn't mean anything to him but an in to the old man's pockets, and I was to get my dib. And you needn't think I was crazy enough about Joe or anybody else to step off in the air for them. Babe got next and fixed the pair of them. That's a cinch." "Yeah? How do you figure Babe would kill her? That guy? You don't think how would he go about killing her? Oh, she shrugged. With his hands, likely as not. Once he'd made up his mind to do it, he'd do it quick and violent, I suggested. That would be Babe, she agreed. But you can't see him slow poisoning her, spreading it out over a month? Worry came into the girl's blue eyes. She put her lower lip between her teeth, then said slowly, No, I can't see him doing it that way. Not Babe. Who can you see doing it that way? She opened her eyes wide, asking, You mean Joe? I didn't say anything. Joe might have, she said persuasively. God only knows what he'd want to do it for, why he'd want to get rid of the kind of meal ticket she was going to be. But you couldn't always guess what he was getting at. He pulled plenty of dumb ones. He was too slick without being smart. If he was going to kill her, though, that would be about the way he'd go about it. Were he and Babe friendly? No. Did he go to Babe's much? Not at all that I know about. He was too leery of Babe to take a chance on being caught there. That's why I moved upstairs, so Sue could come over to our place to see him. Then how could Joe have hidden the flypaper he poisoned her with in her apartment? Flypaper? Her bewilderment seemed honest enough. Show it to her, I told Ogar. He got a sheet from the desk and held it close to the girl's face. She stared at it for a moment, and then jumped up and grabbed my arm with both hands. I didn't know what it was, she said excitedly. Joe had some a couple of months ago. He was looking at it when I came in. I asked him what it was for, and he smiled that Wisenheimer smile of his and said, You make angels out of it, and wrapped it up again and put it in his pocket. I didn't pay much attention to him. He was always fooling with some kind of tricks that were supposed to make him wealthy, but never did. Ever see it again? No. Did you know Sue very well? I didn't know her at all. I never even saw her. I used to keep out of the way so I wouldn't gum Joe's play with her. But you know Babe? Yes, I've been on a couple of parties where he was. That's all I know him. Who killed Sue? Joe, she said. Didn't he have that paper you say she was killed with? Why did he kill her? I don't know. He pulled some awful dumb tricks sometimes. You didn't kill her? No. I jerked the corner of my mouth at Ogar. You're a liar, he bawled, shaking the flypaper in her face. You killed her. The rest of the team closed in, throwing accusations at her. They kept it up until she was groggy and the policewoman beginning to look worried. Then I said angrily, All right, throw her in a cell and let her think it over. To her, You know what you told Joe this afternoon, this is no time to dummy up. Do a lot of thinking tonight. Honest to God, I didn't kill her, she said. I turned my back to her. The policewoman took her away. Ho-hum, Ogar yawned. We gave her a pretty good ride at that, for a short one. Not bad, I agreed. If anybody else looked likely, I'd say she didn't kill Sue. But if she's telling the truth, then Holy Joe did it. And why should he poison the goose that was going to lay nice yellow eggs for him? And how and why did he cache the poison in their apartment? Babe had the motive, but damned if he looks like a slow poisoner to me. You can't tell, though. He and Holy Joe could even have been working together on it. Could, Duff said. But it takes a lot of imagination to get that one down. Anyway, you twist it. Peggy's our best bet so far. Go up against her again hard in the morning? Yeah, I said, and we've got to find Babe. The others had had dinner. McMahon and I went out and got ours. When we returned to the detective bureau an hour later, it was practically deserted of the regular operatives. All gone to Pier 42 on a tip that McClure's there, Steve Ward told us. How long ago? 10 minutes. McMahon and I got a taxi and set out for Pier 42. We didn't get to Pier 42. On First Street, half a block from the Embarcadero, the taxi suddenly shrieked and slid to a halt. What? I began, and saw a man standing in front of the machine. He was a big man with a big gun. Babe, I grunted, and put my hand on McMahon's arm to keep him from getting his gun out. Take me to, McClure was saying to the frightened driver when he saw us. He came around to my side and pulled the door open, holding the gun on us. He had no hat. His hair was wet, plastered to his head. Little streams of water trickled down from it. His clothes were dripping wet. He looked surprised at us and ordered, "Get out." As we got out, he growled at the driver, "What the hell you got your flag up for if you had fares?" The driver wasn't there. He had hopped out the other side and is scooting away down the street. McClure cursed him and poked his gun at me, growling, "Go on, beat it!" Apparently he hadn't recognized me. The light here wasn't good, and I had a hat on now. He had seen me for only a few seconds in Wales's room. I stepped aside. McMahon moved to the other side. McClure took a backward step to keep us from getting him between us and started an angry word. McMahon threw himself on McClure's gun arm. I socked McClure's jaw with my fist. I might just as well have hit somebody else for all it seemed to bother him. He swept me out of his way and pasted McMahon in the mouth. McMahon fell back till the taxi stopped him, spit out a tooth, and came back for more. I was trying to climb up McClure's left side. McMahon came in on his right, failed to dodge a chop of the gun, caught it square on the top of the noodle, and went down hard. He stayed down. I kicked McClure's ankle but couldn't get his foot from under him. I rammed my right fist into the small of his back and got a left handful of his wet hair swinging on it. He shook his head, dragging me off my feet. He punched me in the side, and I could feel my ribs and guts flattening together like leaves in a book. I swung my fist against the back of his neck. That bothered him. He made a rumbling noise down in his chest, crunched my shoulder in his left hand, and chopped at me with the gun in his right. I kicked him somewhere and punched his neck again. Down the street, at the Embarcadero, a police whistle was blowing. Men were running up First Street toward us. McClure snorted like a locomotive and threw me away from him. I didn't want to go. I tried to hang on. He threw me away from him and ran up the street. I scrambled up and ran after him, dragging my gun out. At the first corner, he stopped to squirt metal at me. 3 shots. I squirted one at him. None of the 4 connected. He disappeared around the corner. I swung wide around it to make him miss if he were flattened to the wall waiting for me. He wasn't. He was 100 feet ahead, going into a space between 2 warehouses. I went in after him and out after him at the other end, making better time with my 190 pounds than he was making with his 250. He crossed a street, turning up away from the waterfront. There was a light on the corner. When I came into its glare, he wheeled and leveled his gun at me. I didn't hear it click, but I knew it had when he threw it at me. The gun went past with a couple of feet to spare and raised hell against a door behind me. McClure turned and ran up the street. I ran up the street after him. I put a bullet past him to let the others know where we were. At the next corner, he started to turn to the left, changed his mind, and went straight on. I sprinted, cutting the distance between us to 40 or 50 feet, and yelped, "Stop, or I'll drop you." He jumped sidewise into a narrow alley. I passed it on the jump, saw he wasn't waiting for me, and went in. Enough light came in from the street to let us see each other and our surroundings. The alley was blind, walled on each side and at the other end by tall concrete buildings with steel-shuttered windows and doors. McClure faced me, less than 20 feet away. His jaw stuck out. His arms curved down free of his sides. His shoulders were bunched. "Put them up," I ordered, holding my gun level. "Get out of my way, little man," he grumbled, taking a stiff-legged step toward me. "I'll eat you up." "Keep coming," I said, "and I'll put you down." "Try it." He took another step, crouching a little. "I can still get to you with slugs in me." "Not where I'll put them." I was wordy, trying to talk him into waiting till the others came up. I didn't want to have to kill him. We could have done that from the taxi. "I'm no Annie Oakley, but if I can't pop your kneecaps with 2 shots at this distance, you're welcome to me. And if you think smashed kneecaps are a lot of fun, give it a whirl." "Hell with that," he said and charged. I shot his right knee. He lurched toward me. I shot his left knee. He tumbled down. "You would have it," I complained. He twisted around, and with his arms pushed himself into a sitting position facing me. "I didn't think you had enough sense to do it," he said through his teeth. Chapter 9. I talked to McClure in the hospital. He lay on his back in bed with a couple of pillows slanting his head up. The skin was pale and tight around his mouth and eyes, but there was nothing else to show he was in pain. "You sure devastated me, Bo," he said when I came in. "Sorry," I said, "but I ain't beefing. I asked for it." "Why'd you kill Holy Joe?" I asked offhand as I pulled a chair up beside the bed. You're tooting the wrong ringer. I laughed and told him I was the man in the room with Joe when it happened. McClure grinned and said, "I thought I'd seen you somewheres before, so that's where it was. I didn't pay no attention to your mug just so your hand didn't move." "Why'd you kill him?" He pursed his lips, screwed up his eyes at me, thought something over, and said, "He killed a broad I knew." "He killed Sue Hambleton?" I asked. He studied my face a while before he replied, "Yup." "How do you figure that out?" "Hell," he said, "I don't have to. Sue told me, give me a butt." I gave him a cigarette, held a lighter under it, and objected, "That doesn't exactly fit in with other things I know. Just what happened, and what did she say?" "You might start back with the night you gave her the goog." He looked thoughtful, letting smoke sneak slowly out of his nose, then said, "I hadn't ought to hit her in the eye, that's a fact. But see, she had been out all afternoon and wouldn't tell me where she'd been, and we had a row over it. What's this, Thursday morning? That was Monday then. After the row, I went out and spent the night in a dump over on Army Street. I got home about 7 the next morning. Sue was sick as hell, but she wouldn't let me get a croaker for her. That was kind of funny because she was scared stiff." McClure scratched his head meditatively and suddenly drew in a great lungful of smoke, practically eating up the rest of the cigarette. He let the smoke leak out of mouth and nose together, looking dully through the cloud at me. Then he said brusquely, "Well, she went under, but before she went she told me she'd been poisoned by Holy Joe." "She say how he'd given it to her?" McClure shook his head. "I'd been asking her what was the matter, and not getting anything out of her. Then she starts whining that she's poisoned. 'I'm poisoned, babe,' she whines. 'Arsenic, that damned Holy Joe,' she says. Then she won't say anything else, and it's not a hell of a while after that she kicks off. 'Yeah? Then what'd you do?' 'I went gunning for Holy Joe. I knew him but didn't know where he jungled up, and didn't find out till yesterday. You was there when I came. You know about that. I had picked up a boiler and parked it over on Turk Street for the getaway. When I got back to it, there was a copper standing close to it. I figured he might have spotted it as a hot one and was waiting to see who came for it, so I let it alone and caught a streetcar instead and cut for the yards. Down there I ran into a whole flock of hammer-and saws and had to go overboard in China Basin, swimming up to a pier, being ranked again by a watchman there, swimming off to another, and finally getting through the line only to run into another bad break. I wouldn't have flagged that taxi if the for-hire flag hadn't been up. You knew Sue was planning to take a run out on you with Joe. I don't know it yet, he said. I knew damn well she was cheating on me, but I didn't know who with. What would you have done if you had known that? I asked. Me? He grinned wolfishly. Just what I did. Killed the pair of them, I said. He rubbed his lower lip with a thumb and asked calmly, You think I killed Sue? You did. Serves me right, he said. I must be getting simple in my old age. What the hell am I doing barbering with a lousy dick? That never got nobody nothing but grief. Well, you might just as well take it on the heel and toe now, my lad. I'm through spitting. And he was. I couldn't get another word out of him. Chapter 10. The old man sat listening to me, tapping his desk lightly with the point of a long yellow pencil, staring past me with mild blue, rimless spectacled eyes when I had brought my story up to date. He asked pleasantly, How is McMahon? He lost 2 teeth, but his skull wasn't cracked. He'll be out in a couple of days. The old man nodded and asked, What remains to be done? Nothing. We can put Peggy Carroll on the mat again, but it's not likely we'll squeeze much more out of her. Outside of that, the returns are pretty well Allen. And what do you make of it? I squirmed in my chair and said suicide. The old man smiled at me, politely but skeptically. I don't like it either, I grumbled, and I'm not ready to write it in a report yet. But that's the only total that what we've got will add up to. That flypaper was hidden behind the kitchen stove. Nobody would be crazy enough to try to hide something from a woman in her own kitchen like that. But the woman might hide it there. According to Peggy, Holy Joe had the flypaper. If Sue hid it, she got it from him. For what? They were planning to go away together, and were only waiting till Joe, who was on the nut, raised enough dough. Maybe they were afraid of Babe, and had the poison there to slip him if he tumbled to their plan before they went. Maybe they meant to slip it to him before they went anyway. When I started talking to Holy Joe about murder, he thought Babe was the one who had been bumped off. He was surprised, maybe, but as if he was surprised that it had happened so soon. He was more surprised when he heard that Sue had died too, but even then he wasn't so surprised as when he saw McClure alive at the window. She died cursing Holy Joe, and she knew she was poisoned, and she wouldn't let McClure get a doctor. Can't that mean that she had turned against Joe, and had taken the poison herself instead of feeding it to Babe? The poison was hidden from Babe. But even if he found it, I can't figure him as a poisoner. He's too rough, unless he caught her trying to poison him and made her swallow the stuff. But that doesn't account for the month-old arsenic in her hair. Does your suicide hypothesis take care of that? The old man asked. It could, I said. Don't be kicking holes in my theory. It's got enough as it stands. But if she committed suicide this time, there's no reason why she couldn't have tried it once before, say after a quarrel with Joe a month ago, and failed to bring it off. That would have put the arsenic in her. There's no real proof that she took any between a month ago and day before yesterday. No real proof, the old man protested mildly, except the autopsy's finding, chronic poisoning. I was never one to let experts' guesses stand in my way. I said, they based that on the small amount of arsenic they found in her remains, less than a fatal dose. And the amount they find in your stomach after you're dead depends on how much you vomit before you die. The old man smiled benevolently at me and asked, but you're not, you say, ready to write this theory into a report? Meanwhile, what do you purpose doing? If there's nothing else on tap, I'm going home, fumigate my brains with Fatimas, and try to get this thing straightened out in my head. I think I'll get a copy of The Count of Monte Cristo and run through it. I haven't read it since I was a kid. It looks like the book was wrapped up with the flypaper to make a bundle large enough to wedge tightly between the wall and stove, so it wouldn't fall down. But there might be something in the book. I'll see anyway. I did that last night, the old man murmured. I asked, and? He took a book from his desk drawer, opened it where a slip of paper marked a place, and held it out to me, one pink finger marking a paragraph. Suppose you were to take 1 milligram of this poison the first day, 2 milligrams the second day, and so on. Well, at the end of 10 days you would have taken a centigram. At the end of 20 days, increasing another milligram, you would have taken 300 centigrams. That is to say, a dose you would support without inconvenience, and which would be very dangerous for any other person who had not taken the same precautions as yourself. Well, then, at the end of the month, when drinking water from the same carafe, you would kill the person who had drunk this water, without your perceiving otherwise than from slight inconvenience that there was any poisonous substance mingled with the water. That does it, I said. That does it. They were afraid to go away without killing Babe, too certain he'd come after them. She tried to make herself immune from arsenic poisoning by getting her body accustomed to it, taking steadily increasing doses, so when she slipped the big shot in Babe's food she could eat it with him without danger. She'd be taken sick but wouldn't die, and the police couldn't hang his death on her because she too had eaten the poisoned food. That clicks. After the row Monday night, when she wrote Joe the note urging him to make the getaway soon, she tried to hurry up her immunity and increased her preparatory doses too quickly, took too large a shot. That's why she cursed Joe at the end. It was his plan. Possibly she overdosed herself in an attempt to speed it along, the old man agreed, but not necessarily. There are people who can cultivate an ability to take large doses of arsenic without trouble, but it seems to be a sort of natural gift with them, a matter of some constitutional peculiarity. Ordinarily, anyone who tried it would do what Sue Hambleton did. Slowly poison themselves until the cumulative effect was strong enough to cause death. Babe McClure was hanged for killing Holy Joe Wales 6 months later. Three Dimes, The Unfinished Op, by Dashiell Hammett. This story features the Continental Op, Dashiell Hammett's plan for 3 Dimes, follows a familiar pattern. The Continental op, characteristically wry and pragmatic, is working a routine job when he is drawn into a thorny criminal scheme perpetrated by colorful crooks operating in well-trod San Francisco territory. 3 Dimes would have fit nicely into the op's canon. One more adventure chalked up to Hammett's little fat detective. But Hammett never completed the story. It exists only as a 1,367-word partial draft, preserved among an array of Hammett's papers entrusted by Lillian Hellman after Hammett's death in 1961 to the Harry Ransom Center at the University of Texas at Austin. The heading for Hammett's 3 Dimes typescript is a simple title, appended with a 1-word penciled note. Unfinished? While there is no date or address to suggest a date, an accompanying half-page of notes sketching characters and plot offers an inadvertent clue to time frame. Hammett typed his notes on the verso of a draft of This King Business, the 26th of his 28 OP tales, published in Mystery Stories in January 1928, the same month in which the third of 4 installments of what would become his first novel, Red Harvest, was published in Black Mask Circumstantial Evidence then. Locates 3 Dimes among the last few of Hammett's Continental op stories, probably alongside The Main Death, Fly Paper, and The Farewell Murder, drafted in 1928 or 1929, a couple of years into Joseph Thompson Shaw's tenure as editor at Black Mask. If similar in length to those tales, it is perhaps 1/10 complete, a story rather than a novella. Hammett set aside the project for reasons about which we can only speculate, though clearly he was by then aspiring to longer, more sophisticated works. But we know for hard fact that he salted away both draft and notes for the OP's unfinished adventure in what is a strikingly sparse file of unfinished works. 3 Dimes, with whatever virtues and potentials inspired Hammett to preservation, is published here for the first time. His notes follow. Signed J.M.R. 3 Dimes. Chapter 1. McKay and McLean had a stationery store in San Francisco's Market Street. They had cash registers and a normally honest sales force, but, like most retailers, they didn't trust these 2 things blindly. Twice a year they got the agency to check up the sales force. About once a year we would catch somebody beating the damper. The thief would be called into the partner's office and worked on. Usually he confessed, gave a more or less modest estimate of how much his stealing added up to in all, made that amount good or promised to, and was fired. The sums were never large, and McKay and McLean never worried the police with this petty larceny. Dinky little jobs of that sort are not much fun for the operatives working on them, but detective agencies depend on them for bread and butter money. There are always plenty of them on tap, while murders, big swindles, kidnappings, and the rest of the showy crimes are comparatively rare. This time we nailed a boy of 16 named Richard Allen. He was a tall, stringy lad with wavy red hair, long-lashed blue eyes, girlish skin, and a pretty face that didn't show any character, good or bad. I hung a 30-cent holdout on him. I had bought a box of writing paper for $1.25, receiving my cash register receipt with it. Then I picked up a 30-cent memoranda book from the counter rack, said, "I'll take this too," handed him 3 dimes, put the book in my pocket, and walked out. That was the routine. He had no change to make, nothing to wrap up, and I was gone, leaving him a clear field in which to do whatever he wanted to do with the 30 cents. The catch in it was that I had a receipt for $1.25 with his letter on it, and that the cash register tape was similarly stamped. If the partners, after getting my report, didn't find his letter with a 30-cent sale on the tape immediately after the $1.25 one, they had him cold. If he pocketed the 30 cents, the only thing that could save him would be that the next sale he rang up happened also to be a 30-cent one. Well, he did pocket my 30 cents, and no coincidences came to his rescue. He was the only employee we trapped this time. I had landed him. It was my job to break him down, to make him confess he had been stealing regularly, and to try to find out how much. The boy was selling a fountain pen to a girl when I went into the store a couple of mornings after my purchase. I went through to the rear of the store and climbed steps to the partner's office on the mezzanine. McKay's bony face was solemn and full of righteousness. There was a grim glint in his never-warm gray eyes. He had put on a black necktie. Plump McLean, 10 years younger than his partner, was nervous, uncomfortable, and very plainly on hand only because McKay had insisted that it was his duty to be on hand. I had heard them argue about it before. "Shall we have the young man up now?" McKay asked after we had good morninged each other. His voice had already taken on the tone in which he always made "for your own good and let it be a lesson to you" speeches to his victims on these occasions. I nodded. McLean wet his lips and said wearily, "Let's get it over with." "Miss Carter," McKay told the stenographer, "will you ask Mr. Allen to come up?" The girl went out of the office, and when she returned, said that the boy would be up as soon as he had finished with a customer. 10 minutes went by. McKay stared at a calendar with the look of a man thinking about what he was going to say. McLean smoked cigarettes, fidgeted, and drew lopsided houses on his desk blotter. McKay cleared his throat sternly and looked at the clock on the wall. Miss Carter stopped clattering her typewriter and went out. Presently she was back, frowning. "Richard has gone out," she said. "Mr. Marrow says he went out as soon as the customer left, without his hat. He called to him asking where he was going, but Richard didn't say anything, just went on out." McLean's face brightened, and he began drawing a girl's head on the blotter. McKay said angrily that it was nonsense. The boy couldn't have gone out like that. His employees didn't go out without saying where they were going. He got up from his chair and marched out of the office. McLean grinned happily at me and said, "Scared him away. A good job, too. Him in his undertaker's tie, going around looking like a cartoon of a prohibitionist." McKay was all steamed up when he returned from downstairs. The boy had skipped. McKay wanted me to gallop after him, catch him, and drag him back. McLean protested, "Oh, let the kid alone, John. What do you want to hound him for?" McKay didn't like the word hound. It made him indignant. The boy should be brought back, confronted with the proof of his crime, and made to realize its seriousness, all for his own good. It was the clear duty of both partners to do their utmost to turn the youth's feet from the pathway of crime, and both would be morally responsible for any further missteps he might make if, through weak sentimentality, they failed to do their duty toward him. McKay unloaded on us the sermon he had meant for the boy. McLean maliciously stuck to the word hound, but he was no match for his partner. He hadn't McKay's stubborn certainty that what he thought right was right. McKay gave me the Allen boy's address. He lived in a Sacramento Street apartment with his sister. I went up there. It was a smallish building across the street from the Pacific Union Club. I pushed the button beside 408 Allen in the vestibule directory. When I didn't get any answer, I pushed one of the other buttons and the street door buzzed open. I went in, rode up to the 4th floor, found that 408 was the right-hand front apartment, tried its bell with no luck, and went downstairs again and out of the building. Huntington Square sits beside the Pacific Union Club grounds. I went over into the square, found a bench from which I could see both the street door of the apartment house and the windows of the Allens' apartment, and settled there. I spent the afternoon there. It was a pleasant enough afternoon, except that too many children stumbled over my feet whenever I forgot to keep them tucked under the bench. I didn't see Richard Allen. Chapter 2. At 6:15, the Allens' window blinds were drawn down. I couldn't see who did it, and a moment later lights were turned on behind them. I hadn't seen Richard Allen go in. I had seen half a dozen men enter the building since 5 o'clock, and 3 or 4 young women, any one of whom could have been the boy's sister. By 10 minutes after 7, when the Allens' lights went off, it was fairly dark. 5 minutes later, one of the young women I had seen came out. She was a slender girl, not a long way past 20. Her green clothes were good, and she knew how to wear them. She walked down the hill to or, if he was badly frightened, he might not be coming home at all. He might have phoned his sister. She might be going to meet him. What I hoped was that she was going to dinner. I hoped she hadn't grabbed a bite during the hour she had been inside. Sitting in the park, smoking cigarettes and meditating had given me an appetite. From the author of 3 Dimes, undated, 3 Dimes. Boy working in store suspected of knocking back. OP makes test on him with 30 buy and secures dope. Boy becomes panic-stricken when being shaken down, beats it, goes in hiding, is helped and used by gang of crooks who are staging big crime. Op being drawn into it through his pursuit of Boy. McKay and McLean's stationery store. Richard Allen, Celie Allen, Big Frank Stutz, Stern O'Reilly, the Indian Kid, Tommy Poole, Black Kate. OP goes to store, checks Boy, catches him with 30 cents purchase. Other OPs fail. OP returns 2 days later to grill Boy. Boy recognizes him and, when proprietor sends for him, beats it. Next day, proprietor phones agency that Celia had called up Boy missing. OP sets out to find him. Allen goes to Big Frank Stutz, who had been pointed out to him as con man, and asks him to help him. Big Frank pumps Kid and frames a plan to use him. End of 3 Dimes by Dashiell Hammett.
The Birthday Party by James M. Cain. He bounced the tennis ball against the garage with persistence, but no enthusiasm. He would have gone swimming, but Red would be there, and he owed Red 10 cents. Red drove the ice cream truck evenings, and so swam in mid-afternoon. Debtors, therefore, used the creek mornings, late afternoons, and, if there was a moon, nights. Between times, they passed away the hours bouncing tennis balls against garages. He bounced the ball with sudden zeal. There had come a call from the house. Burwell. It was repeated, twice, and then amended. Burwell Hope. He slowed the tempo. You call me, Ma. I don't see why you can't answer when I call. I was practicing strokes, he told her. Well, don't stand there yelling so the whole neighborhood can hear you. And, besides, I don't think that's any place for practicing strokes. It makes an awful noise, and I don't wonder people are annoyed. He slouched slowly into the house, practicing a trick that involved mashing the ball into the ground, hitting it with the edge of the racket as it sprang up, and catching it in the pants pocket as it bounced waist high. Have you bathed? It's too hot to bathe now. I'll be all perspired up again. I'll bathe after supper. You ought to bathe now. It's too hot. Did you black your shoes as I told you? Not yet. Not yet. What? Not yet. Ma? Well, there's the pen and ink. Sit down and write the card now so I can wrap it up. I've got a minute now and I don't want to have to think about it later. Wrap what up? Burwell. How many times have I got to tell you you must stop this habit of asking useless questions? It's annoying, and you have to stop it. Marjorie's birthday present, of course. I can't wrap it up until I have the card, and you're giving it to her, so you have to write the card. I'm not giving it to her. I don't even know what it is. It's a very nice bottle of perfume. Want to see it? Phooey. Using that word. I don't want to see it. Very well. Then as soon as you write the card, you can black your shoes. What for? Will you stop asking those useless questions? For the party, of course. Didn't I tell you? Answer me. Didn't I tell you not 2 hours ago that Mrs. Lucas stopped by, told me they were giving a little surprise party for Marjorie tonight because it's her birthday, and that she especially wanted you to be there? Didn't I tell you that? I'm not going. You're... Sure, you told me, but I never said I would go. Why? Burwell Hope, the very idea. And after Mrs. Lucas said she especially wanted you to go. And after I made a trip downtown to buy a nice present. Why, I never heard of such a thing. All her friends are going. Spencer, and Jackie, and Junior Legrand, and bunch of sissies. Is every boy a sissy that has some kind of manners and does what his mother tells him to once in a while without always having to argue? I'm not going. What will Marjorie think? Marjorie Lucas, the belle of home room 29. Why do you always have to be so mean to Marjorie? What has she ever done to you? The face that only a mother could love. I haven't time to stand around and argue with you. You write the card right now. Happy birthday to Marjorie from Burwell, and then you go out and black your shoes. They're on the back porch, and there's a new can of blacking in the things that came up from the market. He wrote the card, then went out on the back porch and looked at his shoes. Then he looked at the sun. Then he looked at the sun again, making certain calculations based on its position in the heavens and its relation to the general progress of the afternoon. Then he drifted into the backyard, took his swimming suit off the line, and slipped quickly through the hole in the hedge. The creek was deserted, but damp spots on the boat landing showed that Red, to say nothing of his more solvent customers, wasn't long gone. Burwell peeled off his clothes, had a moment of wild determination to go in naked, but compromised on trunks, without shirt. The water felt queer, and all his tricks seemed shriveled. He kept opening his mouth to yell, "Hey, look at this one," but there was nobody to look. He tried a back dive, but all he got out of it was a pair of smarting shins, where they slapped the water as he came over. He tried a feat of his own, for which he imagined he had acquired quite a local reputation, to go down under and stay down under, with only his feet sticking out, but something seemed to be wrong with it. As a rule, he could stay down under at least 5 minutes, or, at any rate, so he frequently asserted, in the absence of any watch to time him, and in the absence also of any knowledge that even 1 minute is a prodigious time for holding the breath. But now, for some unexplainable reason, he was no sooner down than he had to come up again, puffing grievously, treading water. About to try again, he felt a tingle in his back. Somebody, he knew, was watching him. This time, as he lazily flipped himself under, all was as it should be. He stayed down at least 10 minutes, crossing his feet as they stuck out in the air, wiggling his toes, sending up bubbles, and in other ways putting in subtle artistic touches. When he came up, he tossed the hair out of his eyes nonchalantly and breathed through his nose to conceal the puffing and to show that, staggering though the performance might be, it had been done with ease. Marjorie was on the boat landing. "Hello. Hello. My, but you scared me. Me scare you. I thought something had happened to you. When I saw your toes wiggle, I thought something had you. I thought I would die. Oh, that wasn't nothing." He put his face in the water and blew through his mouth, at the same time uttering loud noises. He conceived this to be a peculiarly terrifying experience for the beholder. However, she didn't seem to be paying much attention. "I wish I could go in." "Well, come on. I didn't bring my suit." He became a steamboat, churning up a great deal of foam, but stopped when she wandered into the canoe house. When she came out, she had his swimming shirt. "Are you going to be wearing this? Only sissies wear shirts. I could pin it at the bottom. It's pretty big for me, and I could pin it so it would be all right." "I don't mind." She went back into the canoe house again, and he began doing all his tricks, one after the other. Presently she came out, a bit suggestive of diapers and safety pins here and there, but in the main clad neatly in a one-piece bathing suit, made of his shirt. He let go with a jackknife, then climbed out with an air of triumph mixed with boredom. She climbed down the cleats and felt the water with one toe. "What's the matter? You scared?" "I'm not scared, but I always like to know if it's cold or not." "You're scared?" "Well, I always am. A little. If you're scared, you've got to dive in." "I'm going to." "Well, why don't you?" "I'm going to. In a minute." He had a moment of vast, soul-warming contempt, but it congealed within him to a drop of bitter, cruel gall. She was climbing the piling. He watched her, stunned, saw her poise far above his head, then go off and cut the water so cleanly that only a high spurt of foam marked her entering it. Nobody had told him that little girls dive better than little boys. Nobody had told him that little girls could possibly do anything better than little boys. All he knew was that he had never had the nerve to climb the piling and dive off, and here she had done it, and not only done it, but done it, apparently, without even knowing that it was hard. He jumped up, as soon as her head came out of the water, and yelled at her, "So you think you're smart, hey?" "That's nothing. I can do it too. I've done it plenty of times. I can even do a back dive from up there." "Can you really?" She said it with honest admiration, and he climbed up. But when he got there, a sick feeling swept down his throat and into his stomach. It was higher than he imagined. It was higher than he had ever imagined anything could be. The water was way down, far removed from anything that he could possibly dive into. He tried to get set for a dive, but couldn't even stand up. All he could do was squat there, holding the tops of the piles with his hands, and gulp. "If you're scared," she said, "you've got to dive in." The ancient apothegm, quoted so blandly by himself not 2 minutes ago, was spoken innocently, yet it floated up from the water with a terrible mockery. Who's scared? Well, my goodness, anybody can be scared. I'm not scared. I'm just taking it easy. It just comes from being dizzy. Why don't you kick your feet when you swim? That's no way to swim. Why don't you kick your feet like I do? I can't swim very well, but I like to dive. Well, anybody can dive. Swimming's the important thing. If you can swim good, you might save somebody from drowning. But what good is diving? Maybe if you sat down on the big pile and then let go, it would be like jumping off. Who's asking you? She climbed up beside him. What makes you dizzy is looking down. Why don't you look up at the sky and try it? Like this. She threw back her head, gripped the pile with her toes, stiffened, sprang. But he didn't see her swash into the water. The pilings shuddered so sickeningly from her leap that he had to clutch them tight with his fingers, looking cravenly into the cracks of the wood. When the swaying stopped, he looked up at the sky and tried to stand. He couldn't. She climbed up there again. This time she turned her back to the water, leaned out. He knew it was a back dive, but he didn't see that one either. She stretched herself out on the boat, landing to rest, and there was nothing he could do but climb down. He was panting when he reached her, not from exertion, but from rage. "I know what you're doing here. I know why you're not home. It's your birthday, and they're giving you a surprise party, and they ran you out of the house so you wouldn't see them getting ready for it." "Yeah. Got run out of the house. Yeah. I knew it. All the time. But I think it was mean of you to tell me. Whole lot of cake and stuff coming in, and they didn't want you to see it. Bum old cake from the bakery. It's not bum old cake. It's a special birthday cake with my name on it in icing. How do you know?" "I peeped and saw it. It's going to have candles on it, and they're going to bring it out in front of everybody, and then I'm going to cut it. Old stale cake they had left over from last week, and then they put your name on it in icing. It is not. Phooey." He spat in the water and sat there laughing, mumbling, and shaking his head, as though the ignoble tricks of the whole human race were quite beyond him. She sat up and began to fluff out her hair. "Are you invited, Burwell? Wouldn't you like to know? I kind of said 1 or 2 things, so they wouldn't forget to invite you. Wouldn't you like to know? Are you coming?" Is that a laugh? Is that a laugh? I don't see anything funny. Am I coming? Say, is that a laugh? Me come to a bum birthday party with a lot of sissies and an old stale cake the bakery couldn't give away, but your old man came and bought it cheap and had your name put on it in icing. Well, is that a laugh? Aren't you really coming? Burwell. Who? Me. I was going to give you the first piece of cake. That stale stuff. Tell me, Burwell, why aren't you coming? Phooey, I'm busy. How do you mean, busy? Don't you wish you knew? Don't you wish you knew? She looked at him, and he had a sensation of having to think fast. Are you really busy? Burwell. Sure, I'm busy. Doing what? Why, I got to work. The agreeable degree of her astonishment surprised even him. Have you got a job? Burwell. Sure, I got a job. What kind of a job? Tell me. Helping Red. Now, this wasn't true. The only relation it had to truth was that he had been considering a plan whereby he would offer to help Red for a night or two, in return for the extinguishment of the Tencent debt. But actually he had made no such offer, and whether he would ever make it was problematical for Red was a brisk young man, rather hard to talk to, despite his professional affability. Honest. Busy guy these days. Me go to a party. Say, Is that a laugh? I haven't seen you with Red. I'm inside the truck. What doing? Oh, lot of things. Tell me. Well, I pass out the stuff to him. Drive the old bus, so he don't all the time have to be jumping in and out. Saves him a lot of time. Keep things going. Ring up the cash. Lot of things. Do you get paid for it? You think I'm doing all that for nothing? Well, I didn't know. I thought he might just give you ice cream. You know, a free cake if you wanted it. A fat chance. When did you start? Oh, I don't just remember. I've been at it quite a while. Maybe a week. Just think. And I didn't know a thing about it. He rather fancied his new job now. As a matter of fact, the truck had a wheel that had always taken his eye. It was a big, horizontal wheel, something like the wheel on the rear end of a hook and ladder. And there now leaped into his mind a picture of himself behind it. Say, you ought to see me in there, swinging her around corners, dodging traffic, shooting her up beside the curb, ringing the bell. I forgot that. I'm the one that rings the bell. He acted it out, his feet hanging over the water, his hands caressing the wheel. He shifted gears, pedaled the brake, sounded the bell, pulled up short just in time to avoid a collision with a lady pushing a go-kart containing an infant, went on with a noble, though worried, look on his face. A captious listener might have reflected that evening was a strange time for infants to be abroad in go-karts, might have taken exception, too, to a certain discrepancy between the critical situations in which this ice cream truck seemed always to find itself, and the somewhat innocuous tinkle of the bell which accompanied its doings. However, his listener wasn't captious. She gazed at him with wide-open eyes, and a rapture so complete that all she could think of to say was an oft-repeated "my." They took turns dressing, and as they started home, he glowed pleasantly under her admiration. Yet admiration, even now, was not quite enough. He craved definite superiority. Beat you to the edge of the woods? No, you can't. She started so suddenly he was taken by surprise, and as she raced ahead of him he had one twinge of fear, that she not only could dive better than he could, but run faster. But the distance was in his favor. She tired, and as he clattered past her, he had at last what he had craved all afternoon, the hot, passionate feeling that he was better than she was, that from now on she must be his creature, to worship him without question, to look on from a distance while he dazzled her with tricks. It was short-lived. He felt a jolting, terrible pain in his face, having tripped on the wet bathing suit and slammed down in the road, the dust grinding into his mouth, the little stones cutting his cheek. He set his jaws, closed his eyes, screwed up his face, in an agony of effort not to cry. It's all right, Burwell. You're not hurt bad. You're just scratched up a little bit. Here, I'll wipe it off for you. He felt the wet bathing suit wiping his face, then the soft, dry dabs of her handkerchief. The effort not to cry was becoming more than he could stand. He clenched his fists. Open your mouth and close your eyes. I'll give you something to make you wise. A quick, warm little kiss alighted on his mouth, stayed a moment, pressed hard, and then left. A wave of happiness swept over him. The strain eased. He hadn't cried. He opened his eyes. She was gone. They were at supper when he got home, and his mother jumped up when she saw him. Mercy, Burwell, what on earth has happened to you? I fell down. Mercy, Mercy. I'm all right. Are you sure? My, I'll have to put something on your face before you come to the table. I don't want any supper. She felt his brow. I'm going to bed. I don't think he has any fever. I'm all right, but I'm going to bed. However, at this point Liza, the cook, appeared with a platterful of sliced watermelon, then hastily backed out. Thought you all was through. His eye caught the wet redness, and he couldn't shake it out of his mind. Well, maybe I could eat a little bit, then sit right down, and I'll put something on your face later. He sat down, and permitted himself to be coaxed into eating 3 pieces of fried chicken, 2 new potatoes, 4 ears of corn on the cob, a dish of pickled beets, and 2 big slices of watermelon. While he was putting this away, his mother kept up a sort of running soliloquy. I wonder if I ought to let him go to that party tonight. It seems a pity to have him miss it. And yet, we'll see. It annoyed him that his mother seemed to have forgotten he didn't want to go to the party, and discussed it as though it was something he had been looking forward to for his whole life. However, there was nothing to do but fall in with that view of it, and dodge the main issue, if possible. It's all right. I don't mind. I'm going to bed. Did you shine your shoes? No, I was going to, but I fell down. Well, I'll shine them. You keep quiet after supper, and then we'll see. It's all right. I don't want to go. Why, Burwell? You know you want to go. I do not. I'm going to bed. He had overplayed it, and he knew it. At his insistent shout, his father, who had been eyeing him narrowly for some time, suddenly spoke. Burwell. Yes, sir. What's this about the party? Nothing. When you get through supper, you're to shine your you're to bathe and dress. When you're ready, come to me, and we'll get some collodion on that face so it'll have a beauty suitable to the festivities. Then you're going to the party. Yes, sir. Bathed, shined, dressed, and patched, he started out, but he was in no hurry to get there. He was troubled, and he fingered the birthday present in his pocket most uneasily. How to explain his absence from his job wasn't what bothered him. He already had a plan that would take care of it handsomely. He was at an age when it would be sufficient to say, "Yeah, were you kidded? Did you bite? Yeah," and this would settle anything. But somehow he didn't like it. He didn't know it, but what ailed him was that he had already tasted triumph, or anyhow some sort of triumph, and what he craved now was humility, the sweet sacrifice of love, the sensation of being unselfish and noble and wan about the eyes. He loitered outside the billiard hall, watching the mysterious business of white balls clicking against red, scuffled past the picture show, examining all the posters, dillied and dallied, but after a while he had it. He would put the first plan into effect almost as soon as he got there, but he would combine it with another plan, to be uncorked later. After Marjorie had had an hour of moping broken-heartedly trying to be gay with her guests, he would call her aside and tell her the truth, or what at the moment seemed to be the truth. He had worked for Red. He had helped him on the truck, had helped him for 2 weeks, as a matter of fact, and all because he knew that tonight would be her birthday. And he wanted to give her something out of his own money, and, well, here it is. Then she would know she had cruelly misjudged him, and they would sit there in the shadows, happy, but in a soft, dreamy way, since she would be aware at last of his lofty nature. So it was quite dark when he got there, and the party was in full swing out in the backyard. The yard had been strung with lanterns, and as he slipped back of the house, he could see them all out there dancing on the clipped grass. To the radio. He paused in the shadows and looked for Marjorie. She wasn't there. He kept looking and looking, and then a sound caught his ear, so close he jumped. He turned and found himself looking in the dining room window. In front of it on a small table, not 3 feet from him, was the big cake, with Marjorie's name on it, the unlit candles spaced around its edge, with one in the middle. And approaching that cake, in the dark room, was Marjorie. She got to it, picked up the knife, hesitated. Then he felt creepy at the enormity of the thing she was about to do. She was cutting the cake that was to be carried out before the guests as the grand surprise of the evening. He was numb with shocked astonishment as he saw the knife go in twice, saw Marjorie pick up the wedge of cake in her hands and hurry out of the room. He was still staring at the mutilated cake when he heard a step, saw her run out of the front of the house, flit down the lawn to the pillar of the driveway, and wait. Then shame, panic, fear, and love shot through him in one terrible stab. He crept to the edge of the porch. He slipped the present under the rail. He ran blindly to the street, into the night. From the distance, up the street, came the bell of the ice cream truck. End of the Birthday Party by James and Kane.
The Man Who Liked Dogs. by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. There was a brand new aluminum gray DeSoto sedan in front of the door. I walked around that and went up 3 white steps, through a glass door and up 3 more carpeted steps. I rang a bell on the wall. Instantly, a dozen dog voices began to shake the roof. While they bayed and howled and yapped, I looked at a small alcove office with a roll-top desk and a waiting room with mission leather chairs and 3 diplomas on the wall, at a mission table scattered with copies of the Dog Fancier's Gazette. Somebody quieted the dogs out back. Then an inner door opened, and a small, pretty-faced man in a tan smock came in on rubber soles, with a solicitous smile under a pencil-lined mustache. He looked around and under me, didn't see a dog. His smile got more casual. He said, "I'd like to break them of that, but I can't. Every time they hear a buzzer, they start up. They get bored, and they know the buzzer means visitor." I said, "Yeah," and gave him my card. He read it, turned it over, and looked at the back, turned it back, and read the front again. "A private detective," he said softly, licking his moist lips. "Well, I'm Dr. Sharp. What can I do for you?" "I'm looking for a stolen dog." His eyes flicked at me. His soft little mouth tightened. Very slowly his whole face flushed. I said, "I'm not suggesting you stole the dog, Doc. Almost anybody could plant an animal in a place like this, and you wouldn't think about that chance they didn't own it, would you?" "One doesn't just like the idea," he said stiffly. "What kind of dog?" "Police dog." He scuffed a toe on the thin carpet, looked at a corner of the ceiling. The flush went off his face, leaving it with a sort of shiny whiteness. After a long moment he said, "I have only one police dog here, and I know the people he belongs to, so I'm afraid." "Then you won't mind my looking at him," I cut in, and started towards the inner door. Dr. Sharp didn't move. He scuffed some more. "I'm not sure that's convenient," he said softly. "Perhaps later in the day." "Now would be better for me," I said, and reached for the knob. He scuttled across the waiting room to his little roll-top desk. His small hand went around the telephone there. I'll just call the police if you want to get tough," he said hurriedly. "That's Jake," I said. "Ask for Chief Fullwider. Tell him Carmody's here. I just came from his office." Dr. Sharp took his hand away from the phone. I grinned at him and rolled a cigarette around in my fingers. "Come on, Doc," I said. "Shake the hair out of your eyes and let's go. Be nice and maybe I'll tell you the story." He chewed both his lips in turn, stared at the brown blotter on his desk, fiddled with a corner of it, stood up and crossed the room in his white bucks, opened the door in front of me, and we went along a narrow gray hallway. An operating table showed through an open door. We went through a door farther along, into a bare room with a concrete floor, a gas heater in the corner with a bowl of water beside it, and all along one wall 2 tiers of stalls with heavy wire mesh doors. Dogs and cats stared at us silently, expectantly, behind the mesh. A tiny Chihuahua snuffled under a big red Persian with a wide sheepskin collar around its neck. There was a sour Fiscotti and a mutt, with all the skin off one leg, and a silky gray Angora, and a Sealyham, and 2 more mutts, and a razor-sharp fox terrier, with a barrel snout and just the right droop to the last 2 inches of it. Their noses were wet and their eyes were bright, and they wanted to know whose visitor I was. I looked them over. "These are toys, Doc," I growled. "I'm talking police dog, gray and black, no brown, a male, 9 years old. Swell points all around except that his tail is too short. Do I bore you?" He stared at me, made an unhappy gesture. "Yes, but," he mumbled. "Well, this way." We went back out of the room. The animals looked disappointed, especially the Chihuahua, which tried to climb through the wire mesh and almost made it. We went back out of a rear door into a cement yard with 2 garages fronting on it. One of them was empty. The other, with its door open a foot, was a box of gloom at the back of which a big dog clanked a chain and put his jaw down flat on the old comforter that was his bed. "Be careful," Sharp said. "He's pretty savage at times. I had him inside, but he scared the others." I went into the garage. The dog growled. I went towards him, and he hit the end of his chain with a bang. I said, "Hello there, Voss. Shake hands." He put his head back down on the comforter. His ears came forward halfway. He was very still. His eyes were wolfish, black-rimmed. Then the curved, too-short tail began to thump the floor slowly. I said, "Shake hands, boy," and put mine out. In the doorway behind me, the little vet was telling me to be careful. The dog came up slowly on his big, rough paws, swung his ears back to normal, and lifted his left paw. I shook it. The little vet complained, "This is a great surprise to me, Mr. Carmody," I said. "Yeah, it would be." I patted the dog's head and went back out of the garage. We went into the house, into the waiting room. I pushed magazines out of the way and sat on a corner of the mission table, looked the pretty little man over. "Okay," I said. What's the name of his folks and where do they live?" He thought it over sullenly. "Their name is Voss. They've moved east and they are to send for the dog when they're settled." "Cute at that," I said. "The dog's named Voss after a German war flyer. The folks are named after the dog." "You think I'm lying," the little man said hotly. You scare too easy for a crook. I think somebody wanted to ditch the dog." Here's my story. A girl named Isabel Snare disappeared from her home in San Angelo 2 weeks ago. She lives with her great-aunt, a nice old lady in gray silk who isn't anybody's fool. The girl had been stepping out with some pretty shady company in the night spots and gambling joints. So the old lady smelled a scandal and didn't go to the law. She didn't get anywhere until a girlfriend of the Snare girl happened to see the dog in your joint. She told the aunt. The aunt hired me because when the niece drove off in her roadster and didn't come back, she had the dog with her. I mashed out my cigarette on my heel and lit another. Dr. Sharp's little face was as white as dough. Perspiration twinkled in his cute little mustache. I added gently, "It's not a police job yet. I was kidding you about Chief Fullwider. How's for you and me to keep it under the hat?" What do you want me to do?" the little man stammered. "Think you'll hear anything more about the dog?" "Yes," he said quickly. The man seemed very fond of him, a genuine dog lover. The dog was gentle with him. "Then you'll hear from him," I said. "When you do, I want to know. What's the guy look like?" He was tall and thin with very sharp black eyes. His wife is tall and thin like him. Well-dressed, quiet people. "The Snare girl is a little runt," I said. "What made it so hush-hush?" He stared at his foot and didn't say anything. "Okay," I said. "Business is business. Play ball with me and you won't get any adverse publicity. Is it a deal?" I held my hand out. "I'll play with you," he said softly, and put a moist, fishy little paw in mine. I shook it carefully so as not to bend it. I told him where I was staying and went back out to the sunny street and walked a block down to where I had left my Chrysler. I got into it and poked it forward from around the corner. Far enough so that I could see the DeSoto in the front of Sharp's place. I sat like that for half an hour. Then Dr. Sharp came out of his place in street clothes and got into the DeSoto. He drove it off around the corner and swung into the alley that ran behind his yard. I got the Chrysler going and shot up the block the other way, took a plant at the other end of the alley. A third of the way down the block I heard growling, barking, snarling. This went on for some time. Then the DeSoto backed out of the concrete yard and came towards me. I ran away from it to the next corner. The DeSoto went south to Arguello Boulevard, then east on that. A big police dog with a muzzle on his head was chained in the back of the sedan. I could just see his head straining at the chain. I trailed the DeSoto. Chapter 2. Carolina Street was a way off at the edge of the little beach city. The end of it ran into a disused interurban right-of-way, beyond which stretched a waste of Japanese truck farms. There were just 2 houses in the last block, so I hid behind the first, which was on the corner, with a weedy grass plot and a high, dusty red and yellow lantana fighting with a honeysuckle vine against the front wall. Beyond that, 2 or 3 burned-over lots with a few weed stalks sticking up out of the charred grass, and then a ramshackle mud-colored bungalow with a wire fence. The DeSoto stopped in front of that. Its door slammed open, and Dr. Sharp dragged the muzzled dog out of the back and fought him through a gate and up the walk. A big barrel-shaped palm tree kept me from seeing him at the front door of the house. I backed my Chrysler and turned it in the shelter of the corner house, went 3 blocks over, and turned along a street parallel to Carolina. This street also ended at the right-of-way. The rails were rusted in a forest of weeds, came down the other side onto a dirt road, and started back towards Carolina. The dirt road dropped until I couldn't see over the embankment. When I had gone what felt like 3 blocks, I pulled up and got out, went up the side of the bank and sneaked a look over it. The house with the wire gate was half a block from me. The DeSoto was still in front of it. Boomingly on the afternoon air came the deep-toned woof-woofing of the police dog. I put my stomach down in the weeds and sighted on the bungalow and waited. Nothing happened for about 15 minutes except that the dog kept right on barking. Then the barking suddenly got harder and harsher. Then somebody shouted. Then a man screamed. I picked myself up out of the weeds and sprinted across the right-of-way, down the other side to the street end. As I got near the house, I heard the low, furious growling of the dog worrying something, and behind it the staccato rattle of a woman's voice in anger, more than in fear. Behind the wire gate was a patch of lawn, mostly dandelions and devil grass. There was a shred of cardboard hanging from the barrel-shaped palm, the remains of a sign. The roots of the tree had wrecked the walk, cracked it wide open and lifted the rough edges into steps. I went through the gate and thumped up wooden steps to a sagging porch. I banged on the door. The growling was still going on inside, but the scolding voice had stopped. Nobody came to the door. I tried the knob, opened the door, and went in. There was a heavy smell of chloroform. In the middle of the floor, on a twisted rug, Dr. Sharp lay spread-eagled on his back with blood pumping out of the side of his neck. The blood had made a thick, glossy pool around his head. The dog leaned away from it, crouched on his forelegs, his ears flat to his head, fragments of a torn muzzle hanging about his neck. His throat bristled, and the hair on his spine stood up, and there was a low, pulsing growl deep in his throat. Behind the dog, a closet door was smashed back against the wall, and on the floor of the closet, a big wad of cotton wool sent sickening waves of chloroform out on the air. A dark, handsome woman in a print house dress held a big automatic pointed at the dog and didn't fire it. She threw a quick glance at me over her shoulder, started to turn. The dog watched her with narrow, black-rimmed eyes. I took my Luger out and held it down at my side. Something creaked, and a tall, black-eyed man in faded blue overalls and a blue work shirt came through the swing door at the back with a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun in his hands. He pointed it at me. "Hey, you, drop that gat," he said angrily. I moved my jaw with the idea of saying something. The man's finger tightened on the front trigger. My gun went off without my having much to do with it. The slug hit the stock of the shotgun, knocked it clean out of the man's hands. It pounded on the floor and the dog jumped sideways about 7 feet and crouched again. With an utterly incredulous look on his face, the man put his hands up in the air. I couldn't lose. I said, "Down yours too, lady." She worked her tongue along her lips and lowered the automatic to her side and walked away from the body on the floor. The man said, "Hell, don't shoot him. I can handle him." I blinked. Then I got the idea. He had been afraid I was going to shoot the dog. He hadn't been worrying about himself. I lowered the Luger a little. What happened? That tried to chloroform him, a fighting dog. I said, "Yeah, if you've got a phone, you'd better call an ambulance. Sharp won't last long with that tear in his neck." The woman said tonelessly, "I thought you were law." I didn't say anything. She went along the wall to a window seat full of crumpled newspapers, reached down for a phone at one end of it. I looked down at the little vet. The blood had stopped coming out of his neck. His face was the whitest face I had ever seen. "Never mind the ambulance," I told the woman. "Just call police headquarters." The man in the overalls put his hands down and dropped on one knee, began to pat the floor and talk soothingly to the dog. "Steady, old-timer, steady. We're all friends now, all friends. Steady, Voss." The dog growled and swung his hind end a little. The man kept on talking to him. The dog stopped growling and the hackles on his back went down. The man in overalls kept on crooning to him. The woman on the window seat put the phone aside and said, "On the way. Think you can handle it, Jerry?" "Sure," the man said, without taking his eyes off the dog. The dog let his belly touch the floor now, and opened his mouth and let his tongue hang out. The tongue dripped saliva, pink saliva with blood mixed in it. The hair at the side of the dog's mouth was stained with blood. Chapter 3. The man called Jerry said, Hey, Voss, old kid, you're fine now, you're fine." The dog panted, didn't move. The man straightened up and went close to him, pulled one of the dog's ears. The dog turned his head sideways and let his ear be pulled. The man stroked his head, unbuckled the chewed muzzle and got it off. He stood up with the end of the broken chain, and the dog came up on his feet obediently, went out through the swing door into the back part of the house, at the man's side. I moved a little out of line with the swing door. Jerry might have more shotguns. There was something about Jerry's face that worried me, as if I had seen him before, but not very lately, or in a newspaper photo. I looked at the woman. She was a handsome brunette in her early 30s. Her print house dress didn't seem to belong with her finely arched eyebrows and her long soft hands. "How did it happen?" I asked casually, as if it didn't matter very much. Her voice snapped at me, as if she was aching to turn it loose. "We've been in the house about a week. Rented it furnished. I was in the kitchen, Jerry in the yard. The car stopped out front, and the little guy marched in just as if he lived here. The door didn't happen to be locked, I guess. I opened the swing door a crack and saw him pushing the dog into the closet. Then I smelled the chloroform. Then things began to happen all at once, and I went for a gun and called Jerry out of the window. I got back in here about the time you crashed in. Who are you?" "It was all over then," I said. "He had Sharp chewed up on the floor?" "Yes, if Sharp is his name." "You and Jerry didn't know him?" "Never saw him before, or the dog. But Jerry loves dogs. Better change a little of that," I said. Jerry knew the dog's name, Voss. Her eyes got tight, and her mouth got stubborn. "I think you must be mistaken," she said in a sultry voice. "I asked you who you were, mister." "Who's Jerry?" I asked. "I've seen him somewhere. Maybe on a reader." "Where'd he get the sawed-off? You going to let the cops see that?" She bit her lip, then stood up suddenly, went towards the fallen shotgun. I let her pick it up, saw she kept her hand away from the triggers. She went back to the window seat and pushed it under the pile of newspapers. She faced me. "Okay, what's the payoff?" she asked grimly. I said slowly, "The dog is stolen. His owner, a girl, happens to be missing. I'm hired to find her. The people Sharp said he got the dog from sounded like you and Jerry. Their name was Voss. They moved east. Ever heard of a lady called Isabel Snare?" The woman said no, tonelessly, and stared at the end of my chin. The man in overalls came back through the swing door, wiping his face on the sleeve of his blue work shirt. He didn't have any fresh guns with him. He looked me over without much concern. I said, "I could do you a lot of good with the law if you had any ideas about this snare girl." The woman stared at me, curled her lips. The man smiled, rather softly, as if he held all the cards. Tires squealed, taking a distant corner in a hurry. "Aw, loosen up," I said quickly. Sharp was scared. He brought the dog back to where he got him. He must have thought the house was empty. The chloroform idea wasn't so good, but the little guy was all rattled. They didn't make a sound, either of them. They just stared at me. "Okay," I said, and stepped over to the corner of the room. "I think you're a couple of lampsters. If whoever's coming isn't law, I'll start shooting. Don't ever think I won't." The woman said very calmly, "Suit yourself, kibitzer." Then a car rushed along the block and ground to a harsh stop before the house. I sneaked a quick glance out, saw the red spotlight on the windshield, the PD on the side. Two big bruisers in plain clothes tumbled out and slammed through the gate, up the steps. A fist pounded the door. "It's open," I shouted. The door swung wide and the two dicks charged in with drawn guns. They stopped dead, stared at what lay on the floor. Their guns jerked at Jerry and me. The one who covered me was a big red-faced man in a baggy gray suit. "Reach, and reach empty," he yelled in a large, tough voice. I reached but held on to my Luger. "Easy," I said. "A dog killed him, not a gun. I'm a private dick from San Angelo. I'm on a case here." "Yeah?" He closed in on me heavily, bored his gun into my stomach. "Maybe so, bud. We'll know all that later on." He reached up and jerked my gun loose from my hand, sniffed at it, leaning his gun into me. "Fired, huh? Sweet! Turn around. Listen, turn around, bud." I turned slowly. Even as I turned, he was dropping his gun into a side pocket and reaching for his hip. That should have warned me, but it didn't. I may have heard the swish of the blackjack. Certainly I must have felt it. There was a sudden pool of darkness at my feet. I dived into it and dropped, and dropped, and dropped. Chapter 4. When I came to the room was full of smoke. The smoke hung in the air, in thin lines straight up and down like a bead curtain. Two windows seemed to be open in an end wall, but the smoke didn't move. I had never seen the room before. I lay a little while thinking, then I opened my mouth and yelled "Fire!" at the top of my lungs. Then I fell back on the bed and started laughing. I didn't like the sound I made laughing. It had a goofy ring, even to me. Steps ran along somewhere, and a key turned in the door, and the door opened. A man in a short white coat looked in at me, hard-eyed. I turned my head a little and said, "Don't count that one, Jack. It slipped out." He scowled sharply. He had a hard, small face, beady eyes. I didn't know him. "Maybe you want some more straitjacket," he sneered. "I'm fine, Jack," I said. "Just fine. I'm going to have me a short nap now." "Better be just that," he snarled. The door shut, the key turned, the steps went away. I lay still and looked at the smoke. I knew now that there wasn't any smoke there really. It must have been night because a porcelain bowl hanging from the ceiling on 3 chains had light behind it. It had little colored lumps around the edge, orange and blue alternating. While I watched them, they opened like tiny portholes and heads stuck out of them. Tiny heads like the heads on dolls, but alive heads. There was a man in a yachting cap and a large fluffy blonde and a thin man with a crooked bow tie who kept saying, "Would you like your steak rare or medium, sir?" I took hold of the corner of the rough sheet and wiped the sweat off my face. I sat up, put my feet down on the floor. They were bare. I was wearing Canton flannel pajamas. There was no feeling in my feet when I put them down. After a while they began to tingle and then got full of pins and needles. Then I could feel the floor. I took hold of the side of the bed and stood up and walked. A voice that was probably my own was saying to me, "You have the DTs. You have the DTs. You have the DTs." I saw a bottle of whiskey on a small white table between the two windows. I started towards it. It was a Johnny Walker bottle, half full. I got it up, took a long drink from the neck. I put the bottle down again. The whiskey had a funny taste. While I was realizing that it had a funny taste, I saw a wash bowl in the corner. I just made it to the wash bowl before I vomited. I got back to the bed and lay there. The vomiting had made me very weak, but the room seemed a little more real, a little less fantastic. I could see bars on the two windows, a heavy wooden chair, no other furniture but the white table with the doped whiskey on it. There was a closet door, shut, probably locked. The bed was a hospital bed, and there were two leather straps attached to the sides about where a man's wrists would be. I knew I was in some kind of prison ward. My left arm suddenly began to feel sore. I rolled up the loose sleeve, looked at half a dozen pinpricks on the upper arm, and a black and blue circle around each one. I had been shot so full of dope to keep me quiet that I was having the French fits coming out of it. That accounted for the smoke and the little heads on the ceiling light. The doped whiskey was probably part of somebody else's cure. I got up again and walked, kept on walking. After a while I drank a little water from the tap, kept it down, drank more. Half an hour or more of that, and I was ready to talk to somebody. The closet door was locked, and the chair was too heavy for me. I stripped the bed, slid the mattress to one side. There was a mesh spring underneath, fastened at the top and bottom by heavy coil springs about 9 inches long. It took me half an hour and much misery to work one of these loose. I rested a little and drank a little more cold water and went over to the hinge side of the door. I yelled "fire" at the top of my voice several times. I waited, but not long. Steps ran along the hallway outside. The key jabbed into the door, the lock clicked. The hard-eyed little man in the short white coat dodged in furiously, his eyes on the bed. I laid the coil spring on the angle of his jaw, then on the back of his head as he went down. I got him by the throat. He struggled a good deal. I used a knee on his face. It hurt my knee. He didn't say how his face felt. I got a blackjack out of his right hip pocket and reversed the key in the door and locked it from the inside. There were other keys on the ring. One of them unlocked my closet. I looked in at my clothes. I put them on slowly, with fumbling fingers. I yawned a great deal. The man on the floor didn't move. I locked him in and left him. Chapter 5. From a wide, silent hallway, with a parquetry floor and a narrow carpet down its middle, flat white oak banisters swept down in long curves to the entrance hall. There were closed doors, big, heavy, old-fashioned, no sounds behind them. I went down the carpet runner, walking on the balls of my feet. There were stained glass inner doors to a vestibule from which the front door opened. A telephone rang as I got that far. A man's voice answered it, from behind a half-open door through which light came out into the dim hall. I went back, sneaked a glance around the edge of the open door, saw a man at a desk, talking into the phone. I waited until he hung up, then I went in. He had a pale, bony, high-crowned head, across which a thin wave of brown hair curled and was plastered to his skull. He had a long, pale, joyless face. His eyes jumped at me. His hand jumped towards a button on his desk. I grinned, growled at him. "Don't. I'm a desperate man, Warden." I showed him the blackjack. His smile was as stiff as a frozen fish. His long, pale hands made gestures like sick butterflies over the top of his desk. One of them began to drift towards a side drawer of the desk. He worked his tongue loose. "You've been a very sick man, sir. A very sick man. I wouldn't advise." I flicked the blackjack at his wandering hand. It drew into itself like a slug on a hot stone. I said. "Not sick, Warden, just doped within an inch of my reason. Out is what I want and some clean whiskey. Give." He made vague motions with his fingers. "I'm Dr. Sunstrand," he said. "This is a private hospital, not a jail." "Whiskey," I croaked. "I get all the rest. Private funny house, a lovely racket, whiskey." "In the medicine cabinet," he said with a drifting spent breath. "Put your hands behind your head. I'm afraid you'll regret this." He put his hands behind his head. I got to the far side of the desk, opened the drawer his hand had wanted to reach, took an automatic out of it. I put the blackjack away, went back round the desk to the medicine cabinet on the wall. There was a pint bottle of Bond bourbon in it, 3 glasses. I took 2 of them. I poured 2 drinks. "You first, Warden." I don't drink. I'm a total abstainer," he muttered, his hands still behind his head. I took the blackjack out again. He put a hand down quickly, gulped from one of the glasses. I watched him. It didn't seem to hurt him. I smelled my dose, then put it down my throat. It worked, and I had another, then slipped the bottle into my coat pocket. "Okay," I said. "Who put me in here? Shake it up, I'm in a hurry." The police, of course." "What police?" He hunched his shoulders down in the chair. He looked sick. "A man named Galbraith signed as complaining witness. Strictly legal, I assure you." "He is an officer." I said, "Since when can a cop sign as complaining witness on a psycho case?" He didn't say anything. "Who gave me the dope in the first place?" "I wouldn't know that. I presume it has been going on a long time." I felt my chin. "All of 2 days," I said. "They ought to have gunned me. Less kickback in the long run. So long, Warden." "If you go out of here," he said thinly, "you will be arrested at once." "Not just for going out," I said softly. As I went out, he still had his hands behind his head. There was a chain and a bolt on the front door beside the lock, but nobody tried to stop me from opening it. I crossed a big old-fashioned porch, went down a wide path fringed with flowers. A mockingbird sang in a dark tree. There was a white picket fence on the street. It was a corner house on 29th and Descanso. I walked 4 blocks east to a bus line and waited for a bus. There was no alarm, no cruising car looking for me. The bus came and I rode downtown, went to a Turkish bath establishment, had a steam bath, a needle shower, a rub-down, a shave, and the rest of the whiskey. I could eat then. I ate and went to a strange hotel, registered under a fake name. It was 11:30. The local paper, which I read over more whiskey and water, informed me that one Dr. Richard Sharp, who had been found dead in a vacant furnished house on Carolina Street, was still causing the police much headache. They had no clue to the murderer. As yet the date on the paper informed me that over 48 hours had been abstracted from my life without my knowledge or consent. I went to bed and to sleep, had nightmares, and woke up out of them covered with cold sweat. That was the last of the withdrawal symptoms. In the morning, I was a well man. Chapter 6. Chief of Police Fullwider was a hammered-down, fattish heavyweight, with restless eyes and that shade of red hair that is almost pink. It was cut very short, and his pink scalp glistened among the pink hairs. He wore a fawn-colored flannel suit with patch pockets and lapped seams, cut as every tailor can't cut flannel. He shook hands with me and turned his chair sideways and crossed his legs. That showed me French lisle socks at $3 or $4 a pair, and handmade English walnut brogues at 15 to 18, depression prices. I figured that probably his wife had money. "Ah, Carmody," he said, chasing my card over the glass top of his desk. "With 2 A's, eh? Down here on a job?" "A little trouble," I said. "You can straighten it out if you will." He stuck his chest out, waved a pink hand, and lowered his voice a couple of notches. "Trouble," he said, "is something our little town don't have a lot of. Our little city is small but very, very clean. I look out of my west window and I see the Pacific Ocean. Nothing cleaner than that. On the north, Arguello Boulevard and the foothills. On the east, the finest little business section you would want to see, and beyond it, a paradise of well-kept homes and gardens. On the south, if I had a south window, which I don't have, I would see the finest little yacht harbor in the world, for a small yacht harbor. I brought my trouble with me, I said. That is, some of it. The rest went on ahead. A girl named Isabel Snare ran off from home in the big city, and her dog was seen here. I found the dog, but the people who had the dog went to a lot of trouble to sew me up. Is that so? The chief asked absently. His eyebrows crawled around on his forehead. I wasn't sure whether I was kidding him or he was kidding me. Just turn the key in the door, will you? He said. You're a younger man than I am. I got up and turned the key and sat down again and got a cigarette out. By that time, the chief had a right-looking bottle and 2 pony glasses on the desk and a handful of cardamom seeds. We had a drink, and he cracked 3 or 4 of the cardamom seeds, and we chewed them and looked at one another. Just tell me about it, he said then. I can take it now. Did you ever hear of a guy called Farmer Saint? Dee? He banged his desk and the cardamom seeds jumped. Why, there's 1,000 berries on that bimbo. A bank stick-up, ain't he? I nodded, trying to look behind his eyes without seeming to. He and his sister work together. Diana is her name. They dress up like country folks and smack down small-town banks, state banks. That's why he's called Farmer Saint. There's a grand on the sister, too. I would certainly like to put the sleeves on that pair, the chief said firmly. Then why the hell didn't you? I asked him. He didn't quite hit the ceiling, but he opened his mouth so wide I was afraid his lower jaw was going to fall in his lap. His eyes stuck out like peeled eggs. A thin trickle of saliva showed in the fat crease at the corner. He shut his mouth with all the deliberation of a steam shovel. It was a great act. If it was an act. Say that again, he whispered. I opened a folded newspaper I had with me and pointed to a column. Look at this sharp killing. Your local paper didn't do so good on it. It says some unknown rang the department and the boys ran out and found a dead man in an empty house. That's a lot of noodles. I was there. Farmer Saint and his sister were there. Your cops were there when we were there. Treachery, he shouted suddenly. Traitors in the department. His face was now as gray as arsenic flypaper. He poured 2 more drinks with a shaking hand. It was my turn to crack the cardamom seeds. He put his drink down in one piece and lunged for a mahogany call box on his desk. I caught the name Galbraith. I went over and unlocked the door. We didn't wait very long, but long enough for the chief to have 2 more drinks. His face got a better color. Then the door opened, and the big red-faced Dick who had sapped me loafed through it, with a bulldog pipe clamped in his teeth and his hands in his pockets. He shouldered the door shut, leaned against it casually. I said, "Hello, Sarge." He looked at me as if he would like to kick me in the face and not have to hurry about it. "Badge!" the fat chief yelled. "Badge, put it on the desk. You're fired." Galbraith went over to the desk slowly and put an elbow down on it, put his face about a foot from the chief's nose. "What was that crack?" he asked thickly. "You had Farmer Saint under your hand and let him go," the chief yelled. "You and that saphead Duncan. You let him stick a shotgun in your belly and get away. You're through. You're fired. You ain't got no more job than a canned oyster. Gimme your badge." "Who the hell is Farmer Saint?" Galbraith asked, unimpressed, and blew pipe smoke in the chief's face. "He don't know." The chief whined at me. "He don't know. That's the kind of material I got to work with." "What do you mean, work?" Galbraith inquired loosely. The fat chief jumped as though a bee had stung the end of his nose. Then he doubled a meaty fist and hit Galbraith's jaw with what looked like a lot of power. Galbraith's head moved about half an inch. "Don't do that," he said. "You'll bust a gut, and then where would the department be?" He shot a look at me, looked back at Fullwider. Should I tell him? Fullwider looked at me to see how the show was going over. I had my mouth open and a blank expression on my face, like a farm boy at a Latin lesson. "Yeah, tell him," he growled, shaking his knuckles back and forth. Galbraith stuck a thick leg over a corner of the desk and knocked his pipe out, reached for the whiskey and poured himself a drink in the chief's glass. He wiped his lips, grinned. When he grinned, he opened his mouth wide, and he had a mouth a dentist could have got both hands in, up to the elbows. He said calmly, "When me and Dunk crashed the joint, you was cold on the floor, and the lanky guy was over you with a sap. The broad was on a window seat, with a lot of newspapers around her. Okay, the lanky guy starts to tell us some yarn when a dog begins to howl out back, and we look that way, and the broad slips a sawed-off 12-gauge out of the newspapers and shows it to us. Well, what could we do except be nice? She couldn't have missed, and we could. So the guy gets more guns out of his pants, and they tie knots around us and stick us in a closet that has enough chloroform in it to make us quiet, without the ropes. After a while, we hear him leave in 2 cars. When we get loose, the stiff has the place to himself. So we fudge it a bit for the papers. We don't get no new line yet." "How's it tied to yours?" "Not bad," I told him. "As I remember, the woman phoned for some law herself. But I could be mistaken. The rest of it ties in with me being sapped on the floor and not knowing anything about it." Galbraith gave me a nasty look. The chief looked at his thumb. "When I came to," I said, "I was in a private dope and hooch cure out on 29th. Run by a man named Sunstrand. I was shot so full of hop myself I could have been Rockefeller's pet dime trying to spin myself. That's Sunstrand," Galbraith said heavily. "That guy's been a flea in our pants for a long time. Should we go out and push him in the face, Chief?" "It's a cinch farmer Saint put Carmody in there," Fullwider said solemnly, "so there must be some tie-up." "I'd say yes, and take Carmody with you. Want to go?" he asked me. "Do I?" I said heartily. Galbraith looked at the whiskey bottle. He said carefully, "There's $1,000 each on this Saint and his sister. If we gather them in, how do we cut it?" "You cut me out," I said. "I'm on a straight salary and expenses." Galbraith grinned again. He teetered on his heels, grinning with thick amiability. "Okey doke. We got your car in the garage downstairs, or some Jap phoned in about it. We'll use that to go in, just you and me." "Maybe you ought to have more help, Gal," the chief said doubtfully. Just me and him's plenty. He's a tough baby or he wouldn't be walking around." "Well, all right," the chief said brightly. "And we'll just have a little drink on it." But he was still rattled. He forgot the cardamom seeds. Chapter 7. It was a cheerful spot by daylight. Tea-rose begonias made a solid mass under the front windows, and pansies were a round carpet about the base of an acacia. A scarlet climbing rose covered a trellis to one side of the house, and a bronze-green hummingbird was prodding delicately in a mass of sweet peas that grew up the garage wall. It looked like the home of a well-fixed elderly couple who had come to the ocean to get as much sun as possible in their old age. Galbraith spit on my running board and shook his pipe out and tickled the gate open, stamped up the path and flattened his thumb against a neat copper bell. We waited. A grill opened in the door, and a long, sallow face looked out at us under a starched nurse's cap. "Open up. It's the law," the big cop growled. A chain rattled and a bolt slid back. The door opened. The nurse was a 6-footer with long arms and big hands, an ideal torturer's assistant. Something happened to her face, and I saw she was smiling. "Why, it's Mr. Galbraith," she chirped, in a voice that was high-pitched and throaty at the same time. "How are you, Mr. Galbraith? Did you want to see Doctor?" "Yeah, and sudden," Galbraith growled, pushing past her. We went along the hall. The door of the office was shut. Galbraith kicked it open, with me at his heels and the big nurse chirping at mine. Dr. Sundstrand, the total abstainer, was having a morning bracer out of a fresh quart bottle. His thin hair was stuck in wicks with perspiration, and his bony mask of a face seemed to have a lot of lines in it that hadn't been there the night before. He took his hand off the bottle hurriedly and gave us his frozen fish smile. He said fussily, "What's this? What's this? I thought I gave orders." "Oh, pull your belly in," Galbraith said, and yanked a chair near the desk. "Dangle, sister." The nurse chirped something more and went back through the door. The door was shut. Dr. Sundstrand worked his eyes up and down my face and looked unhappy. Galbraith put both his elbows on the desk and took hold of his bulging jowls with his fists. He stared fixedly, venomously at the squirming doctor. After what seemed a very long time, he said, almost softly, "Where's Farmer Saint?" The doctor's eyes popped wide. His Adam's apple bobbled above the neck of his smock. His greenish eyes began to look bilious. "Don't stall," Galbraith roared. "We know all about your private hospital racket, the crook hideout you're running, the dope and women on the side. You made one slip too many when you hung a snatch on this Seamus from the big town. Your big city protection ain't going to do you no good on this one. Come on, where is Saint? And where's that girl?" I remembered quite casually that I had not said anything about Isabel Snare in front of Galbraith, if that was the girl he meant. Dr. Sundstrand's hand flopped about on his desk. Sheer astonishment seemed to be adding a final touch of paralysis to his uneasiness. "Where are they?" Galbraith yelled again. The big door opened and the big nurse fussed in again. "Now, Mr. Galbraith, the patients. Please remember the patients, Mr. Galbraith." "Go climb up your thumb," Galbraith told her, over his shoulder. She hovered by the door. Sundstrand found his voice at last. It was a mere wisp of a voice. It said wearily, "As if you didn't know." Then his darting hand swept into his smock and out again with a gun glistening in it. Galbraith threw himself sideways, clean out of the chair. The doctor shot at him twice, missed twice. My hand touched a gun, but didn't draw it. Galbraith laughed on the floor and his big right hand snatched at his armpit, came up with a Luger. It looked like my Luger. It went off, just once. Nothing changed in the doctor's long face. I didn't see where the bullet hit him. His head came down and hit the desk, and his gun made a thud on the floor. He lay with his face on the desk, motionless. Galbraith pointed his gun at me and got up off the floor. I looked at the gun again. I was sure it was my gun. "That's a swell way to get information," I said aimlessly. "Hands down, Seamus. You don't want to play." I put my hands down. "Cute," I said. "I suppose this whole scene was framed just to put the chill on Doc. He shot first, didn't he?" "Yeah," I said thinly. "He shot first." The nurse was sidling along the wall towards me. No sound had come from her since Sundstrand pulled his act. She was almost at my side. Suddenly, much too late, I saw the flash of knuckles on her good right hand, and hair on the back of the hand. I dodged, but not enough. A crunching blow seemed to split my head wide open. I brought up against the wall, my knees full of water and my brain working hard to keep my right hand from snatching at a gun. I straightened. Galbraith leered at me. "Not so very smart," I said. "You're still holding my Luger. That sort of spoils the plant, doesn't it?" "I see you get the idea, Seamus." The chirpy-voiced nurse said in a blank pause, "Geez, the guy's got a jaw like an elephant's foot. Damn if I didn't split a knuck on him." Galbraith's little eyes had death in them. "How about upstairs?" he asked the nurse. "All out last night." "Should I try one more swing?" "What for? He didn't go for his gat and he's too tough for you, baby. Lead is his meat." I said, "You ought to shave baby twice a day on this job." The nurse grinned, pushed the starched cap and the stringy blonde wig askew on a bullet head. She, or more properly he, reached a gun from under the white nurse's uniform. Galbraith said, "It was self-defense, see. You tangled with Doc, but he shot first. Be nice and me and Dunk will try to remember it that way." I rubbed my jaw with my left hand. "Listen, Sarge, I can take a joke as well as the next fellow. You sapped me in that house on Carolina Street and didn't tell about it. Neither did I. I figured you had reasons, and you'd let me in on them at the right time. Maybe I can guess what the reasons are. I think you know where Saint is, or can find out. Saint knows where the snare girl is, because he had her dog. Let's put a little more into this deal, something for both of us. We've got ours, Sapo. I promised Doc I'd bring you back and let him play with you. I put Dunk in here in the nurse's rig to handle you for him, but he was the one we really wanted to handle." "All right," I said. "What do I get out of it?" "Maybe a little more living." I said, "Yeah. Don't think I'm kidding you, but look at that little window in the wall behind you." Galbraith didn't move, didn't take his eyes off me. A thick sneer curved his lips. Duncan, the female impersonator, looked and yelled. A small, square, tinted glass window high up in the corner of the back wall had swung open quite silently. I was looking straight at it, past Galbraith's ear, straight at the black snout of a Tommy gun, on the sill, at the two hard black eyes behind the gun. A voice I had last heard soothing a dog said, "How's to drop the rod, sister? And you at the desk, grab a cloud." Chapter 8. The big cop's mouth sucked for air. Then his whole face tightened, and he jerked around, and the Luger gave one hard, sharp cough. I dropped to the floor as the Tommy gun cut loose in a short burst. Galbraith crumpled beside the desk, fell on his back with his legs twisted. Blood came out of his nose and mouth. The cop in nurse's uniform turned as white as the starched cap. His gun bounced. His hands tried to claw at the ceiling. There was a queer, stunned silence. Powder smoke reeked. Farmer Saint spoke downward from his perch at the window, to somebody outside the house. A door opened and shut distinctly, and running steps came along the hall. The door of our room was pushed wide. Diana Saint came in with a brace of automatics in her hands. A tall, handsome woman, neat and dark, with a rakish black hat, and two gloved hands holding guns. I got up off the floor, keeping my hands in sight. She tossed her voice calmly at the window without looking towards it. "Okay, Jerry, I can hold them." Saint's head and shoulders and his submachine gun went away from the frame of the window, leaving blue sky and the thin, distant branches of a tall tree. There was a thud, as if feet dropped off a ladder to a wooden porch. In the room we were 5 statues, 2 fallen. Somebody had to move. The situation called for 2 more killings. From Saint's angle, I couldn't see it any other way. There had to be a cleanup. The gag hadn't worked when it wasn't a gag. I tried it again when it was. I looked past the woman's shoulder, kicked a hard grin onto my face, said hoarsely, "Hello, Mike," just in time. It didn't fool her, of course, but it made her mad. She stiffened her body and snapped a shot at me from the right-hand gun. It was a big gun for a woman, and it jumped. The other gun jumped with it. I didn't see where the shot went. I went in under the guns. My shoulder hit her thigh, and she tipped back and hit her head against the jamb of the door. I wasn't too nice about knocking the guns out of her hands. I kicked the door shut, reached up and yanked the key around, then scrambled back from a high-heeled shoe that was doing its best to smash my nose for me. Duncan said, "Keno," and dived for his gun on the floor. "Watch that little window if you want to live," I snarled at him. Then I was behind the desk, dragging the phone away from Dr. Sundstrand's dead body, dragging it as far from the line of the door as the cord would let me. I lay down on the floor with it and started to dial, on my stomach. Diana's eyes came alive on the phone. She screeched, "They've got me, Jerry! They've got me!" The machine gun began to tear the door apart as I bawled into the ear of a bored desk sergeant. Pieces of plaster and wood flew like fists at an Irish wedding. Slugs jerked the body of Dr. Sundstrand as though a chill was shaking him back to life. I threw the phone away from me and grabbed Diana's guns and started in on the door for our side. Through a wide crack I could see cloth. I shot at that. I couldn't see what Duncan was doing. Then I knew a shot that couldn't have come through the door smacked Diana Saint square on the end of her chin. She went down again, stayed down. Another shot that didn't come through the door lifted my hat. I rolled and yelled at Duncan. His gun moved in a stiff arc, following me. His mouth was an animal snarl. I yelled again. 4 round patches of red appeared in a diagonal line across the nurse uniform, chest high. They spread even in the short time it took Duncan to fall. There was a siren somewhere. It was my siren, coming my way, getting louder. The Tommy gun stopped and a foot kicked at the door. It shivered but held at the lock. I put 4 more slugs into it, well away from the lock. The siren got louder. Saint had to go. I heard his step running away down the hall. A door slammed. A car started out back in an alley. The sound of its going got less as the approaching siren screeched into a crescendo. I crawled over to the woman and looked at blood on her face and hair and soft, soggy places on the front of her coat. I touched her face. She opened her eyes slowly, as if the lids were very heavy. "Jerry," she whispered. "Dead," I lied grimly. "Where's Isabel Snare, Diana?" The eyes closed. Tears glistened, the tears of the dying. "Where's Isabel, Diana?" I pleaded. "Be regular and tell me. I'm no cop, I'm her friend. Tell me, Diana." I put tenderness and wistfulness into it, everything I had. The eyes half opened. The whisper came again, "Jerry." Then it trailed off and the eyes shut. Then the lips moved once more, breathed a word that sounded like Monty. That was all. She died. I stood up slowly and listened to the sirens. Chapter 9. It was getting late, and lights were going on here and there in a tall office building across the street. I had been in Fullwider's office all the afternoon. I had told my story 20 times. It was all true, what I told. Cops had been in and out, ballistics and print men, record men, reporters, 6 city officials, even an AP correspondent. The correspondent didn't like his handout and said so. The fat chief was sweaty and suspicious. His coat was off, and his armpits were black, and his short red hair curled as if it had been singed. Not knowing how much or little I knew, he didn't dare lead me. All he could do was yell at me and whine at me by turns, and try to get me drunk in between. I was getting drunk and liking it. "Didn't nobody say anything at all?" he wailed at me for the 100th time. I took another drink, flopped my hand around, looked silly. "Not a word, Chief," I said owlishly. "I'm the boy that would tell you. They died too sudden." He took hold of his jaw and cranked it. "Damn funny," he sneered. "4 dead ones on the floor and you not even nicked." "I was the only one," I said, "that lay down on the floor while still healthy." He took hold of his right ear and worried that. "You been here 3 days," he howled. "In them 3 days we got more crime than in 3 years before you come. It ain't human. I must be having a nightmare." "You can't blame me, Chief," I grumbled. "I came down here to look for a girl. I'm still looking for her. I didn't tell Saint and his sister to hide out in your town. When I spotted him, I tipped you off, though your own cops didn't. I didn't shoot Doc Sundstrand before anything could be got out of him. I still haven't any idea why the phony nurse was planted there." "Nor me," Fullwider yelled, "but it's my job that's shot full of holes. For all the chance I got to get out of this, I might as well go fishing right now." I took another drink, hiccoughed cheerfully. "Don't say that, Chief," I pleaded. "You cleaned the town up once and you can do it again. This one was just a hot grounder that took a bad bounce." He took a turn around the office and tried to punch a hole in the end wall, then slammed himself back in his chair. He eyed me savagely, grabbed for the whiskey bottle, then didn't touch it, as though it might do him more good in my stomach. "I'll make a deal with you," he growled. "You run on back to San Angelo and I'll forget it was your gun-croaked Sunstrand. That's not a nice thing to say to a man that's trying to earn his living, Chief. You know how it happened to be my gun." His face looked gray again for a moment. He measured me for a coffin. Then the mood passed and he smacked his desk, said heartily, "You're right, Carmody. I couldn't do that, could I? You still got to find that girl, ain't you? Okay, you run on back to the hotel and get some rest. I'll work on it tonight and see you in the AM." I took another short drink, which was all there was left in the bottle. I felt fine. I shook hands with him twice and staggered out of his office. Flashbulbs exploded all over the corridor. I went down the City Hall steps and around the side of the building to the police garage. My blue Chrysler was home again. I dropped the drunk act and went on down the side streets to the ocean front, walked along the wide cement walk towards the 2 amusement piers and the Grand Hotel. It was getting dusk now. Lights on the piers came out. Masthead lights were lit on the small yachts riding at anchor behind the yacht harbor breakwater. In a white barbecue stand, a man tickled weenies with a long fork and droned, "Get hungry, folks. Nice hot doggies here. Get hungry, folks." I lit a cigarette and stood there looking out to sea. Very suddenly, far out, lights shone from a big ship. I watched them, but they didn't move. I went over to the hot dog man. "Anchored?" I asked him, pointing. He looked around the end of his booth, wrinkled his nose with contempt. "Hell, that's the gambling boat. The cruise to nowhere, they call the act, because it don't go no place. If Tango ain't crooked enough, try that. Yes, sir, that's the good ship Montecito. How about a nice warm puppy?" I put a quarter on his counter. "Have one yourself," I said softly. "Where do the taxis leave from?" I had no gun. I went on back to the hotel to get my spare. The dying Diana Saint had said, "Monty." Perhaps she just hadn't lived long enough to say Montecito. At the hotel, I lay down and fell asleep as though I had been anesthetized. It was 8 o'clock when I woke up, and I was hungry. I was tailed from the hotel, but not very far. Of course, the clean little city didn't have enough crime for the dicks to be very good shadows. Chapter 10. It was a long ride for 40 cents. The water taxi, an old speedboat without trimmings, slid through the anchored yachts and rounded the breakwater. The swell hit us. All the company I had besides the tough-looking citizen at the wheel was 2 spooning couples who began to peck at each other's faces as soon as the darkness folded down. I stared back at the lights of the city and tried not to bear down too hard on my dinner. Scattered diamond points at first. The lights drew together and became a jeweled wristlet laid out in the show window of the night. Then they were a soft orange-yellow blur above the top of the swell. The taxi smacked in the invisible waves and bounced like a surfboat. There was cold fog in the air. The portholes of the Montecito got large and the taxi swept out in a wide turn, tipped to an angle of 45 degrees and careened neatly to the side of a brightly lit stage. The taxi engine idled down and backfired in the fog. A slow-eyed boy in a tight blue mess jacket and a gangster mouth handed the girls out, swept their escorts with a keen glance, sent them on up. The look he gave me told me something about him. The way he bumped into my gun holster told me more. "Nix," he said softly. "Nix." He jerked his chin at the taxi man. The taxi man dropped a short noose over a bit, turned his wheel a little, and climbed on the stage. He got behind me. "Nix," the one in the mess jacket purred. "No gats on this boat, mister. Sorry." "Part of my clothes," I told him. "I'm a private dick. I'll check it." "Sorry, Bo. No check room for gats. On your way." The taxi man hooked a wrist through my right arm. I shrugged. Back in the boat, the taxi man growled behind me. I owe you 40 cents, mister. Come on. I got back into the boat. Okay, I sputtered at Mess Jacket. If you don't want my money, you don't want it. This is a hell of a way to treat a visitor. This is... His sleek, silent smile was the last thing I saw as the taxi cast off and hit the swell on the way back. I hated to leave that smile. The way back seemed longer. I didn't speak to the taxi man, and he didn't speak to me. As I got out onto the float at the pier, he sneered at my back. Some other night when we ain't so busy, Seamus. Half a dozen customers waiting to go out stared at me. I went past them, past the door of the waiting room on the float, towards the steps at the landward end. A big red-headed roughneck in dirty sneakers and tarry pants and a torn blue jersey straightened from the railing and bumped into me casually. I stopped, got set. He said softly, "'Smatter, Dick? No soap on the hell ship?" "Do I have to tell you? I'm a guy that can listen. Who are you?" "Just call me Red." "Out of the way, Red. I'm busy." He smiled sadly, touched my left side. "The gat's kind of bulgy under the light suit," he said. "Want to get on board? It can be done if you got a reason." "How much is the reason?" I asked him. $50, 10 more if you bleed in my boat." I started away. 25 out, he said quickly. "Maybe you come back with friends, huh?" I went 4 steps away from him before I half turned, said sold, and went on. At the foot of the bright amusement pier, there was a flaring tango parlor, jammed full even at that still early hour. I went into it, leaned against a wall, and watched a couple of numbers go up on the electric indicator, watched a house player with an inside straight give the high sign under the counter with his knee. A large blueness took form beside me, and I smelled tar. A soft, deep, sad voice said, "Need help out there?" "I'm looking for a girl, but I'll look alone. What's your racket?" I didn't look at him. $1 here, $1 there. I like to eat. I was on the cops, but they bounced me. I liked his telling me that. "You must have been leveling," I said, and watched the house player slip his card across with his thumb over the wrong number. Watched the counterman get his own thumb in the same spot and hold the card up. I could feel Red's grin. "I see you've been around our little city. Here's how it works. I got a boat with an underwater bypass. I know a loading port I can open. I take a load out for a guy once in a while. There ain't many guys below decks. That suit you?" I got my wallet out and slipped a 20 and a 5 from it, passed them over in a wad. They went into a tarry pocket. Red said thanks softly and walked away. I gave him a small start and went after him. He was easy to follow by his size, even in a crowd. We went past the yacht harbor and the second amusement pier. And beyond that the lights got fewer, and the crowd thinned to nothing. A short black pier stuck out into the water with boats moored all along it. My man turned out on that. He stopped almost at the end, at the head of a wooden ladder. "I'll bring her down to here," he said. "Got to make noise warming up." "Listen," I said urgently. "I have to phone a man. I forgot." "Can do. Come on." He led the way farther along the pier, knelt, rattled keys on a chain, and opened a padlock. He lifted a small trap and took a phone out, listened to it. "Still working," he said with a grin in his voice. "Must belong to some crooks. Don't forget to snap the lock back on." He slipped away silently into the darkness. For 10 minutes I listened to water slapping the piles of the pier, the occasional whir of a seagull in the gloom. Then, far off, a motor roared and kept on roaring for minutes. Then the noise stopped abruptly. More minutes passed. Something thudded at the foot of the ladder, and a low voice called up to me. "All set." I hurried back to the phone, dialed a number, asked for Chief Fullwider. He had gone home. I dialed another number, got a woman. Asked her for the chief, said I was headquarters. I waited again. Then I heard the fat chief's voice. It sounded full of baked potato. "Yeah? Can a guy even eat? Or who is it?" "Carmody, Chief. Saint is on the Montecito. Too bad that's over your line." He began to yell like a wild man. I hung up in his face, put the phone back in its zinc-lined cubbyhole, and snapped the padlock. I went down the ladder to Red. His big black speedboat slid out over the oily water. There was no sound from its exhaust, but a steady bubbling along the side of the shell. The city lights again became a yellow blur low on the black water, and the ports of the good ship Montecito again got large and bright and round out to sea. Chapter 11. There were no floodlights on the seaward side of the ship. Red cut his motor to half of nothing and curved in under the overhang of the stern, sidled up to the greasy plates as coyly as a clubman in a hotel lobby. Double iron doors loomed high over us, forward a little from the slimy links of a chain cable. The speedboat scuffed the Montecito's ancient plates, and the seawater slapped loosely at the bottom of the speedboat under our feet. The shadow of the Big X cop rose over me. A coiled rope flicked against the dark, caught on something, and fell back into the boat. Red pulled it tight, made a turn around something on the engine cowling. He said softly, "She rides as high as a steeplechaser. We gotta climb them plates." I took the wheel and held the nose of the speedboat against the slippery hull, and Red reached for an iron ladder flat to the side of the ship, hauled himself up into the darkness, grunting. His big body braced at right angles, his sneakers slipping on the wet metal rungs. After a while, something creaked up above, and feeble yellow light trickled out into the foggy air. The outline of a heavy door showed, and Red's crouched head against the light. I went up the ladder after him. It was hard work. It landed me panting in a sour, littered hold full of cases and barrels. Rats skittered out of sight in the dark corners. The big man put his lips to my ear. "From here we got an easy way to the boiler room catwalk. They'll have steam up in one auxiliary for hot water and the generators. That means one guy. I'll handle him. The crew doubles in brass upstairs. From the boiler room I'll show you a ventilator with no grating in it. Goes to the boat deck. Then it's all yours." "You must have relatives on board," I said. "Never no mind. A guy gets to know things when he's on the beach. Maybe I'm close to a bunch that's set to knock the tub over. Will you come back fast?" "I ought to make a good splash from the boat deck," I said. "Here." I fished more bills out of my wallet, pushed them at him. He shook his red head. That's for the trip back." "I'm buying it now," I said, "even if I don't use it. Take the dough before I bust out crying." "Well, thanks, pal. You're a right guy." We went among the cases and barrels. The yellow light came from a passage beyond, and we went along the passage to a narrow iron door. That led to the catwalk. We sneaked along it, down an oily steel ladder, heard the slow hiss of oil burners, and went among mountains of iron towards the sound. Around a corner we looked at a short, dirty Italian in a purple silk shirt who sat in a wired-together office chair under a naked bulb and read the paper with the aid of steel-rimmed spectacles and a black forefinger. Red said gently, "Hi, Shorty. How's all the little bambinos?" The Italian opened his mouth and reached swiftly. Red hit him. We put him down on the floor and tore his purple shirt into shreds for ties and a gag. "You ain't supposed to hit a guy with glasses on," Red said. "But the idea is you make a hell of a racket going up a ventilator to a guy down here. Upstairs they won't hear nothing." I said that was the way I would like it, and we left the Italian bound up on the floor and found the ventilator that had no grating in it. I shook hands with Red, said I hoped to see him again, and started up the ladder inside the ventilator. It was cold and black, and the foggy air rushed down it, and the way up seemed a long way. After 3 minutes that felt like an hour, I reached the top and poked my head out cautiously. Canvas-sheeted boats loomed nearby on the boat deck davits. There was a soft whispering in the dark between a pair of them. The heavy throb of music pulsed up from below. Overhead a masthead light, and through the thin, high layers of the mist a few bitter stars stared down. I listened but didn't hear any police boat sirens. I got out of the ventilator, lowered myself to the deck. The whispering came from a necking couple huddled under a boat. They didn't pay any attention to me. I went along the deck past the closed doors of 3 or 4 cabins. There was a little light behind the shutters of 2 of them. I listened, didn't hear anything but the merrymaking of the customers down below on the main deck. I dropped into a dark shadow, took a lungful of air and let it out in a howl. The snarling howl of a gray timber wolf, lonely and hungry and far from home, and mean enough for 7 kinds of trouble. The deep-toned woof-woofing of a police dog answered me. A girl squealed along the dark deck and a man's voice said, "I thought all the shellac drinkers was dead." I straightened and unshipped my gun and ran towards the barking. The noise came from a cabin on the other side of the deck. I put an ear to the door, listened to a man's voice soothing the dog. The dog stopped barking and growled once or twice, then was silent. A key turned in the door I was touching. I dropped away from it, down on one knee. The door opened a foot, and a sleek head came forward past its edge. Light from a hooded deck lamp made a shine on the black hair. I stood up and slammed the head with my gun barrel. The man fell softly out of the doorway into my arms. I dragged him back into the cabin, pushed him down on a made-up berth. I shut the door again, locked it. A small, wide-eyed girl crouched on the other berth. I said, "Hello, Miss Snare. I've had a lot of trouble finding you. Want to go home?" Farmer Saint rolled over and sat up, holding his head. Then he was very still, staring at me with his sharp black eyes. His mouth had a strange smile, almost good-humored. I ranged the cabin with a glance, didn't see where the dog was, but saw an inner door behind which he could be. I looked at the girl again. She was not much to look at, like most of the people that make most of the trouble. She was crouched on the berth with her knees drawn up and hair falling over one eye. She wore a knitted dress and golf socks and sports shoes with wide tongues that fell down over the instep. Her knees were bare and bony under the hem of the dress. She looked like a schoolgirl. I went over Saint for a gun, didn't find one. He grinned at me. The girl lifted her hand and threw her hair back. She looked at me as if I was a couple of blocks away. Then her breath caught and she began to cry. "We're married," Saint said softly. "She thinks you're set to blow holes in me. That was a smart trick with the wolf howl." I didn't say anything. I listened. No noises outside. "How'd you know where to come?" Saint asked. "Diana told me, before she died," I said brutally. His eyes looked hurt. "I don't believe it, Seamus. You ran out and left her in the ditch. What would you expect? I figured the cops wouldn't bump a woman, and I could make some kind of a deal on the outside. Who got her?" "One of Fullwider's cops. You got him." His head jerked back and a wild look came over his face, then went away. He smiled sideways at the weeping girl. "Hello, sugar, I'll get you clear." He looked back at me. "Suppose I come in without a scrap. Is there a way for her to get loose?" "What do you mean, scrap?" I sneered. "I got plenty friends on this boat, Seamus. You ain't even started yet." "You got her into it," I said. "You can't get her out. That's part of the payoff." Chapter 12. He nodded slowly, looked down at the floor between his feet. The girl stopped crying long enough to mop at her cheeks, then started in again. "Fullwider know I'm here?" Saint asked me slowly. "Yeah." "You give him the office?" "Yeah," he shrugged. "That's okay from your end." "Sure. Only I'll never get to talk if Fullwider pinches me. If I could get to talk to a DA, I could maybe convince him she's not hep to my stuff." "You could have thought of that too," I said heavily. You didn't have to go back to Sunstrands and cut loose with your stutter gun. He threw his head back and laughed. No? Suppose you paid a guy 10 grand for protection, and he crossed you up by grabbing your wife and sticking her in a crooked dope hospital and telling you to run along far away and be good. Or the tide would wash her up on the beach? What would you do, smile or trot over with some heavy iron to talk to the guy? She wasn't there then, I said. You were just kill screwy. And if you hadn't hung on to that dog until he killed a man, the protection wouldn't have been scared into selling you out. I like dogs, Saint said quietly. I'm a nice guy when I'm not working, but I can get shoved around just so much. I listened. Still no noises on deck outside. Listen, I said quickly, if you want to play ball with me, I've got a boat at the back door, and I'll try to get the girl home before they want her. What happens to you is past me. I wouldn't lift a finger for you, even if you do like dogs. The girl said suddenly in a shrill little girl voice, I don't want to go home. I won't go home. A year from now you'll thank me, I snapped at her. He's right, sugar, Saint said. Better beat it with him. I won't, the girl shrilled angrily. I just won't. That's all. Out of the silence on the deck, something hard slammed the outside of the door. A grim voice shouted, Open up! It's the law! I backed swiftly to the door, keeping my eyes on Saint. I spoke back over my shoulder. Full wider there? Yeah, the chief's fat voice growled. Carmody? Listen, Chief. Saint's in here and he's ready to surrender. There's a girl here with him, the one I told you about. So come in easy, will you? Right, the chief said. Open the door. I twisted the key, jumped across the cabin and put my back against the inner partition, beside the door behind which the dog was moving around now, growling a little. The outer door whipped open. 2 men I hadn't seen before charged in with drawn guns. The fat chief was behind them. Briefly, before he shut the door, I caught a glimpse of ship's uniforms. The 2 dicks jumped on Saint, slammed him around, put cuffs on him. Then they stepped back beside the chief. Saint grinned at them, with blood trickling down his lower lip. Fullwider looked at me reprovingly and moved a cigar around in his mouth. Nobody seemed to take an interest in the girl. You're a hell of a guy, Carmody. You didn't give me no idea where to come, he growled. I didn't know, I said. I thought it was outside your jurisdiction, too. Hell with that. We tipped the feds. They'll be out. One of the dicks laughed. But not too soon, he said roughly. Put the heater away, Seamus. Try and make me, I told him. He started forward, but the chief waved him back. The other dick watched Saint, looked at nothing else. How'd you find him then? Fullwider wanted to know. Not by taking his money to hide him out, I said. Nothing changed in Fullwider's face. His voice became almost lazy. Oh, you've been peeking, he said very gently. I said disgustedly, just what kind of a sap did you and your gang take me for? Your clean little town stinks. It's the well-known Whited Sepulchre, a crook sanctuary where the hot rods can lie low if they pay off nice and don't pull any local capers, and where they can jump off from Mexico in a fast boat if the finger waves towards them. The chief said very carefully, Any more? Yeah, I shouted. I've saved it for you too damn long. You had me doped until I was half goofy and stuck me in a private jail. When that didn't hold me, you worked a plant up with Galbraith and Duncan to have my gun kill Sunstrand, your helper, and then have me killed resisting some arrest. Saint spoiled that party for you and saved my life. Not intending to, perhaps, but he did it. You knew all along where the little snare girl was. She was Saint's wife, and you were holding her yourself to make him stay in line. Hell, why do you suppose I tipped you he was out here? That was something you didn't know. The dick who had tried to make me put up my gun said, Now, Chief, we better make it fast. Those feds. Fullwider's jaw shook. His face was gray and his ears were far back in his head. The cigar twitched in his fat mouth. "Wait a minute," he said thickly to the man beside. Then to me, "Well, why did you tip me?" "To get you where you're no more law than Billy the Kid," I said, "and see if you have the guts to go through with murder on the high seas." Saint laughed. He shot a low, snarling whistle between his teeth. A tearing animal growl answered him. The door beside me crashed open as though a mule had kicked it. The big police dog came through the opening in a looping spring that carried him clear across the cabin. The gray body twisted in midair. A gun banged harmlessly. "Eat 'em up, Voss," Saint yelled. "Eat 'em alive, boy." The cabin filled with gunfire. The snarling of the dog blended with a thick, choked scream. Fullwider and one of the Dicks were down on the floor, and the dog was at Fullwider's throat. The girl screamed and plunged her face into a pillow. Saint slid softly down from the bunk and lay on the floor with blood running slowly down his neck in a thick wave. The Dick who hadn't gone down jumped to one side, almost fell headlong on the girl's berth, then caught his balance and pumped bullets into the dog's long gray body, wildly without pretense of aim. The Dick on the floor pushed at the dog. The dog almost bit his hand off. The man yelled. Feet pounded on the deck, yelling outside. Something was running down my face that tickled. My head felt funny, but I didn't know what had hit me. The gun in my hand felt large and hot. I shot the dog, hating to do it. The dog rolled off Fullwider, and I saw where a stray bullet had drilled the chief's forehead between the eyes, with the delicate exactness of pure chance. The standing Dick's gun hammer clicked on a discharged shell. He cursed, started to reload frantically. I touched the blood on my face and looked at it. It seemed very black. The light in the cabin seemed to be failing. The bright corner of an axe blade suddenly split the cabin door, which was wedged shut by the chief's body, and that of the groaning man beside him. I stared at the bright metal, watched it go away and reappear in another place. Then all the lights went out very slowly, as in a theater just as the curtain goes up. Just as it got quite dark, my head hurt me, but I didn't know then that a bullet had fractured my skull. I woke up 2 days later in the hospital. I was there 3 weeks. Saint didn't live long enough to hang, but he lived long enough to tell his story. He must have told it well, because they let Mrs. Jerry Farmer Saint go home to her aunt. By that time, the county grand jury had indicted half the police force of the little beach city. There were a lot of new faces around the city hall, I heard. One of them was a big red-headed detective sergeant named Norgard, who said he owed me $25 but had had to use it to buy a new suit when he got his job back. He said he would pay me out of his first check. I said I would try to wait. End of The Man Who Liked Dogs by Raymond Chandler. Death and Company by Dashiell Hammett. First published Black Mask, November 1930. The Continental Op turns in a case. The old man introduced me to the other man in his office, his name was Chappell, and said, "Sit down." I sat down. Chappell was a man of 45 or so, solidly built and dark-complexioned, but shaky and washed out by worry or grief or fear. His eyes were red-rimmed and their lower lids sagged, as did his lower lip. His hand, when I shook it, had been flabby and damp. The old man picked up a piece of paper from his desk and held it out to me. I took it. It was a letter crudely printed in ink, all capital letters. Martin Chappell. Dear Sir, if you ever want to see your wife alive again, you will do just what you are told, and that is go to the lot on the corner of Turk and Larkin's Tee at exactly 12 tonight, and put $5,000 in $100 bills under the pile of Bricks behind the billboard. If you do not do this, or if you go to the police, or if you try any tricks, you will get a letter tomorrow telling you where to find her corpse. We mean business, Death and Company." I put the letter back on the old man's desk. He said, "Mrs. Chappell went to a matinee yesterday afternoon. She never returned home. Mr. Chappell received this in the mail this morning." "She go alone?" I asked. "I don't know," Chappell said. His voice was very tired. "She told me she was going when I left for the office in the morning, but she didn't say which show she was going to or if she was going with anybody. Who'd she usually go with?" He shook his head hopelessly. "I can give you the names and addresses of all her closest friends, but I'm afraid that won't help. When she hadn't come home late last night, I telephoned all of them, everybody I could think of, and none of them had seen her." "Any idea who could have done this?" I asked again. He shook his head hopelessly. "Any enemies? Anybody with a grudge against you or against her? Think, even if it's an old grudge, or seems pretty slight. There's something like that behind most kidnappings." "I know of none," he said wearily. "I've tried to think of anybody I know or ever knew who might have done it, but I can't. What business are you in?" He looked puzzled but replied, "I've an advertising agency." "How about discharged employees?" "No, the only one I've ever discharged was John Hacker, and he has a better job now with one of my competitors and we're on perfectly good terms." I looked at the old man. He was listening attentively, but in his usual aloof manner, as if he had no personal interest in the job. I cleared my throat and said to Chappell, "Look here, I want to ask some questions that you'll probably think, well, brutal, but they're necessary. Right?" He winced as if he knew what was coming, but nodded and said, "Right. Has Mrs. Chappell ever stayed away overnight before?" "No, not without my knowing where she was." His lips jerked a little. "I think I know what you are going to ask. I'd rather not hear. I mean, I know it's necessary, but if I can, I think I'd rather try to tell you without your asking." "I'd like that better too," I agreed. "I hope you don't think I'm getting any fun out of this." "I know," he said. He took a deep breath and spoke rapidly, hurrying to get it over. "I've never had any reason to believe that she went anywhere that she didn't tell me about, or had any friends she didn't tell me about. Is that," his voice was pleading, "what you wanted to know?" "Yes, thanks." I turned to the old man again. The only way to get anything out of him was to ask for it, so I said, "Well?" He smiled courteously, like a well-satisfied blank wall, and murmured, "You have the essential facts now, I think. What do you advise?" "Pay the money, of course, first," I replied, and then complained, "It's a damned shame that's the only way to handle a kidnapping. These Death and Company birds are pretty dumb, picking that spot for the payoff. It would be duck soup to nab them there." I stopped complaining and asked Chappell, "You can manage the money all right?" "Yes." I addressed the old man. "Now about the police." Chappell began. "No, not the police, won't they?" I interrupted him. "We've got to tell them, in case something goes wrong, and to have them all set for action, as soon as Mrs. Chappell is safely home again. We can persuade them to keep their hands off till then." I asked the old man, "Don't you think so?" He nodded and reached for his telephone. "I think so. I'll have Lieutenant Fielding and perhaps someone from the district attorney's office come up here, and we'll lay the whole thing before them." Fielding and an assistant district attorney named McPhee came up. At first they were all for making the Turk and Larkin Street brick pile a midnight target for half the San Francisco police force, but we finally persuaded them to listen to reason. We dug up the history of kidnapping from Ross to Parker and waved it in their faces and showed them that the statistics were on our side. More success and less grief had come from paying what is asked and going hunting afterwards than from trying to nail the kidnappers before the kidnapped were released. At 11:30 that night, Chappell left his house alone, with $5,000 wrapped in a sheet of brown paper in his pocket. At 12:20 he returned. His face was yellowish and wet with perspiration, and he was trembling. "I put it there," he said difficultly. "I didn't see anybody." I poured out a glass of his whiskey and gave it to him. He walked the floor most of the night. I dozed in a sofa. Half a dozen times at least I heard him go to the street door to open it and look out. Detective Sergeants Muir and Callahan went to bed. They and I had planted ourselves there to get any information Mrs. Chapel could give us as soon as possible. She did not come home. At 9 in the morning, Callahan was called to the telephone. He came away from it scowling. "Nobody's come for the dough yet," he told us. Chapel's drawn face became wide-eyed and open-mouthed with horror. "You had the place watched?" he cried. "Sure," Callahan said, "but in an all-right way. We just had a couple of men stuck up in an apartment down the block with field glasses. Nobody could tumble to that." Chapel turned to me, horror deepening in his face. "What?" The doorbell rang. Chapel ran to the door and presently came back excitedly tearing a special delivery stamped envelope open. Inside was another of the crudely printed letters. "Martin Chapel, dear sir, we got the money all right, but have got to have more tonight, the same amount at the same time, and everything else the same this time we will. Honestly, send your wife home alive. If you do as you are told, if you do not, or say a word to the police, you know what to expect, and you bet you will get it." "Death and Company," Callahan said. "What the hell?" Muir growled. "Them at the window must be blind." I looked at the postmark on the envelope. It was earlier that morning. I asked Chapel, "Well, what are you going to do?" He swallowed and said, "I'll give them every cent I've got if it will bring Louise home safe." At 11:30 that night, Chapel left his house with another $5,000. When he returned, the first thing he said was, "The money I took last night is really gone." This night was much like the previous one, except that he had less hopes of seeing Mrs. Chapel in the morning. Nobody said so, but all of us expected another letter in the morning asking for still another $5,000. Another special delivery letter did come, but it read, "Martin Chapel, dear sir, we warned you to keep the police out of it, and you disobeyed. Take your police to apartment 313 at 895 Post Street, and you will find the corpse we promised you if you disobeyed. Death and Company." Callahan cursed and jumped for the telephone. I put an arm around Chapel as he swayed, but he shook himself together and turned fiercely on me. "You've killed her," he cried. "Hell with that," Muir barked. "Let's get going." Muir, Chapel, and I went out to Chapel's car, which had stood 2 nights in front of the house. Callahan ran out to join us as we were moving away. The Post Street address was only a 10-minute ride from Chapel's house the way we did it. It took a couple of more minutes to find the manager of the apartment house and to take her keys away from her. Then we went up and entered apartment 313. A tall, slender woman with curly red hair lay dead on the living room floor. There was no question of her being dead. She had been dead long enough for discoloration to have got well underway. She was lying on her back. The tan flannel bathrobe, apparently a man's, she had on had fallen open to show pinkish lingerie. She had on stockings and one slipper. The other slipper lay near her. Her face and throat and what is visible of her body were covered with bruises. Her eyes were wide open and bulging, her tongue out. She had been beaten and then throttled. More police detectives joined us and some policemen in uniform. We went into our routine. The manager of the house told us the apartment had been occupied by a man named Harrison M. Rockfield. She described him about 35 years old, 6 feet tall, blonde hair, gray or blue eyes, slender, perhaps 160 pounds, very agreeable personality, dressed well. She said he had been living there alone for 3 months. She knew nothing about his friends, she said, and had not seen Mrs. Chapel before. She had not seen Rockfield for 2 or 3 days, but had thought nothing of it, as she often went a week or so without seeing some tenants. We found a plentiful supply of clothing in the apartment, some of which the manager positively identified as Rockfield's. The police department experts found a lot of masculine fingerprints that we hoped were his. We couldn't find anybody in adjoining apartments who had heard the racket that must have been made by the murder. We decided that Mrs. Chapel had probably been killed as soon as she was brought to the apartment, no later than the night of her disappearance anyhow. "But why?" Chapel demanded dumbfoundedly. "Playing safe. You wouldn't know till after you'd come across." She wasn't feeble. It would be hard to keep her quiet in a place like this. A detective came in with the package of $100 bills Chapel had placed under the brick pile the previous night. I went down to headquarters with Callahan to question the men stationed at a nearby apartment window to watch the vacant lot. They swore up and down that nobody, not as much as a rat, could have approached the brick pile without being seen by them. Callahan's answer to that was a bellowed, "The hell they couldn't, they did." I was called to the telephone. Chappell was on the wire. His voice was hoarse. "The telephone was ringing when I got home," he said, "and it was him." "Who?" "Death and Company," he said. "That's what he said, and he told me that it was my turn next. That's all he said. 'This is Death and Company, and it's your turn next.' 'I'll be right out,' I said. 'Wait for me.'" I told Callahan and the others what Chappell had told me. Callahan scowled. He said, "I guess we're up against another of those damn nuts." Chappell was in a bad way when I arrived at his house. He was shivering as if with a chill, and his eyes were almost idiotic in their fright. It's not only that I'm afraid," he tried to explain. "I am, but I'm not that afraid, but with Louise, and it's the shock and all. I know," I soothed him. "I know. And you haven't slept for a couple of days. Who's your doctor? I'm going to phone him." He protested feebly, but finally gave me his doctor's name. The telephone rang as I was going towards it. The call was for me, from Callahan. "We've pegged the fingerprints," he said triumphantly. "They're Dick Moley's. Know him?" "Sure," I said, "as well as you do." Moley was a gambler, gunman, and grifter in general, with a police record as long as his arm. Callahan was saying cheerfully, "That's going to mean a fight when we find him, because you know how tough that is. And he'll laugh while he's being tough." "I know," I said. I told Chappell what Callahan had told me. Rage came into his face and voice when he heard the name of the man accused of killing his wife. "Ever hear of him?" I asked. He shook his head and went on cursing Moley in a choked, husky voice. I said, "Stop that, that's no good. I know where to find Moley." His eyes opened wide. "Where?" he gasped. "Want to go with me?" "Do I?" he shouted. Weariness and sickness had dropped from him. "Get your hat," I said, "and we'll go." He ran upstairs for his hat and down with it. He had a lot of questions as we went out and got into his car. I answered most of them with, "Wait, you'll see." But in the car he suddenly went limp and slid down in his seat. "What's the matter?" I asked. "I can't," he mumbled. "I've got to. Help me into the house. The doctor." "Right," I said, and practically carried him into the house. I spread him on a sofa, had a maid bring him water, and called his doctor's number. The doctor was not in. When I asked him if there was any other particular doctor he wanted, he said weakly, "No, I'm all right. Go after that man." "All right," I said. I went outside, got a taxicab, and sat in it. 20 minutes later, a man went up Chappell's front steps and rang the bell. The man was Dick Moley, alias Harrison M. Rockfield. He took me by surprise. I had been expecting Chappell to come out, not anyone to go in. He had vanished indoors, and the door was shut by the time I got there. I rang the bell savagely. A heavy pistol roared inside twice. I smashed the glass out of the door with my gun and put my left hand in, feeling for the latch. The heavy pistol roared again, and a bullet hurled splinters of glass into my cheek, but I found the latch and worked it. I kicked the door back and fired once straight ahead at random. Something moved in the dark hallway then, and without waiting to see what it was, I fired again, and when something fell, I fired at the sound. A voice said, "Cut it out, that's enough. I've lost my gun." It wasn't Chappell's voice. I was disappointed. Near the foot of the stairs, I found a light switch and turned it on. Dick Moley was sitting on the floor at the other end of the hallway holding one leg. "That damned fool maid got scared and locked this door," he complained. "Or I'd have made it out back." I went nearer and picked up his gun. "Get you anywhere but the leg?" I asked. "No. I'd have been all right if I hadn't dropped the gun when it upset me." "You've got a lot of ifs," I said. "I'll give you another one. You've got nothing to worry about but that bullet hole if you didn't kill Chappell." He laughed. If he's not dead, he must feel funny with those two 44s in his head. "That was damn dumb of you," I growled. He didn't believe me. He said, "It was the best job I ever pulled." "Yeah? Well, suppose I told you that I was only waiting for another move of his to pinch him for killing his wife?" He opened his eyes at that. "Yeah," I said, "and you have to walk in and mess things up. I hope to. They hang you for it." I knelt down beside him and began to slit his pants leg with my pocket knife. "What'd you do? Go in hiding after you found her dead in your rooms because you knew a guy with your record would be out of luck, and then lose your head when you saw in the extras this afternoon what kind of a job he'd put up on you?" "Yes," he said slowly, "though I'm not sure I lost my head. I've got a hunch I came pretty near giving what he deserved." "That's a swell hunch," I told him. We were ready to grab him. The whole thing had looked phony. Nobody had come for the money the first night, but it wasn't there the next day, so he said. Well, we only had his word for it that he had actually put it there and hadn't found it the next night. The next night, after he had been told the place was watched, he left the money there, and then he wrote the note saying Death and Company knew he'd gone to the police. That wasn't public news either. And then her being killed before anybody knew she was kidnapped, and then tying it to you when it was too dizzy. No, you are dizzy, or you wouldn't have pulled this one. Anyhow, we had enough to figure he was wrong, and if you'd let him alone, we'd have pulled him, put it in the papers, and waited for you to come forth and give us what we needed to clear you and swing him. I was twisting my necktie around his leg above the bullet hole. But that's too sensible for you. How long you been playing around with her? A couple of months, he said, only I wasn't playing. I meant it. How'd he happen to catch her there alone? He shook his head. He must have followed her there that afternoon when she was supposed to be going to the theater. Maybe he waited outside until he saw me go out. I had to go downtown, but I wasn't gone an hour. She was already cold when I came back. He frowned. I don't think she'd have answered the doorbell, though maybe he'd had a duplicate made of the key she had. Some policeman came in. The frightened maid had had sense enough to use the telephone. Do you think he planned it that way from the beginning? Molly asked. I didn't. I thought he had killed his wife in a jealous rage and later thought of the Death and Company business. End of Death and Company.
Bergenef, 1, at a table d'hôte. At the close of February 1848, I was in Nuremberg. My original intention had been to pass a couple of days there on my way to Munich, that being, I thought, as much time as could reasonably be spared for so small a city, beckoned as my footsteps were to the Bavarian Athens, of whose glories of ancient art and German Renaissance I had formed expectations the most exaggerated, expectations fatal to any perfect enjoyment, and certain to be disappointed, however great the actual merit of Munich might be. But after 2 days at Nuremberg I was so deeply interested in its antique sequestered life, the charms of which had not been deadened by previous anticipations, that I resolved to remain there until I had mastered every detail and knew the place by heart. I have a story to tell which will move amidst tragic circumstances of too engrossing a nature to be disturbed by archaeological interests, and shall not, therefore, minutely describe here what I observed in Nuremberg, although no adequate description of that wonderful city has yet fallen in my way. To readers unacquainted with this antique place, it will be enough to say that in it the old German life seems still to a great extent rescued from the all-devouring, all-equalizing tendencies of European civilization. The houses are either of the 15th and 16th centuries, or are constructed after those ancient models. The citizens have preserved much of the simple manners and customs of their ancestors. The hurrying feet of commerce and curiosity pass rapidly by, leaving it sequestered from the agitations and the turmoils of metropolitan existence. It is as quiet as a village. During my stay there rose in its quiet streets the startled echoes of horror at a crime unparalleled in its annals, which, gathering increased horror from the very peacefulness and serenity of the scene, arrested the attention and the sympathy in a degree seldom experienced. Before narrating that, it will be necessary to go back a little, that my own connection with it may be intelligible, especially in the fanciful weaving together of remote conjectures which strangely involved me in the story. The table d'hôte at the Bayerischer Hof had about 30 visitors, all, with one exception, of that local commonplace which escapes remark. Indeed, this may almost always be said of tables d'hôte, though there is a current belief, which I cannot share, of a table d'hôte being very delightful, of one being certain to meet pleasant people there. It may be so. For many years I believed it was so. The general verdict received my assent. I had never met those delightful people, but was always expecting to meet them. Hitherto they had been conspicuous by their absence. According to my experience in Spain, France, and Germany, such dinners had been dreary or noisy and vapid. If the guests were English, they were chillingly silent or surlily monosyllabic. To their neighbors they were frigid. Amongst each other they spoke in low undertones. And if the guests were foreigners, they were noisy, clattering, and chattering, foolish for the most part, and vivaciously commonplace. I don't know which made me feel most dreary. The predominance of my countrymen gave the dinner the gaiety of a funeral. The predominance of the Mossoo gave it the fatigue of got-up enthusiasm, of trivial expansiveness. To hear strangers imparting the scraps of erudition and connoisseurship which they had that morning gathered from their valise de place and guide books, or describing the sights they had just seen, to you, who either saw them yesterday or would see them tomorrow, could not be permanently attractive. My mind refuses to pasture on such food with gusto. I cannot be made to care what the Herr Baron's sentiments about Albert Dürer or Lucas Cranach may be. I can digest my Rhine flesh without the aid of the Commis Voyageur's criticisms on Gothic architecture. This may be my misfortune. In spite of the Italian blood which I inherit, I am a shy man, shy as the purest Briton. But, like other shy men, I make up in obstinacy what may be deficient in expansiveness. I can be frightened into silence, but I won't be dictated to. You might as well attempt the persuasive effect of your eloquence upon a snail who has withdrawn into his shell at your approach, and will not emerge till his confidence is restored. To be told that I must see this, and ought to go there, because my casual neighbor was charm, has never presented itself to me as an adequate motive. From this you readily gather that I am severely taciturn at a table d'hôte. I refrain from joining in the delightful conversation, which flies across the table, and know that my reticence is attributed to insular pride. It is really and truly nothing but impatience of commonplace. I thoroughly enjoy good talk, but ask yourself, what are the probabilities of hearing that rare thing in the casual assemblage of 40 or 50 people, not brought together by any natural affinities or interests, but thrown together by the accident of being in the same district and in the same hotel? They are not 40 feeding like one, but like 40. They have no community except the community of commonplace. No, tables d'hôte are not delightful, and do not gather interesting people together. Such has been my extensive experience. But this at Nuremberg is a conspicuous exception. At that table there was one guest who, on various grounds, personal and incidental, remains the most memorable man I ever met. From the first he riveted my attention in an unusual degree. He had not, as yet, induced me to emerge from my habitual reserve, for in truth, although he riveted my attention, he inspired me with a strange feeling of repulsion. I could scarcely keep my eyes from him, yet, except the formal bow on sitting down and rising from the table, I had interchanged no sign of fellowship with him. He was a young Russian named Burganeff, as I at once learned, rather handsome and peculiarly arresting to the eye, partly from an air of settled melancholy, especially in his smile, the amiability of which seemed breaking from under clouds of grief, and still more so from the mute appeal to sympathy in the empty sleeve of his right arm, which was looped to the breast button of his coat. His eyes were large and soft. He had no beard or whisker, and only delicate moustaches. The sorrow, quiet but profound, the amiable smile, and the lost arm, were appealing details which at once arrested attention and excited sympathy. But to me this sympathy was mingled with a vague repulsion, occasioned by a certain falseness in the amiable smile, and a furtiveness in the eyes, which I saw, or fancied, and which, with an inexplicable reserve, forming as it were the impregnable citadel in the centre of his outwardly polite and engaging manner, gave me something of that vague impression which we express by the words instinctive antipathy. It was, when calmly considered, eminently absurd, to see one so young, and by his conversation so highly cultured and intelligent, condemned to early helplessness, his food cut up for him by a servant, as if he were a child, naturally engaged pity, and on the first day I cudgelled my brains during the greater part of dinner in the effort to account for his lost arm. He was obviously not a military man. The unmistakable look and stoop of a student told that plainly enough. Nor was the loss one dating from early life. He used his left arm too awkwardly for the event not to have had a recent date. Had it anything to do with his melancholy, here was a topic for my vagabond imagination, and endless were the romances woven by it during my silent dinner. For the reader must be told of one peculiarity in me, because to it much of the strange complications of my story are due. Complications into which a mind less active in weaving imaginary hypotheses to interpret casual and trifling facts would never have been drawn. From my childhood I have been the victim of my constructive imagination, which has led me into many mistakes and some scrapes, because, instead of contenting myself with plain, obvious evidence, I have allowed myself to frame hypothetical interpretations, which, to acts simple in themselves, and explicable on ordinary motives, render the simple seeming acts portentous. With bitter pangs of self-reproach I have at times discovered that a long and plausible history constructed by me, relating to personal friends, has crumpled into a ruin of absurdity, by the disclosure of the primary misconception on which the whole history was based. I have gone, let us say, on the supposition that two people were secretly lovers. On this supposition my imagination has constructed a whole scheme to explain certain acts, and one fine day I have discovered indubitably that the supposed lovers were not lovers, but confidants of their passions in other directions, and, of course, all my conjectures have been utterly false. The secret flush of shame at failure has not, however, prevented my falling into similar mistakes immediately after. When, therefore, I hereafter speak of my constructive imagination, the reader will know to what I am alluding. It was already busy with Bourgonef. To it must be added that vague repulsion previously mentioned. This feeling abated on the second day, but, although lessened, it remained powerful enough to prevent my speaking to him. Whether it would have continued to abate until it disappeared, as such antipathies often disappear, under the familiarities of prolonged intercourse, without any immediate appeal to my amour propre, I know not. But every reflective mind, conscious of being accessible to antipathies, will remember that one certain method of stifling them is for the object to make some appeal to our interest or our vanity. In the engagement of these more powerful feelings, the antipathy is quickly strangled. At any rate it is so in my case, and was so now. On the third day, the conversation at table happening to turn, as it often turned, upon St. Sebald's Church, a young Frenchman, who was criticizing its architecture with fluent dogmatism, drew Bourgonef into the discussion, and thereby elicited such a display of accurate and extensive knowledge, no less than delicacy of appreciation, that we were all listening spellbound. In the midst of this triumphant exposition, the irritated vanity of the Frenchman could do nothing to regain his position, but oppose a flat denial to a historical statement made by Bourgonef, backing his denial by the confident assertion that all the competent authorities held with him. At this point Bourgonef appealed to me, and in that tone of deference so exquisitely flattering from one we already know to be superior, he requested my decision. Observing that, from the manner in which he had seen me examine the details of the architecture, he could not be mistaken in his confidence that I was a connoisseur. All eyes were turned upon me. As a shy man, this made me blush. As a vain man, the blush was accompanied with delight. It might easily have happened that such an appeal, acting at once upon shyness and ignorance, would have inflamed my wrath. But the appeal happening to be directed on a point which I had recently investigated and thoroughly mastered, I was flattered at the opportunity of a victorious display. The pleasure of my triumph diffused itself over my feelings towards him who had been the occasion of it. The Frenchman was silenced. The general verdict of the company was too obviously on our side. From this time the conversation continued between Bourgonef and myself, and he not only succeeded in entirely dissipating my absurd antipathy, which I now saw to have been founded on purely imaginary grounds, for neither the falseness nor the furtiveness could now be detected, but he succeeded in captivating all my sympathy. Long after dinner was over and the salle empty, we sat smoking our cigars and discussing politics, literature, and art in that suggestive desultory manner which often gives a charm to casual acquaintances. It was a stirring epoch, that of February 1848. The Revolution, at first so hopeful, and soon to manifest itself in failure so disastrous, was hurrying to an outburst. France had been for many months agitated by cries of electoral reform, and by indignation at the corruption and scandals in high places. The Praslin murder and the dishonor of M. Teste, terminated by suicide, had been interpreted as signs of the coming destruction. The political banquets given in various important cities had been occasions for inflaming the public mind, and to the far-seeing, these banquets were interpreted as the sounds of the tocsin. Louis Philippe had become odious to France and contemptible to Europe. Guizot and Duchâtel, the ministers of that day, although backed by a parliamentary majority on which they blindly relied, were unpopular, and were regarded as infatuated even by their admirers in Europe. The Spanish marriages had all but led to a war with England. The opposition, headed by Thiers and Odelin Barrett, was strengthened by united action with the Republican party, headed by Ledru Rollin, Marrast, Flocon, and Louis Blanc. Bourgonef was an ardent Republican, so was I, but my color was of a different shade from his. He belonged to the Reds. My own dominant tendencies being artistic and literary, my dream was of a republic in which intelligence would be the archon or ruler. And of course in such a republic art and literature, as the highest manifestation of mind, would have the supreme direction. Do you smile, reader? I smile now, but it was serious earnest with me then. It is unnecessary to say more on this point. I have said so much to render intelligible the stray link of communion which riveted the charm of my new acquaintance's conversation. There was both agreement enough and difference enough in our views to render our society mutually fascinating. On retiring to my room that afternoon, I could not help laughing at my absurd antipathy against Bourgonef. All his remarks had disclosed a generous, ardent, and refined nature, while my antipathy had specially fastened upon a certain falseness in his smile, a falseness the more poignantly hideous if it were falseness, because hidden amidst the wreaths of amiability. My delight in his conversation had specially justified itself by the truthfulness of his mode of looking at things. He seemed to be sincerity itself. There was, indeed, a certain central reserve, but that might only be an integrity of pride, or it might be connected with painful circumstances in his history, of which the melancholy in his face was the outward sign. That very evening my constructive imagination was furnished with a detail on which it was soon to be actively set to work. I had been rambling about the old fortifications, and was returning at nightfall through the old archway near Albert Durer's house, when a man passed by me. We looked at each other in that automatic way in which men look when they meet in narrow places, and I felt, so to speak, a start of recognition in the eyes of the man who passed. Nothing else in features or gestures betrayed recognition or surprise, but although there was only that, it flashed from his eyes to mine like an electric shock. He passed. I looked back. He continued his way without turning. The face was certainly known to me, but it floated in a mist of confused memories. I walked on slowly, pestering my memory with fruitless calls upon it, hopelessly trying to recover the place where I could have seen the stranger before. In vain memory traveled over Europe in concert rooms, theaters, shops, and railway carriages. I could not recall the occasion on which those eyes had previously met mine. That they had met them I had no doubt. I went to bed with the riddle undiscovered. 2. The echoes of murder. Next morning Nuremberg was agitated with a horror such as can seldom have disturbed its quiet. A young and lovely girl had been murdered. Her corpse was discovered at daybreak under the archway leading to the old fortifications. She had been stabbed to the heart. No other signs of violence were visible, no robbery had been attempted. In great cities, necessarily great centers of crime, we daily hear of murders. Their frequency and remoteness leave us undisturbed. Our sympathies can only be deeply moved either by some scenic peculiarities investing the crime with unusual romance or unusual atrocity, or else by the more immediate appeal of direct neighborly interest. The murder which is read of in the Times as having occurred in Westminster has seldom any special horror to the inhabitants of Islington or Oxford Street. But to the inhabitants of Westminster, and especially to the inhabitants of the particular street in which it was perpetrated, the crime assumes heart-shaking proportions. Every detail is asked for, and every surmise listened to, with feverish eagerness is repeated and diffused through the crowd with growing interest. The family of the victim, the antecedents of the assassin, if he is known, or the conjectures pointing to the unknown assassin, are eagerly discussed. All the trivial details of household care or domestic fortunes, all the items of personal gossip, become invested with a solemn and affecting interest. Pity for the victim and survivors mingle and alternate with fierce cries for vengeance on the guilty. The whole street becomes one family, commingled by an energetic sympathy, united by one common feeling of compassion and wrath. In villages and in cities so small as Nuremberg, the same community of feeling is manifested. The town became as one street. The horror spread like a conflagration, the sympathy surged and swelled like a tide. Everyone felt a personal interest in the event, as if the murder had been committed at his own door. Never shall I forget that wail of passionate pity, and that cry for the vengeance of justice, which rose from all sides of the startled city. Never shall I forget the hurry, the agitation, the feverish restlessness, the universal communicativeness, the volunteered services, the eager suggestion, surging round the house of the unhappy parents. Herr Lefelt, the father of the unhappy girl, was a respected burgher known to almost everyone. His mercer's shop was the leading one of the city. A worthy, pious man, somewhat strict, but of irreproachable character. His virtues, no less than those of his wife, and of his only daughter, Lieshin, now, alas, forever snatched from their yearning eyes, were canvassed everywhere, and served to intensify the general grief. That such a calamity should have fallen on a household so estimable seemed to add fuel to the people's wrath. Poor Lieshin, her pretty, playful ways, her opening prospects, as the only daughter of parents so well-to-do and so kind, her youth and abounding life, these were detailed with impassioned fervor by friends, and repeated by strangers who caught the tone of friends, as if they, too, had known and loved her. But amidst the surging uproar of this sea of many voices no one clear voice of direction could be heard, no clue given to the clamorous bloodhounds to run down the assassin. Cries had been heard in the streets that night at various parts of the town, which, although then interpreted as the quarrels of drunken brawlers and the conflicts of cats, were now confidently asserted to have proceeded from the unhappy girl in her death struggle. But none of these cries had been heard in the immediate neighborhood of the archway. All the inhabitants of that part of the town agreed that in their waking hours the streets had been perfectly still, nor were there any traces visible of a struggle having taken place. Lieshin might have been murdered elsewhere, and her corpse quietly deposited where it was found, as far as any evidence went. Wild and vague were the conjectures. All were baffled in the attempt to give them a definite direction. The crime was apparently prompted by revenge, certainly not by lust or desire of money, but she was not known to stand in anyone's way. In this utter blank as to the assignable motive I, perhaps alone among the furious crowd, had a distinct suspicion of the assassin. No sooner had the news reached me than with the specification of the theatre of the crime there at once flashed upon me the intellectual vision of the criminal. The stranger with the dark beard and startled eyes stood confessed before me. I held my breath for a few moments, and then there came a tide of objections rushing over my mind, revealing the inadequacy of the grounds on which rested my suspicions. What were the grounds? I had seen a man in a particular spot, not an unfrequented spot, on the evening of the night when the crime had been committed there. That man had seemed to recognize me, and wished to avoid being recognized. Obviously these grounds were too slender to bear any weight of construction such as I had based on them. Mere presence on the spot could no more inculpate him than it could inculpate me. If I had met him there, equally had he met me there. Nor even if my suspicion were correct that he knew me and refused to recognize me, could that be any argument tending to criminate him in an affair wholly disconnected with me. Besides, he was walking peaceably, openly, and he looked like a gentleman. All these objections pressed themselves upon me and kept me silent. But in spite of their force I could not prevent the suspicion from continually arising. Ashamed to mention it, because it may have sounded too absurd, I could not prevent my constructive imagination indulging in its vagaries, and with this secret conviction I resolved to await events, and in case suspicion from other quarters should ever designate the probable assassin, I might then come forward with my bit of corroborative evidence, should the suspected assassin be the stranger of the archway. By 12 o'clock a new direction was given to rumor. Hitherto the stories, when carefully sifted of all exaggerations of flying conjecture, had settled themselves into something like this. The Layfelts had retired to rest at 10:15, as was their custom. They had seen Lieshin go into her bedroom for the night, and had themselves gone to sleep with unclouded minds. From this peaceful security they were startled